I woke up falling 10,000 meters, a plane exploding behind me, and a blue screen flashed before my eyes. Reality distortion system activated. Suddenly, I could shatter concrete with my bare hands, and all resistance against me vanished. This time, I'll rewrite my fate. Naxino City, night. I appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, plummeting from 10,000 meters, stars twinkling above. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme roared, but I slept through it all sprawled in mid-air, one hand over my head, the other on my stomach, feet a chaotic mess. My checkered pajamas billowed wildly. Naxino City International Airport, Flight 237 to Geneva, was taking off. Then, the left engine exploded. The plane lurched, losing lift, a black plume of smoke trailing behind. Panic filled the cockpit. The captain fought to regain control, but we were falling. That's when I smashed through the cabin, a hole ripped in the fuselage. The air pressure shifted, sucking several people out. Screams, cut short by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. Others were flung out, their speed amplified, hurtling towards the ground with me. Terror gripped the plane. Passengers clawed desperately at anything, tossed about like ragdolls. The plane groaned, metal cracking, pieces tearing away. The remaining engine blew, all thrust lost. On the ground, reporters scrambled, TV stations went into emergency mode. Ambulances, fire trucks, marine rescue, everything mobilized. Yet, hope felt slim. The plane plunged. Then, a figure. She swooped, snatched the ejected passengers, depositing them safely. Then, she flew to the stricken plane, holding it steady, somehow guiding it through a bridge, landing it gently on the sea. The city erupted. Helicopters buzzed, spotlights shone on her, a savior. Inside, survivors wept, celebrating their survival. But the joy felt muted. Those thrown from the plane, they lay on the ground, cold sweat clinging to them. I woke, disoriented. Rooftop. Night sky. Cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. People sprawled around me. Where the hell was I? I'd been sleeping at home, rarely back in China, yet here I was. I checked myself still in my pajamas. A city unfamiliar. Who did this? That kid? Unlikely. Our hideout was in a police family building. But those pale faces then, text appeared before my eyes, coordinates arrived, the first invasion will begin in 7 days. What the hell? I touched it, it vanished. I tried to stand, my hand sinking into the ground, shattering it like tofu. I was stunned. I swiped at the ground, creating furrows. Interesting. Something was wrong. I dismissed asking anyone. I know many cities, yet this one was alien. The streets, the lights, nothing familiar. Framed? Best leave. Sirens wailed in the distance. I stood, no trace left. A rooftop, stairs nearby. I broke the chain, slipped away. Avoiding the police is my specialty. I grabbed shoes, pants, a shirt, a jacket from various apartments. By the time I emerged, I was transformed. Police cars, ambulances flooded the street. I glanced back, melted into the crowd. 15 minutes later, I tossed a thug into a bin, counted my money, and entered a bar. Naxino City? Never heard of it. I sat, ordered a beer, watching the news. A plane, illuminated, floating on the water, Flight 237 rescued. A female flying person, the cause is under investigation. A problem with the plane's quality. A drunk nearby slammed the bar. Another flying person? Superman's not enough? What's happening? My eyes narrowed. I joined in. Superman? Metropolis? The bar was small. He vented his frustrations about Superman, about his workload, about not having a Christmas in 3 years. Women are 100 times more trouble than men, he finished, head banging the counter. I pitied him silently. The bartender laughed. Jerry likes to complain, but he loves Superman. I raised my glass. This was getting stranger. Superman? My body felt different. I'd tested it. Stone, steel, alloys, nothing fazed me. It was the difference between soft and firm tofu, if I had to explain it. Earlier, with that hoodlum, I'd gotten a dagger. I stabbed my palm, the blade went soft, turning to mush. It wasn't about strength, the change was consistent regardless of the material. It was as if the reaction force vanished. Lost in thought, I bit the beer bottle neck, chewing twice. The shards were like crunchy beans, pulverizing easily. I was startled, discreetly dropping the remains. Luckily, the bar was chaotic, few noticed. Otherwise, there would have been a shriek. So, my mouth has no weaknesses. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals either/phoneme. If reaction force is gone, my teeth are the world's sharpest weapons. Ironic, really. The bell chimed, 4 or 5 burly men burst in, a blonde leader dragging a bruised man. Sack, last bar. No all-nighters. Yeah, Fees, Sack mumbled, eyes lighting up when he saw me. He pointed. Him. Feast looked over. Sure. Positive. Feast grinned, his men surrounding us. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The bartender, Tom, shouted, Feast, no trouble here. Feast feigned a smile. Relax, Tom. Just chatting with a friend. He approached. Chin lifted, he sneered, boy, you're in trouble. I smirked. Oh? Enlighten me. Feast shook his head. I don't talk, I act. Facts are my persuasion. He didn't bother with more words. His men lunged. I barely moved. Bang! 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 Muffled thuds, then screams. Feast rolled, clutching his foot. Blood splattered. The men panicked, guns drawn, pointing at my head. Let him go. You bastard. My expression was one of disdain. My eyes aren't defective. I didn't touch him, I stepped on his shoe. But since you mentioned it, I might as well use him as a hostage. I grabbed Feast's neck, lifting him. He struggled, but it was useless. I felt peculiar. I hadn't used much force, yet felt his resistance without a tremor in my hand. More than reaction force? Were all forces directed at me disappearing? No, absorbed. When the fists hit, I felt a faint energy intake, thin as winter's breath, vanishing instantly. I turned, Feast's neck blocking the gun muzzles. I smiled. Don't shake. If you shoot, Feast dies. Murder's a big deal, the police won't let you go. Be good, drop your weapons. They hesitated. I tightened my grip. Feast's eyes rolled, gagging. Oxygen deprivation makes you an idiot. Don't want that? Drop the guns. Sweat beaded on their brows. Stubborn, I sighed, gesturing towards the bar. They turned, Tom pointed a shotgun. His face was grim. I said, no trouble. Drop the guns, or none of you leave alive. Outnumbered, they surrendered. Out. And you, Sack, if you're loitering, robbing again, I'll hang you outside to dry. Get out. Tom roared. They left, dejected. Take him too. I tossed Feast aside, smiling. If you're unconvinced, come back. I welcome differing opinions. But bring your wallets, otherwise, I'll gladly offer you Paralympic spots. They fled. I waved Feast's wallet, shouting, drinks are on me. The bar erupted in cheers. Back at the bar, Tom had put away his shotgun, pouring beers, then a whiskey for me. What was that? I counted Feast's money, $500 or $600 US. I pocketed half, tossing the rest to Tom. What? Steel plates? Tom glanced at the cash, pocketing it. I shrugged. Think of it as Chinese kung fu, iron shirt. Magical. Tom nodded. I'm Tom. You saved me trouble. Need help, just ask. Foreigners are straightforward. I didn't hesitate. I need a place to stay. Rent? I guess. Requirements? Ordinary, move-in ready. I know a place. An old friend's daughter rented, paid up front, left after 2 weeks. I'll call. He picked up the phone. The door opened. Tom smiled. No need to call, the owner's here. I saw a disheveled middle-aged man, Laurie, messy hair, unshaven, wrinkled suit. Despair radiated from him. A drunk. He ordered vodka. Tom asked about the apartment. Not yet, Laurie rasped, taking a swig. Tom frowned. What's wrong, Laurie? Laurie waved it off. Suspended. That incident? Laurie nodded. A kid exposed my tricks. The superintendent hates me. I'm suspended. Despair clouded his eyes. He raged, Trisha wasn't in another city, Piper kidnapped her. I could have saved her, it's over. Tom gasped. Piper? Scarface Piper? Piper Rex? Laurie nodded, drinking again. He's courting death. Kidnapping a detective's daughter? Laurie sighed. What can't they do? Community bosses are covering him. He vanishes when police get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme. What do I do? I'd listened long enough. Their conversation was veering off topic. I tapped the table impatiently. Hey, buddy, focus. How much for the apartment? Laurie just glared, continuing to drink. Dead eyes, a broken heart. He couldn't even muster anger. Tom sighed. He's not in the mood. It's a shame, the apartment's perfect. I'll find another, but it'll be pricier. I waved him off. Deal? I get you your daughter back, the apartment's my reward. Laurie's eyes flickered, then went blank. He kept drinking. I waited, then shrugged. I'd seen this abroad: human traffickers, gang deals. Money and protection. Easy to solve. A little pressure, and anything's possible. But he didn't believe me. I'm not a saint, I don't work for free. And these people felt like NPCs. I wasn't sure if I could even trigger an event. The conversation stalled. Tom mused, Laurie, consider his offer. Laurie looked up, surprised. Tom nodded seriously. My quick work with those thugs had impressed him. I narrowed my eyes. You're sure he's in this area? Yes, my informant saw him. Know the boss's location? 23 Green Willow Tree, Laurie stated. Excellent. I smirked. I need supplies. Guns? Explosives. C4, preferably. Can you get it? Laurie looked to Tom, who hesitated, then nodded. Some, but not much, about 2 kilos. I shrugged. Enough. Oh, and a new outfit, a car. 20 minutes later, I emerged, refreshed, into a white Nissan. I sped off. Tom and Laurie watched my taillights fade. Laurie exhaled smoke. What if he runs? Tom closed his eyes. You were already desperate, weren't you? Laurie was silent. His name? Mike Chi. In the military, a series of commands signals something's wrong: border troop movements, computer hacks, assassinations. Street gangs are no different. Petty squabbles don't reach the boss, major events do. Usually, I'd spend a day prepping, steal the boss's car, then make a grand entrance. A blatant provocation. The underlings would inform the boss. I didn't have the time, but with my ability, I could still create the same effect. 23 Green Willow Tree, a sprawling villa. 4 or 5 men watched TV, guarding the boss's office, awaiting a call for backup. They were the gang's backbone, fighters and accountants. A game was on TV. Halftime. One guy stretched, heading out for a smoke. Then, headlights. A white Nissan, speeding, charging onto the lawn, no braking. His eyes widened, he dove aside. The Nissan smashed through the wall, embedding itself inside. Chaos erupted. Smoke, dust. Accident? Intentional? They looked at each other. One ran upstairs, let the boss decide. The car's totaled, the driver's mush, right? One thug approached. Bang! The twisted door flew out, launching him like a cannonball. They were shocked, drawing pistols. Bang! Amidst the dust, a foot, then a hand, gripping the frame. The frame bent, creaking, until there was enough space. I emerged. It was unbelievable. My clothes were intact. They stared at the wreck, then at me, neatly dressed. A strange feeling washed over them. I brushed off non-existent dust, smirking. This must be the place. Where's Omar? Let's talk. 130 kilometers per hour top speed. The effect. I glanced at the stunned crowd, a slight smile playing on my lips. I was figuring out my ability. It has a range, I can control its extent. I could choose whether to protect my clothes. If I focused the effect away from them, they'd be destroyed. When included, they gained the same invulnerability. Like an indestructible game attribute. Magical. I sense the range is adjustable, but I can't yet cover the whole car. One day, I'll turn any car into a tank. Exciting. As I moved, they tensed, their guns clicking. Whoa! Who are you? I'll tell Omar. Or are you covering this up? They looked at each other. Omar descended the stairs, a hip-hop shirt with a skull on it. More men surrounded me. He glanced at the wreck, unfazed, studying me. Nice suit. I shrugged. Who are you? He asked calmly. My suit tailored black, bright red shirt, crimson tie, slick back hair, subtle hints, blood and carnage. I smirked. Mike. Mike, how do you want to die? Coldness glittered in his eyes. Piper's in your territory. Find him, hand him over. He sneered. Why should I? Because he's a human trafficker. Many want him dead, people you can't afford to cross. I stated flatly. He needs my help? Omar scoffed. No games. Even if you're a demon, don't try to force me. I was emotionless. Enough. Find Piper Rex. The faster, the better. I'll leave. What if I don't? Like this. I snapped my fingers. Boom. The car exploded, a wall collapsing. They dove for cover. I was gone. On the ground, find Piper. The car blazed. Omar's face was grim, watching the flames. His younger guys sprang into action, yelling, grabbing extinguishers, calling the fire department. Others scrambled back to the office, preparing for an emergency evacuation. This was Omar's den, plenty of things couldn't see the light of day. The fire department confiscating them would finish his gang. I walked the streets, feeling invigorated. Blowing things up always leaves me feeling good. I still had half the C4. Omar's obedience would determine if I saved it, or blew up something else. This was my first time using a voice-activated detonator. Unexpectedly useful. It wasn't a button, but an audio recording. You set a sound or rhythm, to detonate, you just replay it. Simple, but no one in the real world would use it, way too risky. Here? Commonplace. Very DC. Yes, this is definitely the DC universe. And the woman I met? Supergirl. I don't know much about her, but I'm familiar with Superman. On my way here, I saw Superman signs, even dolls in shops. Obvious clues. It's just that there are so many DC Earths, I can't pinpoint which one this is. Doesn't matter to me, they're all the same. Besides a few superheroes, I don't know much about DC. I'm more familiar with Marvel. Why are DC movies so bad? All these parallel universes are headache-inducing. Unless you're a die-hard fan, who cares? I needed a place to rest. I found some less fortunate individuals in a back alley. After disposing of them, I got an address. I hailed a cab. Fake IDs are a lucrative business in America. Low risk, high reward. The clientele is diverse: underage drinkers, fugitives, rogue agents, battered housewives, foreign spies, all needing them. Like convenience stores, every neighborhood has several ID makers. Like this seemingly innocuous print shop. A simple print shop? I smiled. The security was too elaborate. Window mesh, an iron gate, 3 locks on the inner door. Obvious, isn't it? They might as well paint a sign. Anyone with half a brain knows it's not legit. This is America, they like to flaunt things. In China, it's more discreet: a pharmacy nearby, or a sales office. Quieter, less interruption. Russian ID makers usually operate near train stations. Why? I have no idea. Do Russians just like crowds? It was late, the shop was dark. But I knew the guy lived inside. He might work late for a big deal. I knocked. After a few minutes, no response. I knocked again. The light flickered on, footsteps. Who is it? The door opened. A pale, chubby guy, blonde hair, freckles. Young, probably fresh out of college. I sized him up. Big Henry sent me. Expedited IDs? Price? He sized me up. 2,000. 2 hours, tops. Okay. I nodded, flashing a wad of cash. He checked the security cameras, confirming I was alone, then opened the door. The space wasn't large, maybe 30 or 40 square meters. Desks, monitors showing 9 security feeds. A door led to the back, the living room. He grabbed a camera. Money? I ignored him, opening the back door. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, bed. Clean. I nodded approvingly. What are you doing? That's off limits. He rushed over, shoving me. I tripped him. Bang! He hit the cutting board hard. I felt bad for him. He was really winded. Click. The sound of a gun froze him. Relax. The world is beautiful, but you're so irritable. That's not good. I joked, kicking him. Get up, we've got IDs to make. He slowly rose, his eyes blazing. Do you know who I am? You dare? Click. Keep talking. Maybe I'll be scared, drop the gun, give you my money, apologize, let you dispose of me. He hung his head. I smirked. Right, you know it's impossible. So, IDs now, or should I tie you up? He looked at me. Don't believe me? I smiled. After a moment, he surrendered. Fine, what do you want? Driver's licenses, Interpol papers, FBI papers, IRS if possible, and a passport untraceable, complete information. His face went green. People wanting complete identity changes are usually wanted criminals or serial killers. He dealt with parolees, underage drinkers. This was way beyond him. Passports are a serious crime, 10 years minimum. Fake FBI documents? Oh God. What have you done? He shook his head. Sorry, just driver's licenses. 1 hour. It's late, I value my sleep. I tossed my coat aside, sat, browsing the news. He peeked at the pistols on my back and started working dejectedly. It's 2015. The Superman incident 2 years prior was huge. People were still debating online whether he was a hero or a threat. Superman had massive public support. General Zod had attacked, a huge battle in Metropolis. Superman's identity was revealed, Lex Luthor got involved. Then came Brainiac. Superman and an older Batman teamed up, sending Luthor to prison. Luther Corp was affected, his sister took over, renaming it L Corp. Things were improving, their HQ was in Star City. Superheroes dominated the news, every city had them, but I only knew a few. Gotham's Batman was missing. No news of the Flash in Central City, or Green Arrow in Star City. Only Superman, busy helping people. A beautiful facade. I know it's an illusion. Now Supergirl's here, aliens from across the universe will descend. Maybe I could be a superhero, invulnerable to bullets. But I wouldn't. Consciously or not, I'm not a public servant. I wouldn't have become a smuggler, exploiting loopholes for profit. I rummaged through my snacks, finding potato chips, tearing into the bag. Hey, don't eat my snacks, the fat guy complained. Are you done? I checked my watch 40 minutes. Here, he slapped 5 driver's licenses on the table. Done. As long as you don't run into the cops, you're good. Can I go now? I glanced at them, grabbing one. Sphinx montage? Seriously? He shrugged, a hint of pride in his eyes. I was speechless, pocketing the fake license. Whatever the name, it'll do for now. My bad. I should have told you to use Mike beforehand. Call it whatever. Now leave. Don't be heartless. We're destined, we're friends. Friends help each other. I need to rest, you have a comfy bed of thick Simmons, I saw it. I like it. He was stunned. What? You want to stay here? Just tonight. Friends help each other, right? Bullshit friends. You haven't even asked my name. He was exasperated. I looked helpless. Names are just titles. Can't friendship replace them? Okay, since you insist, tell me your name. I insist? When did I click? I smiled, hand on my gun. Rex. Hello Rex, nice to meet you. Your name's similar to a scumbag I'm after. You wouldn't happen to be Piper, would you? Lawrence. He shook his head. Brother or uncle named Piper? Orphan. Congratulations. You've got the protagonist's fate. Time travel might be in your future. His eyes darted around. What? I grabbed my coat, heading to the living room. Oh, I forgot. Call the cops? Clean up these devices first. Otherwise, you'll be in prison for at least 3 years. Believe me, I'm accurate. Or invite some friends over. Make sure they're loaded, I'm a little short on cash. Bang! The door slammed. He was speechless. Was I a mind controller? Me? Rex? Impossible. An illusion. He reached for his phone, wanting to call a friend. Remembering my warning, he hesitated. He glanced towards the living room, gritted his teeth, and put the phone down. He quickly packed cash and important documents, grabbed a coat, slipped out into the night. Revenge is a dish best served tomorrow. I'll talk to Big Chuck. I've dealt with this before, I'm not afraid. He followed his gut. I slept soundly. The next morning, he was gone. I was waiting for you to bring reinforcements, but you ran off. I shrugged, washed up, made bacon, eggs, and toast a hearty breakfast. He clearly didn't like milk, the fridge was full of beer. Disappointing. I called Lori. He bombarded me with questions before I could even introduce myself. God! What did you do last night? The police were swamped. Omar's gang vanished, his house burned to the ground, lighting up 3 blocks. It's a sensation, the superintendent's personally investigating. What did you do? Relax. No one was hurt, right? Last night was just the start. Now, Omar's location. After yesterday, he might consider my offer. What are you going to do? I disliked his questioning tone. My voice turned cold. This is how I work. If you don't like it, call it off. Use your suspended officer powers, do some useless work. In 3 to 5 months, you might get your daughter's body maybe. I don't like your tone. Choose, give me the info, or cling to your morals and die. Silence. Then, a low voice. Omar's at a warehouse on 23rd Street. I hung up, got ready to go. America, cars everywhere, cheap. Americans don't value them much. Unlocked doors, keys on the dashboard just like the movies. I wasn't going to bother with that, it's too slow. I spotted a Mercedes SUV. I smashed the window, unlocked it, got inside, brushing away the glass. Car theft tutorials are 90% nonsense. Connecting the ignition wires is correct, but ripping out the dashboard isn't easy. It can be incredibly stubborn. But it was no problem for me. I grabbed it, the dashboard shattered. I connected the wires, the car started. I shifted gears, the car pulled away. I learned this trick in the army, sometimes useful in business. Now, it's useful here. I quickly reached 23rd Street, parking and observing. Omar's the boss, there'd be guards. Easy to find. I saw guards, this was it. I approached. My outfit stood out, the guards recognized me, panicked, 5 guys rushed out of the warehouse. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme thug raised his gun, the others followed suit. Firing pins clicked, the tension was palpable. Then, 2 cars roared in from North Street, distracting the thugs. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme thug's expression changed, he ran into the warehouse. The cars screeched to a halt, 7 or 8 guys piled out. The leader blue plaid shirt, ponytail, fierce look his men fanned out around him. Another boss. He glanced at me, ignoring me, sizing up the thugs. Omar emerged, looking serious. Vega? What are you doing here? Relax, Vega chuckled, adjusting Omar's necklace. I like your neighborhood. Clean, everyone's happy. Got my goods? No, and there won't be any. I said last week, that was it. My brothers need to eat too, I can't give you everything. No. Not everything. Protection money. Vega's face hardened, eyes narrowed. He poked Omar. Otherwise, danger happens. Oh, the explosion yesterday? Small problem. Don't give me my goods, it happens again. I guarantee it. They stared each other down. Omar's men had drawn their weapons, Omar relented. Fine, you'll get it. In 3 days. Now leave. Leave? Vega sneered. Tomorrow noon. I want the prescription drugs too. My guys will be at Warehouse 26. If anything unexpected happens, he left. Omar's face darkened. He turned to me. So, what do you want? Think a bomb scares me? I'll have you chopped to pieces. I stayed calm, pointing at the departing cars. Is he stronger than you? If something goes wrong with those goods, who knows what happens to you and your guys? Click, click. They raised their guns again. Touch my goods, I'll blow your head off. Omar yelled. Oh. Try it, I replied. He was stuck, the situation froze. I waited 10 seconds, left my number, and turned. Find Piper. Otherwise, your goods end up like this. I snapped my fingers. A nearby car exploded. Flames erupted, the car seemed to jump, then crashed. The explosion startled everyone. The flames illuminated my retreating figure, creating an unsettling fear. Ah! Bang bang bang! Omar fired wildly at the burning car, emptying his magazine, then tossed the gun down. He panted, glaring at my back. Find Piper Rex. From a distance, I smirked. I turned the corner, bought a phone and sandwiches, eating as I walked. The explosives were gone. Hopefully, my previous warnings would work. I called Laurie, telling him to watch for calls, news of Piper might come at any moment. He was skeptical but pleased, he agreed quickly. I'd given him a deadline of noon tomorrow, but I figured the gangs could find Piper in 3 hours. If all went well, I'd finish this before sunset. Suddenly, masked robbers burst from a bank, about to flee. A figure descended, flattening their car. They fired wildly, bullets bounced harmlessly off her, causing only sparks. The bullets deformed and fell, not slowing her down. People scattered. I watched, munching on my sandwich. Blonde hair, red cape, black stockings, Supergirl. The bullets were nothing to her. The robbers, panicked, just kept firing. Supergirl disarmed them swiftly, tied them up with their belts, then soared into the sky, vanishing. The police arrived from 2 blocks away, efficiently securing the scene. I tossed my trash, leaving. Supergirl, huh? Interesting. My phone rang, it was Lori. Mike, Omar found her Piper. I was surprised. That fast? 15 minutes? Piper swaggered into Omar's territory, 17th Avenue and the river. Come quickly, I might need you. Okay. I took a cab. Lori was waiting, still weary, but his eyes were brighter, hope restored. Where is he? He pointed. There, but with Vega. Omar arrived in a truck, they're making a deal. I saw Piper in Vega. A white van, the goods. A scruffy white guy leaned against it, nervously glancing around. That's Piper, Rex? Him. I heard Lori grit his teeth. Got it. Leave it to me. Be careful. Signal if anything's wrong, I have a sniper rifle. I was surprised. He nodded fiercely. Grenades? Give me 2. He actually handed me 2 grenades, then dashed into a nearby stairwell. He's desperate. I adjusted my collar, about to go, when commotion erupted. Omar's men were disarmed by Vega. Says Vega was gloating. I heard him, Omar, you're finished. Searching my men? Piper's been with me for years, this is a provocation. I'm taking over. Get out before dark, or I'll throw you into a blender tomorrow. Understand? A grenade dropped. Boom. People scattered. A gun pressed against Vega's head. Don't move. Another hole won't help. They scrambled up, injured. The grenade shrapnel was powerful. A rubber bullet bounced off my shoe. I smirked. Let go. Who are you? Piper struggled. I stayed firm, stepping on Vega, chin lifted. Omar, a gift. Omar grinned. I like this gift. He grabbed Vega, choking him. Never thought you'd see this day. Your territory is mine. Vega's eyes were cold, he said nothing. 2 men dragged Vega away. Omar approached. Whoever you are, we're even. Don't show your face again. I smiled. Don't be so sure. We might meet again. Omar's eyes widened. Lori arrived, a black bag on his back, eyes fixed on Piper. Bastard, I found you. Let's go. He grabbed Piper, zip-tied him, and threw him in the trunk. I smiled, following. Omar, gun in hand, almost shot me, but seeing the grenade in my hand, he changed his mind. He muttered, signaling his men to retreat. He'd gained territory, eliminated an enemy. Net positive. But he didn't appreciate my methods. I rode with Lori, returning to Tom's bar. Lori disappeared with Piper. I sat at the bar, sipping beer and eating cashews. It was noon, Tom was alone. I heard screams in the distance, calmly watching TV. Another Supergirl story. Different channels, different angles. The media loved it. The police and officials complained about Supergirl's actions, but the reporters sparked discussion. The studio was abuzz. Tom emerged, wiping his hands, calm. I saw bloodstains. How'd it go? He talked. Lori's gone. He washed his hands, speaking quietly. Need help? No, Lori brought backup. It should be fine. He dried his hands, grabbed high-end champagne, poured 2 glasses, offering one. Thank you. He paid. Tom nodded, placing a key on the bar. Room 307, International City. Free rent for a year. I took the key, a small smile playing on my lips. I hope it's nice. It will be. He placed another key down. This is. Consider it spoils of war or thanks, Tom said. Piper Rex owns a bail bonds place shell corporations, money laundering. Small operation, I think. Take this key, I'll get the paperwork in a few days. Identity issue? Generous, I said, taking the key. My identity isn't sorted, just some fake IDs. Can you get me a passport here? Yes, but it's time-consuming and expensive. How much? Complete info? Absolutely. 100,000 yuan. Top quality. I nodded. How long? A week, max. I drained my champagne, standing. Then I need a legit job. I'm going to check out my new properties. Leave a number, Tom called. It's on the napkin, I said, leaving. He found my number. International City was 3 blocks away, a 20-minute walk. It was a business district, skyscrapers, flashy signs, high-end shops, office workers everywhere. The occasional hot dog or ice cream stand very American. The apartments were nice. Not huge, but tastefully decorated. Everything was there, I just needed groceries and personal items. No rush, I don't plan on cooking. I headed to Piper's place. A cab ride, 30 minutes. This area was less developed, mostly 1 or 2-story buildings. The bond company was a 100-square-meter shop, front and back rooms. Nothing special, except its location. Piper wasn't a businessman. The sign was old and damaged, the whole place felt dilapidated. The interior was old, nothing valuable. A 16-inch safe broken, the door wooden phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme. Junk inside. Shelves with old, yellowed documents years old. Needs cleaning, I muttered, leaving without bothering to sit. My basic needs were met. Now, money. I couldn't rob petty thugs every night. Or become a superhero, pickpocketing along the way? Those criminals are rich tempting. Maybe I could try? For the next few days, I became a nighttime vigilante. I wore a Peking opera mask, targeting small-time crooks, laundry detergent vendors, they carried the most cash. I also happily relieved drunk white or black guys trying to rob others. Every little bit helps. After a few days, I'd scraped together over 5,000. I hired a cleaning service for both properties. I stocked my fridge with snacks and beer. Then, I holed up. Supergirl dominated the news. Grant Company released clear photos, people were obsessed with her long legs and black stockings. Even ordering food, I heard people talking about her. After a few days of experimenting, I understood my abilities better. My defense is absorptive. All energy, including kinetic, is absorbed on contact, converting into a strange energy within me. This is different from Superman's steel-like body. A bullet hitting steel deforms, hitting me, it falls intact. The misty energy within me was becoming liquid. I was curious about the changes after this transformation. The system was silent, no matter how much I prodded it. Just the smoky text, daily, with the invasion countdown. Today was the last day. The invasion starts tomorrow. I was actually looking forward to it. Tom called, my passport was ready. I went to the bar. Lori? How did things go? Lori shook his head, pulling a girl over. My daughter, Trisha. This is Mike, he helped a lot. Trisha thanked me. A rebellious teenager in America, I could imagine her past. Lori was thrilled, he poured me a drink, thanking me profusely. He talked about Trisha's improved behavior, he glossed over Piper. I didn't dwell on it. Guns, perverts, thousands die annually in America. Violent revenge isn't uncommon. Tom arrived, placing a passport and bank cards on the bar. It's done, Mike Chi. 2 credit cards too. Store documents will take 3 days. I checked the passport, it looked legit. I gave him a thumbs up. No flattery, pay back the $100,000. A month, max money wasn't a problem, I could rob an armored car if needed. I didn't want to, the invasion was imminent. Lori patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm reinstated. I'll get you those parolees tomorrow easy. I waved him off. I have my own ways. Spend time with your daughter. He shrugged, dancing with Trisha. Things were back on track, he was celebrating, singing, dancing like a madman with his daughter. We partied until midnight. Back home, I made lemonade, waiting. At midnight, the smoky text appeared, invasion begins. It morphed into Gulinglong's form, then dissipated. A beautiful woman appeared. First boss, Tomi, has arrived. More text, newbie mission triggered, Tomi's immortal state is suppressed. Mission, kill Tomi once, prevent revival within 30 days. Complete the mission for a newbie reward. The text vanished. I looked at her, a chill running down my spine. I'd been through a lot: illegal immigrant, smuggler. But this was Tomi. A demon who delights in tormenting men, dragging them to hell. Tomi appeared calmly, stroking her hair, eyeing me, then walking to the window. She stared out, then laughed. Lovely view. She pointed at me. Get me money. I want to go out and play. Play your sister, psycho. I wouldn't let her out. She's insanely dangerous, capable of causing a doomsday, potentially destroying a civilization. Her face darkened. Respect me, I'm Tomi. Arrogant. I ignored her. I'd grabbed some handcuffs earlier, now they were useful. I found them, walked to her, roughly twisted her arm, and cuffed her. While she was cursing, I stuffed a cloth in her mouth. She couldn't be allowed to speak. Her charm is incredibly potent, far beyond anything I could defend against. Blocking her mouth was necessary. She stared at me, mockery and contempt in her eyes. You can't touch me. I felt a surge of anger, a desire to kill her. As the thought crossed my mind, a coolness washed over me, silencing my anger. The unknown energy within me surged, catalyzing the first drop of liquid energy. I stared, thinking, WTF? Emotional energy? Magic? It wasn't normal. I needed to hide my eyes. I ripped a piece of tablecloth, blindfolded her. Then, I changed clothes, put on my Peking opera mask, and checked outside before grabbing Tomi and heading for the emergency stairwell. To deal with Tomi, you burn her to ash before she can regenerate. Images must be destroyed. The building had 4 elevators, the emergency stairwell led to the underground parking garage. Perfect. I carried her down, opening the safety door, finding a suitable car, smashing the window, tossing her in the back. I hotwired the car. A minute later, we smashed through the gate, leaving the security guard dazed. I sped off, heading for the suburbs. High heat is best for Tomi. 2 places came to mind, a crematorium incinerator, or a steel mill's molten steel pool. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals or either / phoneme would work, over 90% chance of killing her. I just hoped for no accidents. A police checkpoint would force drastic measures. The steel mill was closer. They say you're most law-abiding with a body in your trunk. I drove cautiously, leaving the city. Only on the suburban road did I relax. Tomi was still bound. Was it the newbie quest? Something felt off. Then, a tanker truck roared past. I braked. As we gained distance, a figure descended, punching the tanker. Bang! The tanker twisted, steel groaning. Boom! Fire, then a huge explosion. It happened so fast, I couldn't react. We crashed head-on. The front of the car was crushed. Silence, except for the roaring flames. Crack! Supergirl pried open the wreckage, emerging. The tanker driver, bruised and furious, pulled out an axe, charging at her. The front of the truck exploded again. I kicked open my door, crawling out. Second time, I muttered, looking at Tomi. She was bleeding, but mostly superficial wounds, no missing limbs. Her blindfold was off, blood streamed down her forehead, staining her hair, then her eyes. Through the blood, her eyes glowed red, she was smiling. Blood and fire her favorites. I saw Supergirl. Bang bang. The fight was brutal. Each blow shattered the ground, creating ravines. The asphalt was like tofu. A minor power fluctuation caused widespread damage. I was speechless. Collateral damage again. Supergirl is bad news. A roadblock. Walking was impossible, the steel mill was over 10 kilometers away. Helicopters were a problem. I looked at the tanker. One way. I opened the back, dragged Tomi to the fuel tank, kicking a hole in it. Gasoline poured out, soaking her. Tomi writhed, crying and laughing amidst the smell of burning flesh. 10 minutes prior at DEO HQ, Director Jones was grim, listening to reports. All personnel in position. Target arrives in 30 seconds. Civilian detected. Tell Supergirl. Too late. The plan's underway. Civilian vehicle destroyed. Jones said coldly. Assess the impact, are there survivors? Supergirl stopped the tanker. The impact from the car behind exceeds the critical value. The ambulance's N phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, ETA 25 minutes. Tell the fire department to clean up. Yes, sir. DEO used violence against aliens, accidental injuries were inevitable. We were used to this. We might mourn for 5 seconds, offer apologies. Compensation? Impossible. We're a secret organization. Then, an observer yelled. That's wrong. He's alive. No blood. The satellite showed me emerging from the wreckage, clothes clearly visible. Director, this is unusual. Jones frowned. Tell Supergirl, it's likely his accomplice. Send the assault team, capture them alive. What is he doing? On screen, I dragged Tomi to the fuel tank, setting her ablaze. The flames raged. Everyone stared. Jones said, Tag, extremely dangerous. Tell Supergirl, adjust priorities. Yes, sir. Supergirl and the alien fought fiercely. She'd create ravines, he'd smash the tanker, scattering fire. I watched calmly, as long as the blast didn't affect Tomi. The alien looked at me, but focused on Supergirl. He'd already seen me. Tomi writhed in the flames, terrifying and eerie. My face was impassive, but I felt uneasy. This was the only way. If I didn't kill Tomi now, the mission would fail, unleashing disaster. After 20 minutes, the fight ended. Supergirl, despite incredible strength, was outmatched by a seasoned combatant. Tricked, she was exhausted. Baldy, triumphant, gloated endlessly. I smirked. Villains die from talking too much. A helicopter approached. Smoky text appeared, mission completed, reward issued. First intruder, Tomi, has been killed. Reward, Tomi regeneration factor. Optional, acquire Tomi's memories, yes no I quickly chose no. I didn't want that pervert's memories. A sphere appeared in my hand. About the size of a ping-pong ball, smooth, heavy, ceramic-like. Smoky text beside it, Tomi regeneration factor complete control optional, fuse with organic matter. Appearance is permanent. Gain 13 of Tomi's regeneration fusion countdown, 30 seconds, 29, 28. A time limit? A scam? I pressed the sphere to my chest. Pop. Nothing. I tried again. Nothing. Is it my absolute defense? Supergirl and the alien were fighting. She focused on melting his axe, he was arguing instead of trying to end it. He deserved to lose. The countdown was ending. I looked at the pile of charcoal. I tossed the regeneration factor onto it. I didn't get rid of Tommy. Hopefully, I can control the new Tommy. The factor liquefied, permeating the charcoal. Despite the flames, the charcoal revived. Popping sounds, the flames died, the charcoal expanding. Torso, then limbs of female form. Crack. A hand emerged, the charcoal shattered, revealing a stunning woman. A beautiful face, black hair, graceful figure. Even knowing it was Tommy, my heart skipped a beat. The firelight illuminated a tear mole, strangely alluring. I thought of Dr. Muad Ua Duabni, that Lancer from the Fourth Holy Grail War, with his magical tear mole. The helicopter approached, deploying the assault team. I grabbed Tommy, carrying her into the forest. Supergirl's heat finally melted the axe, it exploded. The alien was knocked back, stuck in the ground. The assault team arrived, surrounding the area. A squad checked, target disappeared. 2 checked under the fuel tank, no victims, just ash. They searched. Supergirl stood, approaching the alien. Surrender. He laughed. You don't know what you're facing. Naziano City is doomed. He used the axe to kill himself. Supergirl was silent. DEO celebrated, the target was eliminated. They cleaned up, concealed the scene, and withdrew. Sirens were distant. DEO HQ, conference room. A large screen displayed a makeup pattern, text listed color ratios. Alex Danvers briefed the director. A new unknown target, designated X, little information, he's not interested in Supergirl. He couldn't have known about our raid, it was likely accidental, but other motives are possible. During the fight, he was killing a woman. We have footage. She was burned, but no remains were found. She reappeared, then was taken. It seemed ritualistic. Jones, they were drawn in accidentally? Likely. But information is scarce. We know they're in National City. Jones, stay vigilant. Yes. My apartment. Tommy and I stared at each other. To avoid nudity, I put a large shirt on her, revealing her legs. She sat alluringly. You what? Give me a credit card. Designer clothes, high-end hotels. She demanded. I nodded. This was Tommy. Her vile personality remained, a childishness had emerged. Did the fire affect her brain? I gave up trying to communicate. Shut up. She glared, about to speak, but her mouth was stuck shut. Good. Lie down. Don't move without orders. She obeyed, lying down, even getting a blanket. Complete control? I don't know how to use it yet. After the ordeal, I cleaned up, preparing to rest. I'd been running around all day, then Tommy, then the alien fight. At 8 a.m., Lori called, I needed to go to the police station urgently. I yawned. Nothing else to do today. I washed up, grabbing women's clothes for Tommy. She looked pleased. We didn't speak, heading out. I didn't want to hear her, she'd only say nasty things. I wouldn't give her the chance. She knew she was powerless. She felt a strange awe towards me. She obeyed instantly, only realizing afterward. This felt strange to her. We took a cab. Lori was waiting, hugging me, glancing at Tommy. Your girlfriend? I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lived live / phoneme longer, I shrugged. He was confused. I waved him off. He led me to several anxious men and women. I had some guesses. Officer, is that him? Yes, Lori nodded. Mike's bail bonds company is a new police partner. 20% commission, the police give preferential treatment. Your family's repeat offenders. Want someone connected to these things? The officer said. Several were tempted. Lori patted my shoulder, giving me a knowing look. I'll leave them to you. I'll send the details. I have things to do. I nodded. He left, the others crowded around, asking about my business. How should I know? I'd only been to that debt collection place twice, once to see it, once to call cleaners. I hadn't even looked at the paperwork. I'd never even heard of bail bonds before. But Lori brought customers, I couldn't refuse. I gave perfunctory answers, impatient. The message was clear: get down to business or leave. They were intimidated. Look, it's complicated. Come to my office this afternoon, bring cash or collateral, we'll do it there. That's it. I left. They mumbled and dispersed, dissatisfied. I thought, this is such a hassle. If only Tomi could handle this. Her abilities would make this a breeze. Then, Tomi, who'd been following, turned and left. I was startled. Where are you going? Learning about bail bonds. I was shocked. You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme my mind? She shook her head. No, I just received an order. Can I go now? I hesitated, giving her some money. Behave yourself, don't cause trouble. Go. She nodded and left. I felt strange. She hated it yesterday, why so obedient today? Letting her out was inevitable, I couldn't keep her restrained forever. This made me suspect she could receive orders remotely. Complete control, it's more than I thought. She disappeared around the corner. A few seconds later, she reappeared, jumped 3 times, turned, then left again. I laughed, watching the bewildered onlookers. Lori appeared. What are you doing? Laughing like a fool? Nothing. Thanks to you, I'm making money. Small potatoes, $10,000 max, Lori waved. 10,000 is still money. Why are you here? Tom called, a woman answered, so he sent me to check. He smirked. I touched my pocket, my phone was gone. Tomi. She must have taken it when I gave her the money. As expected of Tomi. I shook my head. Tomi has it, I sent her on an errand. Tomi? Strange name, but she's beautiful. I have face blindness with Asian women, but she's stunning. He stroked his chin. Introduce me? My expression changed. Maybe later. You suit the decadent look, you're funny when you let loose. He laughed, handing me my phone. It's dialed. Talk to him. I said hello, it was Tom. Mike? Come to the bar, I need help. I haven't eaten yet. Lori woke me up early and I went to the station. Come for Italian veal. Deal. Don't tell Lori, he'll skip work. I glanced at Lori. Will do. Lori asked, what are you looking at? What did Tom want? He's afraid you'll skip work to drink his wine. He laughed. I left. Tom waited at the bar. My little beef? Here. He tossed 2 hamburgers. Eat up. When I get the beef, you're eating with me. Playing tricks, I said, rolling my eyes, taking a bite. What's up? Remember Lucy? I groaned. Big brother, I just got here, I don't know anyone except you two. Lucy? Seriously? He looked embarrassed. My bad. I should have introduced her. She's the waitress from that night, the one you said could charm people. E++? Her. I remember. What's wrong? Someone wants to kill her. I gave him a look. He chuckled. I have to do something. Lucy's father was my comrade, I promised to look after her. Plus, she's great, she sells half my alcohol. Without her you lose face, I interrupted. This shouldn't be a problem for you? He paused. I have enemies too. Someone's watching you? Not exactly. It's complicated. Competitors are minor, the FBI and CIA are the real problems. I looked at him. You're missing Homeland Security. What do you want me to do? Old fox. I shook my head. Lucy's address. I'll see what I can do. He gave me a note with her address and number. I told Lucy, just give your name. I was speechless. I beckoned. Phone. I took his phone, leaving. He was stunned, then smiled, entering the bar. Lucy's house. I sat, she poured tea and got fruit, excited. She'd seen me save Tracy, Tom had told her about my abilities. She was thrilled to have my help. Lucy, relax. Tell me what happened. Who wants to kill you? I have some guesses, she said, sitting beside me, showcasing her assets. A week ago, I saw a pizza delivery guy rear-ended gold Lexus. The driver beat him up, he even used a wrench. I got the license plate and called the police. The delivery guy's in ICU, barely alive. I raised my hand. You witnessed it? Yes, only me, she said. 2 days ago, a dead rat on my door, nailed through the head. I went to the police, they said they'd increase patrols and sent me away. People have been throwing rats into my room, I'm terrified to go out. I was so happy when Tom said you'd help. You have faith in me, I nodded. I'll talk to their boss, Tom will update you. Don't go out, call Lori if anything happens. They won't shoot cops in broad daylight. She nodded. I called Lori, getting the basic information. Alvaro Chacon, a small-time Colombian drug dealer, also dabbled in laundry detergent. He had 20 thugs, 6 enforcers, enough to intimidate nearby gangs. He needed to be reachable for investigations, his location was easy to find. I took a cab to the address Lori gave me. I found him outside a cafe, reading the paper, enjoying the breeze. 2 or 3 thugs were at nearby tables, ostensibly relaxing, but actually selling. As a small boss, he didn't need to peddle drugs himself, he dispatched orders by phone. I sat opposite him. Alvaro? Who are you? Tom's Bar, Lucy, I said, tapping the table. Wrong guy, he said. He was in a black suit, dark blue shirt unbuttoned, revealing a hairy chest very rough. I smiled. Whether you know me or not, this ends now. Seize your last chance. He grinned. Or what? Or you'll regret not going to jail sooner. Oh? He smiled, his guys stood, revealing pistols. 3.35 caliber? Seriously? I shook my head, pointing at the TV. Times have changed, this is childish. On the TV, Supergirl had saved a burning oil tanker, but split it in half, causing a massive oil spill. News outlets were having a field day, highlighting her mistakes, portraying her as more harmful than helpful. He glanced back, dismissive. Supergirl? Stopping robbers, fighting fires, saving a plane, so what? She's just a powerful alien, clueless about the underworld. She's useless. Don't be so sure. You'll be impressed by this alien, I guarantee it. I smiled. Let's get to the point. Lucy's problem, Tom needs his waitress. Sorry. Tell Tom to find a new one. Lucy? In an hour, her problem will cease to exist. A bloody glint in his eyes. I nodded, leaving. No point in talking further. He clearly wouldn't let Lucy go, without an eyewitness, the case is weak. In the US, victims aren't the most vulnerable, eyewitnesses phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme die first. I looked at the Supergirl report on a large screen. Maybe I should contact her. A knife would be easy. But it wasn't a good idea. No good excuse. Supergirl is a focal point, the media, DO, and villains are all focused on her. Contacting her would draw unwanted attention. That's not what I want. Just a busy life, I muttered, hailing a cab. I stopped at a gas station, buying 2 oil cans, delaying my arrival. At Lucy's, 2 SUVs were parked suspiciously. 7 or 8 men emerged, openly armed, murderous intent clear. It was midday, few pedestrians, just me and the cabbie. I got out, the cabbie sped off without payment. Smart man, I chuckled. 2 of them approached. Hostile. I shrugged, smashing an oil can. Gasoline splashed everywhere. They jumped back, faces contorting at the smell. I tossed a lighter. Boom! Flames erupted. They fired, the bullets hit me, losing power, falling to the ground. They were panicked, cursing, firing wildly. I approached, opening another can, splashing gasoline onto the fire, looking crazy. They jumped into their cars and fled. I stood in the road, looking at the neighbors peeking out. I shouted, "Lucy, you have a fire extinguisher?" Nexino City, night. A figure suddenly appeared in the water like night, free falling from a height of 10,000 meters against the backdrop of twinkling stars. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme howled, but it couldn't wake a sleeping person. This person was lying flat in the air, one hand above his head, one hand on his stomach, and his feet were not very orderly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. His sleeping posture was extremely bad. He was wearing checkered pajamas, which were shaking wildly in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme. At this moment, Nexino City International Airport's Flight 237 to Geneva had just taxied out of the runway and was in the process of taking off. The engine under the left wing suddenly exploded, and the plane's lift was gone. A black line trailed straight behind it, and thick smoke could be clearly seen. The cockpit was in chaos. The captain tried his best, but could only barely maintain the balance of the plane, but he still couldn't maintain altitude. The plane was rapidly descending and was about to crash to the ground. At this moment, the free-falling figure smashed through the cabin like a hammer, instantly contributing a penetrating hole to the plane. The air pressure was unbalanced, and the negative pressure airflow sucked 4 or 5 people out together. Ah, 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 ah. The piercing screams had just been uttered when they were blown away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme. Several unlucky people were swept away by the strong airflow, as if they had been pushed hard, and their initial velocity increased explosively, merging with the initial figure and smashing towards the ground at high speed. Fear instantly swept through the entire plane. In the negative pressure airflow, the passengers desperately grabbed everything around them, but they were still bumping around like lunatics. The plane, with its spine broken by the penetrating impact, had huge cracks extending, and the sound of metal breaking was constantly heard. From time to time, fragments disappeared into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, not knowing where they were blown. The only remaining engine at the rear could not bear the load and exploded again, and the traction was completely lost. On the ground, reporters had already noticed that something was wrong, and major TV stations were urgently following up on this breaking news. Emergency rescue departments have been fully mobilized. Ambulances, fire trucks, and marine rescue measures have all been activated, and a large number of personnel are moving in the predetermined direction. Even with active rescue and various methods, everyone knew that the hope was not great. The plane completely lost control and fell headfirst. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly flew from a distance. She first circled a few times, grabbed the several people who had been thrown out of the cabin, and sent them to the top of the nearest building. Then she flew up to rescue the plane. In the sky, she held her entire body under the fuselage, using her enormous strength to forcibly level the fuselage, passing through the gap in the bridge with extreme danger, and placing it smoothly on the sea surface. The whole city was in an uproar. Helicopters circled in the air, and a large number of spotlights shone on her, illuminating the protagonist who saved the incident like an angel. Inside the cabin, the survivors wiped their cold sweat and congratulated each other. But even the cheers were weak. These people were at least still in the cabin, but those who had been thrown out of the cabin and had experienced a free fall were not so lucky. They were all lying on the ground covered in cold sweat, and none of them could get up even now. In the midst of the commotion, Shishan woke up groggily. He sat up sleepily, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings with a dazed expression. He looked around. Rooftop, night sky, cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, plus a few people lying on the ground. What's going on? I remember that I was clearly sleeping at home. It's rare to come back to China. How did I suddenly run here? What is this place? He looked down at himself, still wearing his pajamas. He peered through the low wall into the distance. A completely unfamiliar cityscape at night. Where have I come to? Who is it? Could it be that kid? It shouldn't be. Recently, the hideout was specially chosen in a public security family building. Who would have the guts to come to China to cause trouble? But looking at the few big noses lying on the ground around him, Shan was a little unsure. At this moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of Shan's eyes. Coordinates arrived, the first invasion will begin in 7 days. What the hell? Shan reached out to touch it, and the text disappeared like smoke. He supported himself with his right hand, preparing to stand up, but as soon as he exerted force, his entire palm sank in, and the ground shattered like tofu. Shan was stunned for a moment, looked at his hand, and then stretched out a finger and swiped a few times on the ground. The ground was like being plowed by an iron bar, turning up ravines. Interesting. Something was clearly wrong. Shan turned his head to look and quickly dismissed the idea of asking. He had been to many places over the years, and he would usually have an impression of the night scenes of more famous cities. But after looking for a long time just now, he couldn't find any familiar landmarks. The layout of the streets, the direction of the lights, he had no impression at all, which was strange. Although the probability is small, there's still a possibility of being framed. The best course of action now is to leave quickly and investigate discreetly. Sure enough, the anticipated sound of sirens soon appeared. Shan clenched his fists twice, finding the right amount of strength to support himself as he stood up. No traces were left on the ground. Shan nodded. It seemed he could adapt, so it wasn't a big problem. The current location was clearly a rooftop of a residential building, with a staircase entrance nearby. Shan walked over, broke the chain on the door, and quickly disappeared. Avoiding contact with the police and steering clear of law enforcement agencies was Shan's specialty. Going down the stairs, he randomly grabbed a pair of shoes from outside a shoe cabinet on the 5th floor, snatched a pair of pants from outside a window on the 3rd floor, and then a shirt and a simple jacket on the 2nd and 1st floors, respectively. By the time he walked out, Shan's appearance had been completely transformed. At this moment, a large number of police cars and ambulances had already appeared at the end of the street. Shan glanced back and then walked in the opposite direction, disappearing after a few turns. 15 minutes later, Shan threw a hoodlum into a trash can, counted the US dollars in his hand, and walked towards a nearby bar. Nazan City? What the heck? Never even heard of it. Muttering to himself, he pushed open the door and walked into the bar, sitting down at a spot opposite the television on the bar counter. He tossed a US dollar over to order a beer and then stared at the news footage on the television. The screen showed an aircraft illuminated by spotlights, floating on the sea surface, with the headline, Flight 237 rescued. The passengers of Flight 237. It seems they had a guardian angel. According to multiple reports, a female flying person pulled them back from the brink of death. As for the cause of the plane crash, the police are still investigating. However, according to the passengers' statements, the penetrating damage to the aircraft's body clearly occurred after it took off. Experts suspect a problem with the plane's quality. The airline has already launched an investigation and is reportedly considering filing a lawsuit against the manufacturer. A drunk at a nearby table slapped the table and said, "Another flying person? Isn't having Superman flying around in the sky enough? God, what's happening to this world?" Shan's pupils constricted slightly, and he picked up the beer bottle, taking a light sip. He casually joined the conversation, saying, "Superman? Are you talking about that Superman from Metropolis?" The bar wasn't large, and although there were many customers, most were sitting in booths. Only this person was sitting at the bar like Shan. Therefore, speaking up like this didn't seem out of place. The drunk seemed to harbor some resentment towards Superman, loudly exclaiming, "Who else could it be? Just because he's incredibly strong and can fly, he thinks he's all that. He has no idea how hard we maintenance personnel work. Our annual maintenance budget is only so much, and since Superman appeared, our workload has increased exponentially. Do you know that? I haven't had Christmas in 3 years. My son has even forgotten what I look like. It's like hell. It took me 2 months of reports to get transferred from Metropolis to Nazan. I thought I could finally have a good life again, but who knew another flying woman would appear? I guarantee that women are 100 times more trouble than men. God, I must be in hell. After saying that, the man banged his head on the bar counter, looking utterly despondent. Shi Shan's lips twitched, and he mourned for him in silence. The bartender laughed and said, "Don't complain. At least you have time to drink, right?" He poured the drunk another glass of whiskey and then said to Shi Shan, "Don't mind him. Jerry just likes to complain. Actually, he likes Superman a lot. He has a lot of Superman articles at home." Shi Shan raised his glass to indicate that he didn't mind. Things were getting stranger and stranger. Superman had appeared. Could it be? Shi Shan had a few guesses. His current body was clearly a bit off. On the way here, he had tested it a bit. Whether it was stone, steel bars, or alloys, they didn't seem to make much of a difference to him. If he had to say, it was the difference between soft tofu and hard tofu. When he dealt with that hoodlum earlier, he got a dagger. Shi Shan tried stabbing the palm of his hand with it, but the dagger seemed to turn into putty, directly becoming a lump. This feeling wasn't about being strong, because no matter the material, under Shi Shan's same strength, the degree of change was similar. But rather, it was as if the reaction force had completely disappeared. Lost in thought, he accidentally bit off the bottleneck of the beer bottle and even chewed it twice in his mouth. The glass shards in his mouth were like crispy beans, easily ground into powder. Shi Shan was slightly stunned and glanced around, quietly placing the broken bottleneck on the ground. Fortunately, the bar was messy, and not many people noticed. Otherwise, it would have caused a scream. In that case, my mouth doesn't have any weaknesses. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either / phoneme. If the reaction force has really disappeared, then my teeth are probably the sharpest weapon in the world. Shi Shan suddenly found it somewhat ironic. The bell rang, and the bar door was pushed open as 4 or 5 burly men surged in. The leader, a blonde-haired guy, looked around and dragged out a small man with a swollen face. "Sack, listen, this is the last bar. I don't have time to mess around with you all night." I know, Fils," the little guy said perfunctorily, looking around, and suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw Shi Shan. He pointed and shouted, "Found him, that's the one." The blondie looked over. "Are you sure?" "Sure, that's him." The blondie grinned, leading the burly men to surround them. Shi Shan raised his eyebrows, turning around with interest. The bartender's face darkened, and he shouted, "Fils, don't cause trouble in my bar." The blondie spread his hands with a fake smile. "Don't be so serious, Tom. Just want to chat with a friend." After saying that perfunctorily, he led his men straight to Shi Shan. He slightly raised his chin, his expression contemptuous. "Boy, do you know you've gotten yourself into big trouble?" Shi Shan raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. "Oh? Is that so? Tell me about it." The blondie shook his head. "I don't like to talk, I only like to do. I prefer to convince people with facts." After speaking, he didn't waste any more words and tilted his head. The 4 or 5 burly men behind him grinned hideously and swung their fists over. Shi Shan's mouth curled up slightly, his body unmoving. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, there were shocking screams. "Ah!" After the classic Wilhelm scream, the blondie rolled on the ground, clutching his exploding foot. The surrounding people were taken aback, looking at the exploding blood flowers on the ground and the glaring bloodstains on the blondie's hand. They couldn't help but shudder. Several burly men panicked and drew their guns, pointing them at the back of Shi Shan's head. "Let him go, did you hear me, you bastard? Let Fils go." Shi Shan's expression was slightly disdainful. "What's wrong with your eyes?" "I didn't even touch him, I just stepped on his shoe." But since you said that, it would be a shame not to take him hostage. Then he bent down, grabbed the blondie's neck, and dragged him over. The blondie struggled hard, but felt like an iron hand was stuck on his neck. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Shishan felt even more wonderful. He didn't actually use much strength, and he could feel the blondie's resistance, but there was no tremor in his hand. Could it be more than just reaction force? Can all forces directed at me be selectively made to disappear? No, not disappear, it should be absorbed. When the fist hit his body just now, Shishan could faintly feel a trace of energy being absorbed into his body. Very thin, like a breath of air exhaled in winter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shishan turned around, blocking the black muzzles with the blondie's neck, and smiled slightly. Don't let your hands shake. If it goes off, this blondie will die a tragic death. Murder is always a big case, the police won't let you go. Be good and put down the guns. Be good. The burly men looked at each other, not moving. Shishan slightly increased the strength in his hand, and the blondie immediately rolled his eyes, making a gagging sound, as if the airflow had been cut off. Prolonged lack of oxygen will turn you into an idiot. If you don't want him to become an idiot in the future, put down the guns. Several burly men's palms were sweating, their faces hesitant. You're really stubborn. Shishan shook his head and pointed to the bar. Since you haven't given up, why not look back? The few people turned their heads and saw the bartender pointing a double-barreled shotgun at them. His face was dark, and his voice was low. I told you, don't cause trouble in my bar. Put down the guns, or I guarantee none of you will get out of here today. Controlled from both sides, several burly men finally gave up, throwing their guns on the ground one by one. Now get out of here, all of you, especially you, Sack. If I see you loitering outside my bar again, robbing pedestrians, I'll hang you on the door and dry you into sausages. Get out. With the bartender's roar, the men walked out dejectedly. Take him away too. Throwing the unconscious blondie over, Shishan smiled. If you're not convinced, welcome back. I'm an open-minded person and very welcome to anyone who wants to offer me different opinions. Of course, remember to bring your wallets when you come, otherwise I'll be happy to send you all a Paralympic Games qualification. The men fled in embarrassment. Shishan waved the wallet he had taken from the blondie and shouted, Everyone drink as much as you want, it's on me tonight. The bar was filled with noise and cheers. Back at the bar, the bartender had already put away the shotgun. He first brought up a pile of beer for people to take as they pleased, and then poured a glass of whiskey in front of Shishan. What was that? Shishan opened the wallet and counted. Sure enough, there was $500 or $600 in it from a boss-level figure. This is US dollars. Taking out half and putting it in his pocket, he threw the rest, along with the wallet, to the bartender. What? I was going to ask, do you have steel plates hidden on your body? The bartender opened the wallet and glanced at it, then naturally put it away. Anyway, there were credit cards inside. He wasn't afraid of not having enough cash. Shishan shrugged. You can think of it as Chinese kung fu, something like iron shirt. Is that so? Very magical. The bartender nodded and said, My name is Tom. You solved tonight's matter and saved me a lot of trouble. If you need any help, you can say it directly. Foreigners are just so direct. Shishan understands these people's personalities very well when doing business with them. So he didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, Actually, there is something I want to ask you to help with now. Oh, what is it? I just arrived in this city and haven't found a place to stay yet. Are there any suitable apartments nearby? You want to rent? I guess. Shishan shrugged. What are your requirements? Ordinary is fine, preferably one that doesn't need too many additions and is ready to move in. I see. Tom nodded. I know a house that's very suitable. An old friend's daughter rented an apartment, paid a year's rent in advance, and left suddenly after living there for less than half a month. I don't know if it's still vacant now, I'll ask for you. Just as he picked up the phone, the bar door was pushed open and a person walked in. Tom looked up and smiled. Looks like there's no need to call, the owner is here. Following Tom's gaze, Shishan saw a somewhat middle-aged man. This person's hair was messy, his beard was unshaven, and the suit on his body was wrinkled and unsightly. The whole person exuded an aura of despair and from the inside out. It was as if he had suffered a fatal blow, making people feel very bad. Chi-Shan frowned, not speaking. Looks like a drunkard. This person walked straight to the bar, greeted Tom weakly, and then directly asked for a bottle of vodka. Tom placed the bottle and glass in front of him. Lori, has your daughter's apartment been sublet? I have a friend who wants to find a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Not yet. Lori's voice was hoarse, seeming very tired. He didn't ask further, but directly picked up the bottle and eagerly took a swig of wine. Tom frowned. What's wrong? Lori. Lori waved his hand expressionlessly. Nothing, just been suspended. Is it because of that incident last time? Lori nodded. A new kid discovered the tricks I did at the crime scene and told the police superintendent directly. You know, the police superintendent has always disliked me, especially in the last month. So, I was suspended. Speaking of this, a look of despair appeared in Lori's eyes. He suddenly became agitated and roared in a low voice, Do you know? Tom. Trisha didn't go to another city, but was captured by that bastard Piper. If this matter can succeed, I will definitely be able to catch Piper. Interrogate Trisha's location. I could have saved her, but now it's all over. Tom exclaimed, Piper? Scarface Piper? Piper Rex? Lori nodded, then took a swig of wine. Isn't he courting death? Dare to kidnap a police detective's daughter? Lori said, What can't they do, these people? I really don't have any way now. Several community bosses are covering for Piper. As long as the police get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme, he will immediately disappear without a trace. What should I do? Chi-Shan listened for a long time, and seeing that they were getting further and further off topic, he became impatient and knocked on the table. Hey, buddy, can you focus a little? How much is that apartment? Lori glanced at Chi-Shan indifferently and continued to drink. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He doesn't even have the mood to lose his temper now. Tom frowned. I don't think he's in the mood to talk about the apartment now. It's a pity, this apartment is really suitable. How about this, I'll help you find another one. But the price might be a little higher. Chi-Shan waved his hand and turned his head. Hey, how about we make a deal? I'll help you get your daughter back, and the reward is that apartment. Lori's eyes flickered, then turned into dead silence and continued to drink. Chi-Shan waited for a few seconds, and seeing that the other party didn't respond, he shrugged and didn't say anything else. He's seen this kind of thing a lot abroad. It's nothing more than a transaction between human traffickers and community gangs. One is to make money, and the other is to seek shelter. What's so difficult to solve about this kind of thing? It's very simple. Force them a little, and there's nothing that can't be done. But the other party doesn't believe it, and Chi-Shan can't do anything about it. He's not a saint, he won't do things without benefits. Besides, Chi-Shan still doesn't have any sense of reality. The people in front of him are more like NPCs than people. It doesn't matter whether he can trigger an event or not. The two people's conversation entered a dead end. Tom pondered for a moment and said, Lori, I think you can consider his suggestion. Lori looked up in surprise, and Tom nodded seriously. Obviously, Chi-Shan's quick handling of the petty thugs just now made Tom think highly of him. Chi-Shan narrowed his eyes and said, Are you sure that person is in this community? Yes, my informant saw it with his own eyes. Do you also know the whereabouts of the so-called community boss? 23 Green Willow Tree. Lori said concisely. Very good. Chi-Shan tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, I need some special items. What do you need? A gun. Explosives, preferably C4, can you get it? Lori looked at Tom, who hesitated for a moment and nodded. There are some, but not much, about 2 kilograms. Chi-Shan shrugged and said, That's enough. Oh, right, maybe I also need a new outfit and a car. 20 minutes later, the bar door was pushed open, and a completely refreshed Chi-Shan got into a white Nissan sedan and disappeared at the end of the street. Tom and Lori stood at the bar entrance, looking at the disappearing taillights. Lori exhaled a puff of smoke. What if he runs away? Tom closed his eyes and said, "You were already desperate, weren't you?" Lori was silent. "What's his name?" "Mike Chi." In the military, a series of orders always represents the occurrence of unusual events. Tanks gathering at the border, central computers being hacked, assassinations of important figures, and so on. The command system of street thugs is no different. Small squabbles won't let the boss know, but once a major event occurs, it will go straight to the top. According to Chi-Shan's past habits, if he wanted to contact street thugs, he would prepare a day in advance, steal the car of the thug group's boss, and then make a dazzling appearance in front of the underlings. This is an eye-catching provocation, blatant and unscrupulous. After that, the underlings would naturally pass the message up. Now there is not enough time, but with the inexplicable ability, this effect can also be easily created. 23 Green Willow Tree, a spacious villa. 4 or 5 stay-at-home personnel were huddled in the room watching TV. In addition to guarding the boss's office upstairs, waiting for a phone call to prepare for support was also one of their tasks. Such personnel are usually the backbone of the gang, able to fight and kill when pulled out, and able to manage people and accounts when placed in the office. A ball game was being shown on the TV. Halftime ended, and there was an intermission. One of the thugs also stretched lazily, stood up, and walked out the door, seemingly preparing to smoke a cigarette. Just then, a beam of light came from a distance. A white Nissan sedan rushed over at high speed, charging onto the lawn like a mad bull, without the slightest deceleration. The thug's eyes widened, and he reflexively lunged to the side. The Nissan sedan crashed past like a rocket. With a loud bang, the entire car directly smashed through the wall and forcefully inserted itself inside. The room was instantly in chaos, with smoke and dust everywhere. 5 or 6 thugs rushed over in a hurry, agitated and bewildered. Accident? Or intentional? The few people looked at each other. One of the thugs turned his head and ran upstairs. "Let the boss decide. The front of the car in front of me is dented, the driver must be in pieces, right?" Thinking this way, one of the thugs stepped forward to check. Just as he turned to the driver's seat, he heard a bang, and the twisted and deformed car door flew directly out, smashing the thug out like a cannonball. This time, it was no less powerful than Captain America. If the car door hadn't been dented so badly, this unlucky guy might have lost fewer parts. The thugs were shocked and took out their pistols, pointing them at the driver's seat. Bang! Amidst the smoke and dust, a foot struggled to step on the ground, followed by a hand gripping the frame. The thugs saw with their own eyes that the already twisted frame was being forcefully propped into a circle by the thrust of this hand, making cracking sounds as it did so. Until the space was large enough, a person slowly walked out. It's hard to imagine that such a person could walk out of a car that was so badly wrecked. It's not that this person looks so strange, but that his clothes are still so intact. The crowd looked at the wrecked car and then at Chi-Shan, who was neatly dressed, and a strong sense of strangeness rolled in their hearts. Chi-Shan lightly patted the non-existent dust on his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc, saying, "Looks like this is the place. Where's Omar? I have something to discuss with him." A speed of 130 km per hour, the little Nissan's speed has also reached its limit, but the effect. Chi-Shan glanced at the stunned crowd, his mouth slightly raised. Regarding the inexplicable ability he had obtained, he gradually figured out some simple performance. In addition to the previous judgments, the ability itself seemed to have a certain position and could adjust the extent of coverage. Simply put, Chi-Shan could choose to preserve his clothes or not. If the position is tightened and not covered on the clothes will definitely not survive this level of impact. When covered, the clothes will also have the same unique attributes. It's a bit similar to the indestructible attribute in the game. It's a bit magical. Chi-Shan instinctively sensed that the coverage area of this position seemed to be adjustable, but it was still impossible to cover the entire car. If one day it can be covered, No matter what car Chi-shan drives, it will turn into a tank in minutes. Thinking about it this way, I'm a little excited. Just as Chi-shan was about to lift his foot and take a step, several thugs became nervous. The firing pins of their guns were frequently clicking, ready to fire at any moment. Whoa, don't move, who the hell are you? I will naturally tell him after Omar comes, or are you planning to cover up this scene? While a few people looked at each other, a person walked down the stairs. He was wearing a hip-hop style shirt with a huge skull printed on his chest. It was the boss, Omar. He was followed by more people who dispersed, faintly surrounding Chi-shan. He glanced at the accident scene, the corners of his mouth curled up, seemingly not caring much. Instead, he sized Chi-shan up and down with great interest. He said frivolously, "Nice suit." Chi-shan shrugged. "Who are you?" Omar asked lightly. Chi-shan's dress was very distinctive, a well-fitting black suit, a bright red shirt on the upper body, revealing a blood-like tie, and a slicked back hair, all spreading a subtle meaning all the time. Blood and slaughter. This is a color hint. Chi-shan's mouth twitched slightly and said, "Just call me Mike." "Okay, Mike, how do you want to die?" Cold light flashed in Omar's small eyes. "There's a person named Piper hiding in the district you control. Find him and hand him over to me." Omar sneered, "Why should I help you do things?" "Because this is a human trafficker, selling women and children for huge profits. Many people want to kill him, and these people, believe me, you really can't afford to provoke them." Chi-shan said indifferently. "Such a great character, does he still need my help?" Omar sneered, "No need to play tricks, I don't have time to play games with you. No matter what you are, even if you are a demon, don't even think about coercing me to help you do things." Chi-shan was expressionless. "Enough nonsense, find Piper, Piper Rex. The sooner you find this person, the sooner I will disappear." "What if I don't look for him?" "Like this." Chi-shan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The car exploded with a bang, and the heatwave shockwave pressed out, smashing an entire wall to pieces. The thugs reflexively fell to the ground, and tentatively raised their heads after the explosion passed. At this time, Chi-shan had disappeared. On the dark ground, a few large characters were impressively written, "Find Piper." The car was burning fiercely, and the flames jumped up and down, with heat waves coming in bursts. Looking at the jumping flames, Omar's expression was dull. Several younger brothers reacted first, yelling and looking for something to put out the fire and calling the fire department. The other few hurried back to the office to prepare for an emergency evacuation. After all, this is Omar's lair, with a lot of things that can't be exposed to the light. If the fire department takes them away, his gang will be directly finished. Chi-shan walked on the street refreshed. "Every time after blowing something up, I always feel particularly good. There's still half of the C4 left. If Omar is obedient, he might be able to save it, otherwise he will have to blow it up again. This is the first time I've seen a button-type detonator. I didn't expect it to be quite useful. This kind of detonator is not a button, but a recording of audio. Set a certain sound or rhythm in advance. When you want to detonate, you don't need any action, just make this sound again. The principle is very simple, but no one in the real world would use this kind of detonator. The safety is too ridiculous. It's very common in this world, which is very good, very DC. That's right, Chi-shan can already be sure that this is the DC world. And the one I met just now must be Supergirl. He doesn't know much about this superhero. But I'm familiar with Superman. On the way here just now, I saw several signs that use Superman, and even Superman dolls were being sold in roadside stores. With such obvious signs, it would be stupid not to see it. It's just that there are too many DC Earths, and it is still impossible to determine which Earth this is. In fact, any Earth is the same to Chi-shan. Except for a few superheroes, Chi-shan doesn't know much about DC. Relatively speaking, I may be more familiar with the Marvel Universe. Who made DC movies so bad? All kinds of parallel spaces make people's heads spin. If you are not a die-hard fan, who would be interested in studying these things? The road is on the mouth, and Shishan is a diligent person. Now that it's late, and a place to rest is needed, Shishan found several kind-hearted people in the dark alleyways. After sending them to the trash, he obtained a relatively reliable address. He hailed a taxi and went straight there. Making fake IDs is a very profitable business in America. The crime isn't too big, but the profit is considerable. Moreover, the audience is wide, including rebellious underage people who want to drink, fugitives on the run, rebellious agents, housewives who can't stand domestic violence, or foreign spies, all of whom desperately need this kind of thing. Therefore, like convenience stores, almost every community has several ID merchants. Just like the inconspicuous print shop in front of Shishan. Simple print shop? Shishan smiled. The defensive equipment of this shop is too complete. Not only is there a protective net on the window, but the door is also an iron gate, and the wooden door inside has 3 locks. Isn't this obvious enough? It's just short of painting the sign on the wall. Anyone with a little brain knows that this place is not simple. This is America, where they like to show everything off. In China, there is usually an extra procedure, generally a pharmacy near the printing shop, or a sales office or similar place. It's quieter, and few people come to disturb. The equipment is not far away. Safety and business are both ensured. Russian ID merchants usually like train stations. As for why, Shishan still doesn't understand. Do those old just like crowded places? Now that it's late, the shop has already turned off the lights. However, Shishan got the news that this person lives inside. Although he claims not to take business at night, if there is a big deal, he probably wouldn't mind working overtime. He went up and knocked on the door. After a few minutes, seeing no response from inside, he stepped forward and knocked again. The light came on inside, followed by faint footsteps. Who is it? The door opened, and inside was a fair-skinned fat man with half-long blonde hair and a few freckles on his face. Looking at his face, he was very young, probably just graduated from college. Shishan looked him up and down, and then said, "Big Henry introduced me. He said you can do expedited IDs here? What's the price?" The fat man sized up Shishan. $20 2 hours at most. Okay. Shishan nodded, took out a roll of banknotes and shook it. The fat man nodded, turned around to check the surveillance screen, and after confirming that Shishan was alone, he opened the door. The inside wasn't too spacious, probably only 30 or 40 square meters. There were several desks, and monitors were hanging on the wall, showing 9 surveillance camera images. There was a door on the back wall, which seemed to be the living room. Taking out a camera from the desk, the fat man reached out his hand and said, "Money?" Shishan ignored him, walked straight over and opened the door. Inside was indeed the living room, with a kitchen, bathroom, and bed. It looked quite clean. Shishan nodded in satisfaction. "What are you doing? This is forbidden territory." The fat man walked over angrily and pushed Shishan hard, causing himself to stagger backward. Shishan took advantage of the situation and tripped him, and he fell to the ground. Bang! The sound of flesh hitting the cutting board. Shishan felt pain for him. The fat man really fell hard this time and couldn't get up for a long time. Click! The sound of a gun made the fat man, who wanted to get angry, freeze. "Relax, the world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. That's not good, not good." Shishan joked and kicked him, "Get up quickly, there are still IDs to be made." The fat man slowly got up, his small eyes full of anger. "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid?" Click. "Keep talking, why don't you talk anymore?" "Maybe if you threaten me a few more times, I will be scared, throw away the pistol, take out all the money on me and apologize to you, and then let you dispose of me." The fat man lowered his head. Shishan twitched the corner of his mouth. "Right, you also know it's impossible, so what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to help me make IDs now, or do you want me to tie you up and do it myself?" The fat man looked up at Shishan. "What, don't believe me?" Shishan smiled. After a few seconds of stalemate, the fat man finally gave up. He said dejectedly, "Okay, what do you want?" "Several driver's licenses, international criminal police documents, FBI documents, and it's best to have an IRS document if you can do it. By the way, can you get a passport? I want an untraceable, complete information passport." The fat man's face turned green. These days, those who want to completely change their identity are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme wanted criminals or serial killers. He was just covering up for parolees and making fake driver's licenses for underage people to buy alcohol. How dare he contact these things? Moreover, making passports is a serious crime, and you'll get at least 10 years if caught. Not to mention making fake FBI documents. Oh God! What have you done? The fat man shook his head. "Sorry, I can only provide a few driver's licenses. I'll give you an hour at most. It's late, and I'm a person who pays attention to health and is ready to sleep." Taking off his coat and throwing it aside, Shishan sat on the chair and opened a computer to browse news information. The fat man peeked at the two pistols on Shishan's lower back and began to work dejectedly. "The time is a bit early now, it's 2015, and the Superman incident 2 years ago caused a great sensation. There are still many people discussing it online. The topic of Superman itself has been very hot, and one of the sections discussing whether Superman is a superhero or a super threat has an amazing number of posts. The major forums are full of serious discussions, but Shishan can see that Superman has gained the support of the vast majority of the people at the level of public opinion. Moreover, it seems that General Zod has already been here, and the two sides had a fierce fight in Metropolis. Superman's identity was officially exposed, attracting the attention of Chris Luthor. Then the Destroyer emerged. Superman and the older version of Batman worked together to send Chris to prison. This matter caused quite a stir, and the Luthor group was also implicated. There are news reports that his sister took over the group's affairs and changed the group's name to L. The situation is currently improving slightly, and the base camp is in Star City. In this world, reports of superheroes seem to dominate the mainstream, and there are superheroes in every country and city, but Shishan is familiar with only a few. Gotham City's Batman has been missing for a long time. There is also no news of any superpower users running rampant in Central City, or the Flash acting righteously. Similarly, there is no madman wearing a green hat and shooting arrows everywhere in Star City. There seems to be only one Superman, and he is busy helping people everywhere. The world seems to be very beautiful. Shishan knows that all this is just an illusion. Now that Supergirl has appeared, I am afraid that aliens from the entire universe will gather on Earth. Having the ability to be invulnerable to swords and guns, maybe I can be a superhero. Although he said that, Shishan didn't think so in his heart. Whether it is conscious or subconscious, Shishan is not the kind of person who advocates for the public. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run to be a smuggler, who exploits legal loopholes and seeks exorbitant profits. He rummaged through the snack bags next to him, found a bag of potato chips, tore open the seal and started eating. "Hey, don't eat my snacks." The fat man was indignant. "Have you finished it?" Shishan looked at his watch. Only 40 minutes had passed. "Here you are." The fat man slapped 5 driver's licenses on the table. "It's done. As long as you don't run in front of the police, there should be no problem." "Can I leave now?" Shishan took a simple look and took out one. "Sphinx montage? Are you kidding me?" The fat man shrugged, a little proud in his eyes. Shishan was speechless and pocketed the fake driver's license. "Whatever the name, it's good enough to use for now." "Okay, it's my fault. I should have told you to be a mic in advance. You can call it whatever you want, now please leave my house. Don't be so ruthless, no matter what, we are destined, we are already friends, aren't we? Friends should help each other. I need to rest now, and you happen to have a very soft bed. I just looked at it, a very thick Simmons, I like it." The fat man was dumbfounded. "What? You still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here? Just for one night? Shouldn't friends help each other?" "Bullshit friends, you haven't even asked my name." The fat man was exasperated. Shishan looked helpless. Names are just titles, can't a friend replace them? Okay, since you insist so much, then tell me your name? I insist, when did I insist? Click. Shishan had a smile on his face, but his hand was on the gun. Rex. Hello Rex, nice to meet you. By the way, your name is quite like a scumbag I've been looking for recently. You wouldn't happen to be called Piper, would you? Lawrence. The fat man shook his head. Then do you have a brother or uncle named Piper? I'm an orphan. Oh, then congratulations. You automatically get the protagonist's fate. You might time travel in the future. The fat man's eyes darted around. What? Shishan picked up his coat and turned to walk into the living room. Oh, right, I forgot to say. If you want to call the police, clean up these devices first, otherwise the police will see them, and you will have to squat in prison for at least 3 years. Believe me, my judgment is very accurate. Of course, if you are interested in inviting a few friends to play, please have them fill their wallets. I'm a little tight on money recently and need help. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the fat man was dumbfounded. Was I taken over? Me? The famous Rex? This is impossible, this must be an illusion. He grabbed the phone and subconsciously wanted to call a friend. But thinking of what Shishan had just said, he hesitated. He glanced in the direction of the living room, gritted his teeth, and put the phone back. He quickly opened the cabinet, stuffed the cash and important documents inside into a bag, grabbed a coat, opened the door and quickly stepped into the night. A gentleman takes revenge, not late overnight. I'll talk to Big Chuck tomorrow. In the underworld, this kind of thing is not something I haven't encountered. Are you afraid of you? The fat man decisively followed his heart. I slept soundly through the night, and the next morning, the little fatty had indeed disappeared. I was still waiting for you to bring people back to make trouble, but you actually just ran away. Shishan shrugged, did a quick wash, then rummaged through the kitchenette, making some bacon, eggs, and toast. He leisurely made himself a hearty breakfast. This fatty clearly didn't like milk, the refrigerator was full of beer. This was a bit of a disappointment to Shishan. After tidying up, he called Lori. The call connected, and Shishan had just stated his identity and hadn't had time to ask about business when he was met with a barrage of questions. God, what did you do last night? The police station's emergency line was blown up. Omar's gang retreated overnight, and the whole house burned like a torch, illuminating the surrounding 3 blocks. This matter has caused a sensation in the neighborhood, and even the police superintendent has personally inquired about it. The aftermath is still not over, and more than 2 investigation teams are investigating the cause of the fire. What exactly did you do? Relax, no one was hurt, right? Last night was just the first step. Now tell me Omar's location. After what happened yesterday, I think he should seriously consider my proposal. What are you going to do again? Shishan was displeased with this tone of questioning, and his voice turned slightly cold. This is how I do things. If you don't like it, you can call it off. Then use the private power of a suspended police officer to do some useless work. Maybe in 3 to 5 months, you'll receive your daughter's body, and maybe even a good piece of meat will be left. Listen, I don't like your tone. You can choose now. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme give me the information I want immediately, or cling to your ridiculous moral values and die. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a low voice said, Omar is at a warehouse on 23rd Street. Shishan hung up the phone, got up, and left. One of the great things about America is that there are cars everywhere, and they're quite cheap. So most Americans don't value cars very much. If you're patient, it's easy to find cars with unlocked doors, and some even have the keys on the dashboard. Just like in the movies. Of course, Shishan wasn't planning to do that, it was too time-consuming. He looked around and chose a Mercedes-Benz SUV. He walked to the driver's side, raised his hand and smashed the window, reached in to unlock it, and then opened the door. He brushed away the broken glass shards on the seat and sat directly in the driver's seat. The car theft tutorials in TV shows are 90% nonsense. The step of connecting the ignition wires is correct, but pulling off the dashboard is not that simple. Sometimes, this kind of thing can be frustratingly strong. But now it was no problem for Chi-shan. He just reached out and grabbed it, without even using too much force, and the dashboard was torn to pieces. He pulled out the ignition wires and tentatively touched them together a couple of times, and the car started immediately. He quickly connected the two wires, shifted gears with his right hand, coordinated with his foot, and the car drove away. Speaking of which, he learned this little trick when he was in the army. Later, when he was doing business, it would occasionally come in handy. He didn't expect that after transmigrating, he would still be able to use it. After passing through a few streets, he quickly arrived at the intersection of 23rd Street. Chi-shan parked slowly on the side of the road and patiently observed. Omar was the boss of the neighborhood, so there must be guards at the entrance. It was easy to find him. If there were people guarding the warehouse entrance, then that was definitely the right place. He pushed the door open and walked over slowly. Chi-shan's attire was very distinctive, and the thugs guarding the entrance recognized him at a glance. They greeted him with some panic, and 4 or 5 people immediately ran out of the warehouse. The leading thug raised his gun, and the others followed suit, raising their guns. A series of firing pin sounds rang out, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, 2 cars suddenly rushed over from North Street, attracting the thug's attention. The leading thug's expression changed, and he turned and ran into the warehouse. The cars braked sharply, and 7 or 8 people piled out. The leader was wearing a blue plaid shirt and had a ponytail, with a fierce look on his face. His underlings were vaguely arranged in a fan shape, protecting him in the center. Needless to say, he was another boss. He glanced at Chi-shan, not paying too much attention, and instead unscrupulously sized up the group of thugs. Omar let his men out, his expression somewhat dignified. "Vega? What are you doing here? Don't be nervous." Vega chuckled, reaching out to straighten the pendant on Omar's neck. "I like your neighborhood. It's clean and tidy, and everyone seems happy. Did you get my goods?" "Not yet, and there definitely won't be any in the future. I said last week that was the last time. I also have brothers, and my brothers need to eat too. It's impossible to give you all the benefits." No, how can you call them benefits? It should be called protection money." Vega's face turned cold, his eyes sharpened, and he poked Omar in the chest, otherwise, danger could happen at any time. "Oh, right, I heard there was an explosion in your house yesterday? Don't worry, it's just a small problem. If you don't give me my goods, it will happen again in the future, I guarantee it." The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and seeing that the people on the other side had already pulled out their submachine guns, Omar could only relent. "I understand, you'll get your goods. I'll send them to you in 3 days. Now get out." "Get out?" Vega sneered. "Are you sure you want to use that word? Listen, you must send my goods before noon tomorrow. I no longer want ordinary medicinal materials, but also those prescription drugs. My people will be waiting for you at Warehouse 26. If anything unexpected happens," Vega didn't finish speaking, waved his hand, and left with his men in the cars. Watching the 2 cars drive away, Omar's face turned black, and he turned to stare at Chi-shan and said, "So what about you? What are you here for? You think a mere bomb can scare me? Do you believe I'll have people chop you into pieces?" Chi-shan remained unmoved, raised his hand and pointed at the 2 cars. "Is his strength stronger than yours? If something goes wrong with that batch of goods, I don't know what will happen to you and your brothers." Click, click. A series of firing pin sounds. The group raised their guns again. Omar shouted excitedly, "If you dare touch a finger to my goods, I'll blow your head off." "Oh? Is that so? Then why not try it now?" Omar was immediately caught in a dilemma, and the situation suddenly froze. Chi-shan waited for a full 10 seconds, left a phone number, and then slowly turned around. "Find Piper, otherwise I guarantee that batch of goods will end up like this." After speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a car not far away suddenly exploded. Flames soared into the sky, and the entire car seemed to be blown apart, jumping 30 centimeters high in place before crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden explosion startled everyone. The raging flames set off Qi-shan's gradually receding figure, emitting a sense of inexplicable fear. Ah! Bang bang bang! Omar roared madly, firing his handgun wildly at the burning vehicle until the magazine was empty, then he threw the handgun on the ground. He panted heavily, stared fiercely at Qi-shan's back, and shouted, "Have people find Piper Rex?" Hearing this from afar, a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Qi-shan's mouth. He turned the corner, walked slowly along the street, bought a cell phone along the way, and bought some sandwiches at a bakery, eating as he walked. The bombs were used up, that was the last of the stock. With the 2 previous persuasions, he believed there would be results soon. He took out his phone and called Laurie, asking him to pay attention to incoming calls, as there might be news of Piper at any time. Although Laurie was skeptical, he was somewhat pleasantly surprised and quickly agreed. The time was set for noon tomorrow, but according to Qi-shan's estimate, with the strengthened information channels of the community gangs, they could find Piper's location in at most 3 hours. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to complete this task before sunset today. At this moment, 4 or 5 masked robbers suddenly rushed out of the bank on the street corner. Just as they were about to get into the car, a figure descended from the sky and directly smashed the car flat. The robbers brazenly opened fire, and bullets rained down like popping beans. Unfortunately, when they hit the person, they could only splash out a few sparks, and then the bullets deformed and fell to the ground, unable to even delay the person's footsteps. Hearing the gunshots, the surrounding people fled in panic. Qi-shan watched with interest, continuing to devour the sandwich. Blonde hair, a red cape, black stockings. Although he couldn't see her face, it was clear that this was Supergirl. Walking forward against the bullets was no different for Supergirl than walking against a few snowflakes. The robbers' minds had long collapsed, and they were blank except for frantically pulling the trigger. Supergirl got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme and disarmed them with a few simple moves. Then she pulled out the men's belts and tied them into a bundle. Then she stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. By the time everything was resolved, the police car had rushed over from 2 blocks away. Watching them skillfully surround the scene and pick up the pieces, Qi-shan threw away the packaging in his hand and turned to leave. Supergirl, huh? A bit interesting. The phone rang, it was Laurie. Mike, Omar found her, that bitch Piper. Qi-shan was a little surprised, so fast, it's only been 15 minutes. Because Piper appeared swaggeringly in Omar's territory, currently at the intersection of 17th Avenue and the river. Can you get over here as soon as possible? I think I might need your help. Okay. Arriving at the designated location by taxi, I saw Laurie waving from the side of the road as soon as I got out of the car. He was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, his face still weathered, but his eyes were much more spirited. It was as if he had suddenly seen hope. Where is he? Laurie pointed in a direction and said, he's over there, but he's with Vega. Omar also arrived in a truck a while ago. They seemed to be doing some kind of transaction. Following the direction he pointed, Qi-shan indeed saw in Vega. Next to them was a white mid-sized van, which should have contained the so-called goods. At this time, a scruffy-looking white man was leaning against the van, his eyes darting around nervously. Is that the guy, Piper Rex? That's him. Qi-shan could vaguely hear Laurie grinding his teeth. Got it. Leave it to me. Be careful. Give me a signal if you spot anything unusual. I brought a sniper rifle. Qi-shan looked at Laurie with some surprise. Laurie nodded fiercely. Did you bring any grenades? Give me 2. It was just a casual remark, but Laurie actually pulled out 2 pineapples and stuffed them into Qi-shan's hands, then turned and rushed into the nearby stairwell. He's really desperate. Adjusting his collar, he was just about to go over when a commotion suddenly came from a distance. Omar's men had a conflict with Vega's men. Omar's men were quickly disarmed, and Vega's face showed a look of triumph. As Qi-shan got closer, he could vaguely hear Vega's smug declaration of victory. Let me tell you, Omar, you're finished today.
How dare you search my men? Don't you know that Piper has been with me for years? This is a provocation.
Today, I'm going to take over your entire community.
If you know what's good for you, get out of my territory before dark. If I see you or your men again tomorrow, I'll throw you into a blender and turn you into dog food. Do you understand?
Just after he finished his harsh words, a small pineapple suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the crowd. The group of people froze for a second, then scattered in a frenzy.
Boom!
An explosion sounded, and a group of people fell to the ground. The muzzle of a gun was silently pressed against Vega's head, making a crisp sound. Vega looked up, trying to struggle to get up.
Don't move, don't move.
Trust me, an extra hole in your head won't make you feel any fresher. The group of people scrambled to their feet, each with injuries.
It seemed that the shrapnel from the small pineapple was quite powerful.
A rubber bullet bounced off his shoe, and Qi Shan's lips curled into a smile.
Let me go, who are you?
Piper, whose shoulder was being gripped tightly by Qi Shan's left hand, struggled constantly. Qi Shan remained unmoved, stepped on Vega, who was trying to get up, and raised his chin.
Omar, I'll give you a gift.
Omar glanced at Vega and said with pleasure, Okay, I like this gift.
He took 2 steps forward with his men, grabbed Vega, and choked his neck. Never thought you'd have this day, did you? I'm telling you, starting today, your territory is mine.
Vega's eyes were cold, and he didn't say a word.
2 underlings stepped forward and dragged Vega away. Omar walked over and said, No matter who you are, let's just call it even. I don't want to see you again.
Qi Shan smiled and said, Don't be so sure. I have a feeling we might be seeing each other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme in the future.
Ha! Omar's eyes widened.
At this moment, Lori, carrying a long black bag on his back, walked over quickly, his eyes fixed on Piper.
You bastard, I finally found you. Let's go.
After speaking, he stepped forward and grabbed him, took out a zip tie to tie him up, and shoved him into the trunk of a car. Qi Shan smiled slightly and then followed. Omar repeatedly clenched the gun in his hand, feeling a bit of an urge to shoot him in the back. Suddenly seeing the small pineapple in Qi Shan's hand, he quickly dismissed the idea. He muttered in a low voice, waved his hand, and told his underlings to retreat quickly. Now that he had taken over a new district, there were many things to do. Although he lost a villa, he eliminated a strong enemy and gained a district. Overall, it was still a profit. However, found it difficult to feel any gratitude for Qi Shan's methods. Taking a ride with Lori, he returned to Tom's bar. Getting out of the car, Lori pressed Piper and disappeared into the corner, while Qi Shan sat at the bar, slowly drinking beer with a plate of cashews. It was only noon, and Tom had just opened, with no customers at all. Qi Shan was the only person in the entire bar. Listening to the screams coming from behind from time to time, Qi Shan calmly and leisurely watched TV. Sure enough, it was another report about Supergirl's heroic deeds. Several different channels were analyzing the matter from different angles. It seemed that the appearance of Supergirl had greatly excited the news media. The police were routinely showing their faces, and high-ranking officials with flowery epaulets solemnly complained about Supergirl's overreach. Stating political correctness, the reporter seized the opportunity to spark discussion.
The studio was in an uproar.
After a while, Tom walked out wiping his hands, his expression calm.
Qi Shan glanced at him and could clearly see the bloodstains on the rag. How did it go? He told me. Lori has already gone over there.
Tom walked to the sink, carefully washed his hands, and answered faintly.
Need any help? No need. Lori brought 2 people. There shouldn't be any problems.
Drying his hands, Tom walked over and took a bottle of very high-end champagne from the top of the shelf. He opened it with a tool and poured 2 glasses, placing one in front of Qi Shan.
Thank you. It's nothing. He paid for it.
Tom nodded and took a key from his pocket and placed it on the bar.
Room 307, International City.
From now on, you have a year of free housing. Qi Shan took the key, and a slight smile appeared on his lips.
I hope the environment is good. Definitely no problem.
Tom nodded and took out another key and placed it in front of Chishan.
This is?
You could say it's spoils of war, or you could say it's my thanks. Tom said, Piper Rex owns a bond company that specializes in bail bond mortgages. You know, for shell corporations to launder money.
I vaguely remember it.
It seems to be a small shop.
Take it. I'll get the paperwork sorted out for you in a few days. By the way, is there a problem with your identity? So generous?
Chishan picked up the key and glanced at it, not being polite. My identity hasn't been sorted out yet.
I only got a few fake IDs yesterday. Can you get a passport there? I can, but it takes time and it's expensive. How much money do you need? Complete identity information?
Of course.
100,000 yuan, I can get the best.
Chishan nodded. Okay, how long will it take?
A week at most.
Chishan picked up the champagne and drank it all in one gulp, got up and said, in that case, I really need a legitimate job.
I'm leaving to go see the 2 properties I acquired. Tom shouted from behind, leave me a phone number. It's already written on the napkin.
Chishan waved his hand and pushed the door open and walked out. Tom picked up the fruit plate, and sure enough, there was a napkin underneath, with a few numbers written diagonally on it. The bar wasn't far from International City, 3 blocks away, and it was only a 20-minute walk. This area was obviously a business district, with tall buildings everywhere, signs more exaggerated than the next, and various high-end shops lined up. Even most of the pedestrians on the street were office workers. Occasionally, you could see hot dog and ice cream stands on the roadside, very American. The apartments in International City were pretty good. The area wasn't that big, but it was decorated very delicately. The functional areas were distinct, and the furniture and basic living supplies were all available. Chishan simply walked around the room and found that it seemed that he only needed to fill the refrigerator and buy some personal items. There was no need to rush these things. Anyway, Chishan wasn't planning on cooking at home. Turning around and going out, he prepared to go see the so-called bond company.
Hailing a car on the roadside, it took about 30 minutes to reach the destination.
This side was a bit far from the business district, and the number of tall buildings dropped sharply. Most of them were 1- or 2-story buildings. This so-called bond company was actually just a shop with an area of about 100 square meters, divided into front and back rooms. Other than being on the street, there were no advantages.
Piper was obviously not a businessman.
The signboard was old and damaged. Although it was barely usable, it gave people a desolate feeling of the end of the world. The interior decoration was also old, and there was nothing valuable. There was a 16-inch safe that was very conspicuous, but it was broken and the door couldn't even be closed.
Inside were all kinds of odds and ends, not worth a penny.
There were 2 rows of shelves in the room, with some messy documents placed on them.
Judging from the yellowing and aging, they were at least a few years old. It needs cleaning up too.
After simply taking a look, he didn't even have the interest to sit down.
Chishan turned around and went out.
The basic problems were solved, and now it seemed that he should consider the problem of money.
He couldn't go out and rob petty gangsters every night, could he? Or become a superhero for a while and pickpocket along the way?
Those bastards who make a living from illegal activities are very rich. Thinking about it, Chishan couldn't help but feel a little tempted.
Maybe he could try?
In the following days, Chishan became a temporary night watchman. Every night, he would put on a makeshift Peking opera mask and go around causing trouble for small-time gangsters. His main targets were the laundry detergent vendors, as they carried the most cash. Of course, Chishan was also happy to take advantage of drunk white people or black people trying to rob others.
Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Mount Jean is also built up grain by grain.
After a few days of collecting, he managed to scrape together a little over 5,000. Then, he placed 2 orders with the housekeeping company to clean both properties until they were brand new. He also replenished the food in the refrigerator at home, filling it with a large pile of snacks and beer. Then, Chishan holed himself up at home. These days, the entertainment industry was dominated by supergirls, with all the major media outlets covering them. Grant Company released clear photos of the Supergirls, and a large number of people became fans of their long, black-stockinged legs. Even when calling to order a meal, you could hear background noise discussing Supergirls. After holing up at home for a few days and experimenting in different ways, Shishan gained a better understanding of his abilities.
His absolute defense ability was of an absorption nature.
All energy, including kinetic energy, could be absorbed through contact and immediately converted into a strange type of energy within his body.
This was different from Superman's body of steel.
When a bullet hits a body of steel, the reaction force does not disappear, the bullet head will be twisted and deformed. But when a bullet hits Shishan, the bullet head will fall to the ground intact. Through these days of absorption, the mist-like energy within his body had gradually begun to transform into a liquid state. Shishan was faintly looking forward to the changes after the qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, the system was as quiet as a dog, and no matter how much he teased it, there was no response. It only displayed smoky letters at a fixed time each day, reminding him of the invasion countdown.
Today was the last day.
The so-called invader would appear tomorrow. To this, Shishan was actually somewhat looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Tom called him to go to the bar, saying that the passport had been arranged.
Shishan couldn't help but take another look. Lori? How did things go?
Lori shook his head and pulled a girl over, saying, "This is my daughter, Trisha." Then he said to the girl, "This is Mike, he helped a lot." Trisha said gratefully, "Thank you, Mike, thank you very much." Shishan made a my pleasure gesture with a smile on his face.
A teenage girl in her rebellious phase, plus the rampant rebellious teenagers in America. Shishan could easily imagine her previous reckless behavior, so he naturally didn't bother to say anything.
Lori was very excited and pulled Shishan to the bar, personally poured him a glass of wine, and spoke with gratitude in his tone. Then he chattered on about how well behaved his daughter had been these past few days, as if she had become a different person. As for the fate of Piper Rex, he only glossed over it and didn't go into detail. Shishan's lips curled slightly, not taking it to heart.
Guns are rampant in America, and there are many perverts. Without any major incidents, tens of thousands of people die every year. Moreover, with deep hatred, it's not uncommon to chop someone up, wrap them in dumplings, and eat them.
Tom walked over and slapped a passport and several bank cards on the bar.
It's done, Mike Chi.
There are also 2 credit cards that were issued under this name. The store documents are a bit more troublesome, at most 3 days. Shishan picked up the passport and looked it over. It really looked the part. He gave Tom a thumbs up and revealed a smile. "No need to flatter me, pay back the money sooner, it's $100,000. Don't worry, at most a month." Money was nothing to Shishan now. If it really came down to it, robbing an armored car would solve everything. He didn't want to solve it now, only because of the system's invasion prompt. Lori patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'm here.
I've caught Rex and Vega, and I've been reinstated. I'll get you 2 parolees tomorrow, easy." Shishan waved his hand, "I have my own way."
"You should spend more time with your daughter." Lori shrugged and took his daughter to dance. With the crisis resolved, Lori's life had rebounded from rock bottom. He had completely let go, insisted on drinking with Shishan, and ran to the stage to sing, dancing and making noise with his daughter, like a madman. They made a scene until nearly midnight before dispersing. After returning home, Shishan made a glass of lemonade and sat quietly on the sofa. He was waiting for something to happen. When the hands of the clock overlapped at 12 o'clock, a line of smoky letters appeared as scheduled. This time it was even more concise, with only 4 words. "Invasion begins." Then the letters turned into a wisp of smoke, gradually expanding and gathering into a shapely body of Gulinglong, and then the smoke dissipated. A woman with a graceful figure and delicate features suddenly appeared before his eyes. "First boss, Tomi, has arrived." The smoky letters reappeared, gathered for a few seconds, and then quickly changed, revealing other letters.
"Newbie mission triggered, Tomi's immortal state is suppressed. Mission, kill Tomi once and ensure that she cannot revive within 30 days.
After completing the mission, you can obtain a newbie reward. Then the smoky letters automatically dissipated. Shishan looked up at the woman in front of him, feeling a chill in his heart. Even though he considered himself to be brave, after retiring from the army, he first worked as an illegal immigrant in America, and then did some business similar to a cleaner, and later became a smuggler after seizing an opportunity. He had experienced days of bloody storms to some extent. But seeing the woman in front of him, Shishan still couldn't help but tremble. This was Tomi. A great demon who takes it as her mission to play with men and always wants to drag people into hell. Suddenly appearing in a strange place, Tomi was very calm. She charmingly stroked her hair, calmly glanced at Shishan, and then walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window. After looking at it quietly for a while, she suddenly laughed loudly. What a nice night view. She suddenly turned around and pointed at Shishan. You, get me some money, I want to go out and play. Play your sister, you psycho? How could Shishan let Tomi out? She was a character with plane-level toxicity. One person could create a doomsday, and if given enough time, it wouldn't be impossible to destroy a civilization. Tomi's face suddenly darkened. Pay attention to your attitude when speaking to me, I am Tomi. An arrogant personality. Shishan ignored her. When dealing with Oba's matter before, he had conveniently stolen a few handcuffs, which were now useful. He rummaged under the coffee table, walked to Tomi's side, and roughly twisted one of her arms behind her back and tied it up. You. Taking advantage of Tomi's anger and opening her mouth to curse, Shishan quickly stuffed a ball of linen into her mouth. He couldn't let her speak. Tomi's passive skill of charming men was several levels higher than a vampire's magic of controlling humans. It was impossible to defend against, so it was better to just block her mouth. Tomi looked at Shishan calmly, with mockery and contempt in her eyes. As if to say, you don't dare to do anything to her. Shishan felt a fire in his heart, and suddenly a desire to stab her to death surged up. At the moment the thought arose, a coolness ran through his forehead, and then all distracting thoughts disappeared. The unknown energy in his body increased greatly out of thin air. It even directly catalyzed the first drop of liquid energy. Shishan widened his eyes, feeling a WTF in his heart. Should this be considered emotional energy, or magic energy? Anyway, it wasn't anything normal. He couldn't show his eyes phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. He turned around and tore off a piece of the tablecloth, folded it 3 times, and covered Tomi's eyes. Then Shishan turned around and changed his own clothes, and took out the Peking opera mask and put it on his face. He opened the door and observed, then turned back and carried Tomi and rushed into the emergency corridor. To deal with Tomi, you must burn her all to ashes before she splits. Once released, leaving photos and images. Or if others see her and can't help but kill and dismember her, it will be irreversible. The apartment-style high-rise building had a total of 4 elevators, and the emergency corridor led directly to the underground parking lot, which was very beneficial for the current situation. Carrying Tomi, Shishan strode to the underground parking lot level and pushed open the safety door. He found a suitable car nearby, smashed the glass with a punch, opened the door, and threw Tomi into the back seat. He grabbed the ignition wire and started the car. A minute later, a crazy SUV crashed through the gate and rushed out, leaving the bewildered security guard standing there in a daze. He floored the accelerator, made a beautiful tail flick, and rushed into the main road, heading towards the suburbs. The best way to deal with Tomi was high temperature. Shishan could only think of 2 suitable places at the moment. One was the crematorium's incinerator, and the other was the steel mill's molten steel pool. Whichever one it was, as long as Tomi was thrown in, there was more than a 90% chance of killing her. Now, Shishan could only pray that no accidents would happen on the road. If he encountered a traffic police checkpoint, he might have to resort to drastic measures. The steel mill was located in the industrial area, much closer than the funeral home. There's a saying that when you have a corpse hidden in your trunk, you're at your most law-abiding. Driving with frequent stops, they left the city. Only after turning onto the suburban road did Shishan's tense nerves relax a little. He looked back and saw that Tomi was still tightly bound. Could it be because of the newbie quest? For some reason, Shishan always felt that things wouldn't go as smoothly as he thought. Just then, a tanker truck roared past, making a deafening noise. Shishan subconsciously tapped the brakes. Just as the distance between them had widened, a figure descended from the sky, smashing a fist into the front of the roaring tanker truck. Bang! The tanker truck was like crashing into the sturdiest fortress. The rear wheels lifted, twisting into a pretzel shape amidst the sound of steel bending and cracking. Boom! A flash of fire, then a violent explosion. The incident was sudden. Shishan didn't have time to dodge and crashed head-on. The front half of the car plunged straight in. The scene was silent, except for the violent roar of the flames. Crack! Supergirl pried open the deformed steel and slowly walked out. The tanker truck driver also scrambled up from a dozen meters away, veins bulging on his forehead. He didn't know where he pulled out a sharp axe from, and with a loud roar, he charged towards Supergirl. The front of the truck exploded a second time, scattering debris everywhere. Shishan kicked open the car door and squeezed himself out of the deformed space. This is the second time. He glanced at Tomi, who had large patches of blood on her body. Fortunately, most of it was superficial wounds, and no parts were missing. Her blindfold had fallen down, and fresh blood flowed from her forehead, staining her beautiful hair and then her eyes. Through the thin film of blood, her scorching gaze emitted a terrifying red glow. In contrast, she had an extremely happy smile on her face. Blood and fire were Tomi's favorite. Shishan squinted and looked over, confirming it was Supergirl. Bang, bang. The sounds of fighting were deafening. Although it was a fistfight, it sounded like heavy air hammers. The two fought fiercely. With every move, they shattered the ground, carving out ravines. At this moment, the asphalt was no longer asphalt but tofu. Even a slight fluctuation of power would cause large areas to crumble. Shishan was speechless for a long while. Needless to say, it's collateral damage again. I've realized that nothing good ever comes from encountering Supergirl. There was an obvious roadblock ahead, so there was no way to pass. Walking on foot was also unrealistic. The steel mill was still more than 10 kilometers away. Not to mention physical strength, the helicopters in the air would also be a problem. He glanced at the tanker truck in front and stroked his chin. Perhaps there's only one way. He tore open the back door of the car, dragged Tomi out, and carried her to the tanker's fuel tank. Then, he launched a flying kick, creating a large hole in the fuel tank. Gasoline poured down, drenching Tomi's head and face. With the source of fire right in front of her, Tomi couldn't be happier. Tomi twisted and writhed, emitting a sound like crying and laughing amidst the scorching smell of roasted meat. 10 minutes ago. At DEO headquarters, Director John Jones' face was grim, with the reports from the observers constantly ringing in his ears. All personnel in position. The target will reach the designated location in 30 seconds. Civilian detected. Quickly notify Supergirl. Too late, the plan has already begun. Unrelated civilian vehicle destroyed. John said coldly, calculate the impact force and determine if there are any survivors. Supergirl forcibly stopped the tanker truck. The impact force of the car behind is definitely greater than the critical value. The ambulance has already been notified and is expected to arrive in 25 minutes. John said, notify the fire department and tell them to clean up the mess. Yes, sir. DEO was a law enforcement agency that dealt with aliens with violence. Accidental injuries were inevitable during capture operations. Everyone was already familiar with this procedure. At most, they would mourn for 5 seconds for the innocent to express their apologies. As for compensation? Impossible. The entire DEO was a secret organization that didn't exist on the surface. What name would they use to compensate? Too bad for you. However, just then, an observer suddenly shouted. That's not right, that person didn't die, and there's not even any blood. The satellite image clearly showed Shishan kicking open the car door and squeezing his body out of the dented car. The image was very clear, even showing the patterns on his clothes.
The situation is not right, Director? John frowned. Notify Supergirl, it's likely the other party's helper. Tell the assault team to move out and capture them alive. God, what is he going to do? On the screen, Chi-Shan picked up Tomi, carried her to the bottom of the fuel tank, and set her on fire a few seconds later. The flames were raging, and the scene was beautiful, but everyone was stunned. Director John said, add a tag, extremely dangerous. Notify Supergirl, adjust the priority order. Yes, sir. On the other side, Supergirl and the alien were fighting more and more fiercely. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme Supergirl flew out, plowing a ravine in the ground, or the alien flew out, smashing the tanker truck in half, scattering the fire everywhere, and the flames spread everywhere. Chi-Shan watched coldly, standing there quietly, ignoring it as long as the aftermath of the power didn't affect Tomi's burning position. The alien occasionally flew towards his direction, but Chi-Shan remained indifferent. Baldy had already seen Chi-Shan, but he was fighting Supergirl with real fire and didn't bother with extra things. Tomi twisted and wriggled in the flames, appearing abnormally terrifying and eerie in the continuous burning flames. Although Chi-Shan's face was expressionless, he was also slightly uncomfortable. But he knew this was the only way. If he didn't take this opportunity to kill Tomi once, not only would the mission fail, but the seed of disaster would definitely be released. More than 20 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end. Although Supergirl's physical fitness was off the charts, she was ultimately just a news assistant, and she was at a great disadvantage against a seasoned prisoner. After being tricked into the ground one more time, she finally ran out of strength. Baldy's attack was effective, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself, spouting a lot of trash talk. Chi-Shan curled his lip. Constant truth, villains die from talking too much. The sound of a helicopter came from the horizon. Just as Chi-Shan was about to look up, smoky words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mission completed, reward issued. First intruder, Tomi, has been killed. Reward, Tomi regeneration factor. Optional to acquire Tomi's memories, yes or no. Chi-Shan quickly clicked no. He didn't want the memories of Tomi, that pervert. He felt a spherical object suddenly appear in his hand. Chi-Shan curiously touched it. About the size of a ping-pong ball, the surface was very smooth, very heavy, and felt a bit like ceramic. He stared at it, and a line of smoky words appeared beside it. Tomi regeneration factor. The main body has complete control, optional to fuse organic matter with it. Once the appearance is determined, it cannot be changed. The fusion body will gain 13 of Tomi's regeneration ability. Fusion time, countdown 30 seconds, 29, 28. Damn, there's even a time limit. Isn't this a scam? Chi-Shan quickly pressed the sphere against his chest. Who knew it would make a light popping sound, with no reaction at all? He tried again. Still no reaction. Chi-Shan scratched his head. Could it be because of the absolute defense ability? The two people in front were in the final battle. Supergirl's scorching gaze was focused on the axe, wanting to melt Chironwa. And that alien didn't even think about kicking her to break the deadlock. Instead, he stood there dumbly, arguing with Supergirl. He deserved to give away the head in the end. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Chi-Shan turned his gaze to the pile of charcoal next to him. He raised his hand and threw the regeneration factor into it. I didn't expect to not get rid of Tomi in the end. I hope the main body's complete control ability will allow the newborn Tomi to be controlled. The regeneration factor touched the charcoal. It instantly liquefied and permeated into it. Even though a shallow flame was still burning on it, it couldn't stop the charcoal from rapidly reviving. Hearing popping sounds in his ear, the flames gradually extinguished, and the charcoal gradually expanded. First the torso, then the hands and feet, vaguely appearing a shapely female body. Crack! With a soft sound, it broke out of its cocoon like a butterfly. As a fair hand appeared before Chi-Shan's eyes, the charcoal ash shattered inch by inch, revealing an exquisitely enchanting woman. An enchanting face, smooth black hair, and a graceful figure. Even though he knew she was Tomi, Chi-Shan couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart. Illuminated by the firelight,
the tear mole at the corner of Tomi's eye exuded a strange charm.
He even inexplicably thought of Dr. Muad Ua Duibni.
That Lancer of the Fourth Holy Grail War also had an enchanting tear stain, which was rumored to even have incredible magical power. The helicopter in the sky gradually approached, dropping ropes to deploy the assault team. Shishan grabbed Tomi and carried her on his back, quickly rushing into the nearby forest.
At this time, Supergirl's continuous scorching gaze finally made the axe reach its limit, and it exploded with a bang.
The alien was knocked away by the impact and was stuck in the ground for a long time, unable to get up.
The assault team filed down, quickly surrounding the entire battlefield.
A squad quickly approached the battlefield and reported after checking, target disappeared, repeat, target disappeared. Then, 2 team members checked the area below the fuel tank. No victims were found, only some ashes. The assault team dispersed and searched around. Supergirl gasped for breath and slowly got up, walking to the alien's body.
Surrender.
The alien laughed wildly. You have no idea what you're facing.
Nazeono City is destined to be destroyed.
After speaking, he grabbed a piece of the axe and committed suicide.
Supergirl was silent. DEO was jubilant. They didn't care about the alien's life or death. Clearing the target was victory.
The assault team quickly cleaned up the body, briefly concealed the scene, and quickly withdrew. At this time, the sound of sirens was only faintly heard in the distance.
DEO headquarters, conference room.
The large screen displayed an enlarged image of a facial makeup pattern, with a few lines of small text beside it, marking its color ratio and other relevant information.
Alex Danvers was giving a summary report to the director. A newly emerged unknown target, we have tentatively designated as X. Regarding this person, there is very little information. Currently, we can only determine that he is not interested in Supergirl.
It is impossible for the other party to know our raid mission, so the possibility of an accidental encounter is relatively high, but we cannot rule out that he has other purposes. Throughout the entire battle between Supergirl and the aliens, the other party did not show any reaction. Instead, he was engaged in murdering a woman.
Our satellite recorded the entire process.
It can be confirmed that the woman was burned to death. However, when the commando team cleared the scene, they did not find any remains.
The satellite showed that the woman reappeared after being burned, and then was taken away. Preliminary suspicion is that it was some kind of ritual. John said, so, these 2 people were inadvertently drawn in?
Very likely, but there is too little information to create a complete character profile. The only thing that can be confirmed is that these 2 people are hiding in National City.
John nodded. Stay focused and be vigilant. Yes. International City apartment.
Shishan and Tomi sat facing each other, in a state of staring at each other for quite a while. To avoid being naked, Shishan put a large shirt on Tomi, revealing her smooth and delicate beautiful legs. The way she sat sideways on the sofa was very alluring.
You what? Hand over the credit card.
I want to buy designer clothes and stay in high-end hotels. Tomi raised her chin, speaking as if Shishan owed her something. Shishan nodded. Good, this is very Tomi.
This vile personality has not changed at all, but the slight sense of childishness is what the hell? Could it be that the fire burned her brain?
Shaking his head, Shishan simply gave up the idea of communicating with her and commanded, "Shut up."
Tomi glanced disdainfully.
Just as she was about to speak, she found that her mouth seemed to be stuck together, unable to open no matter what.
Good, now lie down on the sofa. Do not leave a step until you receive an order. Tomi stood up as expected, naturally walked to the sofa and lay down, and even unfolded a blanket to cover herself. Is this the so-called complete control of the main body?
Although I don't know how to use it yet. After settling the big trouble, Shishan also washed up and prepared to rest. After running around outside all day, he was startled by Tomi again in the evening, not to mention witnessing an alien fight. Besides lamenting the impermanence of fate, what else can he do?
He was awakened by a phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning.
It was Lori, asking Shishan to go to the police station as soon as possible. He hung up the phone before he finished speaking, seeming very urgent. Shishan yawned and tilted his head to think. It seemed that there was nothing to do today. So he simply washed up, then went to the closet and took a set of women's clothes and threw them to Tomi. This apartment originally belonged to Lori's daughter, and the closet was full of clothes.
After putting on the beautiful clothes, Tomi's eyes lit up a bit.
The two of them didn't communicate much and went out directly.
Shishan didn't want to hear Tomi speak. With her vile personality, she definitely wouldn't say anything good.
He simply didn't give her the chance, so as not to cause trouble for himself. And after what happened last night, Tomi knew that she had no power to resist now. This man always gave her a faint sense of awe.
Whenever his orders were spoken, she would willingly obey.
She would only wake up and realize what happened after doing it. This filled Tomi's heart with a strange feeling. Arriving at the police station by taxi, Lori was already waiting at the door.
He warmly embraced Shishan, glanced at Tomi, and smiled. Your girlfriend?
Hee, I still want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a few more days.
Shishan shrugged. Lori was strange. What do you mean? Shishan waved his hand, unwilling to say more. Lori didn't care.
He led Shishan to the side, only to find that there were already 4 or 5 people waiting beside him, both men and women, each with a bit of anxiety on their faces. Shishan glanced at them, with some guesses in his mind.
Officer, is that him? That's right. Lori nodded. Mike's bond company is a recent partner of the police.
You only need to pay a 20% commission to pledge bail bonds at his company, and the police will consider giving some preferential treatment. Your family members are all repeat offenders who have been in and out of the station several times.
Don't you want to find someone with connections to reduce some trouble for yourself?
The police had already said so, and several people were a little tempted.
Lori patted Shishan on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. All right, I'll leave these people to you. I'll have someone send you the specific information. I have something to do, so I'll leave first.
Shishan nodded. Lori left, and the people around him gathered around, asking Shishan about the scope of his business.
How could he know these things?
Since taking over that debt collection company, he had only been there twice. The first time was to recognize the place, and the second time was to call a cleaning company to clean it. He hadn't even looked at the documents inside so far, and Shishan had never even heard of bail bond companies before, so how could he understand this business? But Lori had kindly brought customers, and he couldn't directly refuse him. He could only perfunctorily reply, with an impatient expression on his face. It gave off the feeling of saying less nonsense, do the business if you want, or get lost.
The people were really intimidated. How about this? It's hard to explain for a while.
Come to my company this afternoon, bring your cash or collateral, and the procedures will be done directly there.
All right, that's it.
After Shishan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Although the people were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to mutter a few words in a low voice and disperse. Shishan thought with a headache, this business seems so troublesome.
If only Tomi could take over. If her ability is used in doing business, it's simply invincible.
At this moment, Tomi, who had been following behind him, suddenly turned and left.
Shishan was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" "Learning about bail bond collateral business." Shishan was shocked. "Can you sense what I'm thinking?"
Tomi shook her head. "No, I just suddenly received such an order."
"Can I go now?"
Shishan hesitated for a moment, then took some money and stuffed it into her hand, saying, "Restrain your personality a bit, try not to cause trouble, you can go."
Tomi nodded and turned to leave.
Shishan looked at her back, feeling a little strange in his heart. She clearly hated it to death yesterday, so why is she so obedient today? Letting Tomi out was only a matter of time. Shishan couldn't possibly keep her restrained by his side all the time. What happened just now made Shishan suspect that Tomi could receive his orders from a distance. Complete control ability, perhaps it's not that simple. Watching Tomi turn into the street corner and disappear from sight, Shishan's heart stirred. A few seconds later, she indeed retreated back, jumped 3 times in place, turned around once, and then left again. Looking at the bewildered faces of the passers-by at the end of the street, Shishan couldn't help but laugh.
Lori suddenly popped out from behind, strangely saying, "What are you doing?" Standing here laughing foolishly. "It's nothing, thanks to you this time, I'm happy to make money. They're all just small fries, adding up to a maximum of $10,000 US.
Lori waved his hand.
$10,000 is still money. Why did you come out again, looking for me for something? Not me, it's Tom. He said that he called you just now, and a woman answered the phone, so he asked me to come and see what's going on." As he spoke, Lori showed a meaningful smile.
Shishan was slightly stunned, reached out and touched his pocket, and sure enough, his phone was gone. Needless to say, Tomi's fault. It must have been when I gave her the keys just now.
Should I say, as expected of Tomi?
Shishan shook his head. "The phone is with Tomi. I asked her to handle some business matters. That woman is called Tomi, a strange name, but she's really beautiful. It's really strange, I used to have face blindness when it came to Asians. Men are okay, but women all look the same to me.
But your assistant is so stunning to me." As he spoke, Lori even stroked his chin. "Why don't you introduce me?"
Shishan's eyes were a little strange. "Maybe there will be a chance in the future. I found that you are still suitable for the decadent style. Once you untie your knot, you become a funny guy."
Lori laughed loudly and handed the phone over. "It's already dialed, you can talk to him yourself." Shishan took the phone and said hello.
The voice on the other side was indeed Tom's.
"Mike? Do you have time to come to the bar? I might need your help with something. I haven't had breakfast yet. I was woken up by a phone call early in the morning and just ran to the police station. Come to the bar to eat, I have good Italian veal here."
"For the sake of the food, okay. By the way, don't tell Lori, otherwise he will definitely skip work."
Shishan glanced at Lori.
"Okay, I'll be right there."
Lori asked strangely, "What are you looking at me for? By the way, what did Tom want you for? I asked him just now but he didn't say anything. He's afraid you'll skip work again to drink his wine." Lori laughed.
Shishan waved his hand and turned to leave. Arriving at Tom's bar, Tom was already waiting at the door.
"Where's my little beef?" "Here." Tom tossed over 2 hamburgers and said, "Fill your stomach first.
When I get my hands on the little beef, I'll definitely call you over to eat."
"Knew you were going to play tricks."
Shishan rolled his eyes, leaned against the wooden fence, and opened the hamburger wrapper to take a bite.
"What's so important that you dragged me all the way over here? Remember Lucy?"
Shishan put his hand to his forehead and said painfully, "Big brother, I've told you, I just came to this city, I don't know anyone except you guys, and Lucy."
"Are you serious?"
A trace of embarrassment flashed in Tom's eyes.
"Okay, my bad.
I should have introduced her to you earlier. Lucy is the waitress at the celebration that night, the one you said could gather people's hearts."
E++? That's her. Tom nodded. "I remember her, what's wrong?" "Someone wants to kill her."
Shishan gave him a look, and Tom immediately smiled wryly. "I have to do something. Lucy's father was a comrade of mine, and when he was dying, I promised to take care of his daughter. Besides, Lucy is very capable. More than half of the alcohol in my shop is sold by her.
Without her, the business on the surface would be ruined. And
you'll lose your reputation."
Shishan interrupted him and said, "I understand your routine, but this shouldn't be a problem for you, right?"
Tom was silent for a moment, then said, "I have my own enemies too."
"Someone is watching you?"
"Not really, it's just that it would be very troublesome to move.
My competitors are just a small problem, the FBI and CIA are the big problems."
Shishan looked at him. "You've got the whole set, just missing the Department of Homeland Security."
"What do you want me to do?"
"Old fox." Shishan shook his head. "Give me Lucy's address, I'll see what I can do." Tom immediately handed over the prepared note. It had the address and phone number written on it.
"I've already told Lucy, just give your name."
Shishan was slightly speechless, held out a finger and beckoned.
Ha? Phone or something. Shishan grabbed Tom's phone, waved his hand, and turned to leave.
Tom was slightly stunned, then smiled, turned around and entered the bar.
Lucy's house.
Shishan sat on the sofa. Lucy was busy pouring tea and getting fruit, looking a little excited. Lucy was there on the night of the celebration. She knew the complete process of Shishan rescuing Tracy, and she had also heard the boss, Tom, say what Shishan was capable of. Being able to get Shishan's help when she was desperate made her very excited.
Lucy, don't bother, tell me what happened. Do you know who wants to kill you?
Probably, I have some guesses. Lucy rubbed her fair thighs, sat sideways beside him, sticking out her chest and showing off her assets. About a week ago, when I was driving home from work at 3 in the morning, I saw a pizza delivery guy rear-ending a gold Lexus. The person who got out of the car beat the pizza delivery kid very badly.
He even took out a large wrench as a weapon. Then I wrote down the license plate number and called the police.
Now I heard that the pizza delivery kid was badly injured and is in the hospital's intensive care unit, only able to stay alive by breathing oxygen.
Shishan raised his hand. So you witnessed the whole process?
That's right, only me. Lucy spread her hands and said, as a result, 2 days ago, I found a dead rat on the door, nailed to the door with a long nail through its head.
Then I went to the police station again.
I thought the police would protect me, or come up with a witness protection program or something, but who knew they just said they would increase patrols and sent me away.
The people in the store didn't dare to go, so they've been hanging around my house.
These past 2 days, people have been throwing dead rats into my room, scaring me so much that I don't dare to go out. So, you don't know how happy I was when the boss said you would come to help. You have confidence in me. Shishan nodded, thought for a while and said, I will talk to their boss about this matter, and Tom will notify you of any progress. Don't go out these 2 days, and call Lori if anything happens.
I think they don't dare to shoot the police in broad daylight.
Lucy nodded. After leaving the door, he made a call to Lori and briefly inquired about the case. He quickly obtained the basic information. The perpetrator's name is Alvaro Chacon, a small boss of the Colombian gang, mainly selling drugs in several communities, and occasionally doing some laundry detergent business. He has more than 20 thugs under his command, 5 or 6 desperados, with a certain deterrent force, and the nearby small gangs are very respectful. Because of the case investigation, the perpetrator is required to be summoned at any time, so the location is also very easy to find.
According to the address given by Lori, Shishan took a taxi over.
He happened to see the perpetrators sitting outside the cafe, reading the newspaper while enjoying the breeze. 2 or 3 thugs were sitting at the next 2 tables, ostensibly enjoying the leisurely afternoon sun, but actually setting up stalls to sell. As a small boss, he doesn't have to peddle drugs everywhere like the lackeys, he just needs to sit in the center and dispatch by phone. Shishan walked over and sat directly opposite Alvaro Chacon.
Alvaro? Who are you? Tom's bar, Lucy.
Shishan reached out and tapped the table.
Sorry, I don't know you, you've got the wrong person. Alvaro was wearing a black suit, and the dark blue shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his hairy chest, looking very wild.
Shishan smiled and said, whether you know me or not, this matter ends here, you better seize the last chance.
Alvaro grinned, revealing his white teeth, or what? Or you'll regret not going to jail sooner.
Oh? Alvaro smiled, and the younger brothers at the next 2 tables stood up at the same time, lifting their shirts to reveal the pistols tucked in their waists.
3.35 caliber pistol, are you serious?
Shishan shook his head, pointed to the TV next to him, and said, the times have changed, don't you think it's childish to play this kind of game anymore? On the TV, the news was being broadcast. Supergirl rescued a burning 100,000-ton oil tanker, but tore the oil tanker in half, causing a large-scale oil spill and causing extensive marine pollution. Major news media are vying to report on this incident, and even splicing together a series of previous mistakes into a collection, constantly playing it, deepening Supergirl's image of helping more harm than good.
Alvaro glanced back, disdainfully saying, Supergirl? Stopping bank robbers, fighting fires, at most saving a plane, what else can she do?
She's just an alien with power, who knows nothing about the rules of the underground world.
She can't do anything. Oh. Don't be so sure. You will be impressed by this alien, I guarantee it. Shishan smiled and said, the topic is getting off track.
I just want to solve Lucy's problem. Tom needs his waitress.
Sorry, then please go back and tell Tom to find a new one. Lucy? At most, in another hour, her problem will no longer exist.
When Alvaro spoke, a bloody light flashed in his eyes.
Shishan nodded, got up and left.
Now that things have come to this, there is no need to talk anymore.
The perpetrator obviously doesn't want to let Lucy go. Without an eyewitness, the case will not stand.
So, in the United States, the victims are not the most pitiful, because the eyewitnesses are likely to die first. Looking up at the Supergirl report on the big screen in the square, Shishan stroked his chin. Maybe he should try to contact Supergirl.
If he could use a knife to kill, solving this matter would be easy.
After pondering for a while, Shishan shook his head.
It's still not good, there is no suitable excuse.
Moreover, Supergirl is the center of the world. Not only the news media are surrounding her, but even the DO and the villains are surrounding her. Contacting Supergirl is easy to get caught in a whirlpool of trouble and then be exposed to the public.
This is not the life Shishan wants. Hey! Just a busy life.
Reaching out to call a car, when opening the door and sitting in the back seat, Shishan was still thinking, maybe he should get a car. He stopped at a gas station in the middle to buy 2 barrels of oil, which delayed some time.
When he arrived at Lucy's door, he saw 2 SUVs parked suspiciously on the street corner.
7 or 8 burly men walked down, full of murderous aura, and openly holding guns. At noon, there were few pedestrians, except for Shishan and the taxi driver. There were no witnesses. Shishan got out of the car with the things, and the taxi driver ran away without even asking for money.
Heh, smart man.
Shishan chuckled. Several burly men glanced at Shishan, and immediately 2 of them walked over.
Bad intentions, preparing for the worst?
Shishan shrugged, raised a barrel of gasoline and smashed it over. The oil barrel smashed on the ground, shattered, and gasoline splashed everywhere. Several burly men jumped to avoid it, and their faces changed color when they smelled the pungent smell.
Shishan took out a lighter and threw it out with a loud laugh.
With a bang, the flames exploded instantly, and the ground burned fiercely. Several burly men fired directly, the gunshots rang out, the bullets hit Shishan, suddenly lost power, and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The burly men were like ghosts, panicked, cursing in their mouths and desperately pulling the trigger. Shishan approached step by step, opened another gasoline barrel, and stepped on the sea of fire and splashed it everywhere, looking crazy. They were startled, turned around and rushed into the car and fled in a hurry. Shishan stood in the middle of the road, looked at the figures of the surrounding neighbors peeking out, shrugged, turned his head and shouted, "Lucy, do you have a fire extinguisher at home?" After a quick cleanup of the fire, Shishan said goodbye to Lucy and left directly.
Since Varchak wasn't willing to resolve things peacefully, some strong-arm tactics were necessary.
Shishan had some experience with this sort of thing. Brute force wouldn't work. Even though this guy was just a small fry, he had a gang backing him. Taking him out directly could easily escalate the situation out of control. At the end of the day, being in a gang is about face. If there isn't a suitable reason, they'll choose to escalate the war at all costs to save face. So, to deal with similar situations, 2 methods are relatively effective. First, find a higher-up to suppress the guy and resolve it internally. Usually, the gang's in-house lawyer is a good entry point, but these smooth talkers are also full of tricks. If you can't get a handle on them right away, you'll need at least 3 or 4 rounds, which phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme consumes a lot of time. Shishan didn't have that kind of American time to waste. After thinking about it, he took out his phone and called Lori.
"Hello, it's me. Tom has already told me about the matter. Is the Colombian gang on the police's key watch list?" "They are?" "Good, I understand."
"Hey, you." Before Lori could ask what was happening, Shishan hung up the phone.
"Things are very interesting on the American side. Perhaps due to the complexity of the laws, gangs exist in every city. Naxino City belongs to Florida.
If you don't consider the terrain deviation, its location is similar to Miami, so smuggling and underground organization activities are extremely rampant.
The more threatening organizations are usually on the police and FBI's key observation lists. As soon as there is any disturbance, the police will get the news immediately.
Similarly, the police and FBI actively recruit members of these organizations on the list every year to weaken them.
Tom's bar. A hitman? Tom's eyebrows shot up. Relax, it hasn't reached that serious a point yet.
Chishan smiled and said, "Find a few things for me, and this matter will be easily resolved."
What?
First, find out which law firm the Colombian gang uses as their in-house counsel.
Second, find Alvaro's private phone number.
Third, prepare a small tape recorder. As soon as Chishan finished speaking, Tom reacted.
You want to frame him? Chishan raised his beer. Why not? These bastards deserve to die anyway. That's true.
Tom nodded, then took a new phone from the counter and placed it in front of Chishan.
What for? Give me back my phone. What for?
Tom snatched his phone back, then found a number in his address book and dialed it.
The phone rang from under the bar. Tom looked down, opened a drawer, and took out a new phone.
Then, holding the two phones, he hid behind the bar. Chishan wasn't surprised at all, concentrating on playing with the new phone. He was an arms dealer, it wouldn't be surprising if he had several phones. Chishan had even seen people using dozens of phones at the same time. He found a pen on the bar, grabbed 2 napkins, and started writing and drawing on them. After a while, Tom came out with a small tape recorder. Then, he took an unopened disposable phone from the cabinet behind him and connected the phone and the small tape recorder with a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme cable. Chishan handed him the napkins.
Tom looked down at what he had written, lines.
Yes, just say it like that.
I'll make the call?
Chishan rolled his eyes.
If you don't make the call, who will?
There are only 2 of us here, and I just met them, threw 2 buckets of gasoline, and set a fire.
Okay. Tom shrugged, dialed the disposable phone.
The other party answered after 2 rings. Chishan pressed the record button, and Tom began his performance.
Hello, Mr. Chak. This is Lucas Finley, affiliated with the Magmont Law Firm, and also Lucy Stegner's lawyer. Magmont Law Firm?
Mr. Finley, you really shouldn't be taking this case, it will make things more complicated.
Sorry, I was just assigned, and I don't know what happened. I want to discuss the incident with Mr. Chak. Sorry, I never discuss private matters on the phone, and I don't think there's anything to discuss. Perhaps you can have me talk to your client face to face.
Chishan skipped the next sentence and wrote another sentence next to it. Tom glanced at it and continued, I just want to say that Lucy will definitely not threaten you. We are 100% sure she will not testify in court.
Won't she?
But I saw her go to the police station to testify with my own eyes.
Am I hallucinating?
But the police are not paying attention to this case.
Isn't she always applying for witness protection?
A smile appeared on the corner of Chishan's mouth, and he pointed to the next sentence.
Tom said, I think she's changed her mind now. Women are fickle. I don't want to go to jail for no reason one day. So, that's the problem. How can I convince you?
I have to make sure she doesn't appear in court, and the only way to reassure me is, There's nothing to say about this, so let's leave it at that. Then the phone was hung up.
Chishan paused the recording and smiled. I don't need to personally edit the recording with a laptop, right?
Tom said angrily, You really are lazy.
Fine, I'll find someone to handle it.
Pay attention to the keywords, and then send it to Lori after it's done.
I think he'll know what to do. Tom hesitated and said, Do you want to find someone to secretly film him making the call and then connect the audio? That would be more convincing. The more you do, the more flaws there will be.
Chishan shook his head and said, Our purpose is just to make him suspected internally and lose the gang's support.
If you want to send him to prison, the police alone are not enough. At the very least, the FBI must be involved. Do you want to deal with them? Tom decisively chickened out. Let's just stick with the police, that's good enough.
Shishan smiled and threw the empty bottle in his hand aside.
That afternoon, an edited and transcribed audio file appeared in front of the two.
The recording contained some background noise, giving the impression that it was secretly recorded in a bar. Most of the voices were very blurry, but a few keywords could still be clearly heard. I don't want to go to jail, testify in court, I want witness protection, I want to make sure.
It gave the impression that Alvaro was rebelling and wanted to testify against the gang's crimes.
With everything settled, Shishan stopped staying, said hello to Tom, too lazy to look at his smug face, and turned to leave. The sound of an engine started outside. Tom reflexively touched his pocket and shouted, "Mike!
My car keys!"
He flashed out, only to see a black Nissan disappearing at the street corner. "You little bastard!" Tom gritted his teeth. In the evening, Tom met with Lori, and then Lori returned to the police station again. That night, a secret phone call was made to the Colombian gang. In just 5 minutes, 2 SUVs surrounded Alvaro Chak, who had just walked out of the bar, from the front and back. A senior leader walked out slowly, his expression icy cold. "You should know how we treat traitors in Colombia."
"Traitors? What are you talking about?" "Paul." "Nice try. Take him." Paul smiled coldly, and someone immediately stepped forward to hold Alvaro and forcefully press him against the hood of the car. "What's going on? Tell me."
Alvaro struggled and shouted.
A thug next to him said contemptuously, "Do you really think we don't have people inside the police?
You're an extremely foolish guy." "What do you mean?" The thug punched the rest of his words back down his throat and stuffed him directly into the trunk.
Then the 2 SUVs quickly disappeared into the night.
Across the street in a flower shop, Shishan and Lucy walked out. Shishan narrowed his eyes. "The trouble is resolved.
Alvaro will disappear from the world tonight."
Lucy relaxed completely, breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked Shishan sincerely.
Shishan nodded, got in the car, and left. He took out his phone and called Tommy. "Hello? Where are you?"
As soon as the words came out, Shishan had a faint feeling in his heart. Although there was no mini-map or anything like that, he felt Tommy's location in the dark.
"In the office." Sure enough, she was there. "Don't go away, I'll be there in 5 minutes."
Looking at his watch, he remembered that Tommy hadn't eaten since morning. Shishan paused. "Do you want me to bring you something to eat?"
Tommy was silent for a second and hung up the phone directly. "What the hell?"
Shishan frowned and threw the phone aside. Crossing an industrial area, just as he turned from the main road onto a side road, Shishan saw the wall of the building on the right explode with a bang, followed by a figure streaking across the street and smashing through the wall of the building on the left. In the next second, a familiar figure broke through the wall and slammed into the building on the left. Shishan, zero. He decisively reversed the car and changed to another road.
Superwoman sighting, be sure to avoid.
Arriving at the office door, Shishan could hardly believe his eyes.
It was already past 8 o'clock, the beginning of the American nightlife.
Even the busiest people would choose to unwind at a bar at this time.
That's their lifestyle. But what did Shishan see now? A long line.
It stretched from the office door all the way to the end of the street.
At a glance, there were 50 to 70 people. Looking at their appearances, 9 out of 10 were ex-convicts. What on earth is going on?
He bypassed the queue and squeezed through the crowd amidst shouts and curses. The voices were louder than thunder, but no one laid a hand on anyone.
That was strange. Since when were white people so civilized?
Shishan narrowed his eyes and pushed open the office door. It was much better inside, with only 6 or 7 people. A sofa had been moved out, and 3 people sat on it properly, with postures like elementary school students. Behind the counter, 2 men in suits were working with serious expressions. One was responsible for collecting money and filling out forms, and the other was responsible for calling the court. Meanwhile, Tommy sat in a queenly pose on a brand new, extravagantly designed leather sofa, holding a martini in her hand. On both sides of the sofa, a man was kneeling on the ground, holding a tray. The two men's gazes were so greedy as if they wanted to devour Tomi, but their movements were proper, and their smiles were obsequious, making people feel disgusted. The trays held fruit platters and fine wine. On the table, Shishan even saw a plate of handmade sushi and several French delicacies. In the middle of a silver tray was a strikingly large lobster.
WTF? What the hell are you doing?
As soon as Shishan finished speaking, the 6 or 7 people in the room jumped up together, their faces filled with anger as they shouted, "Who are you?
How dare you speak to Miss Tomi like that?
Be respectful, you bastard.
Insulting Miss Tomi, I'm going to kill you. This is crazy. It's only been a day since she was released, and she's already reached this level?
I really underestimated Tomi's power.
Go back to work, don't mind us.
Remember, from now on, treat him with the same respect you treat me, otherwise, I will be angry."
Tomi ordered gently, and the people in the room nodded repeatedly like lapdogs.
The foul language from just now seemed like an illusion, replaced by fawning smiles.
And hidden beneath this mask was deep jealousy.
Shishan sighed and rubbed his forehead. "There's no cure for this."
The two came to the office in the back. Shishan asked, "What exactly is going on?"
Tomi's expression was indifferent, but a hint of smugness appeared in her eyes.
"It's nothing big, they all came to help voluntarily.
The ones queuing outside are the same, but I just can't be bothered with them. Last night, she took out a bag from behind the desk, and when she opened it, it was full of money, easily around $150,000.
The result of one day? It's faster than robbing."
Shishan was speechless for a long time.
"Looks like I don't need to worry about you. You're doing better than me.
I worked hard all day and only managed to mooch a ride, getting nothing else." Speaking of which, Shishan slapped his thigh and regretted it immensely. "If I had known this would happen today, I would have had you handle it. As soon as you showed your face, the Colombian gang could have announced their demise." Tomi's lips curled up slightly, and she raised her hand to stroke her hair. Only then did Shishan notice that she had changed her entire outfit, which was 100 times better than what she wore when she left in the morning. Although he didn't study the major luxury brands, he still had a good eye. Tomi's outfit had to be worth at least $20,000 or $30,000, and the diamond bracelet on her wrist was worth more than $10,000, plus the diamond earrings. Shishan, after a long silence, Shishan took out a passport from his pocket. "This is your passport, keep it safe and familiarize yourself with your identity and background.
Otherwise never mind, since you don't have an identity, ordinary people can't do anything to you anyway."
Tomi took it and saw her delicate face, a trace of disgust showing in her eyes.
"Why did they take such an ugly photo of me?"
Shishan knew that was just her nature, and rolled his eyes.
"Open an account tomorrow and deposit the money in it.
No one uses cash here except to buy laundry detergent.
It's best to get a high-limit credit card. This little thing shouldn't be difficult for you." Shishan shook his head and said, "Are you coming back to stay with me tonight?" Tomi snorted softly. "Someone gave me the key to a villa. I'm going to go take a look." "Whatever, just don't mess things up."
"Keep it under control, don't let me discover any problems, or I'll make you stay home forever."
Tomi didn't even glance at Shishan.
"You're so long-winded, hurry up and leave. Someone is inviting me to a Michelin 3-star restaurant for a feast later, and I don't want my mood to be affected." Knowing that she was just naturally sarcastic, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He turned around, grabbed 2 stacks of US dollars, and stuffed them into his pocket. As he went out, he paused and turned back.
"Give me a strand of hair."
Perhaps he should test her regenerative ability.
Tomi did as she was told.
Shishan folded the hair carefully and turned to leave. He was glared at all the way, and the feeling of being watched made Shishan's eyelids twitch. Besides having a strong desire to possess her, the men seduced by Tomi would also be filled with jealousy, resentment, and murderous intent. Although Tomi's abilities had been weakened to 13 and she wasn't using her power was still enormous. Shishan even felt that the fact that these men hadn't pounced on him to chop him down was a testament to the effectiveness of her control skills. On the way back, Shishan carefully retraced his steps, and as expected, he didn't encounter Supergirl again. When he passed the cross-sea bridge, two SUVs were chasing a fuel truck and firing continuously, sparks flying, bullets bouncing. The scene was extremely intense. Shishan and the other onlookers were stopped outside the cordon, watching from a distance as a hooded man jumped onto the fuel truck, dodging and weaving through the metal storm, casually taking down a car, grabbing a female agent, and quickly disappearing. The fake police officers panicked instantly and hurriedly jumped into their cars. Deo? Pathetically weak. Listening to the discussions around him, Shishan twitched his lips. After a day of commotion, being stimulated by Tomi, and watching two fights, as well as the Dio's spiral of face slapping, he was really a bit tired. When he got home, it was almost 12 o'clock. Shishan threw his clothes aside, took out 2 large boxes of yogurt from the refrigerator, and ate them slowly. As the hour hand pointed to 12, the expected misty font appeared as scheduled. The second invasion will begin in 7 days. Then the font naturally dissipated. Still without a head or tail, still without any explanation, but this time, Shishan was already mentally prepared. The first time, Tomi, such a big monster, popped out. And they called it a newbie mission. Who knows what will pop out the second time? Fighting alone is definitely not advisable. Supergirl's power is there, and he has to find a way to borrow it. He scraped the bottom of the cup, put the last mouthful of yogurt into his mouth, and threw away the empty shell. Fortunately, there are still 7 days. Maybe he can find a way to try it. He took out Tomi's hair and placed it on the table. Shishan observed it carefully. This was an extremely beautiful hair. Black and long, full and shiny. Just like the kind in shampoo commercials, the kind that can duong duong duong. The misty energy in his body had been rising very quickly since it liquefied that day, especially after being shot today. A large amount of kinetic energy was absorbed. The energy had quickly expanded from a grain-sized drop to the size of a glass ball. Shishan had a feeling that the energy in his body could affect this hair. He picked out a strand of energy as thin as hair and made it contact the hair through his finger. A surge of energy gushed out of his body and was completely absorbed by the hair. 2 seconds later, the hair suddenly curled into a ball, and then it exploded with a bang, revealing a foot-long little Tomi inside. Like a delicate cloth doll, she was curled up, lying there naked. Her long hair draped behind her, forming a swaddling-like thing that wrapped her inside. Shishan was slightly stunned. So that's how the energy is used? The conversion utilization rate is so high. He used the energy again, pressed his finger against Tomi's forehead, and transferred the energy little by little. Like a magical spell, Tomi enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, she had grown to more than a meter long. Then Shishan put Tomi on the ground and filled her with all the energy. As the charging was completed, a new Tomi was completely grown. She slowly opened her eyes, and Shishan suddenly had a sense of intimacy. Compared to the first Tomi, this Tomi, who he had cultivated, should be more obedient. For some reason, Shishan had this judgment. And this Tomi was indeed like that. Her big eyes looked at Shishan for a few seconds, and then she showed a sweet smile. Shishan was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. Wasn't he just stirring up trouble for himself? He was taking strict precautions over there, and now he had created another Tomi. Shishan shook his head, got up to get a set of clothes and threw them to her. Put on your clothes first. If you want to eat something, go to the refrigerator. If you need anything else, find it yourself. I'm going to bed. Tomi's memories were all shared, so there was no need to repeat them. When he lay down and turned off the bedside lamp, a thought suddenly popped into Shishan's mind. If he could convert energy, wouldn't electrical energy be more suitable? Over the next few days, after tripping the building's circuits 3 times, Shishan finally understood that while energy conversion was feasible, the efficiency was maddeningly low. After blowing up a transformer box, the energy within him only increased by the size of a soybean. Logically speaking, the kinetic energy and electrical energy previously absorbed by Shishan were of 2 different orders of magnitude, but the amount converted was there must be something very important missing. After having Fu Jiang take a turn around the property management center, Supergirl's apartment number was in hand. However, Shishan didn't want to go directly to her door.
Now wasn't the time to expose himself.
With money and free time, life finally slowed down for these 2 days. During the day, he would take a quick glance at the office, get goosebumps all over, and then take some cash to wander around. Bars, nightclubs, strip clubs, restaurants big and small, Jishan almost went to all of them. Taking the second Fujian with him to travel around. He paid off the 2 passport fees he owed Tom, and then got a passport for the second Fujian as well. The 2 Fujians were set up as twins, with only slight differences in their English names. Their original names were exactly the same. Jishan once suggested changing the second Fujian's name, but was met with firm refusal. So he just let it be. Jishan's eyes kept twitching as he watched, and later he simply stopped going there. The second Fujian followed Jishan around, showing her face to Tom and Lori separately. Both of them were extremely envious, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme joked about it.
Tom's bar business was indeed very good. Especially after 12 o'clock, the underground business was even better.
After a period of recuperation, Lori's daughter, Ginny, had recovered in all aspects. Recently, he heard that she was working as a model, and her energy was much better than before.
Lucy was secretly grateful to Jishan, and would give some hints openly and secretly every time they met.
Although Jishan was secretly pleased, he declined. E++ was good, but hygiene was also important.
Jishan really didn't have any interest in Westerners. Lucy thought it was because of Fu Jiang, so she didn't mind.
Every time he went, she still greeted him warmly. After a while, she became very familiar with several of Tom's waitresses. These days, the news about Supergirl was still prevalent. Her actions to help people were praised, but the huge destruction she caused was also deeply criticized.
The CEO of Rhodes Technology publicly boycotted Supergirl, and Catiko Media got the first exclusive interview with Supergirl, adding a bit of drama to the swaying public opinion.
In such a noisy environment, time passed day by day, and finally the 7th day arrived.
At exactly 12 o'clock, the smoke font appeared as scheduled.
Invasion begins. Second boss, Piccolo the Great Demon King, has arrived. Then the smoke font changed again.
Mission: find and kill Piccolo the Great Demon King. After completing the mission, you can get a special reward.
Then the smoke font dissipated.
Find? Jishan's heart skipped a beat.
After waiting for a few seconds, nothing unusual happened. Walking to the window and looking into the distance, he didn't notice anything unusual. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Jishan shook his head and smiled bitterly. This time it's going to be interesting. This matter had already lost control, so Jishan was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore, and went to bed to sleep peacefully. Anyway, with Piccolo the Great Demon King's personality, he would definitely cause chaos in the world. He slept peacefully all night, and nothing happened. In the morning, Fu Jiang went to make breakfast very obediently. Jishan's feeling was right, the second Fu Jiang was more obedient. Although she still couldn't help but be a little when facing outsiders, she was much better to Jishan.
She could sense Jishan's thoughts more clearly.
For example, she would prepare breakfast and other small things in advance, which made Jishan very comfortable.
The breakfast was very American. Bread, fried eggs, fried bacon, with a little oatmeal. Although Jishan didn't really like it, he could still eat it.
The two people sat opposite each other at the dining table. Jishan had just put a piece of fried egg into his mouth when he felt the ground rumble and heard piercing screams from outside.
30 minutes ago, DEO headquarters.
Kara, dressed as Supergirl, was complaining to her sister with a frustrated face that she had been tricked by her boss during the last interview and had leaked some information. Her sister was advising her not to publicize her identity everywhere, because the fewer people who knew, the safer Kara's identity would be.
Just then, the alarm sounded, and the observer reported.
"Sir, gray alert." The Supergirl sisters and Director John immediately stepped forward. "It's coming from the North Falls Highway. A chain car accident has been discovered."
On the big screen, the satellite map quickly zoomed in, and the scanning system repeatedly checked.
As the green light of safety lit up on the right, the observer said,
"It has been transferred to the police station. Highway patrol officers and medical personnel are already on the road. No signs of alien activity, alert cancelled. John said, use thermal imaging to scan and confirm again. Also, Miss Danvers, next time you want to talk to the media, please. Turning his head, Supergirl was already gone. Her sister Alex shrugged, she's already gone. She's always very excited about this kind of thing. The scene changed, and Supergirl flew over the city at high speed, arriving at the scene of the car accident within a minute. Using X-ray scanning, she found the trapped people and immediately went to help. But at this moment, a shockwave suddenly appeared, directly smashing Supergirl away. Everyone screamed, and then they realized that a human wearing armor had come from the opposite side at some point. Supergirl got up and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" "Just a ghost that still survives in this world. And I will make you aliens feel the real pain. I want Superman to know what it feels like to lose everything." After saying that, he blasted out a hand cannon. Supergirl quickly dodged, and the hand cannon shattered a small truck behind her. Scattered debris was scattered all over the ground. Among them, a comically shaped rice cooker with a seal on it rolled to Supergirl's feet, and then with a bang, the lid opened by itself. A black gas soared into the sky, rapidly rotating and gathering in the air, and then converged into a strange human figure between Supergirl and the nuclear man. The black gas suddenly exploded, revealing a strange humanoid figure in the center. This person was emerald green all over, with pointed ears, no hair on his head, but two snail-eye-like tentacles. He was wearing strange clothes, with a large magic character embroidered on his chest, and his nails were sharp, like knives. He squatted half on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. This appearance scene was too magical, and Supergirl instinctively felt something was wrong, and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Ho ho ho! The nuclear man, who was quite arrogant just now, behaved even more, subconsciously taking several steps back before remembering that he was wearing armor. Then, both of them punched out, and two hand cannons slammed straight at the green figure in the middle. Boom! Smoke and dust flew, obscuring the figure. The scene suddenly quieted down. The nuclear man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Supergirl again. "No matter who he is, he's dead. Now it's your turn." He spoke very loudly, but unfortunately, just as he took a step, the voice came again from the smoke. Ha 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 ha! The smoke instantly exploded, and the figure reappeared. That person was covering his head and laughing wildly. "I'm out, Piccolo the Great Demon King, am finally out. It's been 300 years. This world is finally going to usher in my rule, ha ha ha!" Piccolo the Great Demon King was enjoying the joy of escaping from death. He didn't even notice that a line of smoke fonts suddenly appeared in the sky. Language conversion, omniscience. You can freely use any language to talk to people without any discomfort. The laughter gradually subsided, and Piccolo the Great Demon King's triangular eyes with white pupils swept around. Seeing that there were so many ants watching around, the corners of his mouth curled up in a contemptuous arc. He slowly stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist fiercely. Boom! A huge explosion soared into the sky, and the airwave swept everyone around. Supergirl was shocked and quickly went to rescue. However, there were too many people affected. Although more than a dozen people were rescued, there were still more than 30 people who fell heavily on the ground and were directly smashed into meat paste. When the nuclear man saw that things were not good, he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Piccolo the Great Demon King stretched out a finger and flicked it, and a finger beam penetrated the nuclear man's abdomen and disappeared into the sky. The nuclear man groaned and spat a mouthful of blood into his mask. Then, he pressed his right hand on his abdomen and fled quickly. Humph! You want to escape? Can you escape? Piccolo the Great Demon King chanted a spell, then his eyes suddenly widened, his neck suddenly protruded more than 10 times, and he opened his mouth to spit out a huge egg. Supergirl's eyes were about to pop out. The foot she had just stepped out also stopped. Because she really didn't know what race this person was, that he could actually spit out eggs? The egg that was spat out grew in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. While Piccolo the Great Demon King was wiping his saliva, it had already swelled to more than 1 person tall. Then the giant egg cracked open, and a creature with wings on its back,
shaped like a dinosaur, crawled out.
Well, you will be called Syndicate.
Go, kill that man just now. Syndicate was silent for a few seconds, then actually crawled up, and then knelt on one knee to Piccolo the Great Demon King, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Great Demon King." Then, with a shock of his wings, he rushed into the sky at high speed. Supergirl fired a heat vision at Piccolo the Great Demon King, but the Great Demon King waved his backhand and actually deflected the vision. The heat vision hit the bus next to it, instantly melting a big hole in it. Not bad strength. Piccolo the Great Demon King's voice was hoarse, and he laughed in a low voice, but it's still not enough.
Humans are really annoying things.
Use your life to celebrate the Great Demon King's rebirth. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand waved fiercely. 3 claws shot out a thick laser, instantly knocking Supergirl away. Supergirl drew a parabola in the air and crashed headfirst into the mountains and rocks, tilted her head, and passed out.
The DEO was in complete chaos.
The technical staff repeatedly examined the brief video of the confrontation on the highway nearly 1,000 times. Still, they found nothing new.
Director, we can confirm that this type of alien does not exist in our database. In the opponent's words, 300 years should just be a quantifier.
Currently, we can only speculate that the opponent appeared on Earth a long time ago and was defeated and sealed in that rice cooker by someone. Judging from the performance in the video, this type of alien may be parthenogenetic and oviparous. Moreover, they possess powerful combat capabilities from birth and can use a type of energy we currently cannot understand to fight. Their combat ability is comparable to that of a Kryptonian. Director, without a doubt, we are now facing the most formidable enemy in history. Listening to the technical staff's report, John was also rapidly searching his nearly 300 years of memories as a Martian manhunter. Unfortunately, King Piccolo came from another universe, so even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of the Namekian name. In fact, even King Piccolo himself didn't know he was an alien, he always thought he was a demon king.
John's eyes flashed red as he hesitated.
It was certain that Earth was facing danger. Such unscrupulous and powerful aliens were definitely a disaster for Earth. However, the experience of being hunted for 50 years made it difficult for John to decide to expose his identity again. Suddenly, Alex shouted and rushed out.
The observer immediately reported, "Director, Supergirl has been knocked away.
Signals indicate she has fallen unconscious.
The newborn alien, Syndicate, is about to encounter Nuclear Man in 17 seconds. Judging from the detected energy values, Nuclear Man is unlikely to survive. Do we need to provide assistance?"
John gritted his teeth and said, "Deploy 2 assault teams, one to subdue Syndicate and the other to stop King Piccolo from entering the city. Deploy immediately, lift weapon grade restrictions, and authorize the use of lethal weapons. Notify the highway rescue team, tell them there are mass casualties, and ask them to provide assistance as soon as possible.
Activate backup personnel and have a ground crew follow Alex. We must rescue Supergirl."
Yes. A series of orders were issued, and the DEO immediately sprang into action. Squadrons of helicopters soared into the sky, and rows of SUVs rushed out of cover, speeding towards the main road. Meanwhile, after knocking Supergirl away, King Piccolo didn't bother to check on her. Instead, he looked at the mirror reflection with a mixture of surprise and joy.
Young, so young. What's going on? It's been 300 years, has time flowed backward on me? He clenched his fist. This powerful feeling is definitely right. Ha 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 ha. King Piccolo laughed wildly.
This world is destined to accept my terrifying rule. Humanity will be at my mercy, to be slaughtered and exploited as I please. Then, he muttered an incantation, his neck thickened again, and he opened his mouth, spitting a slightly smaller egg onto the ground. While devouring, its body grew wildly. In just a few minutes, dozens of cars in the surrounding area were eaten completely. And this monstrous bird had also swelled into a strange thing over 10 meters long, with a bizarre throne on its back. The monstrous bird prostrated its head on the ground, chirping softly, indicating its respect for the great demon king. King Piccolo narrowed his eyes. "Then you shall be called Ruja."
"Let's go, Ruja."
carry me to the nearest city and announce the arrival of King Piccolo to the world." The monstrous bird chirped, and King Piccolo leaped lightly, jumping several meters high, shifting sideways by a dozen meters, and lightly sat on the throne.
Touching the small skull on the armrest, King Piccolo smiled contentedly.
He suddenly frowned, lightly raised his finger, and several rays of light shot into the sky, instantly exploding the several helicopters circling around.
Oomph, flies.
The sense of smell of the news media is absolutely keen.
A chain of major events like a highway car accident will definitely be rushed to at the first time.
Afterward, the unexpected encounter with Supergirl's rescue had already excited the photography crew. Nuclear Man's attack pushed the heat of this matter to a climax.
However, what was even more explosive was yet to come.
King Piccolo's unexpected appearance and exaggerated and unscrupulous methods
made the media tremble with fear and excitement.
They risked their lives at any time, stuck to the front line, and almost obtained the complete event. Unfortunately, they still did not escape the catastrophe in the end, with more than 90% dying in the air crash explosion. The only photography crew left on the ground, who escaped the first attack, completely filmed this scene and sent it back to Cat Eco Media.
Tom's bar.
Shishan sat in front of the TV, covering his forehead with his hand, and said weakly, "I knew it would be this result." His previous worries were almost completely realized. This King Piccolo is not the great demon king who was just dug out of the rice cooker, but the King Piccolo who has restored his youth after Shenron's wish. It can be said that this King Piccolo's combat power is at its peak. Facing King Piccolo, who ravaged the Dragon Ball world, Shishan found it difficult to be optimistic about Supergirl. This girl is an idiot in all aspects of consciousness, except for her physical fitness. In the plot, no matter who the enemy is, she can fight with them for several rounds. Even bandits with alien weapons can make her return in defeat.
It's simply speechless. What are you doing? Drinking alone, in a bad mood?
Tom walked over and handed Shishan a bottle of beer. Shishan was not in the mood to speak, and raised his chin. Tom turned his head to look, shook his head. "What's the matter with this?
Isn't it just another alien appearing? Ordinary people don't understand, can't we know?
In Area 52, the number of aliens is enough for a strengthened company, with all kinds of strange abilities.
Aren't they honestly restricted inside?
There's nothing to worry about, the top will naturally send someone to deal with it. Drink, drink." Shishan took the beer, took a sip, and said, "I know what you said, but this one is obviously different."
Didn't you see that Supergirl was knocked down in one go? Tom looked very calm. She won't die. Kryptonians are resistant to beatings. How many times has Superman been beaten down? Isn't he still flying around in the sky now? This one dares to kill people.
He's already killed dozens of people in a short while.
Tom laughed. So what? Can he kill everyone in the entire city? What are you worrying about? Drink, drink. Shishan blocked his mouth with the bottle and thought, what is the whole city? King Piccolo has slaughtered the earth before.
Several explosions sounded continuously in the air, and the fragments of the helicopter fell down.
King Piccolo was a little impatient.
In just a few dozen kilometers, these things have appeared 5 or 6 times, as annoying as flies. He just felt a little disgusted, but the DEO was in an uproar. 2 entire assault teams were killed outside the range.
It was simply an inexplicable death. Even the secret organization couldn't stand such consumption.
On the other side, the assault team chasing Syndicate also suffered heavy losses. Syndicate had wings on his back and moved freely in the air. His methods were ruthless, and he could also use ki. His nature was in the same vein as the great Demon King. He was happy to hear of killing. He was more than happy to have flying objects fighting with him in the air. So, an entire assault team was killed cleanly in less than 5 minutes. No one survived except for the final video sent back. The so-called high-powered weapons did not play any role. Whether it was gravity traction or laser scanning, the special energy used by the opponent seemed to be able to resist it. This was simply bad news. Similarly, Nuclear Man's heart was also full of tragedy. He just came out to make a cameo appearance. wanting to show Supergirl some color. How could he be targeted by a perverted killer? A body of nuclear armor, even Superman had been beaten. Even if he was not an opponent, he could fight 3 or 5 rounds. When he was lucky, a complete victory was not a dream. But when he encountered Syndicate, a pervert, he was completely powerless to resist. Especially in the air, his stiff flying style was simply defenseless in front of Syndicate. If he was not careful, he would be smashed into the ground alive. If it weren't for the superior quality of the nuclear armor, he would have died from internal organ rupture long ago. After being hit repeatedly and penetrated by special energy 5 times and 3 times, a large amount of blood was lost. Physical strength dropped sharply, and the nuclear energy of the armor gradually became unstable. In fact, Nuclear Man had already seen that the monster in front of him did not regard him as an opponent at all. From the beginning, he was playing like a cat playing with a mouse. Otherwise, after smashing him down for the first time, he would not let him fly up again. As he fell from a high altitude again, smashed through 2 floors and embedded into the ground, Nuclear Man could no longer climb up. Syndicate slowly landed and stood beside him, waiting for a while. Suddenly cracked open his big mouth. "What a waste, is that all you've got? The Great Demon King is right, humans are just inferior things." "You monster, shut up." Nuclear Man barely took off his mask, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gasped like a bellows. He cursed with difficulty, and then said intermittently, "It's all you aliens, it's all your fault, my wife shouldn't have died. You remember, humans are great, humans are definitely not an inferior race. I want you to feel my pain." After speaking, he suddenly squeezed his palm, and the nuclear energy core in his chest suddenly flashed a strange light. WH. Before Syndicate could say a word, he was swallowed by the sudden explosion. Boom! A huge fire shot into the sky, and dust fell, forming a mushroom cloud in the air. The ground trembled incessantly, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose, visible not only in National City but also in several surrounding cities. The city descended into chaos almost instantly. Everyone knew that mushroom clouds were a product of nuclear explosions. And nuclear weapons were, without a doubt, the greatest fear in people's minds. Traffic was in complete disarray, the city was paralyzed in an instant, and lawless elements took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Emergency calls flooded in, and police cars darted around like headless flies. At this moment, a massive, strange bird entered the city's airspace, its enormous shadow sweeping across the ground, causing even greater panic. Piccolo Daimao suddenly had a premonition and looked towards the distant mushroom cloud, his expression immediately darkening. Syndicate is dead. Who killed him? Was it that person? A mere human dares to resist Piccolo Daimao's rule. The Great Demon King reached out, and a woman holding a microphone on the ground was drawn up into the air by an invisible force. "Speak, who exactly is the king of this world?" Her head throbbing with pain, the woman calmed down for a second, and upon hearing the question, blurted out, "It's Cat Grant. She is the queen of the media world." Piccolo Daimao didn't understand what media was at all. Nor did he care. Upon hearing this, he merely sneered slightly. "A queen, you say? How pathetic. So, where is she now?" The woman's head felt like it was about to explode, and she couldn't concentrate at all, screaming, "In the Catco building, not far ahead." Put. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, the woman's head exploded, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The Great Demon King cheerfully curled the corners of his mouth, shaking the blood off his hand. "Lujia, we're going to the Catco building." The strange bird screeched, its wings trembled slightly, and its speed suddenly increased. The chaotic crowd below only felt a blur before the shadow disappeared. "Get me a connection, I need a connection. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you can't get the media back online, you can all line up and jump off the building." The Catco office was also a scene of hectic activity. The successive major events today had greatly stimulated Cat Grant's nerves. This was already the 5th time she had screamed. If Piccolo Daimao's appearance had made her somewhat alarmed, the appearance of the mushroom cloud had completely panicked her. A nuclear weapon. This was a nuclear weapon. Just then, the wall suddenly burst open, and a huge bird's head poked in. Flying debris injured almost half of the people in the office, knocking them to the ground. Kat had just finished yelling at people and returned to the office, narrowly avoiding the blast. Hearing the roar behind her, she turned around and was completely stunned. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps gradually sounded, and an exceptionally familiar, tall alien slowly walked in through the broken hole. Piccolo Daimao, Win blurted out. The great demon king glanced at him coldly, not paying him any attention, and asked indifferently, "Who is Queen Cat Grant?" Everyone's eyes focused on one person. Cat the great demon king looked at her coldly, weak human, easily defeated. You didn't even think about running away in front of me, you do have some courage. Cat shrugged, not saying anything. Speechless? Fine. The great demon king slowly nodded and said indifferently, I want you to announce to the world that you will abdicate from today onwards, and I will be the only king in this world. Considering that you have guarded the world for me, I will give you a position as a high-ranking official. Serve me well. Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? Cat was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. No problem, I'll immediately have someone contact the lines and announce your ascension to the throne to the world. But before everything is ready, I still need these people to work for you. Don't kill them all. All right. Cat suddenly perked up and shouted shrilly, with her hands on her hips, What are you bunch of bastards still doing lying on the ground? Those who are injured should go for treatment immediately, and those who are not injured should get to work right away. I demand that the lines be restored immediately. Now. The subordinates stood up reflexively, cautiously busying themselves with their own tasks. Win couldn't just stand by and watch at this point, and quickly took over the matter of the lines, his hands dancing across the keyboard, leaving a blur of afterimages. The great demon king nodded and said, Good momentum, you really have the potential to become a high-ranking official. Ho ho ho, thank you for the great demon king's praise. Cat used her queen-like three-part laugh, using her acting skills to deal with the great demon king. Win's teeth were aching from listening to it. Fortunately, with his help, the lines were restored smoothly. In just 10 minutes, the row of televisions overhead returned to normal. Soon, someone pushed over a set of cameras, and after a simple adjustment, they were pointed at the great demon king. Cat stepped forward first and said to the camera in a high-spirited manner, Now, I want to announce a message to the world. I, Queen Cat Grant, will abdicate today. The position of king of the world will be inherited by Piccolo Daimao. From now on, he will be the only king in the world. Even Cat Grant couldn't help but blush at the preposterous words spoken so confidently. The subordinates all had strange expressions, doing their best to suppress their laughter. The great demon king had long noticed their inexplicable expressions, but he didn't care. He thought it was the way humans 300 years later expressed their misery. Cat made a gesture, and the camera turned to the great demon king. Can I speak now? That's right, you can speak directly. The whole world can hear you. The great demon king nodded and said indifferently, Humble humans, what I, Piccolo Daimao, hate the most is peace and justice. I will obliterate everything related to justice, and I will stir up war in all peaceful places. I now announce the abolition of the police and all armed forces of the government. The people can freely burn, kill, and loot. Listening to the great demon king's words, although everyone wanted to laugh, they still couldn't help but gasp. Although it seemed silly, they knew that the great demon king was serious. I will not restrict any citizens. You can freely act and seize what you want with your own hands. I will build a world of sin and terror. All those who claim to be righteous and yearn for peace will be eliminated. To encourage all citizens to implement my policies, I will issue some incentive policies. I will temporarily divide this city into 8 areas. There will be a lottery later. The area corresponding to the drawn number will be personally destroyed by me. The great demon king raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a feather suddenly pierced through the wall and shot in. The great demon king easily pinched the feather, which was as fast as a bullet, with both hands. With a slight reversal, a clear number appeared before his eyes. 2. Everyone stared at the number in horror, and indescribable fear almost overwhelmed them.
What was this supposed to be? Was what he just said true? Which district did District 2 correspond to? Did they have any relatives or friends in this district? If 18 of the city was destroyed, how many people would die?
They didn't want to know, and they didn't dare to know.
They could only pray in their hearts again and again that Supergirl could come and defeat Piccolo Daimao.
Open your eyes wide, clench your teeth, and don't be slack for even a moment, because it will be over in the blink of an eye.
Ga.
A flame suddenly ignited in the Great Demon King's right hand, rapidly collapsing inward. In the blink of an eye, a tangible sphere was formed. With a wave of his hand, the sphere disappeared through the wall in an instant. Wynn quickly operated the computer, and the city's overhead map rapidly zoomed in, praying again and again in his heart. Perhaps his prayers had worked.
Or perhaps the Great Demon King's arrogant posture was too much for even God to bear.
Supergirl miraculously appeared on the path of the sphere. With her hands in a volleyball posture, she used all her strength to smash the sphere sideways, sending it towards the sea.
Boom! A shocking explosion occurred on the sea.
The waves were blasted hundreds of meters high, creating a tsunami out of thin air. The water column crashed onto the sea surface, suddenly rising dozens of meters high, crashing onto the coastal buildings. Seeing the city's tragedy, Supergirl's eyes lost their luster. She covered her mouth, and tears flowed uncontrollably.
God, what have I done?
The Great Demon King clearly felt that the trajectory of his attack had been changed and turned to look in one direction. After a slight hesitation, he gave up the idea of going to investigate. Instead, he said to the camera, "Not bad, someone was able to change the trajectory of my attack, and only a little bit of the city was destroyed.
But that doesn't stop me from demonstrating my power. I now announce that there will be a lottery every year on this day. This year, it's only 18 of the city, next year, I will destroy 18 of the state, and the year after that, I will destroy 18 of the continent, and so on, until I destroy the whole world. Enjoy the fear, and then struggle, humans." Ha 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 ha.
The Great Demon King tapped his toes and instantly crashed through the wall and disappeared. On the other side, Supergirl had slightly recovered her spirits under Alex's constant comfort. At this moment, seeing another explosion at the Catco building, she rushed over and ran into the Great Demon King who was coming out. The two exchanged a quick blow and then floated in the air, standing still. Supergirl questioned with red eyes, "What planet are you from? Why are you killing people indiscriminately?"
Planet? Nonsense. The Great Demon King frowned slightly and said disdainfully, "How could I possibly be a human? I am a demon, the only demon king in the world.
Your kung fu is not bad, and you can also fly, so you seem to have some skills. Be grateful, I have decided to take you as my subordinate."
Supergirl sent two scorching gazes over, yelling, "Don't even think about it."
The line of sight passed through the Great Demon King's body, bombarding the Catco building, plowing out two deep ravines.
The Great Demon King's figure, however, gradually disappeared like an afterimage. Slow attacks, meaningless fights. Woman, you are not worthy to compete with me.
Let my new subordinate take care of you. After speaking, his neck suddenly thickened, and a giant egg was spat towards the nearby rooftop. The giant egg crashed to the ground and shattered instantly. A green-skinned, chubby figure covered in slime emerged. As it slowly stretched its body, its size gradually expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a monster over 2 meters tall. The Great Demon King said casually, "You shall be called Moto. Let this woman see the might of my demon warriors."
"Yes, Great Demon King."
Moto bowed slightly and then rapidly ascended into the sky, engaging Supergirl in a fierce battle.
On the rooftop of the Catco building, Cat Grant's eyes widened.
"I've been wanting to ask since just now, but why are the pants and shoes already on when he just hatched from the egg?" At the DEO headquarters, Director John emerged from the secret room, his face ashen. He had just received 13 calls in a row, all from the DC Special Zone. Each call was more severe than the last, to the point where they were practically pointing fingers and scolding him for dereliction of duty.
This was something John couldn't argue with.
The appearance of the mushroom cloud had alarmed almost the entire world. In the city sky, that alien was still wreaking havoc, declaring his succession to the throne as the Great Demon King. Although somewhat ridiculous, it made everyone aware of the Great Demon King's terror.
Where did he come from? Damn it! Piccolo the Great Demon King was somewhat freakishly strong, using unknown powers to defend against almost all attacks. High-tech weapons were completely ineffective, and even Supergirl was suppressed by nearly one of his subordinates.
The volcano in Honolulu had erupted, and Superman was struggling to hold on there, putting out fires everywhere, unable to spare any time to provide support. Although the Great Demon King here was evil, he could be communicated with. Using some rhetoric to stall for time wasn't too difficult. The other side was a natural disaster, and rescue was urgent. Now that the city was in crisis, it seemed that only he could take action to create a glimmer of hope. However, he wasn't sure if exposing his identity would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to another 50 years of fugitive life. Moreover, he glanced at the photo of Piccolo the Great Demon King hanging on the big screen.
John was truly feeling depressed.
Although they were clearly two different races, his green skin was too similar to that of the Green Martians. It would be easy for Earthlings to confuse him with the Great Demon King. Plus, the Great Demon King randomly spat out eggs, creating strange-looking monsters. It wouldn't be surprising if someone said he was a subordinate of the Great Demon King. Under these circumstances, actively exposing his identity didn't seem wise.
The city was in chaos, traffic was paralyzed, and the police were like headless flies.
The coastal areas were battered by huge waves, leaving a scene of devastation. Rescue teams couldn't reach the area, and the injured there couldn't receive help, making the situation increasingly worse.
Supergirl was losing ground in the battle, frequently attacked.
Alex was pacing anxiously. However, she couldn't dispatch support troops. What should she do? Director, someone online claims to know the origin of Piccolo the Great Demon King. These words immediately invigorated John.
What's going on? Tell me quickly.
The technician quickly said, he said that Piccolo the Great Demon King wreaked havoc 300 years ago, causing chaos and fear in a considerable area. Later, a martial artist named Master Roshi sealed him in an alien rice cooker and sank it into the sea.
Has the origin of that rice cooker been traced? John pressed. It's already been found.
The small truck stuck on the highway belongs to a beach cleaning company. All the items in that truck were selected from a pile of garbage for recycling. They were going to be taken to the recycling station to be sold, but they didn't expect to find the technician didn't continue. John was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Find this person and bring him here.
He might know more."
"I'll go myself," Alex suddenly interjected from the side, her eyes firm.
"Are you sure you can calm down? I'm a DEO agent. I can calm down in any situation. This person could be our last hope. I can't let anything happen to him." John nodded and turned back to say, "Coordinates? In International City. You have 15 minutes. Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful."
"Yes." Alex agreed and turned to leave.
International City, Shishan's apartment.
Leaning against the balcony railing, watching the distant battle, Shishan's eyes held a hint of nostalgia. This was Piccolo the Great Demon King, a familiar figure from his childhood. As expected, he was ridiculously strong, beating Supergirl like a child.
But the current Supergirl was indeed weak.
The people of this world seem to have generally low IQs.
After being fooled by the Great Demon King, someone actually dared to break in just now, wanting to do something untoward to Tommy.
Shishan almost laughed out loud, standing aside and ignoring it. Now, there were two more lapdog-like servants in the house. One was diligently making various snacks and desserts in the kitchen. The other was holding a broom in his left hand and a mop in his right, with an apron tied around his waist, cleaning everywhere and polishing the floor until it shone. Tommy, on the other hand, was sitting beautifully on the sofa, leaning back and watching opera. Holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she occasionally swirled it, taking a sip, in a leisurely state. The information had already been sent online, not much, but enough to attract the DEO's attention.
They should be here now. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. One of the servants happily went to open the door. Who bang? Don't move, everyone don't move.
The door was opened a crack and then pushed open heavily. A team of fully armed agents rushed in, subduing the 4 people in the room in the shortest amount of time.
Alex, leading the team, rushed to the computer, briefly checked it, and immediately asked, "Who wrote this information?" No one spoke. Alex then realized and took out her badge, saying, "Don't be afraid, we're the FBI.
This information you posted contains very important intelligence. Please tell us." As she spoke, her eyes looked intently at Tommy and Shishan. Because it was too obvious, 2 of the 4 people were shaking like sieves, while the other 2 were calm and composed, as if they hadn't seen them come in. The gun was pointed at their faces. Such strong psychological resilience wasn't something ordinary people could have. Tommy completely ignored her, gently swirling her wineglass, smelling the fragrance of the wine, her eyes fixed on the TV. Shishan looked at Alex, comparing the real person with the character in the TV series, and clearly felt that the one in front of him was much more beautiful.
Does the FBI also moonlight as demon slayers now? Shishan said lightly, and Alex's eyes immediately focused on him. You posted it, didn't you? What else do you know? About Piccolo the Great Demon King? That's right.
At this moment, all the agents in the room looked over, with a hint of expectation in their eyes.
About Piccolo the Great Demon King, I don't know much. Most of it was what I heard from my father when I was a child.
Although she was curious why Chi-Shan's father would know these things, Alex resisted the urge to ask and waited for Chi-Shan to continue. A trace of memory appeared in Chi-Shan's eyes.
Piccolo the Great Demon King should have been an alien refugee from planet Namek.
No one knows his real name anymore. It's only known that he had very high martial arts skills at the time, and he had sparred with almost all the martial artists. In order to compete for the throne of the god of martial arts, this Namekian eliminated all the darkness in his heart. And the darkness that was eliminated solidified into Piccolo the Great Demon King. The Namekian who eliminated the darkness and only had pure light became the god of martial arts. It was widely rumored at the time and worshipped by many people. And his abandoned half, driven by resentment and jealousy, became Piccolo the Great Demon King, determined to spread fear to the world. At that time, the god of martial arts, in pursuit of a higher realm, went to a place called the Lookout to retreat and practice, unable to receive any outside news. Piccolo the Great Demon King took advantage of the situation and wreaked havoc everywhere, spreading terror. People lived in misery and suffering. Martial artists were also persecuted repeatedly, and finally, they couldn't bear it any longer and decided to resist. However, Piccolo the Great Demon King was half of the god of martial arts. Even the abandoned half had formidable fighting power. So, the martial artists at the time tried everything they could to obtain an alien rice cooker.
And they went to the Black Order to seek a seal.
The martial artists spent a lot of effort, and many people died, before sealing Piccolo the Great Demon King into the alien rice cooker, affixing the seal, and throwing it into the deep sea. In this way, the Earth regained peace, and the Great Demon King was sealed for more than 300 years.
Until this morning, when he was awakened by the chaos caused by the battle between Supergirl and the Nuclear Man. Alex hurriedly asked, "Then how can Piccolo the Great Demon King be defeated?"
Shishan thought for a while and held up 2 fingers.
There are probably 2 ways.
First, destroy Piccolo the Great Demon King's heart with overwhelming power and don't give him a chance to spit out offspring.
Second, find the Black Order again and seek another seal.
Find a martial artist who has inherited the evil containment wave and let him sacrifice his life to seal Piccolo the Great Demon King again. Shishan smiled and said, however, the second method is basically impossible. Now, not to mention the Black Order, even the martial artists have been wiped out. A large number of inheritances have been cut off and disappeared. It's almost impossible to seal Piccolo the Great Demon King again. So, the only way is to defeat him head-on, Alex said with a dark face. This bastard was saying the same thing as not saying anything. Looking at Chi-Shan's calm expression, she knew he was definitely hiding something. Alex hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and said, "Mr. Mike Chi, the situation is critical now.
We need your help. Please come with us."
A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Chi Shan's mouth, and he nodded without hesitation. "Okay."
DEO headquarters.
Alex led Chi Shan into the hall, and Director John immediately greeted them.
"Have the procedures been completed?" Alex nodded. "The relevant agreements have been signed."
Director John then looked at Chi Shan and extended his hand, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Mike Chi. The DEO is a secret organization, directly under the President's office and supervised by the military, and is not known to the public. Therefore, we need you to sign the relevant confidentiality clauses."
"This is also for your safety."
"Understood, no need to explain so much." Chi Shan smiled and shook his hand.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Director John got straight to the point. "We want to know, where did you get the information about Piccolo the Great Demon King?"
"I've already said that. I heard my father tell it as a story when I was a child. It was said to be recorded in a strange book called The Unknown History." Chi Shan's eyes were sincere, and he looked earnest.
Alex immediately ordered someone to check, and in less than 20 seconds, someone came to report.
"Sir, no related books were found. As expected, if there were books and information about this online, they wouldn't have needed to bring Chi Shan here."
Director John waved his hand, and the technician left. "I want to know, where is this book?" "You're asking the wrong person."
Chi Shan shrugged. "As far as I know, this book belongs to an elder in the Black Order, who specializes in recording historical events and is called the Book Immortal. Of course, this is just what my father said.
I don't know if it's true or not. You've mentioned the name Black Order more than once. Is it a religious sect or a secret organization?" John's eyes narrowed.
Alex, however, was a little anxious, as she was watching footage of Supergirl's battle. The battle had been going on for over an hour, and even outsiders could see that Supergirl was expending a lot of energy, and her face couldn't hide her fatigue. The monster on the opposite side, Moto, was relaxed, and his movements were so agile that he left afterimages, beating Supergirl like a child. If it weren't for Supergirl's steel body and the constant replenishment of energy from the yellow sun, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Not to mention Piccolo the Great Demon King, who was floating in the air with his arms crossed, watching coldly.
"Well, it seems to be both."
John listened as if he were hearing a heavenly book, feeling strange in his heart but unable to refute it. He himself was an alien, but he replaced Director John's identity a few years ago and became the director of the DEO. Before that, for as long as 50 years, he was chased like a stray dog. He didn't have the time to understand the history of the Earth, which was intertwined with truth and falsehood.
Alex didn't care so much.
She just wanted to know how to defeat the Great Demon King. Seeing that Director John was still trying to get to the bottom of things, she hurriedly interrupted, "We can investigate the Black Order later.
The top priority is how to eliminate the enemy in front of us."
Piccolo the Great Demon King is the most powerful enemy the DEO has faced since its establishment.
He advocates a reign of terror and likes evil and disorder.
If he wins, then the Earth will be finished.
John nodded. "Mr. Chi, do you have any way to defeat the Great Demon King?"
Chi Shan shook his head. "Before I came, I already told Agent Danvers that if you can't come up with more powerful combat power than Supergirl, then it's impossible to defeat the Great Demon King."
But
what?" the two asked in unison.
"But there is another way. I'm afraid you won't like it." "What way?"
Chi Shan pointed to Supergirl on the big screen and said seriously, "Let Supergirl lure the Great Demon King to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, and then drop a large yield nuclear bomb."
John hadn't spoken yet, but Alex glared. "That's absolutely impossible. Kara is my sister."
John coughed lightly. "Alex." Alex ignored him and grabbed Chi Shan's collar, shouting, "You must have other ways, tell me quickly." Chi Shan raised his hands, innocently saying, "I said you wouldn't like it. If Supergirl doesn't work, you can replace her with someone else, or a robot or something."
"Your secret departments all have super technology, don't they? With the threat of Superman in front of you, the US government must have a plan to deal with it." The two were shocked at the same time, looked at each other, and said in unison, "General Sam Lane." "I'll make a call." Alex left quickly.
Director John glanced at Chi-Shan and explained seemingly unintentionally, "The military has always had a secret plan.
They have been researching it since Superman appeared in the world.
Recently, they have made some progress and specifically notified us to transfer Supergirl to do phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme action testing." Chi-Shan snapped his fingers. "Understood, the US military has always been like this.
They don't distinguish between good guys and bad guys. They just want to control everything."
You mentioned earlier that Piccolo the Great Demon King is an alien from Namek. This is very strange.
The DEO database inherited all the information from the Kryptonian star chart.
There is no planet called Namek within 30 nearby star systems.
Do you know where this planet is?
Chi-Shan glanced at him and said quietly, "The world is not that simple."
What do you want to say? Put your hand out, flat.
Chi-Shan passed a piece of paper from the side, tore off a small piece, rubbed it into a ball, and placed it in Director John's palm.
"For example, this is Earth."
Then he made a dozen more small balls and placed them around the first small ball.
"These are the 38 star systems, you understand."
Then Chi-Shan took the last small ball and placed it below Director John's hand.
"Understand? Reverse space?" Director John frowned. "It's about that kind of concept."
Chi-Shan threw the small ball in his hand aside and continued, "Just like the world advocates justice and peace, reverse space worships evil and destruction.
And chaos and fear are fluid.
When chaos and turmoil appear on Earth, causing widespread fear, it will cause vibrations in the fear energy of reverse space, and evil will take the opportunity to tear a hole in space and release some people.
Piccolo the Great Demon King is one of them.
They will want to destroy the entire world for various reasons.
And when the order of the Earth is destroyed, the power of evil overwhelms justice."
Chi-Shan took the small paper ball representing Earth from John's palm and threw it directly on the ground. Then the Earth will fall into reverse space and become evil's new territory.
Director John listened with goosebumps all over his body.
If he weren't a Martian, he would probably be sweating profusely at this time. This world is too dangerous. The riots on Earth are just small troubles.
There is actually a reverse space lurking, wanting to drag the planet into the dark realm at any time.
After being stunned for a while, Director John shook his head and said, "That's too crazy.
It can't possibly be true. There are countless planets in the universe with war, and I haven't heard of any planet being dragged into reverse space. It's simply a fantasy."
A strange smile appeared on the corner of Chi-Shan's mouth. "If that's the case, then where does Director think Namek is?" After saying that, he didn't wait for him to answer, turned around and pulled a detective to find a lounge. His mouth was dry from talking, so he went to get a cup of coffee. At this time, Alex rushed over in a hurry.
"Director, the application has been approved. The Red Tornado Omnipotent Robot will arrive on the battlefield within 3 minutes.
However, General Sam rejected the proposal to drop a nuclear bomb. It seems that the military wants to try to solve Piccolo the Great Demon King themselves."
"Very good, Supergirl is already exhausted, she needs to rest. I've already told her the situation." With hope, Alex was in a good mood. She looked down at a pile of paper balls on the ground and wondered, what happened? Evil and chaos. The corner of John's mouth twitched, and he turned and left.
"Ha!" Holding a cup of coffee, he drank it slowly, recalling his words just now. Very good, there were no major loopholes, it should leave a deep impression on the Martian. The internal video will be filed as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, or perhaps directly shelved, but it doesn't matter. When the evil characters from the next unknown planet appear, you will know how powerful it is. Thinking of the Americans spending a lot of manpower and material resources searching around the world, only to end up with nothing.
Chi-Shan's eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking about? So happy?" Alex popped out from behind and asked. "Nothing, just happy for you." Alex nodded. "You guessed it, the military does have a backup plan.
It's an omnipotent robot, said to have combat power comparable to Superman. They agreed to use the robot to lure the Great Demon King away, but rejected the proposal to drop a nuclear bomb.
Well, you don't need to tell me this kind of thing.
Anyway, nuclear bombs are the last resort. You are all big shots, so handle the pros and cons yourself. Shishan stroked his chin and said with a smile, moreover, there can be many kinds of bait. If the super robot fails, you can also lure the Great Demon King into a spaceship and directly self-destruct, which is also a way. Or simply tell the Great Demon King the truth about becoming the king of the world, and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme him to Washington, D.C.
Boom!
Shishan suddenly made an exploding gesture. Alex's face changed, and she ran out quickly. Shishan shouted, if it's a robot, have them prepare 2 more, don't forget that the Great Demon King can lay eggs himself. Seeing the DEO become even more chaotic, Shishan was in a great mood.
National City.
Below, chaos reigned, with plumes of black smoke rising in the distance. A bustling metropolis had seemingly transformed into a chaotic battlefield in an instant. Piccolo Daimao stood with his arms crossed, floating silently in the air.
Modu and Supergirl were still locked in combat.
Supergirl possessed speed and strength, while Modu was agile with explosive power. They should have been evenly matched, but Supergirl, despite her strength, was essentially an ordinary girl without professional training.
Facing Modu, the fight was a messy affair.
The Great Demon King suddenly snorted coldly. She crashed into the ground like a cannonball, smashing through a car and creating a spiderweb of cracks spanning several meters. Modu's entire being erupted with ki, and he dove towards Supergirl. The sharpened ki manifested as blades before his arms. If it connected, even Supergirl's steel-like body wouldn't withstand the blow. Ki was a wondrous thing. It could unleash tremendous power in explosions, or become exceptionally sharp when focused. Even the mighty Frisia had been sliced in half by a ki-powered Destructo disc. Supergirl also sensed the danger, but she was already exhausted, failing to rise after 2 attempts. She realized she had depleted her energy and was now just a mortal. Was this the end? As the monster's face loomed larger, Supergirl's mind flashed with memories. Just then, the building beside her exploded, and a black figure shot out horizontally, slamming into Modu as he descended. A burst of sound echoed in the air, scattering a ring of smoke, and Modu was sent hurtling sideways like a bullet. He crashed through several buildings before finally collapsing. Supergirl squinted, recognizing the familiar face before her, and blurted out, "Astra? Are you all right?" The woman before her, clad in a black skin-tight suit, was none other than Supergirl Kara's aunt, Astra. They had fought just days before, confirming their animosity, yet today she was rescued by her enemy. Supergirl wasn't sure how to face her aunt, and nodded slightly with awkwardness, "Thank you." Astra shook her head, "It wasn't to save you. These creatures can rival Kryptonians. They are a major threat to our planetary conquest and must be eliminated beforehand." Before she could finish speaking, 6 more figures floated down from above. These were all Kryptonians, prisoners who had been locked up with Astra. Meanwhile, Modu, bearing minor injuries, floated back into the air, his eyes now filled with even more sinister intent. Astra waved her hand, "Execute the mission." The 6 formed an arc in the sky, unleashing their speed as they charged towards Modu. The 6 formed a semicircle, and 12 scorching beams of light shot out from different angles. Modu simply swayed his body, creating a multitude of afterimages, dodging all the beams. Having suffered a setback, Modu's ferocity erupted, and he abandoned any playful intentions. He unleashed his full ki, gathering it in his hands. With a flicker and a flash, he appeared behind one of them. A white light flashed, and the soldier's head was severed. Even in death, the soldier's eyes were still projecting heat rays. As the head tumbled, the heat rays plowed deep gouges into the surrounding buildings. The Kryptonian soldiers were shocked, and in the brief moment of hesitation, another was decapitated. The remaining 4 frantically retaliated, firing heat rays at every location the target appeared, but all they hit were afterimages. A simple image technique was enough to toy with the powerful Kryptonian soldiers. Modu sneered, not even needing a second move to behead his victims. Every time he flashed, a head would certainly be severed. In the blink of an eye, 3 were already dead. Astra was shocked and, leaving Supergirl aside, was about to step forward to help.
Don't! Astra paused slightly. What? I said, don't go up there.
Supergirl shook her head, solemnly stating, this monster's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat is too powerful.
You need a weapon.
Astra slowly turned her head, revealing a smile.
Kara, I am a warrior.
After saying that, she flew up and went straight to the battlefield.
Supergirl was stunned.
At that moment, a black SUV recklessly crashed through the cars blocking its path and stopped in front of Supergirl.
Alex and his team jumped out. Kara, how are you? Are you hurt? Didn't I tell you to retreat?
The military has a plan to deal with the Great Demon King.
Supergirl forced a smile. Is that so? That's great.
After saying that, she collapsed weakly to the ground and passed out. On the other side, Modu was still rampaging, and although the Kryptonian soldiers used all their skills, they were still no match. Their performance was so poor, it was as if they were deliberately handing over kills.
In the blink of an eye, only one enemy remained. This Kryptonian soldier had long panicked and, seeing Modu's approaching face, shouted in turn to flee.
Modu had anticipated this move and flashed ahead, bringing his sharp key blade down head-on.
Just then, Modu's body suddenly froze.
The Kryptonian soldier crashed into him, sending him flying. Astra arrived just in time, piercing Modu's brain with a sharp weapon. Modu's eyes widened, and he slowly turned his head, his blood-red eyes staring at Astra, his voice hoarse. How could who? Astra gritted her teeth, pulling the blade sideways, tearing off half of Modu's head, splattering blood all over her face.
Bang!
The corpse fell, smashing into a pulp. A red light flashed in the distance. Astra grabbed the exhausted survivor and quickly ascended into the air, disappearing rapidly. Nearby, Director John's figure appeared in the opening of a smashed building, his eyes glowing red before gradually receding, and he retreated step by step into the shadows. Although it sounds like a lot, the actions of both sides were very fast. From Supergirl's exhaustion to Modu's death, it only took a little over a minute. Piccolo Daimao only glanced at the distant scenery before suddenly sensing the disappearance of Modu's key.
He's dead again? Lu Jia. Did you memorize her key? Good, go kill her.
A light flashed in the strange bird's eyes, and with a cry, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. At that moment, a red light shot straight towards him. Piccolo Daimao narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out his right hand.
Bang!
A wave of ki spread out, and the red light reverted to a human figure, revealing a completely red robot.
The immense impact force did not cause the Great Demon King any trouble.
His floating figure didn't even shake in the slightest. On the contrary, Red Tornado suffered a huge reaction force, his body freezing for a moment.
It doesn't even have ki. What is this thing?
A hint of surprise flashed in the Great Demon King's eyes. He had never seen such a thing before. After all, he was a boss from the early Dragon Ball era, and had not experienced Frisia, nor had he ever seen the abnormal artificial humans. The sudden appearance of this toy piqued the Great Demon King's interest. Red Tornado's arm suddenly transformed into a drill, and began to spin wildly. It pressed against the Great Demon King's palm, emitting a sizzling sound and bursting out sparks. The Great Demon King exclaimed in surprise, withdrew his hand, threw a punch, and sent Red Tornado flying. Then, with a flash, he appeared behind him and kicked him back. This was repeated more than 10 times. Red Tornado, on whom the military had placed high hopes, had become a red ball, bouncing back and forth in the air.
DEO headquarters.
General Sam looked at the satellite feed, his face darkening.
This is the result of 10 years of effort and billions of dollars? Doctor, your project is too disappointing.
The doctor, wearing small glasses and exuding a somewhat hypocritical air, was now covered in sweat. His hands danced across the keyboard, constantly adjusting various parameters.
On the monitor, damage reports poured out like a waterfall. Massive amounts of error information piled up, and the error correction mechanism couldn't keep up. It's too fast, the opponent is too fast. I've set the reactor to the highest sensitivity, but it still can't keep up.
A DEO technician next to him said, based on the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals det data slash phoneme we collected earlier, we've done a simple analysis. In normal state, the Great Demon King can move 60 times per second, and in extreme state, he can move 120 times. But the distance won't exceed 100 meters. To break the current stalemate, perhaps a bomb would be more useful. General Sam immediately ordered, detonate the concentrated explosives carried on the right arm. The doctor screamed in protest, no, I've only built this one prototype in 10 years of effort. If there's extensive damage, the repair costs will be astronomical. Too much funding will be consumed, the report will look terrible, and for future mass production, doctor, this is an order, execute it immediately. General Sam's tone was firm. You think I'm going to mass produce something like this? Keep dreaming. The moment General Sam saw that scene, he abandoned the Red Tornado plan. The doctor could only execute the order with red eyes. After pressing the confirmation key, the upper part of Red Tornado's right arm suddenly exploded in the feed. The huge shockwave pushed the Great Demon King away, while Red Tornado rolled towards the sky, desperately trying to escape. Having attracted the Great Demon King's attention, how could he let him escape? With a shake of his figure, a ki blast erupted from his feet, and he chased closely behind. Half of his arm, surviving the explosion, drew an arc in the air and smashed through the wall, flying directly into Rhodes Technologies' laboratory. Holding a welding torch, Mr. Rhodes looked at the flying object that had smashed his months of work into pieces, tilted his head and said, "New trick?" The secretary quickly ran over, holding a tablet. "Boss, we found a dozen congressmen and finally got the information. That robot is a secret research project of the military, called Red Tornado, designed to guard against future threats from Superman. It has already cost billions, and it will be very difficult for us to get a sample?" At the end, the secretary looked up and was so shocked that her tone changed. Rhodes shrugged, making an innocent expression. The two moved swiftly, one in front of the other, reaching the designated location in less than 3 minutes. While the plan was successfully executed, the atmosphere at DEO headquarters was heavy. This was because the operating signal of Red Tornado was constantly weakening. The continuous barrage of attacks had damaged its internal components, and losing control was only a matter of time. General Sam stood beside them with a dark face, silent, while the doctor was drenched in cold sweat, typing furiously on the keyboard. Even with his efforts, the technicians nearby could see that he was only making a last-ditch attempt to salvage the situation. The accumulation of logical errors had reached an unmanageable level. Hundreds, even thousands, of errors appeared every second, while the doctor could only handle 5 to 10. Once the number of errors exceeded the system's capacity, Red Tornado would automatically reboot, rendering all commands ineffective. As expected, with a frustrated shout from the doctor, a huge error tag appeared on the large screen. Then, the first-person view was cut off. The technicians quickly switched to military satellite surveillance footage. Only then did everyone see Red Tornado and the Great Demon King fighting again. Freed from the constraints of remote control, Red Tornado's combat power rose sharply. Its own onboard computer could collect nearby phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals det data slash phoneme at an extremely high speed, then provide the best response plan. Even with one arm lost, the no longer stiff Red Tornado withstood the Great Demon King's attacks. Gradually, they began to exchange blows. The self-recovery code was activated, the scars on its body quickly healed, its ability to control the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win slash phoneme gradually strengthened, and even its flying speed increased little by little. The Great Demon King felt like the thing in front of him was rapidly increasing its combat power. At this point, the Great Demon King no longer had the mind to explore and only wanted to destroy this thing as soon as possible. After a few rounds of back and forth, the Great Demon King suddenly unleashed a shockwave that directly pierced through Red Tornado's body. Red Tornado paused for a moment, then charged forward again as if nothing had happened, spewing out a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win slash phoneme that impacted the Great Demon King. At the same time, some of the wounds on its body rapidly healed. Only the severed arm remained in its original state. "You are quite good, worthy of my full strength." the great Demon King said arrogantly, and suddenly burst out with all his energy, throwing out a final, sharp Chi Yuan slash. Red Tornado remained silent, dodging quickly. The Chi Yuan slash drew an arc, cutting towards the mountain behind it. Half of the mountain was instantly cut off, the cut smooth and seamless.
The severed mountaintop rumbled and slid down, the ground trembling. Inside DEO headquarters, everyone's eyes almost popped out. General Sam roared, "We can't wait any longer. Immediately initiate the final plan." "But we can't control it now, General." "Then find an opportunity."
General Sam grabbed the doctor by the collar, his face grim, and whispered, "Listen, that green monster is affecting the national security of the United States.
We need to eliminate him, do you understand? At all costs."
The doctor was startled by the general's expression and nodded repeatedly. General Sam released him and shouted, "Mobilize all satellites. I want to know everything about the situation on the ground." Red Tornado is carrying 50 kilograms of concentrated nuclear explosives. As long as we detonate it at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, we can blow that green monster to pieces.
This is our only chance now. No mistakes allowed, do you understand? Yes, General. Everyone responded loudly and quickly got busy.
The doctor held the computer, nervously observing Red Tornado's movement patterns, constantly calculating the most suitable time to detonate. Suddenly, Red Tornado ejected its hand, and the great Demon King couldn't dodge in time. His arm was struck with a large hole, leaving only a little flesh connecting it to his shoulder, and blood flowed freely. However, the great Demon King didn't care at all, and even showed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, making a posture for a charged burst. Then, a new arm suddenly rushed out from the severed shoulder. The arm was covered with mucus and was slightly lighter in color, obviously newly grown. General Sam stared, clenching his fists fiercely, wishing he could smash the screen in front of him to pieces. After taking a few rapid breaths, he shouted, "All right, we now know that this green monster has a strong regenerative ability.
It doesn't matter, we still have a chance."
At this moment, Red Tornado spat out a storm, but the great Demon King flashed behind him, grabbing his head with his newly grown arm.
His other hand formed a knife with his fingers, ready to chop. The doctor suddenly shouted, "Now!"
Immediately, an operator slammed down hard on the red button. In the picture, Red Tornado exploded, and the screen instantly turned white. Everyone felt a slight tremor on the ground. The screen switched to satellite surveillance footage, showing a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The hall was filled with tense breathing. No one spoke, each person staring wide-eyed, clenching their fists, waiting for the result. They prayed, they yearned.
3 minutes passed quietly.
Just as everyone showed a hint of joy and prepared to cheer loudly,
that familiar green figure reappeared on the screen. Silence.
The hall was as silent as death.
Could it be that the great Demon King was truly invincible? Alex suddenly called out, "Move the screen down." A technician immediately moved the screen down.
On the screen, the great Demon King only had half of his body left, as if he had been cut in half from his left shoulder to his right waist. At this time, green blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face distorted with pain, and his sharp, pointed fingernails pinched half of Red Tornado's head. Large patches of blood flowed from his lower body, paving a path of blood on the ground. It looked extremely miserable. However, even so, it could not be denied that the great Demon King had survived the nuclear explosion. Thinking of this, the agents almost despaired. On the other side, the great Demon King was also deeply surprised. He didn't expect that the thing in front of him would be so unyielding, willing to self-destruct to perish together with him. He saw that half of the head was picked up, then placed neatly on the ground. "You are a true warrior, worthy of respect. But unfortunately, you will not be able to see my world." The wound in his abdomen contracted, actually healing little by little.
The Namekian's vitality was extremely strong. As long as the heart was not injured, any part could regenerate. But the chi consumed was also enormous. The great Demon King floated in the air, slowly approaching the city. The most stubborn resistance had been eliminated by him.
This was his time of victory. Even though he was seriously injured, he would obtain the glory that belonged to him. Just then, a red cloak streaked across the sky, slowly landing in front of the great Demon King. DEO headquarters erupted in cheers, shouting, "Superman!
It's Superman!"
Superman put his hands on his hips and said, "Surrender, and you will be treated as a prisoner of war." The great Demon King's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "So there was one hiding at the end."
"Not hiding, just finished dealing with the volcanic eruption and rushed over in a hurry."
"I heard about you from a friend. Surrender, great Demon King, your injuries are very serious."
Superman shook his head and said sincerely, "Don't even think about it.
Piccolo, the great Demon King, is the only king in the world. As a king, one can only die standing, not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme kneeling." The great Demon King suddenly made a charging gesture. Superman tensed up, ready to respond to a sudden attack at any time. He had already learned about the great Demon King's abilities and knew that he possessed a strange energy that could harm Kryptonians. Naturally, he had to be extra careful. After a silent confrontation for more than 10 seconds, the great Demon King suddenly opened his eyes, his neck suddenly thickened, his head turned a strange 180 degrees, and an egg with a distinctly different color shot into the sky like a rocket, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The great Demon King laughed shrilly, "Go, my son, you have inherited all my wisdom and power. You must fulfill the dream of ruling the world and never let evil disappear."
Superman was shocked and hurried to catch up. The great Demon King's arm suddenly lengthened, grabbing Superman's leg. He laughed wildly, "Humans, don't be too happy too soon. Don't think that the demon race will disappear.
In less than 10 years, when my son grows up, you will once again remember the terror of the great Demon King."
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, the great Demon King suddenly self-destructed. The huge explosion sent Superman flying, embedding him heavily in the ground.
After a while, the smoke cleared, Superman slowly ascended, looked around with his X-ray vision, and left with a solemn expression.
At DEO headquarters, the cheers almost lifted the roof.
It was not easy.
The loss of combat power alone was terrifying. Supergirl exhausted her energy, and 5 of the 6 Kryptonian soldiers died instantly. A robot worth billions of dollars was destroyed. The city was in chaos, and the port area was destroyed. Half of the city needed to be rebuilt.
In addition, 2 full-strength DO assault teams were killed in action.
It was more than just a costly price to pay.
Moreover, if Superman hadn't appeared at the end,
if the great Demon King had time to recover, the consequences would have been even more unimaginable. At this time, Superman suddenly flew in from outside, and everyone gathered around, applauding vigorously with smiling faces.
Superman waved his hand, greeting everyone. Then he turned to Alex and said, "Where's John?"
"He was just here. What happened?"
Just as he was saying this, Director John walked in from outside and said, "What's wrong?" Superman's face was solemn. "The egg that the great Demon King spat out at the end is the offspring that combines all his power and wisdom. We must find him."
The moment Piccolo Daimao self-destructed, a smoky text appeared before Chi Shan's eyes. "Mission complete. All traces of the intruder have been erased. Reward issued. Dragon Ball's one-time use." Subsequently, the smoky text dissipated. Chi Shan stared with wide eyes, waiting for a long time, but couldn't find the Dragon Balls anywhere.
Just as he was wondering, Director John strode in with several people.
Alex, Superman, General Sam, and Supergirl, who had just awakened.
Wow! All big shots.
Chi Shan quickly stood up, reaching out his hand and saying, "Superman, it's a pleasure to meet you. You did a great job just now." He was sincere. If it weren't for Superman's final appearance, who knows how long he would have had to wait to eliminate the great Demon King and complete the mission.
Superman could clearly feel Chi Shan's sincerity and developed a greater liking for him. He shook hands and said, "Thank you, it's everyone's contribution." "And Supergirl, I believe you've met."
Chi Shan shook hands with Supergirl. "Oh, Supergirl, you are also very beautiful." Supergirl's eyes widened, and she thanked him through gritted teeth. While they were exchanging pleasantries, General Sam became impatient. "Everyone, the situation is urgent, we don't have time to waste."
I only want to know information about that demon second generation now. Demon second generation? Shishan asked in surprise. Superman nodded, his expression grave. Piccolo Daimao spat out offspring before self-destructing. I was disrupted by his self-destruction and didn't have time to chase after it. The egg escaped. We want to know now, will that egg really grow into a new great demon king? Shishan spread out his palms. How would I know that? Wouldn't it be better to retrieve the egg?
That is indeed one method, but... Before Superman could finish speaking, Supergirl suddenly stepped forward and said, "Listen, Mike, you've seen how terrifying Piccolo Daimao was. He was a madman. We went through all sorts of hardships and paid a huge price to defeat him. If he really can make a comeback, we must prepare in advance.
Tell us everything you know, you will be everyone's hero."
Everyone's eyes were fixed on Shishan, who looked hesitant.
Superman quickly said, "Please." "All right, but you have to give me your autograph."
Superman was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "No problem." After cracking a joke, the atmosphere eased slightly. Everyone sat down, and Shishan sorted out his thoughts before slowly saying, "Actually, I've already said most of the basic information, only some fragments remain.
If there's anything I haven't mentioned, you can ask, and I'll tell you everything I know." Everyone nodded. The Namekians are very unique. They reproduce asexually and can produce some auxiliary lower-level creatures. As long as they have enough lifespan, there is no limit to the number.
However, giving birth to offspring is a one-time opportunity for each Namekian individual. Therefore, the number of pure Namekians is very small.
General Sam exclaimed, "There are other Namekians?"
Shishan nodded. "Indeed, there are, but under normal circumstances, they won't appear in our world.
Piccolo Daimo's appearance was just an accident.
As long as there are no large-scale disturbances in the world in the future, such as wars or battles between superhumans, it will be difficult to tear open a rift in the reverse space again." Everyone looked at each other, none of them daring to make a guarantee. Their clansmen include warriors specializing in combat, elders specializing in prophecy, and doctors specializing in healing.
Each Namekian specializes in one area.
It is precisely because of this that Namek only needs a small number of people to develop a very high civilization. The other party was even able to change their home planet and achieve the migration of the entire clan thousands of years ago. As for Piccolo Daimao, he should be a special existence. He was a seed of life sent out when a natural disaster occurred on the Namekian home planet thousands of years ago. As long as he finds a suitable planet, one person can develop Namek again. His potential is extremely high. If he hadn't split himself into light and dark halves, he wouldn't have been sealed and thrown into the sea by martial artists.
General Sam said, "Are you saying that there might be a Piccolo Daimao with a light half appearing? That should be impossible."
"But you can make a plan to guard against this situation from happening." John said, "In your previous narrative, you mentioned martial artists several times.
What exactly is that profession?"
Shishan said, "Martial artists have already become extinct, there's nothing to talk about."
"We want to know. Please." Supergirl said quickly.
"All right." Shishan said helplessly, "The so-called martial artists are actually martial artists who can use chi. And these people usually cherish their lives, constantly pursuing the highest realm, and will not appear in front of ordinary people. Hundreds of years ago, the role they played was like Superman, but they didn't have that much power to resist natural disasters.
At most, they could repel bandits or defeat evil martial artists.
And with the loss of the method of using chi, martial artists have already become extinct."
Superman nodded. "Chi is indeed a very powerful energy.
I feel that Piccolo Daimao still contains great potential.
If this potential erupts in the demon's second generation."
He didn't continue, but everyone understood what he meant.
The consequences would be absolutely unimaginable.
The room was quiet for a while, then General Sam suddenly said, "Who exactly are you?
Why do you know so much?"
"You've asked the wrong question. You should ask my dad why he knows so much.
What I'm telling you is just my bedtime story. If Piccolo Daimao hadn't really appeared before my eyes today, I wouldn't have believed it at all."
Shishan shrugged, his expression very innocent.
I need you to come with us.
John suddenly said, I'm afraid that won't work.
Mike is a special consultant for the DEO. According to regulations, the military cannot interfere in the DEO's internal affairs. Consultant? General Sam clearly didn't believe it.
Alex quickly said, we are processing his paperwork, and it will be completed in 10 minutes at most.
If you vouch for him.
That's natural, John said firmly. The reason why John kept Chi-Shan at the DEO was because he had his own considerations. As a Green Martian, he had the ability to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme minds. From the first time they met, he had used telepathy on Chi-Shan 5 or 6 times in a row, and all the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme were some garbled characters, and once it was a TV show. This had never happened before, which shocked him greatly. He now suspected that Chi-Shan might be a member of the Black Order, which he had mentioned twice during the conversation. If that was really the case, then he couldn't let him go even more. Chi-Shan watched them argue without expressing his opinion.
Staying at the DEO as a consultant also had certain benefits.
At least he could remind them in advance about future invaders in a subtle way. The others asked some scattered questions to fill in the gaps, and Chi-Shan answered them one by one, telling the truth. He really wasn't lying about the characteristics of the Namekians. After collecting the information, everyone dispersed.
Superman needed to search for the demon's second generation's egg.
General Sam had to return to the base to sort out the information from this operation and use this battle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme to research a new generation of red tornado.
The DEO was even busier.
They needed to contact various functional departments to restore the city to normal operation as soon as possible. His ID card was delivered to his hand when he left, and from now on, he was also a legitimate consultant. It's just that he didn't have to go to work, nor did he receive a salary. He just needed to be available whenever they needed him. Chi-Shan didn't mind phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, he asked Alex to send him back. Chi-Shan also had things to do, and he was still busy looking for his mission reward. Protected by 2 special agents, he was escorted to the entrance of the apartment.
He was finally home.
Opening the door, the room was brand new, clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Everything was reflecting light. Tomi was lazily sunbathing on the balcony, wearing a sexy bikini, with 2 pug servants beside her, one holding an umbrella and the other holding an iced drink, serving her cautiously. Chi-Shan slapped his forehead, unable to bear to look.
How long are you going to keep this up?
Tell those 2 to get lost. Tomi pouted, sat up gracefully, and pointed at the 2 with a slender finger. The 2 pugs nodded quickly and came over. I want to eat snow lotus from Tianshan now.
You 2 go and prepare it quickly. If you can't find it, you don't have to come back. Tomi raised her chin and ordered arrogantly.
The 2 pugs nodded repeatedly, not wanting to delay for a moment. They didn't even take off their aprons, and rushed out the door, rolling and crawling.
Chi-Shan's mouth twitched.
The door slammed shut, the cabinet shook, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase slash phoneme that had been placed next to it suddenly shook twice and fell to the ground.
With a crash.
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals VZ vase slash phoneme shattered, and 7 round beads rolled out one after another, each the size of a baby's fist, crystal clear, with stars embedded inside. Well, it turns out they were always at home. Chi-Shan shook his head and bent down to pick up the Dragon Balls. Chi-Shan couldn't help but complain about the way the system issued rewards. Lying on the sofa, he fiddled with the beads, his mind racing.
These are the Dragon Balls. What wish should I make? Immortality, or invincibility? It's so hard to choose.
Chi-Shan silently grinned, his face smiling like a flower. It was 3 in the morning, and Tom's bar was still lit up. Laurie got out of his car and couldn't help but yawn as he pushed the door open, his face betraying his exhaustion.
Tom, who was doing the closing work, was a little surprised. What brings you here?
I escaped. Laurie shook his head and slumped onto the bar, saying weakly, the police station is a madhouse.
The detention cells are overflowing, there aren't enough handcuffs, and we've even run out of restraint straps. My colleagues in clerical have files stacked higher than a person. I've been busy since yesterday afternoon, and I haven't even had time for a cup of coffee.
I've only dealt with a dozen or so bastards who took the opportunity to cause trouble, but after I finished, I looked up and saw that the line of scum hadn't gotten any shorter.
I'm done for.
If I keep going, I'll drop dead on the spot. Tom poured him a glass of whiskey, saying, "You should be glad you weren't casually blown up by the Piccolo Demon King. Now that Superman has saved the world, the Demon King is dead, the riots have been quelled, and the government is stepping up efforts to restore the city's normal operation."
What do you have to complain about?
Laurie grabbed the glass and drank it down in one gulp, exhaling loudly, then said, "You're taking it easy.
What's with this big hole?"
He pointed to a large hole in the ceiling of the bar as he spoke.
Someone smashed it. You know, super warriors and stuff.
Tom shook his head and refilled his glass. 2/3 of the city needs repairs now. This is just a minor impact on my place, and besides, there's insurance.
It's no big deal. Speaking so righteously, it looks like your business is doing pretty well. Tom smiled slightly, not answering.
The city had just experienced riots, and now everyone felt insecure. For a weapons dealer like him, now was the time to make a fortune.
Within hours of the riots being quelled, he had cleared out his inventory at twice the price. Don't be too happy. I've received news that a competitor is entering the market. Tom frowned slightly. I knew it. Those damn vultures, they latch onto carrion and never let go. Do you know who they're with?
I saw someone with William, around 50 years old, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme eagle, with a tactical grip.
Mossad? I knew you'd ask.
It's worth my while to cozy up and buy a big box of donuts.
Laurie?
Tom urged. Laurie shrugged. It should be a private plane.
Isn't there a small private airfield in the south of the city? The hangar staff there aren't having a good time.
Spending a little money to change the time on the registration or simply erase the flight record isn't impossible.
What about the location of the warehouse? Laurie rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm God? How could I possibly know that?
But they need to open up the market, so they'll definitely stockpile a batch of goods.
The commotion won't be small. If you get someone to investigate, you might find something. Do you think Mossad agents are just eating rice?
Tom said irritably, hearing him make it sound so easy. Laurie shrugged, raised his glass, and drank it down, then snatched the bottle over and refilled his own. Tom had a drink with him, then put down his glass and said, "It's not good for me to move around here. With such a big incident in the city, intelligence agencies like the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security will definitely turn their attention here. I'm on the special watch list. Moving against him at this time is suicide." Tom tapped the table and suddenly asked, "How's Ginny doing lately?" "Not bad. She's seen a psychologist twice. The doctor said she wasn't too affected. She's recently gone into modeling and said she's going to Dubai next Thursday to shoot a commercial. She seems to be in a good mood." Speaking of his daughter, Laurie's face softened with a gentle smile. "Dubai?" Tom looked at Laurie with a strange expression. "If you have time, do a background check. This modeling agency feels a little strange." Laurie was slightly stunned. "Really?" Tom ignored him, pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed. "Mike?" "Tom." He moved the phone away as soon as he finished speaking. Sure enough, a string of curses came from the receiver. Laurie watched and shook his head, chuckling. Tom raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, I know it's 3 in the morning. I'm just checking on you to see if you're still alive." "Okay, let me finish. Listen, brother, old Tom is in trouble, and I need you to help me with this." "Yes, it was caused by this riot. Arms dealers love chaotic and dark places, so Naxino City's performance these past 2 days has attracted the attention of a bunch of vultures. Competitors have come to snatch business, but this is old Tom's territory. Help me solve this, and I'll get you a good car. How about it? You'll definitely be satisfied? A yacht? You're still in the mood to go out and play.
Fine, I don't care. I'll help you make a couple of calls. It shouldn't be a problem. Come to my place tomorrow and we'll talk in detail. That's it. Tom hung up the phone and waved his phone. Lori shook his head. Aren't you afraid this kid will get into trouble? Tom raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. How could he? At least that guy isn't simple.
Judging from his actions and the way he talks, he's very much like an agent I met in Asia before.
Maybe this kid Lori was a little shocked. Tom nodded. Agent versus agent, let the professionals handle it.
At 8:00 in the morning, Shishan got up from home, took Fujian, and went straight to Tom's bar. Knowing that this old boy was still sleeping, Shishan unceremoniously slammed on the door, waking him up directly, considering it revenge for disturbing him last night. After understanding the specific situation, Shishan didn't say much, took the yacht keys, grabbed a case of beer, turned around and left. He knew what old Tom was up to, but he didn't mind. If others use you, it means you have value to be used. And a simple relationship of exploitation will soon be transformed into friendship after 2 or 3 rounds of favors being exchanged. This is a very good way to make friends. Of course, first of all, you have to make the other person feel like it is an equal relationship. Coincidentally, Shishan never felt superior to others, so when he wanted to make friends, he usually could easily do so. This also has a certain relationship with the specialized training he received. He drove directly to the dock, registered with the administrator, boarded the yacht directly, and slowly sailed out of the berth. Now it is all full-style operation. As long as you control the direction when driving a boat, there are basically no problems. Finding the right phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, leaving Fujian in the cockpit as captain, Shishan toured this luxury yacht with 3 floors left. This is indeed the toy that the rich like. Every inch of the place is amazing, carefully designed, and all the furniture is luxuriously arranged just right. Those who are deeply inside will be born with longing just right, instead of jealousy. Flipping through the small bar, all of them were small bottles of whiskey. Shishan rolled his eyes, glad that he had brought a case of beer, unscrewed a bottle, slumped on the sofa, and turned on satellite TV to lock in real-time weather reports. After driving at full speed for 3 hours, he finally crashed into a dark cloud. Returning to the control room, he turned off the engine and stopped the boat, then took Fujian to the bow of the boat. Looking around, there was only sea in sight, and the sky above was covered with dark clouds. It was in a state of black clouds pressing down on the city. According to the weather forecast just now, there will soon be a heavy rain in this sea area. Shishan nodded in satisfaction and stretched out his hand to Fujian. Fujian handed over the personal small bag that had been hanging on his waist. Shishan opened the zipper and controlled it downward. Dong dong dong. 7 beads fell to the ground. Shishan gathered them into a pile, then stood up and shouted loudly, "Come out, Shenlong, fulfill my wish." The next moment, the 7 dragon balls shone brightly. The 7 beads soared into the sky and merged into a dazzling light. A layer of clouds covered by the starry sky, the light dimmed, and the surroundings instantly turned into night. A Shenlong descended from the sky, its body like a snake, its horns like a deer, its scales like a fish, its claws like a phoenix, and its palms like a tiger. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. It was entrenched in the air, its huge dragon head drooping slightly, and its eyes flashed with ruthless white light. Then Shishan heard an incomparably majestic voice. "State your wish, any wish can be fulfilled, but there can only be one." Shishan raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "I hope to obtain all the magical inheritance of the dark magician Bibidi, including the method of manufacturing Majin Bu." Shenlong said expressionlessly, "This wish is very simple." A thick ancient book fell from the sky and slammed in front of Shishan with a bang. Then Shenlong shone brightly, suddenly divided into 7, and shot out in 7 directions. As the light gradually faded away, Shishan could clearly see that the dragon ball, which had turned into stone, was gradually turning into powder and scattered into the sea. The starry sky background was gradually covered by dark clouds, and the sky returned to its original appearance. Then a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blue, and it rained heavily. Shishan looked at the disappearing dragon ball with some regret. picked up the huge ancient book that was half a meter long and 20 centimeters thick on his feet, and took Fujian back to the cabin. The stability function of the high-end yacht's gyroscope exploded, and these waves could only make the yacht rise and fall, and the left and right shaking was almost imperceptible. Sending Fujian back to be the captain, turning the bow and returning, Shishan sat on the sofa, wiped the water droplets on the ancient book, and revealed a line of handwritten characters. Shishan clearly did not recognize the words above, but he could clearly understand what it meant. Bibidai's Book of Dark Magic, ha ha ha, ho 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 ah ha ha ha. Shishan laughed up to the sky. From now on, I will also be someone who can play output. Shishan had given this wish a great deal of thought before choosing it. Firstly, the wishing method was the Dragon Balls, so the content of the wish would likely be limited to the Dragon Ball world. From Shishan's own situation, he wasn't lacking in defense, but rather he had energy he couldn't output. Cultivating chi was indeed a method, but it wasn't suitable for Shishan. On the contrary, this magical power called magic was a better match for Shishan's situation. Of course, he had another option. He could wish to obtain the manufacturing method for artificial humans. Cell might be impossible to create due to limitations. But creating numbers 17 and 18 would definitely be no problem. And with 17 and 18's explosive combat power that could beat Super Saiyan 2, once he could create them, beating the Supermen of this world would be like dealing with kindergarten children. However, with Bu as a precedent, Shishan really couldn't convince himself to choose a lower level of power. Moreover, although Bibidi hadn't appeared in the Dragon Ball world, news about him was spoken of by the Kaishin of the world. This dark wizard who almost ruled the entire universe's power was definitely not just at the level of artificial humans. After this period of experimentation, Shishan could confirm that the peculiar energy within his body could not only absorb various attacks and strengthen Tomi's regenerative ability, but also be converted into all forms of energy that Shishan could understand. Moreover, dark magic had advantages in control, guidance, and enhancement that white magic couldn't match. For Shishan, who possessed a troublesome being like Tomi, the importance of dark magic was self-evident. In summary, Bibidai's dark magic was the most suitable for Shishan. The dark clouds in the sky, whether shaken by the Shenron's aura or for other reasons, unleashed a torrential rain for a few minutes before scattering away with their tails between their legs. The yacht sailed smoothly back, and the attention that was expected to be drawn didn't appear. Everything was perfect. Superman was probably still busy searching for that non-existent egg. Perhaps the Department of Defense had even allocated funds to start research on Piccolo Daimao. If you think that only Piccolo Daimao will appear in the future, then you are too naive. The system will show you what despair is. After docking the yacht in its fixed berth and greeting the rushed-over manager, Shishan drove away with Tomi. After the big commotion, the streets were much quieter. Although the shopping malls were open, there wasn't a single person inside, making the place feel like a ghost house. The crowds that were occasionally seen were mostly homeless people or petty gangsters. It seemed that Piccolo Daimao had really scared people badly. With no Supergirl flying around in the sky, and no superhumans fighting for no reason in the streets, even the air felt much better. Back in the apartment, Shishan couldn't wait to open the magic book. The opening page was Bibidai's introduction, including his life story, his experience learning magic, and his later journey on the path of conquest, with his great achievements of almost conquering the entire universe. At the bottom was a sentence written by Bibidi himself: "Magic is the source of all power." Tilting his head in disapproval, Shishan turned to the next page and was immediately stunned. It was blank. He flipped through the pages, and they were all blank sheets of paper. Then, the page detailed the forging method of magic power, as well as a few basic spells. After reading this page, without waiting for Shishan to turn the page, the words on the page automatically changed, connecting to the previous paragraph. It was clearly a book with an antique style, but it was acting like a tablet computer. This book obviously had a special spirituality and could display the corresponding content according to what its owner was thinking. Shishan studied it for an entire afternoon before he roughly understood the basic functions of this book. This magic book not only recorded Bibidai's life experiences and all the magic he had learned, but also contained blueprints for manufacturing magic equipment, methods for creating special magical tools, and Bibidai's various experimental records and reports.
There were also basic survey reports of countless planets in the Dragon Ball world.
Most importantly, this book detailed the process of creating Majin Buu, as well as some of the great magician Bibidai's other ideas. It was no exaggeration to say that this book was a huge treasure. It wasn't until late at night, when the food Tomi had prepared had gone cold, that Shishan slowly closed the magic book. After a slight pause, he stretched out his right hand, opened his palm, and hissed out incomprehensible words. Countless peculiar particles immediately responded to the call. A shimmering giant dragon repeatedly intertwined in Shishan's palm before transforming into a light blue peculiar energy.
So this is dark magic? Interesting indeed.
Shishan could clearly feel the changes in the magic power in his palm. It was like a ball of light blue quicksand, with an icy cold touch, yet it contained extremely magical energy. Shishan clenched his palm, and the dark magic was directly absorbed into his body, rapidly assimilating into the golden energy within his body. This little bit of magic power was too weak, and Shishan could hardly feel the increase in the golden energy in his body. However, when Shishan opened his palm again and reversed the energy conversion, a huge magic power ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Watching the magic power ball slowly rotate, emitting a shimmering blue light, the corners of Shishan's mouth curled up into a smile. After absorbing the magic power again, he recalled a spell in his mind and gently tapped his finger on the magic book. The huge magic book immediately jumped up and folded itself repeatedly. Each time it folded, all the side lengths would be reduced by 12. After repeating this 7 or 8 times, the huge magic book turned into a small book the size of his palm. With a wave of his hand, the appearance immediately changed, quickly turning into a pocket-sized printed book with a plastic-like sheen on the cover, even reflecting light. A line of words appeared on the spine, Pocket Chinese 300 sentences. Shishan picked it up, took a look, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he raised his head and smiled, "Tomi, let's eat."
So, that's the kid?
The car stopped across from the police station. Shishan and Lori sat side by side on the hood of the car, watching a man in a suit and a small mustache stride out of the police station.
Yeah, I had someone check him out.
His name is Eliza Marr, and he runs a small import and export company. On the surface, he deals in foreign liquor, cigarettes, and some rare luxury goods.
He has 2 sons, Ali and Alan. Looks like it's a small family business.
They used to do business in Star City, but they failed in an industry struggle a few days ago and were driven out. They happened to find next Sinuous City in a period of chaos, so they set their sights on this place. Lori had a cigarette in her mouth, introducing him casually.
Shishan took a look. Looks a bit like a Cuban.
Maybe, but their company is registered in Lebanon, and their office is there. 3 days ago, they bought a private hangar at the private airport. A medium-sized freighter has taken off 3 times, they might be importing goods. Their temporary office here has also been modified with a top-notch alarm system. The surveillance system is in place, with no blind spots. They're very wary of strangers, making it difficult to get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme. Watching the man look around carefully, and then get into a car, Shishan frowned, looking at his movements. It seems like he's been through some training.
Have you done a background check?
Lori grabbed her head and shouted, "Big brother, I've got a pile of official duties piled up recently.
It's already good enough that I could spare the time to help you do a preliminary investigation. How could I have time to do a background check?
Besides, his passport is Israeli, which is beyond our reach."
Israeli?
Shishan paused for a moment, turning his head to look at Lori. "Are you two hiding something from me?" Lori shrugged. "Okay, we suspect this kid is retired from Mossad." Shishan, Lori raised her hands in surrender. Okay, this was Tom's idea."
"You're really bringing me trouble."
Shishan shook his head. "How far do you want to take it? Have the police raid their warehouse and put them in jail?"
"I'm more inclined to that option.
But recently, things have been very tense up top.
Tom is afraid of being implicated, so it's enough to drive them away."
Shishan nodded. "I'll see what I can do." Waving goodbye, Shishan drove away. In the underworld, competitors snatching business and territory is somewhat similar to wars between 2 countries in ancient times. Although killing is a method, it is the hardest to sustain.
Especially weapon smugglers, these people have money, people, and weapons.
Violent threats are usually difficult to produce results.
If you want to drive them away, there are usually only two ways. First, get the authorities involved. Second, ruin their reputation. If following normal channels, even Shishan would need to put in some effort.
First, he would need to create a fake identity, posing as a fellow seller or a big buyer, to contact them. First, give some benefits to gain initial trust, and then use a Trojan horse or scare them to find out the location of their warehouse. Then, all it takes is a bomb to solve everything. It sounds simple, but operating such a plan, especially for weapon merchants who are very wary, would take at least 2 weeks to a month. Fortunately, the extraordinary methods that Shishan had just obtained could greatly shorten this time. Watching the target turn from the main road into a neighborhood, Shishan slowly parked on the side of the road, took a birdcage from the back seat of the car, and released the sparrow with a peculiar M-shaped mark on its forehead. The little sparrow looked at Shishan, then fluttered its wings and flew away. Shishan started the car and turned around, the corners of his mouth curling up in a faint smile. "Let's use you to test my skills." Night in the Lingang district. The riots a few days ago almost destroyed everything here, but miraculously, one nightclub survived. The good fortune of this club has sparked the curiosity of many, and now people come here every day, so in this ruin, this nightclub is unbelievably popular. Ali really likes the style of this club, and they offer the best champagne. Since leaving Xingcheng, he has been running around, and he has not enjoyed nightlife anymore. Ali thinks his father's decision to settle down is the right one. It's a pity that the eldest brother is still hesitant. He always feels that doing business under Superwoman's nose is not very safe. Ali despises this. Superwoman is just a savage woman in costume who fights everywhere. Besides stopping bank robbers, putting out fires everywhere, and resisting aliens, what else can she do? Which of the big shots in the underground world is not outwardly glamorous? How could these rigid thinkers who talk about evidence be their opponents? Sitting in the booth, sipping a glass of champagne, watching the forest of legs in the dance floor, sparkling, Ali is in a very good mood. At this moment, two women walked over. Ali glanced at them and recognized one of them, then smiled and said, "Beautiful ladies, what can I do for you?" The woman said, "This is a neighbor of mine. He knows that I got that thing from you yesterday. So she also wants one for self-defense." Business is coming, and Ali welcomes it infinitely. He got up and poured a glass of champagne for each of the two people before saying, "Is it the same lady's pistol?" "No problem, $800, cash first, then goods." The woman glanced at Ali, turned her head and said to the woman next to her, "Excuse me, can I talk to Mr. Ali alone?" Okay. The woman shrugged and turned to leave. Ali was a little strange. What do you want to talk about? He thought, this white woman is really strange, her tone is not like a woman's at all. A big deal. The woman said lightly, "I have heard of your family's reputation, so I came here especially. I need 40 kilograms of C4 explosives, now you can quote a price." What? Ali shook his head and said, "Sorry, you may have found the wrong person. I do serious business, import and export. You know the city has been a bit chaotic recently, and someone asked me to help her buy a pistol for self-defense. I couldn't refuse, so I found some connections to get her a small pistol. I don't do this kind of business." The woman said, "I know you will be wary of me coming to your door rashly, but it doesn't matter, you can go back and discuss it with your father and elder brother. See if you want to do my business. First of all, I declare that I will not use this batch of bombs in Nexino City, and I can offer a very high price." The woman put away the cigarette case, tapped the exquisite lighter on the table twice, and stared at him with her eyes. "Think carefully and call me." Then she got up and left. Watching the woman leave, Ali held the business card thoughtfully. Walking out of the nightclub and entering the parking lot to get into a car, the woman trembled slightly and slumped in the passenger seat. Then, a man lying in the driver's seat suddenly sat up. He moved his hands and feet, looked in the rearview mirror, and smiled. The possession magic works well. This person is Chishan. Then Chishan glanced at the so-called Chris Rogers, waved his hand, and a faint silver light sprinkled on her body.
The appearance suddenly melted and deformed, gradually revealing Tomi's appearance. The transformation technique is also possible.
Tomi slowly woke up, stretched out her white and tender little hand to cover her mouth and yawned, looked outside, and said unhappily, "Why are we still here?"
I said I wanted to eat French food tonight. Eat your sister. Chishan shook his head and was too lazy to pay attention to her. He started the car and drove away from the parking lot. While driving, he was still recalling the feeling of being possessed. Chishan could clearly feel that the malice in Tomi's body was constantly eroding his consciousness. However, when this latest dark tentacle touched Chishan's consciousness, it was absorbed and transformed into golden energy in the first time. It can be confirmed that consciousness also has the same characteristics as the body. Next, it is to experiment with the soul. But don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Tomi is worthy of being a world-class boss. She is simply malice itself. At the beginning of the possession, there was only a little bit of malice, but as time went on, this malice exploded geometrically. Even if Chishan absorbed most of it, there was still a small part left in Tomi's body. Therefore, the previously well-behaved Tomi suddenly became a mean and evil woman. If the assistant doesn't listen, then it's a burden. Chishan must not let this happen. Perhaps he should think of a way to isolate this malice from her brain. 5 minutes after Chishan left, Ali also hurriedly drove away. He had just talked to his father on the phone, and now he was asked to go back for a face-to-face meeting. Any arms dealer would be interested in large orders. This is especially true for arms dealers like them who urgently need to open up the situation and occupy a new market. And usually at this time, they will prepare in advance. For example, check the inventory list, communicate with the purchase channels in advance, and most importantly, go to the warehouse to physically inventory. And this is exactly what Chishan wants them to do. The father and son discussed it a little and immediately decided to take the business. At midnight, a small car slowly drove out of the yard, bypassed most of the city, and after taking more than 3 repetitive paths, confirmed that no one was following, and then carefully turned into the Lingang district warehouse area. He greeted the security guard, stuffed 2 banknotes as a tip, and was exempted from registration as usual, and entered directly. The car stopped in front of an inconspicuous warehouse. The father and son got out of the car, looked around, opened the sliding door and entered in turn. The surroundings were dark, and no one noticed that on the top of the warehouse opposite, a little sparrow was staring intently here. Then it spread its wings and flew away with a flutter. Tom's bar, 3 people are drinking as usual. Tomi had been sent back by Chishan. The problem with her body could not be solved in a short time, so there was no need to rush. Tom inquired about Chishan's actions today, and Lori listened quietly. Chishan said it simply, and then said, "I said I can offer twice the price, they will definitely not be able to resist this temptation. I believe there will be a response within 24 hours. Lori, you make that fake file, wait for my news." Lori said, "There is no problem with the fake file, but what do you want to do?" "You will know when the time comes." "Tom, is the truck you asked me to prepare ready?" Tom nodded. "It has been modified, the thickened tires have been replaced, the chassis has been raised by 5 centimeters, and 4 large coil springs have been added. The load-bearing capacity has at least doubled." Speaking of this, Tom shook his head. "If it wasn't for confirming that there is no information about you, I would have thought you were in the same business as me. What the hell do you do? Isn't this helping you bully your peers?" Chishan rolled his eyes, picked up the beer and poured it into his mouth. Suddenly his heart moved, he shook his head and stood up and said, "I'm going to take a leak." He got up and walked to the back, bypassed the bathroom, opened the back door and walked out. Chishan stretched out his hand, and a little sparrow fluttered its wings and landed. The 4 eyes met, and the blue light shone. Chishan smiled, raised his hand, and let the little sparrow fly away again. "It turns out it's in this place, it's really hidden." Turning around and returning to the bar, he drank the remaining half bottle of beer, pulled Lori over and whispered a few words, grabbed the truck keys on the table, waved his hand and strode away. The next morning, police station. As soon as Lori entered the door, he saw William, and he quietly approached him. "William, good morning." "Morning, Lori."
William was a little surprised.
He didn't expect Lori to say hello to him. "It's like this, I want you to take a look at a file. It's a favor from an FBI, I can't refuse, please help."
Lori's expression was slightly helpless, as if this was really the case. William was non-committal and nodded.
Lori handed him a blank file.
William glanced at it and knew the trick in it, so he didn't say much and opened it directly. He just flipped through it simply, and his heart skipped a beat. It showed a woman named Chris Rogers, who was defrauding arms dealers nationwide. In terms of character profiling, it was determined that she had special forces training experience.
And besides the unknown channels of information, there is nothing else.
And the most serious thing is that all the arms dealers who have been cheated by him will expose evidence in the shortest time, and then be completely wiped out.
Therefore, no one has bothered her until now.
Lori said, "I heard that this woman seems to have come to Nexino City recently. Do you have any news?"
"Sorry, but I will pay attention, and I will notify you as soon as I have any news."
William shook his head and returned the file.
"Okay, thanks." Lori turned and left, while William took out his phone and went straight to the bathroom. In Eliza Ma's villa, the three were having breakfast. The phone rang, and Eli answered it.
William's voice came from the other side.
"Leave here immediately, leave Nexino City." Eli was stunned for a moment. "What are you talking about?" "I just saw an internal FBI file, which said that a woman named Chris Rogers has come to Nexino City.
This woman is a repeat offender, specializing in eating black on arms dealers, and she is extremely ruthless.
You should leave quickly and don't contact me again in the future."
Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, the three of them were still a little dazed.
Ollie suddenly shouted, "Chris Rogers! That woman, yes, that woman is called Chris Rogers."
The expressions on their faces instantly changed, and they hurriedly threw down the cutlery in their hands, grabbed their coats, and rushed out. The last car sped out, frantically heading towards the Lingang District warehouse area. 20 minutes later, with a piercing screech of brakes, the car stopped at the warehouse entrance. The three people quickly jumped out and immediately saw the wide-open rolling shutter door.
"No, no, no! Oh God!" Ollie shouted, clutching his head. Alan's face was ashen. He quickly walked in and circled around. The inside was empty.
Over $200,000 worth of goods had vanished. On a shelf, a familiar business card was placed squarely. Eli, his face dark, picked it up and crushed it in his palm with gritted teeth. Chris Rogers. The three of them cursed for a while, but there was nothing they could do. They turned around, got in the car, and left.
Everyone was on the phone. Ollie was contacting friends in all areas, searching for Chris Rogers.
Alan didn't believe such a large batch of goods could disappear into thin air and was trying to get someone to pull up the nearby surveillance footage.
Eli was a little calmer.
After all, he came from the Samoan gang and had experienced countless dangers. Although the loss of the firearms made him angry, it wasn't enough to make him lose his mind. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and called William again.
The phone connected quickly, and William's suppressed voice said urgently, "Didn't I tell you not to contact me again? What happened? Why are you so nervous? Were you hiding something just now? What else did the file say?" Eli asked calmly. William hesitated. "Tell me." Eli roared.
The other side was obviously startled and said repeatedly, okay, I'll tell you.
This Chris Rogers is simply a ghost.
I just made several calls through various channels, but I couldn't find this person. This woman has special forces training and specifically targets arms dealers. There are over 9 recorded cases. In these 9 cases, all the arms dealers and corrupt cops involved were arrested, without exception.
Did you hear what I said? Without exception.
I now suspect that this Chris Rogers was sent out by the CIA to specifically clean up the underground black market.
So, don't call me again, okay? Then, the phone hung up with a snap. Eli was even more decisive. He simply threw away the phone.
An hour later, a medium-sized cargo plane took off from a private airport. the backyard of Tom's bar. Tom hung up the phone, looked at Chishan with a smile, and held out his palm. He ran away. Chishan shrugged. Maybe he will use all channels to investigate this woman, Chris Rogers. Let him investigate a non-existent ghost, that'll keep him busy.
Tom shook his head and looked at Chishan meaningfully. Give him an invisible enemy and let his imagination run wild.
Including former competitors, hidden avengers, ambitious legal professionals who want to bring him to justice, or foreign agents who want to drag him down.
It could be anyone. His only option is to disappear. Tom clicked his tongue and praised, a classic solution. It could be written into textbooks. So, where's my car?
Chishan said with a smile.
Didn't you drive it away last night? Go to hell. You think you can get rid of me with just a truck?
At least a Porsche convertible. I want silver white. Tom shook his head. Considering you got me 200,000 in firearms for free, I'll prepare 2 for you. Just then, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. The two looked up and saw that it was already covered in dark clouds, and it looked like it was about to rain.
Tom's smiling face immediately turned gloomy. That's just great. There's still a big hole in the roof of the bar.
Chishan laughed. You can put a swimming pool underneath. He waved his hand and turned to leave. He still had a whole magic book to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme and didn't have time to waste here.
A simple event, a small test of skill.
He used 3 spells in total, and the effects were very good. First of all, the sparrow that was mind-controlled retained its self-awareness completely, and its brain was soaked in dark energy, which was improved to some extent. If it were an ordinary bird, it would definitely not be able to understand such complex commands. The second spell, transformation, was a physical transformation and not an illusion. A small spell, nothing to say. The third spell, soul possession, was a little interesting. He would go back and study it to see if there was an upgraded version. At this time, the heavy rain was pouring down. Chishan was just about to turn on the windshield wipers when he saw Supergirl carrying a woman slowly descending in front of him, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck Supergirl's head. The two of them shook violently in front of Chishan, and then fainted together on the ground. The surrounding people were stunned.
Alex hurried over from the side, shouting to disperse the onlookers.
She went forward to check and found that both of them were unconscious. She directly raised her badge and shouted loudly to Chishan, FBI, I'm now requisitioning your car to save people, come and help.
Chishan touched his nose innocently and smiled bitterly in his heart, damn, you're everywhere, aren't you annoying?
He sighed helplessly, pushed the door open, and walked out.
Alex. Mike, it's you, come and help. Alex was a little surprised and happy.
Chishan helped her put the two of them in the back seat, then drove straight to the nearest hospital. He glanced at the rearview mirror, and, sure enough, as expected, Livewire.
I remember Supergirl lost her powers, didn't she?
The Bureau has yellow sunlight lamps, and she'll recover in 24 hours.
A rechargeable player, if it's convenient. After chatting for a few words, they didn't say much more.
Alex called ahead to notify them, and when the car arrived at the hospital entrance, there were already beds waiting.
The orderlies hurriedly put Livewire on the bed.
Just as they were about to pull Supergirl, Supergirl suddenly raised her head.
She was awake. It's you, thank you. Supergirl recognized Chishan and nodded.
Chishan shrugged, it was just a coincidence.
By the way, have you found Piccolo Jr.? Supergirl said solemnly, not yet.
Now the experts in the Bureau suspect that the egg has hatched, and the newborn Demon King Piccolo is hiding.
That's troublesome. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Chishan thought to himself that the needle was still a needle that had disappeared, so it would be a miracle to find it.
We can only prepare early. There's no other way.
After saying that, Supergirl turned her head and said something to Alex, and then soared into the sky.
Do you want me to take you back? Alex said, no need, a car will pick me up later.
Chishan nodded, waved his hand, started the car, and left. In the next few days, Chishan was studying black magic. He found that this thing was really dark. At least 13 of the magic was related to curses. There were things like delay, rot, injury, pain, and despair, which were considered more orthodox, and there were also very funny ones. Like the fart curse, the long tongue curse, and the smelly feet curse.
Shishan laughed for a while.
Of course, there were also particularly awesome ones, like the immortality curse and the godhood curse. Of course, the god here was probably referring to the King of Worlds. The dazzling array of magic opened Shishan's eyes, and he also found the upgraded version of the possession magic, puppet manipulation. The name was scary, but it was actually similar to the multi-line operation of a game character.
Moreover, you could set fixed actions for each character, just like in a game. Pressing F1 would trigger a big move, and pressing F2 would trigger another big move. It felt quite simple. It was just that adapting to opening multiple windows at the same time was not so easy. Moreover, the number of controllable puppets depended on the degree of brain development. Otherwise, there would be the side effect of magical energy backflow. Of course, the side effects should be ineffective for Shishan. But even so, Shishan could vaguely sense that he could only control a maximum of 12 at this stage. This already made him very satisfied. He put down the magic book and looked at the watch. It was exactly 12 midnight. The smoke font arrived as scheduled. The third invasion will begin in 1 day. Then the smoke font dissipated naturally. Only 1 day left? I wonder which big shot will come out this time. Speaking of which, Shishan was somewhat uneasy. The second invasion brought out Demon King Piccolo. Who knew if the next time would directly bring out Frisia? If this big shot came out, he would probably blow up the Earth in the first place. Shishan didn't feel sorry for the people on Earth, but he really didn't have the confidence to survive in a vacuum. Even if his special physical fitness could guarantee his survival. Floating in the dark and boundless universe, the feeling would definitely not be good. He shook his head and threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind. The system was the boss. He couldn't control it. What was the point of thinking so much? Since fate couldn't be resisted, he might as well lie down and enjoy it. Anyway, the tall ones would hold up the sky if it fell. Wasn't there Superman? Wasn't there a parallel space? Wasn't there a great universe, Will? Tomi, it's time. He called out, and Tomi obediently walked over. At this time, she was wearing a red sleepwear set, with a flame printed on her chest, wearing sunglasses, grinning, and making a contemptuous gesture. It had a bit of a postmodern feel. Shishan stretched out his right hand and covered Tomi's little head. A blue light gradually appeared, and a suction force suddenly came from the palm of his hand, and an extremely dark malice was sucked into Shishan's body like the Yangtze River, quickly transforming into golden energy. After a full 3 minutes, this malice gradually dried up. And Shishan also had a ping-pong ball-sized liquid golden energy in his body. Looking at Tomi's more obedient eyes, Shishan stroked her smooth hair. Maybe it's time to increase the number. Tomi's hair possesses extremely special characteristics. First, its regenerative ability is beyond doubt. Second, as long as it takes root in organic matter, it will self-replicate. If there is no special stimulation, the hair will not generate a complete Tomi, but will only replicate and grow endlessly. Finally, her hair, no matter how long it is left, will be moist and shiny, with a touch like the real thing. Shishan used black magic to study it and found that this thing is very suitable for weaving into clothing. For others, this might be a fantasy, but for Shishan, who has complete control over Tomi's abilities, it doesn't seem impossible. Once shaped, the hair's regenerative properties will allow it to automatically repair after damage. Most importantly, it is black. This perfectly matches the uniform color of the Black Order in Shishan's mind. With the mindset of using the best materials to create the best uniforms. Shishan drove out early in the morning to get materials from the first Tomi. He left the second Tomi at home to prevent the two Tomis from fighting each other upon meeting. Parking the car in front of the office, Shishan was immediately stunned by what he saw. The prosperous scene of the previous 2 days had disappeared. Replaced by a scene of ruins after a fire. The walls and ceiling were burned black, the tiles on the ground were cracked, and there were shallow water stains.
Most of the furniture had traces of being licked by flames, and there were water stains on top of the traces.
Obviously, this place was burned and then flooded.
Looking around, it seemed that only his shop on this street had been burned.
However, the lively street a few weeks ago was now frighteningly deserted.
7 or 8 of the shops on both sides were closed, and the remaining few were half dead. Someone, whether a shop assistant or the owner, sat in front of the door with a chair, with an expression on their face as if someone in their family had died.
What on earth happened here?
Shishan tried hard to recall, but it seemed that King Piccolo had not wreaked havoc here. Although Naxinua City is prosperous, it is not entirely a business center with high-rise buildings.
The U.S. loves to create rich and poor areas.
If International City belongs to white-collar apartments, this place is somewhat like a combination of urban and rural areas.
Of course, in terms of transportation, it may be slightly more prosperous.
King Piccolo has been messing around in the city center, smashing through a dozen buildings and almost blowing up the Lingang district. But this place has not been affected. Feeling puzzled, Shishan closed his eyes and sensed the location of the first Tomi.
Next door? What the hell?
Shishan drove a little further and stopped in front of a deserted coffee shop. Seeing Shishan get out of the car, the old man wearing an apron and sitting at the door quickly stood up.
Would you like some breakfast? Okay.
Shishan looked up and saw a group of people surrounding Tomi like stars surrounding the moon. Unlike usual, not all of these people were men, and few had deep eye bags and felt crazed. Instead, there were men, women, old and young, surrounding Tomi in the middle, not attracted by Tomi, but vaguely regarding her as their leader.
Wait here, don't come over.
Tomi ordered in a cold voice, without even glancing at these people, proudly raising her head and striding over. These people looked accustomed to it and stood there obediently.
Shishan watched Tomi walk over, sat opposite him, raised his chin slightly, and asked, "What's going on?" "How would I know? A bunch of so-called people."
After saying a sentence, Tomi shouted, "Old man, bring me coffee, I want the best Blue Mountain coffee, I know you have it in stock, if you dare to fool me with fake stuff, I'll pour the coffee on your face." She spoke rudely, but the old man smiled and nodded repeatedly. Shishan nodded secretly in his heart, that's right, the same vile personality as Tomi.
Why was the office burned down? Because of a vicious woman.
Speaking of this, Tomi's face became a little hideous. About 10 days ago, a gang suddenly came to this street, acting arrogantly and collecting protection fees from house to house.
Shishan was slightly stunned and said, "Where are they from?"
"I heard they are Cubans." Tomi clenched her white and tender little fist and said, "At first, I didn't care. 2 men came one after another and were persuaded by me to stay and help. But later, 2 women actually came. These 2 women were unreasonable, smashing things everywhere as soon as they came in, and also threatening everyone with guns. I asked people to kill them, but these 2 women escaped one step ahead.
Then that night, someone threw a Molotov cocktail into the office. And then it became like this."
Tomi took out a cigarette, lit it, and gently pecked at it with her cherry-red little mouth, exhaling a faint wisp of smoke. Her eyes were a little dazed, seeming to recall, seeming to enjoy the murmured words, the firelight that night was really beautiful, those screams, the ugly state of those men struggling and begging for help in front of me, that bright red color, it was so beautiful. Shishan, after thinking carefully, he probably understood the cause and effect. Obviously, a female boss in this block took a fancy to it, and for some reason was expelling these merchants. Then, because of Tomi's ability, the 2 little gangsters who came to work were seduced into followers. So the other party regarded this as a provocation and treated Tomi as the chicken that scared the monkeys. And Tomi's tough attitude also gave the merchants on this street who didn't want to leave a backbone.
This is really a big misunderstanding.
Shishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, shook his head and said loudly, "Does anyone know the details of those people?" The old man came over with a coffee pot and 2 cups, poured a cup for Shishan and Tomi respectively, and then said, "I found an acquaintance with connections and know a little about the situation."
"Did Miss Tomi call you to help?"
Tomi urged impatiently, "So much nonsense, get the sugar cubes, I want the best sugar cubes, English ones."
Yes.
The old man smiled apologetically, trotted all the way to get the sugar cubes, and looked at Shishan with expectant eyes.
Shan, I guess so. We are partners. He pointed to the burned down office. The old man suddenly understood, and his tone became 3 points more enthusiastic.
That group of people are actually not street gangsters, but employees of a third-rate real estate company.
Their boss is a woman named Kong Chala Lysida. She is a Cuban.
She specializes in buying land, just like what she has been doing these 2 weeks. She calls some gangsters to come to us every day to collect protection fees. If we don't give them, they will smash our stalls. If we give them, there will be no profit in the business. Shan waved his hand. No need to say these things, they are old tricks from 800 years ago. Disrupt everyone's business, buy shops and nearby land at low prices, and finally integrate them into a whole piece and sell them to large real estate companies to obtain huge profits.
I know all this. What I want to know now is, how many people do they have?
The old man thought for a while. There are a dozen familiar faces, plus the female boss and her bodyguards. There should be more than 20 people.
Has no one thought about calling the police?
The old man smiled awkwardly, put down the coffee pot and turned to leave. Shan found it a bit funny, feeling that the buyers and sellers on this street also touched on businesses in the gray area.
What does this old man do?
He looked down at the coffee pot and realized, so that's it, he smuggles Blue Mountain coffee. It's true that dragons have their own paths, and rats have their own ways. So the reason why the abandoned pier 2 kilometers away has not been repaired is because of this. Shan shook his head. Okay, I'll take care of this matter.
It should be these 2 days. Give me a few strands of hair.
Tomi didn't ask, directly pulled out a few strands of hair and patted them into Shan's hand. After combing his hair, Shan got up. Tomi's side is a small matter and easily handled.
The boss who will be invading tonight is a major event.
Shan still needs to make some preparations. If the opportunity is right, he plans to let the people of the Black Order make their debut in advance.
Building his own power is a necessary move.
This is just a King Piccolo, and it has made Superman and Supergirl mess up.
Of course, it is undeniable that King Piccolo is a bit strong. But this is the dignified DC. Even if the Arrowverse is a bit weak, it shouldn't be like this.
There are still too few heroes who can be put on the table. In order to avoid the Earth being inexplicably destroyed in the future, Shan felt that he should prepare early.
What kind of image should he appear in?
At midnight, smoke-like text appeared as expected. Invasion-initiated third boss, Haydn, has arrived. Subsequently, the smoke text transformed. Mission: find and kill the Akatsuki member Three-Headed Scythe Haydn. A special reward will be granted upon completion of the mission. Hint: due to the presence of the first boss, Tomi, within the descent area, Haydn's immortality will be enhanced by 1 level. Shan waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Haydn didn't appear around him, he shrugged and continued with his own affairs. Since returning in the afternoon until now, Shan had been researching the Black Magic book, experimentally creating a Black Order uniform with a certain defensive ability and automatic regeneration, using Tomi's hair as the raw material, based on an experimental note about defensive magic items by Grand Archmage BBD.
In fact, he already had preliminary results.
The shaping and weaving were smooth, and converting the malice attached to Tomi's scalp into dark magic power to provide subtle defense was not very difficult. The automatic repair, however, had some problems. Tomi's hair had too much regenerative power. As soon as it was cut, it would grow into a new individual, and the severed ends could not be rejoined. As soon as it was cut, the severed ends would grow wildly like unleashed wild dogs. So, Shan found about 400 deceptive black magic spells and was trying them one by one. Even if he could recover magic power, it would take some time. Moreover, the third boss was Haydn, which relieved him. Although Haydn was strong, he had fatal weaknesses, and his destructive power was not as astonishing as Piccolo, the great demon king. It was just killing people to sacrifice to the evil god. Delaying a day or two wouldn't be a big deal. A secluded path.
Supergirl brought Cat Grant down from the sky.
They exchanged a look, and Supergirl flashed into hiding. Cat Grant looked around, then at the small house behind her. This was where she and Livewire first met. She discovered Livewire Leslie's talent and offered her the initial contract. It was because of this that Livewire was able to gain a foothold in the broadcasting world. Back then, the two were so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, but who would have thought that 2 years later, they would become mortal enemies? The streetlights suddenly flickered, and several visible electric currents touched the ground, transforming into a human form. Pale skin, silver hair, a graceful figure tightly wrapped in leather clothes, and high heels clicking on the cement slabs. Even though her appearance had changed a lot, seeing the familiar cynical smile on her face, Cat Grant recognized her immediately. As usual, about 5 minutes late, Cat said calmly, looking at her watch. "Sorry, that's my style." Livewire looked around. "What, where's that red-caped bodyguard? Didn't she come with you?" "I prefer to chat with people alone, it's easier to talk that way, especially when I want to swear." "How disappointing. I wanted to see the expression on her face when you die." "Would she be super sad?" Livewire laughed wantonly. "Okay, let's cut the crap and state your conditions." Livewire squinted. "Do you think I want to talk to you about a promotion or signing a few more years of contract?" "Since you like to play dumb, then I'll send you to hell to play dumb with the devil." Before she finished speaking, Livewire waved her hands, and 2 electric currents shot out. Cat quickly jumped aside, and the electric current hit the wooden door behind her, instantly smashing it to pieces. Livewire was about to press her advantage, but Supergirl suddenly appeared behind her and kicked her several meters away. She rolled a few times on the ground and stood up, using the momentum. Livewire wiped her lips, looked at the crimson red on her fingers, and said with a broken smile, "Not bad, you made me bleed. Too bad this isn't the first time for me, disappointing you." After saying that, without waiting for Supergirl to say anything, she threw out 2 electric whips, directly binding Supergirl's body. She increased the current, and Supergirl suddenly trembled all over from the electric shock. Cat, hiding to the side, suddenly took out an industrial capacitor from her bag and threw it at Livewire. Even though she was bound, Supergirl still didn't forget to pull out a controller from her waist, but before she could press a button, her intentions were discovered. Livewire whipped her hand, and the remote control instantly exploded into pieces. "Nice try." Livewire made a forceful expression, and the electric light instantly expanded several times. "I'm curious if a few million volts can blow up Supergirl's heart. Let's do an experiment." Her little trick was broken, and Supergirl was being beaten down. Cat immediately became anxious. She quickly ran out of her hiding place, shouting sincerely, "Don't, Leslie, if you do this, there's no turning back." Livewire turned her head and gave her a mocking expression, increasing the current again. Just as the 3 women were fighting inseparably, a strange sound came from far and near. It sounded like someone was dragging a steel pipe on the cement ground. No, the sound was much heavier than a steel pipe. A figure slowly walked out of the shadows. This person was dressed very strangely, wearing a retro-style bamboo hat. On the right edge of the hat hung a small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme chime, tinkling with the person's steps. A black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds covered half of his face, reaching down to his ankles, revealing only a pair of sandals similar to straw sandals. The most eye-catching thing was the large scythe on his back. This scythe was not only huge but also strangely shaped, actually composed of 3 scythe blades arranged side by side. It was more than 2 meters long, with the blades fully exposed, and the tail gently scraping the ground. Supergirl was shocked by the electricity and fell to the ground. Her position was peculiar, just right to see the long gully behind this person. That was unintentionally plowed out by the tail of the scythe weapon contacting the ground. Seeing his deliberate attire, Supergirl immediately became nervous. The shadow of Piccolo, the great demon king, still lingered, and Supergirl was highly vigilant against anyone with an abnormal art style. However, she was currently bound and electrocuted, making it difficult to even open her mouth. Not to mention going forward to investigate. Cat Grant, as the queen who created an international media company, had honed her eyesight to the extreme. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, she immediately hid herself. The figure walked out of the shadows, standing there silently without saying a word. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, Livewire was very upset. "What are you looking at? Do you want to die?" The figure trembled slightly, and the bells jingled.
Livewire frowned, trembling? If you know you're scared, why don't you run away? Or do you want me to send you on your way?
Supergirl saw something was wrong and struggled to look up. Livewire stepped on her head. She leaned over and said fiercely, "You still have time to worry about others, just accept your fate obediently."
Oh, by the way, Kat said Superman is your cousin, right? Then don't worry, there won't be any family to collect your body.
Jingle jingle, the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme chime became louder, annoying Livewire. She swung a whip back, instantly breaking the bamboo hat in half.
Go to hell, bastard.
Taking advantage of Livewire's distraction, Supergirl suddenly plunged her hand into the ground and pulled out the buried water pipe. The water pressure sprayed Livewire all over, and the electricity on her body immediately dissipated.
Supergirl took the opportunity to jump away.
Livewire stumbled and rolled twice on the ground, standing up wet and glaring at Supergirl. But Supergirl didn't look at her. Instead, she was on full alert for the other person. Livewire turned her head to look and was shocked. After receiving millions of volts of electricity from her, he was unscathed. This person lowered his head slightly, his whole body trembling.
You ha 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 ha.
Livewire was interrupted by a wild laugh as soon as she said a word. The laughter was crazy, eerie, and ear-piercing, as if a prisoner who had been locked up for 10,000 years had suddenly gained freedom.
Ha 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 ha. The man covered his face, raised his head and laughed wildly, tears streaming from his eyes. Evil God, is this your power? Is this your will?
It's actually a whole new world, a world full of lambs waiting for believers to slaughter.
This is simply divine.
I was right, I was indeed right. Even if I was plotted against by Konoha and chopped up and buried in a deep pit, I still didn't forget to pray to you. I knew that the evil God would never abandon your faithful believer.
Sooner or later, this world will be ruled by the evil God. I have finally waited for this day,
I didn't expect such a surprise. Evil God bless, I just came out and met two very good materials.
Is this your arrangement?
It moves the believer to tremble all over. Please wait a moment, the believer will immediately sacrifice the lambs to you.
Ha 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 ha.
Hearing the other party's shouts, Supergirl's hair stood on end, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints, and her mind and body were tense to the extreme. She prepared to tentatively contact the other party.
If it didn't work, she would immediately retreat with Kat.
She had to report to the DEO as soon as possible. Another troublesome monster had appeared.
Livewire was impatient and said loudly, "Are you some kind of lunatic? What are you yelling about?"
The man suddenly turned his gaze over, the heat and madness in his eyes causing Livewire's alarms to blare, instinctively shivering, almost biting her tongue.
Who are you?
The person on the opposite side looked her and Supergirl up and down as if selecting pork, and the satisfaction on his face grew stronger.
Excellent materials, the evil God will definitely be very satisfied. Hey! You two women over there, stand there and don't move. Let me cut you once.
The man shouted wildly, his feet stomped, and the ground shattered inch by inch.
The whole person rushed up like a cannonball, and the strange scythe behind him had been held in his hand at some point, smashing down like Mount Tai. The speed was too fast. By the time Livewire blinked, the scythe was already coming down on her head. Supergirl rushed forward and knocked her away.
The giant scythe smashed directly into the concrete ground, and with a loud thud, the ground shattered inch by inch. A pit 5 meters in radius and 1 meter deep caved in, and the surface became like a spider web. The underground water pipe had just been broken by Supergirl, and this impact smashed out the nearby water pipe network. In just a few dozen seconds, the pit visibly filled with water, which rose rapidly. The man stood on the water, his body rising with the water level. He squinted, his eyes following them. He snorted with displeasure, "I told you all to stand still.
Can't you understand human speech? It's an unparalleled honor to be sacrificed to the evil God. How dare you hide? It's simply outrageous."
As he spoke, he leaped up again, and the great scythe shot out. Supergirl quickly ascended, and Livewire tried to transform into electricity to escape, but her body was wet, and her powers wouldn't work. Faced with the speeding scythe, she could only roll away clumsily. But this hesitation made her a beat too slow. She dodged the first and second scythe blades, but the third one cut a bloody gash on her face.
The man grabbed the rope at the end and pulled the giant scythe back.
Seeing the blood on the scythe blade, he laughed excitedly. Livewire covered the bloody gash on her face, her eyes full of vigilance. Supergirl hovered in the air, and seeing that she wasn't seriously injured, she turned her gaze to the enemy. She shouted, "Who exactly are you?" The man extended a finger, wiped the blood from the blade, and, laughing wildly, put it in his mouth. Then, he jumped to a flat area, using the part of the scythe blade that had cut the other person to slash his palm, letting his own blood envelop the other's blood and fall to the ground. He smeared the blood with his foot, first drawing a circle, then drawing a triangle in the center, and then stood in the middle of the pattern, staring at the two with a malicious smile. Although Supergirl and Livewire didn't understand what the other party was doing, it was definitely related to sacrifice. No matter what the other party was going to do, destroying it first was the right move. Supergirl rushed down without hesitation, wanting to knock the other party out of the circle. However, the man suddenly threw out the great scythe, and Supergirl hurriedly dodged. What she didn't expect was that the end of the weapon was connected to a steel cable as thick as an arm, extending nearly 100 meters, and could still be controlled like an arm, as flexible as a fierce python. Under the pull of the steel cable, the attack of the great scythe suddenly changed direction and slammed heavily into Supergirl's back. This impact was definitely not small, directly sending Supergirl flying like a cannonball. With a series of booming sounds, several buildings were exposed to dust, and human-shaped channels of the same size were smashed out at the same location. Cat Grant, hiding behind a car, witnessed this scene. She blinked and continued to take pictures with her phone. The steel cable contracted, and the scythe returned to the man's hand. He paused slightly and stood the scythe upright on the ground next to him. He looked up slightly at Livewire, and the arrogance at the corner of his mouth slightly subsided. Cat Grant whispered in shock, "Holy shit, is he some kind of devil?" At this time, Hayden's entire skin turned jet black, with striped white marks painted on his bones, and even his hair turned gray. Against the backdrop of the dark night, the whole person seemed to have turned into a skeleton. "How unreasonable, woman! Don't think that I can't hear you just because you're hiding. What qualifications does a mere demon have to be compared with a follower of my evil god cult? Woman! Don't be too presumptuous." Hayden suddenly turned in one direction and shouted loudly. Cat Grant was startled, and the phone almost fell to the ground. She blinked and continued to take pictures. Fortunately, Hayden didn't have much interest in a powerless civilian woman. He turned his malicious gaze to the wary Livewire and whispered, "You have been cursed. The ritual of sacrificing to the evil god now officially begins." He suddenly roared, "Come, experience the best pain with me." Livewire tried to use her powers, but the electricity only flashed twice in her hand before going out, obviously not recovered. Although she wanted revenge, she didn't go crazy. She was really frightened by this madman. But Cat Grant was by her side, and she couldn't afford to lose face by turning around and running away, so she could only stand still, constantly trying to activate her powers. Ha ha ha. He took out a small cylinder, 20 centimeters long, from his windbreaker and threw it backward, directly throwing out a spear. Hayden reversed the sharp end, licked it with his tongue, and said with satisfaction, "With this, all the preparations are complete. It will be very painful, so be prepared." Just then, Supergirl flew back, and two scorching gazes were directly fired. Faced with the incoming attack, Hayden not only didn't dodge but laughed even more strangely. Sizzle! A ball of fire burst out from Hayden's chest, and Livewire screamed and fell to the ground, her chest scorched black. Supergirl was shocked. How could this happen? Hayden chuckled, "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. I will treat the evil god's sacrifices equally." After speaking, he twirled the spear in his hand and unhesitatingly pierced his own thigh. On Livewire's side, a shrill scream immediately came, and she rolled back and forth, clutching her leg, splashing blood everywhere. Supergirl was a little at a loss. Hayden slowly exhaled, his body trembling slightly, his face with a perverted expression of enjoyment.
It hurts so much. Wahahaha. Woo Haydn laughed for a while and then cried, opening his mouth wide, with an expression of deep emotion, shouting, "Evil God Sama, being able to enjoy the pain you have bestowed again moves your believer so much. This is a madman."
Cat Grant ran out, looked at Livewire's condition, and shouted, "We can't fight anymore, let's go quickly, she's about to lose too much blood."
But there's no time to hesitate, saving people is the priority.
As soon as the words "saving people" came out, Supergirl no longer hesitated and immediately took action. She hugged Cat Grant's waist on one side, grabbed Livewire's arm on the other, suddenly took off into the air, and quickly disappeared into the night sky.
Haydn ignored these and was deeply immersed in his own emotion.
He was even shaking the spear in his hand vigorously, constantly enlarging the wound. Very little blood flowed, but the pain was like a tide, wave after wave.
He could even vaguely hear the screams coming from afar in the air. After a long while, he opened his eyes, looked around, and his anger gradually rose. These damned heretics can't even respect the evil god's ritual. Without screams and blood, how can the most perfect sacrifice be achieved? Really, they ruined my mood.
Then, he pulled out the black spear and pierced it into his other thigh. The familiar pain struck again, and Haydn trembled slightly.
Too perfect, this is the feeling.
Afterward, he kept pulling out the black spear and constantly piercing it into different parts of his body, finally piercing his heart. As the last aftertaste of pain gradually disappeared, the sense of connection between the ritual and the sacrifice was also severed. He pulled out the black spear, walked out of the sacrificial blood array, put on his windbreaker, and carried the scythe behind him again. He walked to the hat that had been shattered by the whip.
Haydn was a little dissatisfied. This was snatched from the Uchiha, what a hateful bastard.
I'll kill that woman in the red cloak sooner or later.
The evil god hasn't tried a female flyer yet.
He bent down, took off the bell, and hung it on the right collar. This is a brand new world, and it is also a world full of peace and prosperity, just like Yugakure, peace that is disgusting. As a believer of the evil god, I will bring killing and chaos to this world, betting on my name, Haydn.
Jingle. Jingle.
As the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme chimes gradually faded away, Haydn's figure disappeared into the night. On the other side, Supergirl rushed into the DEO headquarters with the two of them like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme. As soon as she landed, she shouted, "Doctor, quickly call a doctor, Leslie is seriously injured, she's about to die, quickly get someone to save her."
What the hell? Where is this? Cat Grant looked around.
Director Danvers walked over quickly and said seriously, "Ms. Grant, the DEO is a secret department, no outsiders are allowed in here." "But I don't have that much time, she's about to die." The enemy we encountered, he was wearing a black windbreaker, said his name was Haydn, first took out a scythe, and then took out a spear and stabbed himself. I don't know why, Leslie was seriously injured.
Ms. Danvers. Director Danvers shouted, grabbed Supergirl's shoulder, and said seriously, "Calm down." Supergirl took a few deep breaths, and then said, "I think we may be in big trouble."
Director Danvers nodded, "Come with me to the conference room." Then he turned his head and ordered, "Call Alex and the Special Forces team over, we need to hold an emergency meeting."
Cat Grant hurriedly said, "I want to participate too." "Ms. Grant, this is not. I recorded the whole thing."
Cat Grant raised her phone and shook it. "And I am a participant in the whole event, I have the right to know the truth of the matter, and the subsequent development of things."
Director Danvers glanced at the phone, then glared at Supergirl, "Okay." Supergirl immediately pretended to be good. "Oh right. I think we might need Mike this time." Supergirl added, and Director Danvers' expression immediately became serious, "Are you sure?" Supergirl nodded. Director Danvers turned around and ordered, "Call our special advisor."
When Shishan was brought to the DEO headquarters conference room, the big screen was showing the battle that had just taken place.
Shishan immediately felt a headache coming on.
Although he knew that Haydn wasn't exactly a good boy, he didn't expect him to alarm the DEO so quickly. At least Piccolo Daimo had the patience to wait until noon, albeit inside a rice cooker. By the way, this rice cooker has already been classified as a weapon of mass destruction by the DEO. They spent a lot of money, gathered more than a dozen experts from various fields, and repeatedly studied it for nearly a week, finally determining that it was just a rice cooker. The sealing talisman also led to a team of more than 10 people entering China, their mission being to travel to famous mountains and rivers across the country within 6 months to find similar runes. Shishan thought that this mission was not bad, at least it was a free trip.
Mike, you finally arrived. As soon as he appeared, everyone's attention focused on Shishan.
They had watched the video from before. Even without expert analysis, they knew that this person was very troublesome. Elektra's death was confirmed, and other than Cat Grant feeling guilty for 3 seconds, Supergirl was also slightly remorseful. She kept saying, if only she could have rescued her sooner. But in reality, she also knew that facing a madman like Haydn, if she hadn't tried to temporarily restrain him, escaping wouldn't have been so easy. His heavy yet agile scythe could be thrown hundreds of meters away, and it wasn't impossible for him to deal with someone with the ability to fly. Shishan looked at his watch, his expression slightly impatient. Everyone, it's 2:00 a.m. now.
If I remember correctly, this isn't working hours.
John said, strictly speaking, you don't have working hours.
You don't get paid, you're just a consultant. Shishan blared, so you called someone to drag me out of bed at 1 o'clock?
God, I had barely slept for 30 minutes.
John said, that's really enviable.
I didn't even have time to go back to my room to sleep before Supergirl barged in with people, and then I had to notify everyone to work overtime overnight.
Is it balanced now?
Shishan looked at Supergirl, seeing her shrink her neck a little embarrassed, shrugged, and said, for the sake of the pretty Supergirl, I'll forgive you if I get a bucket of ice cream. John snapped his fingers and pointed to the agent beside Shishan. The agent pointed to his own nose. Not only John, but everyone in the conference room nodded in unison. The agent helplessly turned around to prepare the ice cream.
Cat Grant said, well, after so many years, I've finally seen a somewhat interesting government department. Alex had already started playing the video again, saying, Mike, take a look first, see if you know this person?
Shishan waved his hand, no need to bother, I knew who he was the first time I saw him. Everyone focused their attention on him. Shishan looked at the somewhat familiar battle scenes and said with some nostalgia, he is Haydn, a follower of the Jashan religion.
Everything, from the beginning.
At this time, the agent walked in holding several ice creams. John took the largest bucket and placed it in front of Shishan, saying, explain in detail, tell us everything you know.
All right, for the sake of the ice cream.
The others divided a box each, opened them, and Shishan took a spoonful, squinting his eyes.
Chocolate flavor, I like it. Actually, I don't know much about Haydn himself.
I only know that he should have also come from the reverse space, from a planet called Chakra. Shishan took another big bite and recalled, this planet called Chakra is very chaotic. From the day it had history, it has been in constant war, between countries, between families, between individuals. This war seems to have no end, engulfing all the countries in the world, and the people of the world suffered deeply from the war. But there is one country called the Land of Hot Water, which is an exception. Because of its geographical location, this country only experienced one war in the initial stage, and subsequently, the world's wars did not affect it. Therefore, the entire Land of Hot Water is very peaceful and prosperous. Correspondingly, the ninjas, as weapons of war, are very lonely. Wait, are you talking about the ninja that we understand? Cat Grant interjected. John glared at her, but Cat was oblivious. Shishan looked at her strangely and shook his head, it's just the same name. Our ninjas are just assassination tools of the daimyos in Japan during the Warring States period, and their status is as low as slaves. But the ninjas on the planet Chakra have a status like samurai. However, their nature as weapons in the hands of the daimyos has not changed. And the wars between the great powers are actually wars between ninja villages. Shishan shook his spoon and continued, the Land of Hot Water has no war, so the scale of the Hot Water Ninja Village is very small, and the ninjas only do the work of police. Haydn was born in the Land of Hot Water. But unlike ordinary people, he does not yearn for peace, but feels restless because of peace. Haydn is a person who is restless by nature. He yearns for blood and war, so, by chance, he met some heretics who worshipped the evil god, worshipped blood and slaughter.
He was immediately drawn in and became a loyal heretic. The purpose of the Jashin religion is to bring slaughter to peaceful people. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Supergirl covered her mouth. They couldn't believe that there was such a crazy cult. Haydn is a firm supporter of the Jashin religion's purpose, so he killed everyone in the hot water ninja village and defected from the land of hot water. And in the days that followed, he slaughtered a large number of innocent people. Perhaps because he killed too many people, Haydn successfully obtained the immortality curse through the Jashin ritual. And this curse accelerated his killing speed. The more blood of innocent people, the stronger the curse's effect. I remember the book said that Haydn was ambushed by the enemy and cut into more than 100 pieces and still didn't die. The enemy had no choice but to dig a very deep pit and seal him up. Speaking of this, Shishan only cared about eating ice cream. Everyone waited for a few seconds, and John asked, "And then?" Shishan spread his hands. "There's no then. Haydn has been sealed up, and the book no longer has any record of him. According to common sense, with his power, it is impossible to tear space and come to the positive space. The chaos caused by Piccolo Daimyo has gradually subsided. According to common sense, unless there are battles involving superpowered beings that cause spatial energy vibrations, the reverse space cannot tear space and send people over again." Supergirl and Cat Grant both lowered their heads. John glared at Supergirl and nodded. "Then, what do you know about this person's abilities?" She shone through the empty box aside, pulled over the unopened ice cream in front of John, opened it himself, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Vanilla flavor, barely acceptable. Haydn's abilities are actually very simple. Besides immortality, there is only a curse called Blood Scythe Ritual. You saw it in the video just now. John nodded and ordered, "Immediately prepare a character profile, mobilize military satellites to monitor the entire national city. We need to find this person as soon as possible. Note that this is a madman who believes in the Jashin religion, who is keen on indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Once there is an opportunity, kill him directly." Just finished saying he's immortal. John immediately glared over. Cat Grant nonchalantly took out a makeup mirror, touched up her makeup, and pretended to be nonchalant. "Okay, what I mean is, allow the use of lethal weapons. Ms. Danvers, tell Alex all about your combat experience and your speculation about Haydn. After she's it, send it to the group database. The more we understand, the more confident we will be." The two nodded together. Shishan suddenly raised his spoon and added, "By the way, there's something I forgot to say." The red 3-section scythe in his hand is called the Bloodthirsty 3 Moon Scythe, and it can be separated for attack at critical moments. The length of the iron cable at the end exceeds 100 meters, the exact length is not recorded, so be extra careful when fighting. The other party must stand in the ritual circle to cast the curse. If you are accidentally scratched by the other party during the battle, be sure to ensure that the other party does not have the opportunity to draw a sacrificial ritual. John said, "You heard what he said, add it to your own memos." Shishan smiled and said, "Actually, if you had chosen to return to the battlefield at the first time, you might have found Haydn. The sacrificial requirements of the Jashin religion stipulate that after each sacrifice is completed, you need to lie on the sacrificial diagram for more than 30 minutes. Of course, it's definitely too late now." John's face suddenly darkened. Shishan was shocked. He actually had such abilities. He was indeed worthy of being the Martian Manhunter. "Is there anything else you haven't said?" Shishan shrugged. "This last point is just speculation and cannot be confirmed. If the reverse space sent Haydn in, it might give him some enhancement. Considering that Haydn himself has the characteristic of immortality, then what matches it?" "Regeneration." Supergirl and Alex replied in unison. Shishan smiled and raised his spoon. "Ding dong, correct answer plus 10 points." John turned and left, loudly saying, "All personnel in the Advanced Strategy Department, analyze the enemy's characteristics and personality. We need to find a suitable solution in the shortest possible time to avoid more sacrifices." "Yes, sir." With the unanimous response, the DEO became busy again. Those who had serious matters left, leaving only Shishan and Cat Grant in the room. Shishan looked at her and pointed to her equally unopened ice cream. "May I?" Of course. Cat Grant pushed the ice cream over and smiled. Mike, right, how about an interview? Interview, me?
Shishan found it a bit funny, not even looking at where this place was.
Of course, you don't mind if I record this, do you?
Cat Grant generously took out her phone, opened the recording interface, and even showed it to Shishan before placing the phone aside, her lips slightly curved, full of confidence.
I want to know, where did you get the information you just mentioned? Why do you know such detailed information? What's going on with the anti-space? Who are you? More importantly, what exactly is this place? Why would Supergirl appear here? What does your finger mean? Telling me to look behind me.
Cat Grant turned her head and saw Director John had returned at some point, now standing behind her with his arms crossed, not saying a word. Miss Grant, please come with me for a moment, I have some things to discuss with you.
Cat Grant frowned slightly. Half an hour later, I'm currently in an interview. You wouldn't be trying to tell me that this is a secret base and interviews aren't allowed, would you?
While speaking, Cat Grant also looked at Shishan.
Unfortunately, you guessed right. Don't forget, I'm Cat Grant, I know more than half of the congressmen in the entire republic, including the president. Not to mention the Harvard Alumni Association, are you sure?
The implicit threat made Director John's mouth twitch slightly, and he said indifferently, please come with me. Cat Grant was a little surprised, then stood up and said, since you insist, all right. I hope it's not a tedious confidentiality procedure, you know I've already had a bad enough day today, I don't want to see any more documents. After speaking, without waiting for Director John to reply, she said to Shishan, stay here and don't go anywhere, I'll probably need 5 minutes.
Good heavens, the upper class are indeed confident enough, not even intimidated by law enforcement.
Shishan remained non-committal.
Cat Grant grabbed her phone and followed Director John away.
Naturally, Shishan had no intention of waiting for her. He picked up the ice cream in front of him, tore open the lid, and slowly walked into the strategic hall.
The atmosphere in the hall was tense, everyone was busy.
On the large screen, surveillance satellites were executing a specific search program, scanning the entire city over and over again. Alex was in central command, Supergirl was nowhere to be seen, it seemed she couldn't help but run out to look for him herself. Behind him, 2 medical personnel pushed a hospital bed past. Shishan glanced at it and saw that it was indeed the Electro Girl who had already died. Looking at the large Y-shaped incision on her chest, as well as the obvious pale marks from multiple penetrating wounds on her body.
Okay, I'll have someone send you.
Director John nodded, then raised his hand and called over a special operations team member, giving a simple instruction.
Next time you call me, try not to be after 2 a.m. It's tiring, okay?
Shishan waved his hand and left directly, without even saying hello to Alex.
Director John's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't say a word.
On the way back to the International City apartment, just as he got out of the car, he saw a figure suddenly fly across the sky, heading straight for 2 blocks away, followed by a faint rumble. Feeling the slight tremor of the ground, Shishan shrugged, greeted the special operations driver, and turned to go upstairs. The 2 special operations team members in the car did not leave, moving the car to a parking space and turning off the engine. Now Shishan is an important source of information, so naturally he needs someone to protect him. Whether it's protection or surveillance, Shishan doesn't care. If they really want to do something, compared to Shishan's methods, these ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. The reason for not expressing dissent is just to avoid being too conspicuous. He slightly sensed Hayden's location. It's actually in the east, then who is fighting Supergirl in the front? Who cares who it is? What does it have to do with me? I should continue to experiment with the remaining dozens of spells. Judging from the progress of the model adjustment, perhaps there will be results before dawn. 2 blocks away, Hayden and Supergirl were in a fierce battle. The large scythe flew in the sky, advancing, retreating, chopping, and slashing, flexible and free, like a living thing. At the other end of the rope, Hayden held on tightly, waving it up and down, with anger on his face. Damn it, woman, stop dodging around, let Grandpa cut you once. Supergirl dodged the blade and kicked the blood scythe away. Surrender, Hayden, you can't escape. As she spoke, she shot out scorching rays from her eyes.
Haydn took a step back, waving the scythe even faster. If Chishan saw the scene of these two fighting, he would probably laugh out loud. Although Haydn is a master of taijutsu, with great strength, fast speed, and an immortal body. Unfortunately, he can't fly, and the scythe is his only mid-range attack method. Although the Death Possession blood spell is bizarre and peculiar, it is guaranteed death upon being hit. But the premise for triggering it is only the opponent's blood. Supergirl had personally seen how Electro Girl died in Haydn's hands, and through Chishan, she had learned detailed information about Haydn, knowing that the other party possessed a special energy in his body, attached to this strange scythe, which could very likely break through her steel body. Naturally, she didn't dare to risk getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and could only choose to entangle him with long-range attacks, scorching heat vision or freezing breath. So when these two fought, one was like a whip swatting flies, and the other was like a hammer smashing cockroaches, neither could do anything to the other. Only attacks that missed hit the ground in nearby buildings, directly turning a civilized world into a wasteland style. Fortunately, Supergirl had backup support. Just 10 minutes after the two were deadlocked, two convoys surrounded the street from the front and back. A large number of special operations teams carrying heavy weapons emerged, dispersed at the fastest speed, and opened fire without saying a word. The flames flickered, and the sound of gunfire roared into one. The metal storm raged, almost instantly turning Haydn in the middle into a sieve. Transparent holes appeared one after another, and blood flowed freely. "My clothes, you bastards! Today, I'll sacrifice you all to the evil god. You damned heretics!" Haydn roared in anger, waving his arm. The large scythe in the air hurtled down, directly cleaving a Special Forces member in two. Supergirl was shocked and unleashed her heat vision. Haydn took a small step forward, and the heat vision struck the ground right behind him. The ground shattered and stones flew. He lightly raised his arm and then swung it horizontally to the right. The scythe, dozens of meters away, moved as if it were an extension of his arm, cleaving to the right. In an instant, a red light flashed, and all the Special Forces members in that direction were simultaneously cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted out, and screams of agony filled the air. Haydn clearly became excited, throwing out his black spear and stepping forward with strange steps. He sometimes sprinted, sometimes paused, and sometimes retreated. His movements seemed completely erratic, and he never looked back even once, yet it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, perfectly dodging Supergirl's attacks one by one. The heat vision kept chasing Haydn's heels, only carving out one gully after another, with no effect. Seeing Haydn rapidly approaching, Supergirl finally couldn't bear it any longer and dove down. Who knew that the scythe would suddenly appear in front of her? Supergirl was greatly surprised and hurriedly dodged, the scythe passing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme by. Because of this delay, Haydn's black spear had already pierced the forehead of one of the men. The scream abruptly stopped. A hint of excitement appeared on Haydn's face. He pulled out the spear with a flick, ready to finish off the other survivors. Just then, a person quickly walked out from the other side of the Special Forces team, carrying a thick rocket launcher on his shoulder, more than a meter long and nearly 20 centimeters in diameter. The man aimed slightly and directly pulled the trigger. A burst of white smoke spewed out from behind, and a huge warhead smashed directly towards the opposite side. Haydn turned his head, a hint of disdain on his lips. Another one of these weapons. Are you all illegitimate children of the Azura Path or something? Then, he lightly tapped his toes, and his entire body jumped up. A scorching gaze struck his foot. In the blink of an eye, the missile flew over again, and Haydn took advantage of the momentum, stepping on the missile with one foot. The warhead fell, and Haydn rose like a cannonball. The side struck the nearby building, and the steel cable contracted, pulling Haydn up further. At this moment, Supergirl appeared in the sky, smashing the wall with a punch. The scythe lost its anchor point, falling down with a large chunk of the wall. Haydn lost his upward momentum, hovering in the air for a second before also falling. "What a troublesome woman, I must cut you down." Haydn snorted impatiently, lightly shaking his right hand. The scythe, along with the wall, slashed towards another building.
Who knew that Supergirl would appear in front of him again, clasping her hands together, slamming down the chunk of wall attached to the scythe as if hitting a volleyball.
The wall shattered under the heavy impact, but the scythe, carrying tremendous force, rushed towards Haydn. Unable to borrow strength in the air, there was no way to dodge. Haydn was hit squarely, the sharp scythe blades piercing his riddled body, slamming heavily into the ground. At the same time, the missile exploded, a huge burst of fire soaring into the sky, instantly engulfing Haydn. Rumble!
The sound was like thunder, and all the glass within several blocks shattered into pieces.
The entire street was overturned, and a large number of cracks spread out like a spider web.
The huge shockwave directly turned several nearby buildings into dangerous structures. As the smoke rose, the impact gradually subsided. In Supergirl's miniature communicator, Alex's voice came through.
"How is it? Is he dead?"
Supergirl used her X-ray vision and found no moving objects.
"I'm not sure. But I haven't detected any moving objects for now. Stay vigilant. The opponent is immortal and may have an abnormal body temperature." Supergirl stared intently at the center of the explosion and said, "Alex, don't say anything. This is for the sake of more people.
You just need to make sure there are no civilians in the nearby buildings.
This battle can no longer affect more people."
"But, they are all Special Forces members, how can we?"
"Don't say any more, Kara. This is our only chance."
Letting him go for just 2 hours, and he slaughtered everyone in an entire apartment building. He is a psychopathic cultist.
As long as we can eliminate him, the DEO is willing to pay any price. Don't overthink it, execute the order, Kara. There are 13 million unarmed people in the entire city. If Haydn escapes again, the consequences will be unimaginable. You need to distinguish between what's important. Supergirl was silent for a moment and nodded silently. "I understand."
The smoke gradually dissipated, and Supergirl slowly landed on the ground. At this time, the street could no longer be called a road, it was a crater.
The explosion had blown out Haydn's scythe.
At this moment, only a half-crippled body lay in the center of the crater, no longer moving. Supergirl watched from afar, calmly saying, "I see him.
Confirmed dead." "Wait, what's that? Kara, what happened?"
Supergirl didn't bother to answer, hurriedly running to the corpse, her pupils suddenly constricting. Then, Haydn's broken corpse, like a tree losing moisture, gradually withered and deformed. The skin became whiter and whiter, eventually turning pale. The silver hair gradually shortened, turning into emerald green short hair. The clothes on his body gradually dried up, collapsing like tree bark. In his remaining right hand, the tightly held rope also gradually deformed, becoming a dry vine, and then the blood-stained triple-bladed scythe connected to the front also turned into a similarly shaped branch. Under Supergirl's eyes, the dead Haydn gradually turned into another person.
Supergirl's expression changed drastically, and she said in a deep voice, "Alex, I think we're in trouble."
At this time, the remaining half of the Special Forces members, holding weapons, cautiously approached. Seeing the strange corpse in front of them, they all gasped.
"Mission failed, repeat, mission failed. The target is another person."
The captain nervously reported to headquarters, while the remaining members performed their duties, responsible for transmitting the scene's images and various first-hand phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals det data/phoneme back to headquarters.
Supergirl shot straight into the sky. A false hit, big trouble. She must find Haydn as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable.
In an apartment, Haydn opened his eyes, lowered his right hand from a single hand seal, and looked somewhat displeased.
"Damn it, I actually got taken down. It's all that White Zetsa's fault, summoning them just turns them into idiots? I knew they were just bragging all the time, saying there's nowhere they can't go without him. Totally useless."
This apartment wasn't small, totaling over 200 square meters, a large open-plan penthouse suite, and with its high floor, it was clearly an expensive place. However, today, this high-end apartment had changed. In the center of the living room floor, a pattern made of fresh blood had been drawn. Beside the pattern were the corpses of a family of 3. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and even in death, they continued to bleed. There was a shallow indentation on the pattern, obviously where Haydn had been lying just now, having just completed the sacrificial ritual. This world is really interesting, it actually has such amazing weapons.
Is it a combination of Payne's Azura Path and Deidara?
The explosive power isn't bad, but unfortunately, the person using the weapon is too weak. Haydn glanced at his somewhat tattered Akatsuki robe and casually tore it off. It's all that bastard White Zetsu's fault, only being able to withstand 50% of my chakra, unable to unleash its true power at all. He clearly said that the transformation technique had been improved and could exert 60% to 70% of the original body's combat power. Damn it, the people in this world are too weak, and their bodies don't have chakra, so they can't withstand my power at all. I can only use that useless White Zetsu. As he spoke, Haydn stretched out his palm and slowly gathered chakra onto his ring. Soon, with a clicking sound, a white bud appeared on the ring's surface, then rapidly grew like an inflating balloon.
A brand new White Zetsu appeared out of nowhere in front of Haydn. Clang! The White Zetsu fell directly to the ground, motionless.
Haydn went forward and kicked it a couple of times, but there was no reaction.
He clicked his tongue. Just as I thought?
I told you a long time ago, you bastard, to believe in Lord Evil God.
Such a pain.
Haydn formed a hand seal with his right hand, chakra flowed and gathered, and the White Zetsu lying on the ground slowly changed shape.
Its skin tone lightened, hair grew, its height stretched, and its whole body seemed to become stronger as if inflated.
Then, several pieces of tree bark grew out from under its armpits, connecting front and back to quickly transform into an Akatsuki robe. A green bud sprouted from the palm of its right hand, rapidly growing and transforming into a new blood scythe.
In just a few tens of seconds, a brand new Haydn was born. What a pain!
I've only slashed down to the 11th floor, and there are still 9 floors above. Once Grandpa finishes the sacrifice to the evil god, I will personally cut down that flying woman. Carrying his large scythe, Haydn kicked the door open and swaggered out. After all the commotion in the second half of the night, and eating several boxes of ice cream, Shishan was wide awake. As soon as he got home, he focused on experimenting with magic. It wasn't until the sky was just beginning to brighten that Shishan finally found the most suitable spell model. He took a strand of Tomi's hair, added a trace of energy, and flicked it onto the ground. The hair trembled twice, then rapidly grew as if it had taken an aphrodisiac. Shishan chanted in his mouth and pointed at the rapidly growing hair. A hazy, glowing light enveloped it, and the hair suddenly shrank into a ball, then unfolded to form a small piece of cloth. This piece of cloth rapidly grew and automatically deformed. It was as if there was an invisible mold in the air, and someone was constantly injecting ink into it, gradually revealing the model inside. Before long, it formed a half-finished uniform that was atop, then grew downward, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a uniform similar to a military uniform. The upper body was a padded shoulder trench coat, the lower body was straight military pants, paired with a pair of pure black military boots, also made from Tomi's hair as the raw material, but using a different weaving method. Due to the different reflectivity, although the colors were all dark, there were still some slight differences. The overall style was exactly as Shishan had imagined, completely based on the Black Order uniform template from D. Greyman. Shishan raised an eyebrow, then flicked his finger, and a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme suddenly shot out, tearing through the uniform and hitting the floor. At the very moment the uniform was damaged, the broken fibers actually moved closer to each other and reconnected. In an instant, the tear automatically repaired itself. Not bad, the effect is even better than expected. Next, we'll see if large area repairs can be completed. Shishan was just about to continue the experiment when he felt a jolt under his feet, and the windows on the balcony suddenly exploded, scattering glass shards all over the floor. Shishan blinked and looked up ahead. He saw a thick cloud of smoke rising 2 blocks away, lingering for more than half a minute before gradually dissipating. He sensed again and found that Haydn was still in the east. What the heck is going on? Why aren't they going to catch Haydn and fighting with someone else? And throwing such a big bomb? Is Deo's brain short-circuiting? Poor me in my apartment, I just had it cleaned yesterday. Shishan patted his forehead and lost interest in experimenting.
He walked to the balcony and looked around.
Only then did he realize that it wasn't just his place. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a building that didn't have broken glass. Then he saw Supergirl soar into the sky, disappearing from sight with a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme.
What's going on?
He shook his head and turned back into the room. Such a big commotion would have woken up the people in the nearby blocks, and it was likely that this area would be in an uproar in less than 10 minutes. He should take advantage of this time difference and quickly order breakfast. He had just picked up the phone and hadn't had time to dial when there was a loud knock on the door. Shishan pondered for a moment, curled his lips, and went to open the door. As expected, standing outside were the two special operations team members.
Consultant, the director needs you to return to headquarters immediately.
I refuse. Shishan answered very simply, then went to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door. One of the special operations team members supported the door with his hand, looking somewhat nervous, and said, "Consultant, there's been a special situation, the director needs you."
I've said everything I need to say. Even if I make another trip, there's nothing more to say. Let's leave it at that.
As Shishan prepared to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door again, the other special operations team member handed over a flat iPad. It showed Director John's big, shiny head.
Mike, I need you to come to headquarters immediately, now.
Right now, what I need most is to catch up on sleep and have breakfast, preferably with a glass of warm milk. Besides, regarding Haydn, I have nothing more to say.
Oh, really? Then how do you explain this?
John calmly stepped aside, and Shishan's eyes widened.
DEO headquarters, forensic autopsy room.
Shishan carefully identified the white Zetsu lying on the table, and raised his head to say, "Are you sure that the person who fought Supergirl just now was Haydn?
And that he turned into this thing after dying?"
Supergirl has confirmed that the way the opponent manipulates weapons is exactly the same as Haydn's in the initial engagement. At the same time, based on behavioral analysis and linguistic profiling, the probability that the two combatants are the same person is over 90%.
Director John replied in a deep voice.
Shishan spread out his palm.
Then why did you come to the conclusion that the target is someone else? It looks like Haydn was killed and inexplicably turned white, right? Because of this. Director John threw out a stack of photos.
Shishan took them and flipped through them, his eyelids twitching. This is the tragedy that occurred in an apartment building on 29th Avenue, 15 minutes after the body was sent here.
And this is the tragedy in an apartment building on 6th Avenue.
This time, Director John simply threw over a tablet computer, which continuously changed, displaying more scenes. The style is the same, it is obvious that one person did it. After laboratory comparison and confirmation, it can be confirmed that the apartment tragedy on 6th Avenue was done by this person in front of us, and the 29th Avenue. Before he could finish speaking, Alex rushed in, anxiously saying, "Director, news from Supergirl. Haydn has been spotted again, and the two are already engaged. The technical department is adjusting the aerial satellite, and the footage will be transmitted in 5 minutes at most." John turned to look at Shishan, his expression solemn.
"Mike."
Shishan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, helplessly. Okay, I just wanted to confirm it again." Shaking his head, Shishan slowly opened his mouth.
"I believe you have already seen the autopsy report for this body. The body tissue is completely a wooden structure, right?" Director John nodded. "This person or this thing is called White Zetsu, a biological weapon transformed from humans.
Because it has a wooden cell structure, its regenerative ability is very exaggerated, and general physical damage is basically impossible to kill it.
The only thing that can restrain it is lightning.
In fact, I am also very surprised to see him lying here completely intact, well, at least mostly intact."
"How did you do it?" "Magnetic warhead." Director John replied with a dark face. Shishan shrugged. "That's quite lucky." "Lucky? You call this lucky? A total of 92 people died in the 6th Avenue apartment, including 13 minors, you call this lucky?" Director John couldn't hold back his anger. Who is he talking to?
Shishan raised his eyebrows and nodded without hesitation. Of course it's lucky, because you killed him in the first place. You need to know that white Zetsu reproduces by spores.
As long as there is enough of that special energy, it can almost split infinitely.
On Chakra Planet, some ambitious people once cultivated the number of white Zetsu to 100,000, triggering a global war.
You were able to kill the white Zetsu in the initial stage, avoiding a bad situation from happening. Isn't that lucky? Director John turned around with a dark face and strode away. Consultant Mike Chi, please do not leave DO before the matter is resolved.
If you have any requests, you can tell the staff, and we will try our best to satisfy them as long as they are reasonable.
Watching Director John's disappearing back, Shishan touched his chin. Is it because telepathy is ineffective? He's really narrow-minded.
When he was speaking just now, Shishan clearly felt a trace of energy invading his mind, which he absorbed in the blink of an eye. It seems that Martian Manhunter is already a little suspicious of me after repeatedly obtaining key information from me. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Shishan's mouth. At this time, 2 agents pushed the door and walked in, followed by several people in white coats. The agents first invited Shishan out, and then cooperated with several whitecoats to pack up the white Zetsu's body, which seemed to be preparing for in-depth research. Shishan shrugged and slowly walked towards the operations hall. He grabbed a staff member on the way and solemnly requested 5 boxes of chocolate ice cream, leaving the other person confused. Before he even arrived, he heard Director John's voice coming. Keep your distance, try to use area of effect attacks, don't use heat vision, the opponent is very agile, unless you catch them by surprise, it will be difficult to hit. Try to hold the opponent back, John is already on the way, and will arrive on the scene in 3 minutes at most. Note that your opponent may be the same as the previous one, both disguised as a biological weapon called white Zetsu. According to Consultant Chi, white Zetsu is a wooden cell life form with very strong regenerative ability and is immune to physical attacks. The opponent's weakness is electricity, you can find an opportunity to test it. But also be careful, there is a certain chance that the opponent is Haydn himself, and electricity is ineffective against Haydn's immortal body. Walking into the hall, the screen showed the battle between Supergirl and Haydn. Unsurprisingly, the combat method was the same as the previous 2 battles. Supergirl was wary and didn't dare to engage in phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme combat.
Haydn couldn't fly and could only futilely wave his scythe, shouting angrily.
You hateful woman, I must kill you today. Hearing these words, Shishan nodded, confirming it was Haydn.
White Zetsu may be long-winded, but he tends to be insidious, while Haydn is irritable, easily angered, and willful.
The characteristics are still very distinct.
So, it's the shape-shifting technique?
After thinking for a moment, Shishan raised his voice and said, pull up the combat recordings from the previous 2 battles, measure the opponent's strength and agility, and see if there is a significant difference.
Although white Zetsu can disguise, he himself is a mass-produced biological weapon, and his individual combat ability cannot be compared with Haydn.
After speaking, Shishan casually found a place to sit down, beckoned to the staff member behind him, and asked him to put the ice cream he was holding on the table. Director John looked back at Shishan and ordered in a deep voice, calculate according to the consultant's method. Several technicians gathered together to study it, and then jointly wrote an algorithm to run through the videos of the previous 2 battles, and indeed obtained 2 very different numbers. Then they tested the values of the current Haydn, and immediately got the answer.
Director, we have results.
The target's initial composite score was 9, the second time it appeared the score was only 5, and the one in front of us is only a little over 5.
So Director John said without hesitation, Supergirl, prepare to use the electric shock, the Haydn in front of us is also a fake. Hearing it was a fake, Supergirl took a deep breath and exhaled a frosty breath from her mouth, covering the entire battlefield. She exhaled while charging forward. The giant scythe slashed over, but Supergirl didn't dodge, charging forward head-on.
The scythe slashed her body, leaving a bloody gash.
Supergirl was startled, reached out and grabbed the scythe, pulling hard. Haydn was caught off guard and was pulled over directly.
Her right fist was pulled back to her abdomen, aimed at the target coming towards her, and punched the opponent's chest.
There was a loud bang.
A large hole exploded in Haydn's chest, but strangely, no blood splattered. Damn, before he could finish speaking, Supergirl plunged her hands into Haydn's exploded chest and tore him in half. Bang bang! The two halves of his body landed on the ground, and Haydn was still shouting vigorously that he would kill people. His right hand, which had been holding the steel cable, was still raised, trying to manipulate the scythe to attack again. Seeing this, Supergirl dared not be negligent, and directly reached out to break the electrical box inserted into the street lamp, forcefully dragging out a section of cable and inserting it directly into Haydn's body. After a burst of electric sparks, Haydn's body twitched for a while, and then lost its activity. Supergirl gasped rapidly, watching Haydn's corpse gradually turn into a white Zetsu, her expression gradually becoming a little panicked and dazed. No buts. Miss Danvers. Director John interrupted the line, his tone solemn, there's no time to hesitate. The number of deaths has already exceeded 230, and we haven't locked down the murderer's location yet. What does that mean? It means that the death toll could be raised again at any time. White Zetsu, this kind of biological weapon, is very likely to have self-replication abilities. Don't hesitate, for every second you hesitate, the number of our enemies may double. This is a war, an anti-invasion war. Miss Danvers, you must know the seriousness of this. Supergirl was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly took a deep breath, her expression becoming firm. I understand. What do you need me to do? Find Haydn's main body, defeat him or kill him. Behind Director John, Shishan curled his lips imperceptibly. Easier said than done, wanting to find a hidden ninja in a city of 13 million people is like a fool's dream. It is unknown how many white Zetsu are still in Haydn's hands. As long as his chakra recovers, under the effect of the transformation technique, there will be as many cannon fodder combatants as he wants. When Haydn sneaks into the DEO's lair, I'm afraid it will be another bloodbath. Throwing the last ice cream box into the trash can, Shishan smacked his lips. It seems that I have to come forward in this matter. Shishan narrowed his eyes slightly, made a strange gesture with his hands, and muttered in his heart. Then his eyes suddenly opened, and he shouted in his heart, puppet control. His brain suddenly became clear, as if he had drunk mint soda on a hot summer day, cool and comfortable. Then, two images appeared in front of him. One body was sitting in the DEO headquarters, bored, watching the big screen with a group of agents like a spectator. The other was lying comfortably on the sofa, with the sounds of various luxury advertisements in his ears. Traces of malice, from who knows where, continuously and firmly invaded Shishan's brain. Then it turned into strands of energy, which were directly digested and stored. Controlling the other body, he sat up and looked around, only to find that this was his apartment in International City. Looking down slightly, what came into view was a pair of towering breasts. Spreading out his palms, they were indeed slender and white, giving people an impulse to kiss them. Without a doubt, he had become Tommy. Getting up and walking into the bedroom, he pulled a large wooden box from under the bed and slowly opened it. A smile appeared on Tommy's lips. On the other side, Shishan, who had been sitting in the hall doing nothing, suddenly raised his voice. Looking for him like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Director John turned his head, but didn't say anything. Haydn is a ninja, although he has an arrogant personality and some childish willfulness, he is still a ninja after all. Even if it's not the same world, ninjas are still ninjas, and they are experts in hiding themselves. Director John narrowed his eyes. Do you have a way? Shishan shook his head. I don't have a way, but I know someone who does. Who? Where? Director John's tone was slightly hurried. Don't worry, before that, I need to make a request. What is it? This person has a strange temper, she doesn't like to be in contact with people. The DEO must not investigate her identity, and the process of finding Haydn cannot be recorded. Whether she is found or not, this matter should be treated as if it never happened. How about it? Shishan's expression was serious. John glanced at the big screen. The scanning is still continuing. 3 reconnaissance satellites have been mobilized to repeatedly scan the entire city of Nexino, but so far nothing has been found. Supergirl has been flying in the air, and the X-ray vision has never been turned off.
However, the city is too big, there are too many people, and there are too many places where Hayden can hide. Supergirl can only fly around like a headless fly, hoping to find the target's main body. But in fact, 14 hours have passed since Hayden first appeared.
And in these short 14 hours, the other party has killed more than 200 people.
Director John really didn't have the courage to wait any longer.
In a flash of thought, John nodded without hesitation. I agree to these conditions.
Chi-Shan stretched out his palm. In that case, I will help you again. Bring me a satellite phone. An agent immediately handed over a satellite phone.
Chi-Shan dialed a few numbers and held it to his ear, then began a sincere performance.
Hello, it's me again.
Don't hang up, don't hang up. I know you're still angry, but now there's something I need your help with. It's about anti-space.
Aren't you in Nexino City? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find you. It's been going on since last night, haven't you heard about it?
I know your conditions, I've already told them, and they've already agreed.
It's not the FBI, nor is it a secret society, but an organization similar to the secret police, specializing in arresting aliens. Non-humans are of course also within the scope of jurisdiction. How about it, for the sake of being in the same industry, can you help me out? Okay? Okay, I got it.
Then, Chi-Shan hung up the phone and turned around and said, she is waiting for you under the Kate Comedia building, send someone over to pick her up. You can call her Crystal. The sound of brakes echoed as a black SUV came to a halt in front of the Keat Tech building.
Before even getting out of the car, Alex spotted their target. It was simply too obvious. The Keat Tech building was only 2 blocks away from the site of Supergirl's battle.
Adding to this, the red alert that had been sounded throughout the city this morning due to the massive explosion meant that even as noon approached, the streets remained largely deserted. Beneath the massive entrance of the Keat Tech building stood a woman in a black uniform, her face partially concealed by a filigree eye mask. She held a delicate wicker box in her hand, standing there quietly as if separated from the world around her.
Alex got out of the car. Crystal? Mike Chi sent me to pick you up.
Alex scrutinized her carefully, judging from her skin tone and hair color that the woman was undoubtedly of Asian descent. The skin at the corners of her mouth and her jawline was smooth and taut, without a single wrinkle. Her lips were a healthy, vibrant red. Judging by the density and luster of her hair, one could conclude that the woman before her was no more than 30 years old. That is, if she was normal. Crystal didn't speak, only nodded lightly, then walked to the passenger side of the car, opened the door, and got in. Alex got in the car, preparing to return to headquarters. Crystal opened the wicker box in her hands, took out a large crystal ball, held it in both hands, and focused her eyes on it.
Alex watched coldly. 11 o'clock direction, distance 4 kilometers. What does that mean? The target's location.
Crystal's answer was calm and natural, as if stating something obvious. A hint of hesitation flashed in Alex's eyes, but she immediately made up her mind, turning the steering wheel sharply and guiding the car onto the road to the left.
Director, lock onto the 11 o'clock direction, 4 kilometers from my location, the target is likely hiding there.
Alex had just reported to the bureau when Crystal spoke again.
Direction change, 10 o'clock direction, 1 kilometers.
Without hesitation, Alex floored the accelerator, increasing the car's speed while loudly saying, Director, position change, 10 o'clock direction, 1 kilometers, suspect the target is moving at high speed.
Support is arriving at any moment.
Director John didn't hesitate to dispatch a helicopter squadron, ready to provide support at any time. The so-called crystal was naturally Tommy in disguise. The crystal ball in her hand wasn't magical at all, just a large glass ball. What truly allowed them to pinpoint Hayden's location was the special sense in Chi-Shan's mind.
This sense was very peculiar. As Chi-Shan focused his attention on Tommy's body, the coordinate origin also followed.
Therefore, as far as Hayden was concerned, the current Tommy was a human-shaped tracker. Once the target's location was confirmed, Dio's reaction speed was very fast. In just 3 minutes, a combined air and land assault team gathered, completely surrounding a villa.
This was a high-end villa area in the wealthy district.
All of them were real estate developers, big bosses whose assets were counted in the hundreds of millions, definitely members of the upper class. Normally, barging in to arrest someone would probably require some effort. Now, naturally, there were no such concerns. Supergirl arrived at top speed, only contacting Alex briefly before smashing directly into the villa. This was Supergirl's special method of intrusion, directly smashing a hole in the building, all in one step. Having locked down a wide area, Supergirl's X-ray vision directly locked onto Hayden's location. With a loud crash, the ceiling was pierced by a human-shaped hole, and Supergirl landed imposingly in front of Hayden. "Hayden, you can't escape this time." At this time, Hayden was lying on the ritual, a black spear stabbed into his heart, with several corpses beside him. Obviously sacrifices, tattered like broken dolls. The scene was horrifying. Hearing someone speak, Hayden raised his head. "It's you again, woman, daring to disturb this great one's evil god sacrifice ritual. I must slaughter you today." He was in the midst of the ritual, his skin pitch black, with skull-like white patterns appearing on the surface, looking quite terrifying. Old enemies were bound to meet and be filled with hatred. Having just exchanged a few words, the two began to fight. Having succeeded in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat last time, Supergirl was much bolder this time, knowing that she was facing the main body. With a kind of bizarre curse, she still forged ahead bravely. Fortunately, she was a little more careful, hitting the side of the scythe each time to avoid the blade. Under Supergirl's immense power, the heavy blood scythe was sent flying like a meteor hammer, and the huge traction even directly disrupted Hayden's stability. Both of them had tremendous destructive power, with cement flying and floorboards shattering with every move. The solid building was like a foam structure in front of them, without the slightest resistance. The special forces surrounding the outside only heard bangs and booms, the sound deafening. The demolition team was working nervously, placing a certain amount of explosives in 4 directions around the villa: front, back, left, and right. As the signal that preparations were complete came, Alex shouted loudly, "Kara, everything is ready, come out quickly." As the report that the defensive positions were completed came, the demolition team next to her pressed the start button, and the 30-second countdown rapidly decreased. "Wait a little longer, I'm about to catch him. Kara, come out, immediately. There are less than 20 seconds left." Alex raised her voice. 10, 9, 8 Kara. As the seconds counted down to 0, explosions suddenly occurred in the 4 directions around the villa: front, back, left, and right. Alex stared anxiously at the front, and as the flames expanded, a figure suddenly rushed out of the collapsing villa, flying hundreds of meters into the air. Supergirl hovered quietly in the air, watching the explosion, waiting anxiously. Before the smoke cleared, Alex found Tommy at the first opportunity. "Miss Crystal?" Tommy was expressionless, looked at the crystal ball in her hands, and said faintly, "Activity has not dissipated, the center point is at 2 o'clock direction, 350 meters away, it should be Hayden's head." Alex turned her head in a panic and ordered loudly, "Quick, go over there and check it out immediately." A few minutes later, someone ran back carrying a small anti-nuclear radiation box. "Officer, we found this." Inside the box was Hayden's head. He was extremely angry at this time, although he didn't know what he was saying, but even with his heels he knew he was cursing. "Seal off the scene, increase vigilance, we're going back to headquarters." DEO Headquarters Conference Room. Director John, Alex, Supergirl, Chishan, and other department heads were sitting together, discussing how to wrap things up. Fadewan was left with only a head, but he was still not dead, which was good news for DEO. Alex didn't even report to Director John before directly initiating the interrogation process. Unfortunately, the ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. They didn't get any of the information they wanted about the Chakra planet, its background culture, unique power system, or exclusive technological inheritance. It could even be said that the two sides simply couldn't communicate. Fadewan was arrogant, willful, and a bit childishly stubborn, with a very bad temper. Although he was only left with a head, he saw it as just an insignificant failure. DEO was helpless in this situation. Verbal tactics didn't work, and they couldn't use any physical means. The opponent was immortal, immune to all harmful attacks. More importantly, the opponent's body tissues were regenerating at a very fast rate.
We can't delay any longer, we must resolve Fade One as soon as possible. Director John's expression was serious. Seal off the scene, the identification personnel sent a message. All of Fade One's body tissues are growing rapidly.
They tentatively pieced together 2 fragments of his body, and it was as easy as with clay toys. His head is also regenerating rapidly, and now it has grown a complete set of shoulders. It will only take 72 hours at most to complete the regeneration of his body tissues. The investigation department suggested soaking the head in strong acid to maximally inhibit its regeneration, and incinerating the body fragments with high temperature. Fade One is a being from the reverse space. As long as he is still alive, he can act as a coordinate. Moreover, the chaos caused by this incident is also not small, and it is very likely to attract the attention of reverse space creatures. The next invasion could arrive at any time, we can't take this risk. Director John nodded. Then what do you mean? Smash it, incinerate all of Fade One's body tissues, including his weapons. Supergirl said firmly, I object, we can't kill people no matter what. If we kill people, what's the difference between us and these alien lunatics? Shishan said bluntly, being benevolent also requires choosing the right target.
Fade One is a being from the reverse space, we don't understand him. It's hard to guarantee whether Fade One has remote control methods. If he uses a mental connection to control White Zetsu to kill outside, Shishan spread his hands, not saying anything more. The people's expressions changed, and they became a bit more solemn. Director John pondered for a moment, and said, this is a major matter, it's not good to come to a conclusion easily. We are in a completely unfamiliar state with this space, and Fade One is currently the only breakthrough. In order to resist future reverse space invasions, it's still worth taking a little risk now. I will report this matter as soon as possible and let the higher-ups make a decision. Since he had said that much, Shishan had nothing to say. Shrugging his shoulders, he sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that this mission will probably not be completed in a short time. My reward, dismissed, everyone has worked hard. Mike, you stay behind for a moment.
The others went out, and only Shishan and Director John were left in the conference room. John stared closely at Shishan and said, who exactly are you?
What do you mean by that? Why do you know so much about the reverse space? Who exactly is the mysterious woman who appeared today, holding a crystal ball? Alex reported that after finding Fade One's location, that woman mysteriously disappeared. Shishan said calmly, haven't we already discussed this question?
Don't investigate her affairs, you won't see her again in the future.
As for me, I'm just someone who knows some different stories. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go back and get a good night's sleep. Shishan nodded slightly, then got up and walked out. Director John was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly said, what exactly is the Black Order?
Why can't this name be found in any of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals det data / phoneme?
Shishan paused slightly, looked back at Director John, and said, instead of dwelling on this, it's better to think of a way to destroy Fade One's head as soon as possible. Believe me, if you don't kill him, you will definitely regret it.
After speaking, Shishan turned around and left.
Director John looked in the direction of the door and punched the table. When he got home, the first thing Shishan did was get a solid sleep. All the tossing and turning from yesterday to today was equivalent to not sleeping for 2 days. Even though Shishan was full of energy, he was still inevitably a little tired. Tomi had already returned, and this manipulation had slightly increased the evil thoughts in her body. The natural allure emanating outwards had suddenly increased by a level. But it was still okay, she only bought some food boxes from high-end restaurants. When Shishan returned home, Tomi had already enjoyed a luxurious dinner and was now lying elegantly on the sofa, gently flipping through an expensive fashion magazine. Seeing that she was not abnormal, Shishan directly fell on the bed and slept in one breath until the next morning. Opening the TV news, it was reporting on the several huge explosions yesterday, and the inexplicable destruction scene on 9th Avenue. The official explanation was that Nishino City had suffered an earthquake. Those few explosions? Sorry, it was the fault of the gas pipeline again. As for the more than 200 victims who died, the news didn't even mention them. Absorbing most of the malice in Tomi's body, he replenished some of the energy in his body. Just as he opened the refrigerator, preparing to take out 2 eggs, the phone rang.
"Tomi, answer the phone."
"Oh."
Tomi agreed from afar, picked up the phone and put it to her ear, just saying a hello before her face suddenly turned black.
"It's for you."
She walked over and handed the phone to Chishan.
Chishan glanced at her, a little strange. What was wrong?
Her face was full of unhappiness. She had been quite well behaved recently.
"Hello? It's me."
Chishan understood as soon as the other side said one word. It seemed that Tomi's characteristic of individual repulsion had not weakened much.
Every Tomi that splits off wants to be the only one. If a few Tomis meet, they will even control men to kill each other. What's the matter?
Recently those people have become more and more outrageous. The nearby businesses can't hold on any longer. They want to urge you to take action quickly.
Those people?
Chishan was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other side was talking about the Cuban female boss who was in the real estate business.
Oh right, it seemed that he still had something to do. He was confused by DEO. I know, tell them it will be settled today.
With over 200 people killed by Haydn in one fell swoop, all major organizations raised red alerts.
Especially DEO.
Even after confirming that Haydn's main body had been dealt with and sealed in a radiation-proof transparent box, they remained vigilant.
Military satellites repeatedly scanned, trying to find more changelings. That is, white Zetsu disguised as Haydn. It seems the term biological weapon makes them very nervous.
That Cuban woman named Concha was actually easy to deal with. Just send a bomb to her door and blow her and her house to smithereens. However, under the current tense situation, it's not appropriate to use such drastic measures.
Then, we can only change direction and use magic to solve it. So, Chishan needed to make some noise to personally meet the Cuban woman.
He stopped briefly in front of a hardware store, bought a few tools, and then drove to the street where the office was located.
After a few days away, it seemed even more desolate here.
Half of the shops that had been insisting on staying open were now closed. Except for the coffee shop from last time, only the small hotel had a business sign hanging.
The office seemed to have been repaired. The scene wasn't as shocking as it was 2 days ago.
The garbage inside had been cleared, and half of the walls had been painted. There were some tools and paint buckets in the corner, indicating that construction was in progress.
Unfortunately, no one was to be seen. The car turned into the side alley, and as expected, he saw the scene he had anticipated.
4 white thugs were grabbing several workers dressed in overalls with scattered paint on them, loudly threatening them. 2 of them pulled out guns. The workers quickly succumbed and took out their wallets. One of the thugs snatched the wallet, roughly flipped out all the cash, and threw the wallet on the ground.
Then, the 4 immediately jumped into a blue sedan and quickly drove away. Chishan followed silently. Just as Fu Jiang described on the phone, a blue sedan. These 4 white men were Concha's henchmen.
They were responsible for collecting protection money from the shops on this street every day, and they were the specific implementers of the desolation plan. The blue sedan passed AT Junction. Just as the car was slightly skewed, Chishan slammed on the gas and crashed into it hard. The car hit the left side of the rear of the car. The massive force caused it to veer sideways and crash flat into the wall opposite. Suddenly struck, the 4 white men panicked and kept trying to open the door to get out of the car. Chishan jumped onto the hood of the car, held an electric drill, found the location of the electrical system, and drilled straight in. With a burst of sparks, the other party's car stalled directly. Causing such a big disturbance, even a fool could tell that the visitor was ill-intentioned.
The 4 men shouted loudly and frantically pulled out their guns.
Chishan jumped onto the roof of the car and drilled several holes one after another. Then, he took a bucket of gasoline and poured it directly down. The gasoline flowed into the car, and a pungent smell emanated, making the 4 even more terrified.
Who is he? What's going on? Bastard, he wants to kill us.
Someone wanted to shoot, but the other 3 quickly stopped him. The car was full of gasoline. Shooting at this time was simply suicide. With preparations complete, Shishan threw the tools in his hand aside and shouted loudly, "High-purity gasoline, even a spark will ignite it immediately. Don't even think about shooting, even the collision of metal objects will cause a fire. But don't worry, this fire won't burn you to death. It will only exhaust the oxygen, and you few will die of suffocation. After you die, the fire will turn you into a pile of ashes. Now, who wants to shoot, go ahead." Shishan jumped out of the car, stood in the sight of the few people, waited for a few seconds, and suddenly grinned, "A wise choice, now hand over the money." "It now." The four looked at each other, somewhat confused. Causing such a big scene, just for a few $dozen? Shishan took out a lighter, lit the flame, and shouted, "I said, hand over the money." The four were startled and hurriedly flipped out all the cash on their bodies, concentrated it in one person's hand, and pushed it out little by little through the window slit. Shishan frantically grabbed the money, smashed the car window with a punch, and shouted, "Now this is my territory, do you understand my words? From today onwards, this is my, Big Tom's, territory. You few get out of here if you can still survive." Shishan paused, then suddenly showed a strange smile, and threw the lighter into the car. The flames burst into flames with a bang, and the four people screamed and struggled violently in the car. Shishan unhurriedly got into the car and was about to reverse and leave when a gun was pointed at his temple. "Move the car out, immediately." Shishan turned his head to look. The person was a man with gray hair but a strong body. Looking at his military pants and boots, he should have been a soldier. Seeing that Shishan didn't move, he poked the gun again and shouted, "Drive slowly, don't try to escape. Believe me, the speed of a bullet is much faster than you." Shishan slowly pushed the car away a distance. Only then did the four people roll and crawl out of the car, screaming miserably and rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. The old man calmly observed for a few seconds, judging that the four were not in serious condition. Then he directly opened the rear door and got into Shishan's car. He pointed the gun at the back of Shishan's head. "Now, take me to a place. You have a gun, I'll listen to you." Shishan shrugged indifferently, not caring at all. The old man said an address. Shishan turned the car around and quickly disappeared around the corner. In the next 10 minutes, the four showed a strong desire to survive. Various fancy movements to put out the flames. Although they did put out the fire on their bodies, they were already exhausted. After crawling on the ground for a few minutes, the few people felt the pain of the burns on their bodies, struggled to get up, and glanced at the burning car. Their eyes were full of fear. The sirens of the fire brigade could already be heard in the distance, and the police could appear at any time. This was not a place to stay for long. The few people looked at each other, supported each other, and walked towards the nearest community hospital. What? A crazy arsonist? In a luxurious villa, Kancha, holding the phone, looked astonished. Before clearing this street, she had investigated in advance and greeted her backer. It should have gone smoothly, and she would have been able to take it down in at most 2 months. How could such a big change have occurred in just 2 weeks? Although somewhat puzzled, the problem still had to be dealt with. "Bring him here." Driving into a luxurious villa, Shishan parked the car in the front yard. With his hands raised, he was escorted to Kong Cha under the threat of the old man's gun. "Is that him?" Kong Cha sized Shishan up and down. "That's right, a reckless madman who dares to kill in public. He clearly doesn't value his life," the old man said in a deep voice. Shishan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes fixed on the woman in front of him, without saying a word. "Are those 4 wastes dead?" "They're just burned. The situation is a bit serious, they may need to be hospitalized." The old man looked at Shishan and asked, "What about him? Should we hand him over to the police?" "No." Kong Cha suddenly smiled, walked up to Shishan and said, "What's your name?" "People who know me call me Louis," Shishan replied. "Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be afraid of what I might do to you. The car burning operation before was done very well, it intimidated my subordinates. If you hadn't left a loophole, I might have thought you were a madman too." Shishan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Where?" Kong Cha poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Shishan. "You were planning to drive away in the end, you didn't intend to kill anyone.
A real madman would enjoy the process of setting others on fire. By the way, my name is Kong Cha, from now on you will work for me.
Oh, why would I do that?
Kong Cha looked at Chishan deeply, and said meaningfully, because any normal person would make this choice.
Chishan felt a slight joy in his heart. This was the look he had been waiting for. He silently chanted a spell, and an invisible light shot out from his eyes. Kong Cha paused imperceptibly, then returned to normal. Chishan continued to act. I need time to consider.
I'm sorry, you don't have time.
She picked up her glass and took a sip, saying forcefully, you must choose now. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals or either / phoneme drink the wine and work for me, or throw away the glass and become fertilizer for the backyard. The old man raised his gun and released the safety. Chishan was silent for a few seconds, then raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp.
Kong Cha said indifferently, very good, now you can take him away.
Finley, you are responsible for supervising Lewis to replace those 4 wastes and continue our work. We don't have much time left, there are only 2 weeks left, we must take care of that street. The old man nodded, put away his gun, pushed Chishan and shouted, follow me. Chishan shrugged and turned to leave.
When he reached the door, he paused, turned his head and said, then shouldn't my new boss give me a phone number?
Kong Cha was even more straightforward, directly throwing a phone over. Chishan grabbed it, opened it, and took a look. As expected, there was only one number on the contact list.
Let's go.
The old man urged, pushing Chishan away. A few minutes later, they drove out of the villa and onto the avenue, returning the way they came. This time, the old man sat in the passenger seat, and the gun in his hand was also put away. He sized Chishan up and down, his tone somewhat smug. You're not bad, you have some skills, but I want to warn you, in front of an Afghan veteran, your skills are just petty tricks that can't be shown on the table. Since Kong Cha has taken you in, then be grateful and work hard. If everything goes smoothly, in 2 weeks, you will gain even more. Believe me, Kong Cha is a generous person, that number will definitely exceed your imagination. Hey, where are you looking? This is not the way back. Bang! Chishan punched him, the old man's head shattered the passenger seat window, and he passed out directly. You're so long-winded, you even said you were an Afghan veteran, look at your big belly.
Idiot!
While the old man was rambling and bragging, Chishan turned the car to a construction site. At this time, on the right side of the car, there was a newly dug foundation, with a drop of more than 10 meters deep. He reached out and opened the passenger door, kicking the old man down. With an acceleration, he used the inertia to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close / phoneme the car door. Chishan took out his phone and called. The phone was quickly connected, and Kong Cha's voice came.
What's the matter?
A light flashed in Chishan's eyes, and he uttered a few strange syllables, then ordered, action. Then he hung up the phone and threw the phone out of the car. On the other side, hearing the word action, Kong Cha's body stiffened. Then she directly threw away the phone, opened the drawer and took out 2 1911s. Hearing the gunshots, the remaining guards rushed over. Kong Cha didn't say a word, killing anyone she saw. They always thought that there was an external enemy invading, and never thought that their boss would go crazy and kill people. Without any precautions, Kong Cha succeeded repeatedly. In less than 10 minutes, all 12 guards had fallen in pools of blood. The next second, Kong Cha shot herself. Chishan, who was driving the car, was also startled by the blurred image projected onto his mind. He didn't expect that just doing some suggestive hypnosis would have such an explosive effect. The order Chishan gave was very simple, kill everyone in the villa, including yourself. Kong Cha executed the order perfectly, but the means were a bit rough. The scene was arranged somewhat unreasonably. Tomorrow, when the police want to find the cause of the incident, they will have to rack their brains again. He called first Tomi, told her that the matter was settled, asked her to find someone to repair the office as soon as possible, and then get to work and make money quickly. Chishan then drove to Tom's bar. After a few days, Tom's bar had undergone a great change. A large hole had been blown out at the door, and the entire wall was covered with huge bullet holes. At a rough glance, they were also 10 millimeters or more in caliber, obviously only heavy machine guns could cause such an effect. The inside was a mess, and Tom was leading a few people to clean up the scene. Chi-Shan got out of the car and exclaimed in surprise, "Tom, what happened?" Tom walked out quickly, saw Chi-Shan spread his hands, and said helplessly, a little business conflict. It looked like there was some trouble, but Tom was obviously unwilling to talk about it. Chi-Shan naturally wouldn't press him. He patted Tom on the shoulder and smiled, "If you need anything, call me anytime."
Thanks, Mike, I appreciate it. Tom smiled and said, "Seeing your car in this state, I knew what you were here for. Come with me, I've already prepared it for you."
Chi-Shan shrugged and made an innocent expression.
It was just that the front hood was a little dented, and the passenger seat window was broken. Was it really that serious? At least this time, he didn't blow it up, did he?
Porsche Cayman, Special Edition, 2-door, 2-seater, 4.8-liter displacement, 400 horsepower, 0 to 100 km/h in 5.1 seconds, front-mounted bumper, specially reinforced chassis.
How about it, do you like it?
In the backyard, Tom stood in front of a pure white sports car, introducing it to Chi-Shan.
Chi-Shan's eyes lit up, and he was almost speechless, nodding incessantly. Few men dislike sports cars.
In his previous life, Chi-Shan was also a fan of these cars. He knew the world's top 10 sports cars like the back of his hand. Although the Porsche Cayman wasn't the most top tier, it was still in the category of being desirable yet unattainable. Now, it was like a dream come true, and even with mental preparation, Chi-Shan couldn't help but feel his blood surging. Tom could also tell that he wasn't in the mood to listen to the details. He smiled, raised his hand, and tossed the keys out. Chi-Shan caught them and eagerly opened the door and sat inside. Multifunctional steering wheel, leather seats, perfectly conforming to the shape of the spine, the interior decoration was very high-end, exuding meticulousness and luxury everywhere. As expected, it was a good product built with money. Including the modification costs, it would cost at least $200,000.
Tom. Stop. Don't say anything, just drive it away.
This is what you deserve.
Tom raised his palm and smiled, "Drive away."
Chi-Shan looked at Tom, a big smile on his face.
Then he started the car, and with the roar of the exhaust pipe, he slowly drove onto the main road.
Glancing at the mess in front of the door, Chi-Shan said, "If there's any trouble, call me anytime." Tom waved his hand, and Chi-Shan stepped on the gas, and the car immediately shot out.
For ordinary people, driving a sports car isn't actually comfortable, especially on city roads.
You have to be vigilant at all times, paying attention to pedestrians and other vehicles. Your mind is constantly in a state of tension, and accidents can happen if you're not careful. Under the surprised gaze of the security guard, the car slowly stopped by the roadside, where Fujie was already waiting. On the way back, Chi-Shan had called her in advance. Seeing the white sports car, Fujie's eyes widened, a gleam flashing in her eyes, and she quickly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Where did you get this Porsche?"
"Someone gave it to me." Chi-Shan laughed, "Buckle up, let's go." He lightly stepped on the gas, and the car suddenly shot out.
"Call and ask where there are high-end real estate agencies and have them send someone over. Tell them we're planning to rent a high-end villa for a long term." Fujie didn't say a word. She took out her phone and dialed directly. Chi-Shan wasn't surprised, he knew she would pay attention to these things. After a few simple conversations, Fujie quickly explained the requirements and arranged a place to meet. After hanging up the phone, she reported the address. A dozen minutes later, the car slowly parked by the roadside. As soon as Chi-Shan and Fujie got out, a woman in formal attire ran over quickly.
"Are you Miss Fujie?"
Fujie nodded, looking at Chi-Shan.
Chi-Shan looked her up and down and said, "I've already stated my requirements.
I need a villa with a basement. The area can be a little smaller, but it must be by the sea."
"Oh, what should I call you?" "Just call me Angie."
Our company specializes in high-end real estate, and we have a lot of resources.
According to Miss Fujie's requirements, I've selected 3 villas in different locations for you. There's bound to be one you'll like. Angie smiled slightly and then asked, "What should I call this gentleman?" "Just call me Mike." Alright, then please follow me.
Angie led the way, and Shishan and Fujiya followed closely behind.
Different from the beach, this area of the coast is all ship docks.
The villa that Angie introduced to the two was almost built on the sea. This house actually belongs to a real estate developer, so you can be assured of the design and construction quality.
Angie opened the courtyard door, leading the two inside.
The courtyard wasn't big. Basically, besides a lawn, there was only an open space the size of 2 or 3 parking spaces. Behind it stood a 2-story villa, square and upright. The floor area didn't seem large, but there was a clearly downward extending staircase, indicating a basement with a considerable area.
Moreover, on the side of the courtyard was a man-made dock.
The waterway was very long, directly connected to the right side of the villa. There was a small boat shed, clearly built later, which seemed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme directly to the villa. It had a bit of a Venetian architectural style.
Angie led the two around the villa, showing them each place.
The villa has 2 floors, with a Mediterranean style of decoration, 2 master bedrooms, 2 secondary bedrooms, a dedicated servants' room, a study, a reception room, and a small gym.
Daily necessities are complete and ready to move in at any time.
The above ground area is 210 square meters, the basement is 100 square meters, and the top floor has a platform of more than 100 square meters. There is a dedicated drying area and a small sunroom on the platform.
Living here is definitely an enjoyment. Moreover, this completely meets both of your requirements. I wonder if you are satisfied.
Fujiya was extremely satisfied, wishing she could nod immediately, but unfortunately, she couldn't make the decision for Shishan and could only look at Shishan expectantly, waiting for him to make a decision. Looking at Fujiya's pitiful appearance, Shishan found it a little funny. He didn't expect Fujiya to have such a side to her. In fact, Shishan was also very satisfied. With a 100 square meter basement, it was enough for Shishan to study black magic and do some related experiments at the current stage. What surprised him was the artificial dock and small boat shed.
Living here, going out to sea would be too convenient. It's still okay now, the secrets on his body aren't too many, and they are relatively easy to hide.
As time goes on, the invading bosses will definitely become more and more, and the secrets on Shishan's body will also become more and more. At this stage, living in the international city apartment is barely adequate, but after a while, it may be difficult to hide the secrets. Therefore, in order to prepare for a rainy day and for a better quality of life, in order to be worthy of his luxurious Porsche sports car, he made the decision to change his residence.
What about the rent? Angie smiled and said, about $30,000 a month. Shishan turned to look at Fujiya. What do you think? What could Fujiya say? She nodded quickly.
Shishan smiled slightly and waved his hand.
Then it's this villa. Tom's bar.
Tom sat behind the bar, calculating the losses the bar had sustained after yesterday's fight. Although the facade was a bit of a mess, he was still insisting on staying open, but the neon lights outside had been blown out, and the sign was no longer very eye-catching. If it were normal times, the bar should be bustling at this hour, but it seemed that the battlefield-like bar had scared away most people.
Knock, knock.
2 knocks on the door. Tom glanced up, didn't say anything, and continued with what he was doing. Lori, who had knocked on the door, was a little embarrassed, shrugged, and walked in. He sat across from Tom and put a 6-pack of beer on the bar.
I brought you some drinks.
This is a bar, Lori.
Tom said blandly, your excuse sucks, just say what's on your mind, this isn't like you.
Lori laughed awkwardly, I just felt a little sorry for you.
So, you've decided to tell me the truth about what happened?
Tom glanced at him and said, don't tell me you didn't find anything out all afternoon.
Okay. Lori sighed and said, this is embarrassing to talk about. You remember Sarah, right? The big-breasted woman? The one you've been chasing after lately? Don't put it so bluntly.
Okay, I really like her, but so what?
It's just normal lust.
I don't want to hear about your lust life, Lori, Tom said, emphasizing his tone.
Don't worry, I'm getting to the point.
Lori rubbed his thighs and said, You know, she was promoted from a small-town cop to a homicide detective in Mexico City. So she's always been trying to build relationships with her colleagues. Tim and those bastards set their sights on her.
Lori, the point.
Okay, here it comes. Lori sped up his speech. Tim asked her for a favor, to catch a drug-dealing addict, and Sarah did it. Under normal circumstances, you just have to take the prisoner to the police station. It just so happened that her daughter called her that day and asked her to come to the bar to find me. So Sarah took the prisoner into the bar, which wouldn't have been a problem. The problem was that the addict wasn't carrying sensitive drugs, but a bag of uncut diamonds, worth about $10 million. And this addict was a mule for the Jamaican gang, and Tim and the others wanted to double-cross them, but they dragged Sarah into it. Sarah changed her itinerary midway, and Tim and the others thought the uncut diamonds had been exposed, so they called the Jamaican gang.
Later. So now the Jamaican gang thinks Sarah stole the uncut diamonds?
Lori whispered, "It would be good if that were the case. They think you hired Sarah."
Tom's eyes widened. Why would it be me?
Because you're an arms dealer.
So they think I'm looking for trouble?
Lori shrank his neck, otherwise they wouldn't have launched a surprise attack at dawn.
They thought you were clearing out the competition. These guys are also in the arms business?
No wonder they have Gatling heavy machine guns.
Lori!
Tom roared, and Lori quickly raised his hands, saying repeatedly, "Hey, buddy, relax, it's not a big deal, just another bunch of clueless arms dealers and smugglers, you." Tom slapped his forehead. "Now there's no way to explain it. Tim and his gang have been giving me trouble these past 2 days. They want to know Sarah's whereabouts. I hid her in a safe place, and called the deputy director to take a long vacation. But don't worry, Tim and the others can't do anything to me."
So, the Jamaican gang is my problem now?
"Tom, please help," Sarah was framed.
Tom glanced at him. As if I wasn't.
Lori said, "Why not ask Mike for help? There are rumors that he seems to have hooked up with a secret department recently."
"What secret department?" "I don't know."
"I only know that they seem to have a lot of authority," Lori shrugged.
"Tom, that's as good as saying nothing."
He pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, "Don't tell Mike about this for now, he has helped us a lot. Let's try to solve it ourselves first, if it doesn't work."
"I know."
Lori nodded, "But you don't have to worry, the Bureau has recently issued a red alert, and all 11,000 police officers in the city must be on duty unless there are special circumstances. Under these circumstances, the Jamaican gang wouldn't dare to mess around. You can have some time to prepare." Tom rolled his eyes. "That's the only good news tonight."
"That's still good news, isn't it?"
Lori took out 2 bottles of beer, opened them separately, and handed one to Tom. Tom shook his head, took the beer, lightly clinked it with Lori's, and said, "Keep an eye on Tim, they won't give up the $10 million uncut diamonds easily."
"I know."
Sean was completely unaware of the trouble at Tom's bar.
He spent the whole afternoon with Tommy moving. He originally thought there wasn't much to take, just a few clothes, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. Anyway, the villa has everything.
Unexpectedly, Tommy's clothes filled 5 or 6 boxes, and Sean didn't know when she bought them. Or rather, when she asked others for them. With Tommy's power, Sean had no doubt that she had the ability to do so. After finishing this matter, it was already dark. They found a nearby Chinese restaurant, ate a sugary Chinese meal, and the two returned to the villa. Tommy was busy tidying up the room, gathering her spoils. Sean took the magic-related materials and went to the basement. This was actually a common space for a garage and a storage room. It wasn't partitioned, and the area was very large. Sean was precisely interested in this. After a simple tidying up, he enlarged the magic book in his pocket and placed it on the table. He poured himself a cup of coffee, sat on the sofa, and quietly waited for midnight to arrive. As the hands coincided at 12 o'clock, the smoke font appeared as scheduled. "The 4th invasion will arrive in 3 days." Shan's eyelids twitched. It turns out that the effect of the unfinished task is to double the speed of the invasion.
This was expected. This is equivalent to doubling the number of invaders.
That is to say, as long as the task remains unfinished, the time will continue to shorten.
and after shortening to the limit, the number of invaders will increase. And his only reliance is the task reward.
Shan reached out and tapped his temple. The chaotic future is imaginable. In the basement of the villa, on a workbench, Atomi lay naked, already unconscious. Shan pressed a finger to her brow, slowly channeling dark magic. Tomi's fair skin gradually paled, and the muscles began to show definition, her perfect female form gradually developing into a muscular behemoth. Suddenly, Tomi's limbs exploded violently, splattering blood everywhere.
Still no good?
The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme model has been modified as much as possible. It should have worked.
Is it a problem with Tomi's cells?
Shan stroked his chin, gathered the severed limbs on the ground that were already regenerating, increased the intensity of energy absorption, and the limbs gradually withered, turning into a handful of dust.
The Tomi on the workbench also began to rapidly repair her body.
Shan used the same method to dispose of this one as well.
With complete control and a little life-draining magic, Shan could now completely control Tomi's infinite replication problem.
However, progress on the modification aspect was still worrying. After 3 days of work, he had only managed to load enough energy to control Tomi's ability to split herself. Unfortunately, her cell stability was too high, as if some kind of law simply didn't allow for changes. Any slight change would cause her to explode. It was starting to frustrate Shan.
Fortunately, this experiment wasn't the only success.
At least the spellcasting medium had been successfully created. Shan hadn't chosen traditional rings, staffs, or scepters, but instead fixed the shape as a bright silver python revolver. The greatest concealment is in plain sight. He could now cast spells in full view of everyone.
He cast a simple mage trick, using an invisible hand to gather the trash in the basement.
Shan carried the trash can out of the basement. In just a few days, the villa's decor had changed drastically. Although Tomi had many flaws, she was indeed very clean. Wherever she appeared, the surrounding environment had a radiant feel, as if a filter had been applied. At this moment, she was curled up on the sofa, hugging a laptop and binge-watching dramas, with the wall-mounted TV playing the news, and a bag of opened potato chips and a large bottle of juice beside her. Every time Shan saw this scene, he felt speechless. A perfectly good Tomi, and I've managed to corrupt her. Completely losing interest in manipulating people's hearts, she spends her days binge-watching dramas and eating junk food.
He shook his head and sat down, took the juice and poured himself a glass, and asked, "Have you seen the news about the Toyman escaping?"
No, only the incident of aliens attacking a senator's speech. Supergirl appeared and defeated the aliens.
But the entertainment industry is trying to incite animosity towards aliens, and all the TV stations are clamoring about the alien threat. There are also many groups protesting. Tomi replied without taking her eyes off the laptop screen for a second.
Shan was a little surprised. It seems the Toyman is just a small disturbance. The TV stations don't even bother reporting it. Shan thought carefully. It seemed to be the White Martian's debut. The level of chaos was enough. It should be usable as an excuse.
At DEO headquarters, Director John looked grave. "John, what exactly happened?" Alex asked. "Some time ago, due to the targeted actions of Lex Luthor, the Martian Manhunter was forced to reveal his identity."
"Sorry." "No need. The more we understand the enemy, the greater our chances of winning and the lower the casualties. This is a necessary process. They are born enemies of the Green Martians, and since they have been discovered, they will definitely return. We must prepare in advance." Alex and Supergirl exchanged a glance and nodded. As Martians, White Martians also have the ability to shapeshift. Moreover, they have developed the ability to mentally locate Green Martians, so as long as I use my abilities, they can determine my location. Therefore he is here for me, and must be eliminated by me. I will immediately issue the task notification and issue a green alert.
Alex turned and left decisively. Supergirl hesitated and said, "John, if you need to rest." "No need, I just need to calm down. Let me be alone for a while, okay?" Supergirl nodded and turned to leave.
At midnight, Shan walked out of the basement carrying a rope reinforced with black magic.
Smoky text appeared as scheduled.
Invasion begins. Fourth boss, Hisoka, has arrived. Then the smoky text changed.
Mission: find and banish the fourth boss, Hisoka, forcing him to leave Earth's territory.
After completing the mission, you can obtain a special reward hint. Due to the failure of the third invasion mission, the fourth boss Hisoka's strength will be increased by 120%. Then the smoky text gradually dissipated. Shishan looked around. As he expected, the fourth boss didn't appear beside him. Looking at this mission, killing has turned into banishment.
And it's Hisoka. This is going to be fun.
Hisoka is 100 times more troublesome than Haiden. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a pervert, his methods as a pervert, and his perverted pursuits.
In fact, except when he's hot-blooded, Hisoka is absolutely calm.
It's just that his pursuits are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Being able to avoid confronting him immediately, Shishan even breathed a sigh of relief.
After thinking about it slightly, Hisoka is really not easy to deal with.
He is cunning, calm, and has rich combat experience, and has troublesome nin abilities.
Plus his perverted personality.
Shishan was once again grateful that he wasn't a superhero. Let others worry about this problem. He glanced at the living room and shouted, "Tomi,
how long are you going to watch?"
"Go to sleep."
Tomi frowned, reluctantly closed the laptop, and pouted, "Okay."
Shishan shook his head and turned upstairs.
Has he been absorbing too much malice recently? Tomi's character is starting to collapse. Late at night, the underground black boxing arena.
This was a disused underground passage, not particularly large, but at this moment it was packed with people. The central area had been simply modified to create a crude boxing ring, with several large spotlights above, focusing the light on the ring, as bright as day. A protective net made of unknown materials surrounded the perimeter, its design very basic. The crowd was gathered around the outside, in groups of twos and threes, creating a chaotic din. Suddenly, a burst of powerful drumbeats sounded, followed by a seductive female voice. "They come from a distant planet." This single sentence grabbed everyone's attention, and a woman in a red evening dress slowly walked out. And having traversed the vast universe and overcome countless difficulties to reach Earth, what is their purpose?
Is it for war? To promote peace? Or some other agenda?
The spotlight shone on the woman, her skin seeming to glow white. This was a confident and elegant woman, with a beautiful face and a unique aura. In particular, the crimson serpent tattoo that stretched from her collarbone and wrapped around her waist captivated everyone. The woman looked down at the crowd, opened her palm, and said indifferently, "Tonight is a death cage match, with no rules, only blood." They were already impatient to see death and blood. Just as everyone was united in anticipation of the duelist's appearance, a figure slowly emerged from a blind spot.
This person was dressed strangely, unlike ordinary people.
A head of unruly, standing red hair, teardrop and star-shaped makeup at the corners of his eyes, a tall figure with a slender waist and long legs but well-developed muscles, dressed like a clown, with a constant, subtle smile on his face, the whole person exuding an eerie aura from the inside out. It was the protagonist of this invasion, Hisoka, and facing him is the rebellious warrior from planet Calder, Rabbi, the executioner who once slaughtered nobles like dogs. The crowd roared. Both warriors were powerfully built and grotesque. One looked like a Shar-Pei, his face covered in layers of skin. The other had a toad-like head, his mouth as big as a wash basin when he opened it. The two sides struck provocative poses, and a battle was about to break out. The familiar scene attracted Hisoka's attention. He narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at it, but quickly lost interest. Strange species, unknown location. Metabolism is normal, water and energy are not being consumed excessively, indicating that my memory hasn't been fragmented, but I was clearly in the forest a second ago, and the next second I'm here. Interesting, this is too interesting. Who could it be? A illusion-type psychic, or a dream attribute psychic? Or another continent? The unknown danger made Hisoka a little excited, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile, turning to walk outside. "Quell!" A burly man shouted hoarsely, veins popping, waving his arms wildly, accidentally hitting Hisoka's cheek. Hisoka paused, tilting his head slightly. The burly man was oblivious, still waving his arms. "Ha!" Hisoka raised his right hand, slender fingers resting on his eyelid, slightly concealing his excited gaze. Suddenly, a flash of light, and both of the burly man's arms flew into the air, blood flowers dancing in the sky. The burly man froze for a moment, then let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Ah! This scream immediately attracted a lot of attention. Hisoka stood beside him, arms crossed. Oh my, it's incredible, arms can actually be thrown off like that. The eyes of the people around him suddenly locked onto Hisoka. There was no way around it, he was too conspicuous, Hisoka's attire was out of sync with the surrounding atmosphere. Like people from two different worlds. He lowered his eyelids slightly, his tone icy cold. Next time you bump into someone, remember to apologize immediately. Of course, if you still have the chance. With that, he slowly walked outwards. The sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme was obvious over there, clearly the exit. The people around him were stunned for a few seconds, then someone shouted. Catch him, he's the murderer. At this time, the arena match in the center of the stage had already begun, fist to fist, the scene of blood spurting, making the whole place excited, screams incessant. The shouts of identifying the murderer were instantly drowned out, and even the victim who had fallen to the ground screaming, having lost both arms, was ignored by few. Instead, the splashed blood stimulated the surrounding fanatical crowd to become even more frenzied. Fortunately, people who run the show for business must have security forces, and the reaction here was obviously wrong, immediately attracting the attention of the people behind the monitor, and then conveying the order through the walkie-talkie, quickly locking onto Hisoka. 7 or 8 nearby guards quickly chased after him. A minute later, a few screams sounded one after another, and then fell into silence. A few minutes later, the woman in the red evening dress walked out slowly with a few subordinates. Forgetting the corpses lying scattered on the ground, the woman's expression was indifferent. Check it out, see if there are any survivors. The subordinate checked it, and sent over a few playing cards. They're all dead, playing cards directly inserted into their hearts. A very strange way to die, madam, you need to be careful, a new superhero may have appeared in the city. The red-clothed woman took the playing cards and looked at them briefly. To be able to throw ordinary playing cards as flying knives, interesting, I'm very interested in him. Find him, send someone to bring him over, I want to see him on the boxing ring on Wednesday. The subordinate bowed his head, yes, madam. However, what no one expected was that, just as he finished speaking, a slightly hoarse but magnetic voice suddenly came from the side. That's a great coincidence, I'm also very interested in you. Several subordinates were shocked and quickly pulled out their guns to look around. Several playing cards, like flying knives, shot from all directions, turning these few people into sieves in the blink of an eye. Then blood splattered, and they fell to the ground and died. Footsteps came, and a figure slowly appeared from behind. The subordinates died in front of her eyes, but the red-clothed woman's expression didn't change at all. After a few seconds, the red-clothed woman said, If you don't kill me, can we discuss the matter of going to the boxing ring? Hisoka's figure suddenly appeared behind her, bowing his head slightly, looking at the red-clothed woman with interest. The red-clothed woman was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. After a long while, Hisoka suddenly smiled slightly. If I don't get a prey that satisfies me, I might just turn hostile, you know? The red-clothed woman smiled slightly and nodded faintly. A 5-star hotel, L Group, a luxurious business suite. The woman in red emerged from the elevator, leading 2 subordinates straight to the innermost room. Just as she was about to open the door, one of the subordinates stopped her, reminding, Madam, please reconsider. This person is extremely dangerous. He possesses immense power within him. The apparent calmness is just a layer of black lava on a volcano, a disguise that can be torn apart at any moment, for your safety slap. A slap landed, interrupting him. The woman in red lowered her arm, saying indifferently, Since when did it become your decision? I am very sorry. The man immediately lowered his head, admitting his mistake. The woman in red didn't even glance at him, saying, Guard the outside. Yes. The two answered in unison. The woman in red opened the door and walked in, just in time to see a nude Hisoka standing by the mirror. His hair was wet, and his body still had water droplets, indicating he had just come out of the shower. After taking a look, the woman in red's expression didn't change. She simply raised the folder in her hand, calmly saying, "I've brought all the information you wanted.
Get dressed and come to the living room." Hisoka's lips curled into a smile. "You're quite fast."
"I hope the prey you've brought isn't the same trash I saw earlier."
"For me, searching for information is never a problem."
With a light hook of his finger, the tattoo on his back actually fell off. The woman in red slightly raised her eyebrows.
It was actually a towel? What was going on?
Hisoka glanced at it, slapped the wet towel on the mirror, and turned to enter the dressing room. The woman in red stepped towards the living room, not seeing the scene of the towel's spider pattern gradually disappearing. A few minutes later, after tidying up, the two sat on the sofa in the living room. The woman in red pushed a stack of documents over.
"This is what you wanted, and what you need." Hisoka opened the file, and what came into view was a passport.
His exaggerated portrait was on the photo, and even with a slight smile on his lips, it still gave people a chill down their spine.
"William Thomas? That's the name on your file. If needed, use this name."
The identity system has been completely filled out, including your education, work experience, upbringing, and background.
Unless it's a CIA-level investigation, there will definitely be no problems. You're really thoughtful.
Hisoka slightly raised his head, squinting his eyes. "Speaking of which, I still don't know your name."
The woman in red gave Hisoka a peculiar feeling. Her physical body wasn't strong.
From any perspective, she didn't seem to have powerful combat abilities. But her heart was very strong. Whether facing terrifying aliens or himself, she didn't show the slightest timidity. This calmness from the depths of her soul, in Hisoka's eyes, seemed more like indifference to life. Whether it was others or her own, this woman didn't care.
Somewhat like Krallo.
That's right, the more he looked, the more she seemed like him.
"Ah, my apologies, I forgot to introduce myself." Hisoka's lips slightly curled, saying with a hint of pleasure, "Hisoka."
"Lorelei," the woman in red replied.
"Lorelei, huh?" Hisoka slightly tilted his head, then looked down to browse the documents. If the DEO's records room manager saw this information, they would definitely be shocked.
Because all the people appearing in it were aliens who had appeared before and were marked as extremely dangerous. Hisoka flipped through the pages, his expression becoming more and more pleased. Suddenly, his hand stopped, and he picked up a file.
"I want him. What's the fastest it can be done?"
Lorelei glanced at it, calmly saying, "It's impossible to predict. National City has Supergirl, so Superman rarely appears. Moreover, his power is too strong, and he has his own forces, making it difficult to control his movements.
If you want to test the power of a Kryptonian, I recommend Supergirl."
It said she's Superman's cousin, and they have the same powers.
"Oh? Are you referring to this person?" Hisoka picked up a photo, which showed Supergirl running forward.
"That's right, and she's very active. Just create a little chaos, and she will definitely appear."
"Do you need me to arrange it?" "No need, I like to play the game from the beginning." Hisoka's eyes almost emitted tangible light, and the powerful aura on his body fluctuated violently.
Lorelei's breathing paused, and her always calm face suddenly became somewhat distorted. Hisoka slightly raised his head, and the aura on his body dissipated. Apologies, I forgot you were still here."
The tangible pressure disappeared, and Lorelei took a few quick breaths, quickly regaining her composure. "It's all right. Keep this phone with you.
I'll notify you when powerful figures appear." Lorelei stood up, walking out on her high heels. Her expression was still calm, just like at the beginning, but in her heart, she raised Hisoka's danger level to the highest. At first, she thought this was just a madman with some special abilities. She wanted to use him to add some flair to her underground fighting arena. Or polish him up and take him for her own. She didn't expect the other party to be so dangerous. Just the aura on his body made it hard for her to breathe. She had encountered this situation once before, and even now, she still couldn't forget the shock brought about by that event. Lorelei slightly narrowed her eyes, a cold light shooting out from them. Hisoka, extremely dangerous. She opened the door and walked out, quickly leaving with her two subordinates. Hisoka sat on the sofa, one hand resting on the back of the sofa, his legs crossed, his whole person very relaxed. In the slender index and middle fingers of his right hand, he held a photo of Supergirl. Not bad, beautiful, strong combat power, and very impressive achievements.
This method is a bit like Uvagen. Is she an enhancer?
Oh, right, this continent doesn't seem to have the concept of Nen.
Hisoka slightly narrowed his eyes, or rather, this isn't another continent, but another world?
His gaze focused on the words Kryptonian. Hisoka's eyelids drooped slightly.
Completely unfamiliar characters, but it doesn't affect understanding.
They are clearly different languages, but they can communicate normally, and judging by Lorelei's appearance, she doesn't seem to have noticed that I'm using other languages. Hisoka clenched his fist, and the Nin power within his body erupted like a volcano, suddenly surging in the room.
Interesting, this is really too interesting. Who is it?
I didn't sense any unfamiliar Nin abilities, but they could influence my judgment.
And even throw me into an unfamiliar space without any warning. Who exactly are you? I really want to fight you.
Shishan suddenly shuddered, his hand trembled, and the experimental subject on the operating table twitched all over, exploding like popcorn. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Shishan was speechless and drew a pattern in the air with his right index finger. An invisible wave spread out, and the splattered flesh and blood quickly gathered towards the center, instantly compressing into a black sphere in Shishan's palm. With a clang, he casually threw it into the trash can. The trash can swayed, and the black sphere stayed with 7 or 8 others of its kind.
He glanced at his watch, it was almost 8:00 a.m.
He tidied up the lab a bit, changed out of his white coat, washed his hands, and Shishan turned to leave. The aroma had wafted into the basement 30 minutes ago, and judging by the time, it should be ready. He walked out of the stairwell, locked the door leading to the basement, and headed towards the dining room.
Good morning, sir.
You're just in time, breakfast is ready.
The speaker was a middle-aged woman nearing 50.
She was a cook specially hired by Tomi from a domestic service company, responsible for preparing 3 meals a day.
Besides her, there were also 2 part-time cleaners, a beautician, a hairdresser, a masseuse, a pastry chef, and a consulting butler.
Shishan couldn't understand what Tomi was doing with all these people.
Didn't she know she was a monster with unchanging beauty?
All this fussing was still the same.
Shishan nodded slightly. Good morning, Sophie.
After a simple greeting, he sat directly at the dining table, and Sophie quickly served breakfast. Today I made Danish rolls, potato pancakes, and toast. There's some bacon and salad, and I've also prepared milk and juice, as well as some cheese.
Please enjoy. Thank you. Has Tomi not woken up yet? Sophie nodded. Miss Tomi is still sleeping.
It seems she will still wake up. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to noon. As she spoke, Sophie's face showed an envious expression. This was the life, being able to sleep until naturally awake, buying things at will, and not worrying about money. This was the life of a rich woman. She didn't actually know the true relationship between Shishan and Tomi, only regarding Shishan as a rich man who doted on his wife. Of course, Shishan had no interest in explaining this. In fact, Sophie could be ingratiated with, she got along well with Tomi. Tomi, while spending money recklessly on herself, had surprisingly bought a dress for Sophie. This surprised Shishan for a long time.
Had they become so familiar after only 2 days?
Eating breakfast, he picked up the newspaper next to him and glanced at it, but not finding any news about Shisua, he didn't bother reading it further. Picking up the remote control, just as he was about to turn on the TV, the phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, glanced at the familiar number, and answered directly.
Tom?
The other party's voice was a little bitter.
It's me, Mike. Although I'm a little embarrassed, but do you remember when you asked me why the bar was attacked last time? I might need your help, you.
Shishan's eyes lit up slightly.
Shishan asked strangely, what, aren't we meeting at Tom's bar?
The bar is already destroyed.
Okay, let's do this. I'll wait for you in front of the Cat Cafe on 35th Avenue. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Shishan quickly finished his breakfast. Sophie, I have to go out. If Tommy asks, tell her. Okay, sir. Sophie nodded and asked with a smile, how was breakfast?
I tried to change the flavor a bit to make it more suitable for Eastern tastes.
To be honest, I didn't taste it.
I still hope you can try to learn how to make egg pancakes, and also buy a soy milk machine.
I prefer to drink soy milk in the morning.
After speaking, Shishan turned and left. Sophie shrugged, walked over, pinched a piece of Danish roll crumb, put it in her mouth, and muttered, "Why didn't he taste it?"
Could it be that I added too little fennel?
That cat cafe wasn't too far from Shishan's residence, about 2 blocks away, and it would only take 10 minutes to cut across. When Shishan arrived, a familiar pickup truck was already parked in front of the store. He looked carefully, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat.
Lori, why is it you?
Shishan was somewhat surprised. Lori laughed and reached out to pat Shishan's shoulder.
Hey, buddy, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Shishan asked strangely, did you take the wrong medicine?
Lori said awkwardly, the book says that greeting people like this makes you seem enthusiastic.
Only then did Shishan see that he was holding a paperback book.
The cover phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme how to quickly make 300 friends. Shishan was speechless.
Throw that broken book in your hand out the window, and then drive. Okay, you're the boss now.
He casually threw the book out the window, and the car quickly merged into the traffic flow.
What exactly happened?
Oh, things started out a bit complicated. The current situation is that Tom has a windfall of diamonds, worth about 10 million, and 2 groups of people want to get their hands on it.
One group is the police, and the other group is the Jamaican gang. So?
Shishan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Gangs were good. No one would care about the missing 7 or 8 people. What's the matter with the police?
Corrupt cops.
I roughly understand.
The car drove into the port area, went down a dirt road, and stopped in front of a thatched cottage by the sea. Before he got out of the car, he saw Tom coming to greet him.
Hey, brother, I'm really glad you could come. By the way, I made some barbecue, would you like some? No thanks, I just finished breakfast, although it wasn't very tasty.
Getting out of the car, after a simple greeting with Tom, Shishan began to inquire about the specific situation. This time, Tom didn't hide anything and explained the ins and outs of the matter one by one. After listening, Shishan pondered slightly and said, I roughly understand.
What do you mean? Kill these Jamaicans? No. I'm a businessman, and I don't want to fight and kill.
Tom shook his head and handed over a small package. Shishan opened it and took a look, it was the diamonds.
Willing to part with them? It's nothing. Although I'm also very envious, it's too hot to handle. No matter what you do, just make sure these 2 groups don't bother me anymore.
Understood, I'll see what I can do.
Shishan nodded faintly. Tom patted Shishan on the shoulder and said sincerely, thanks, buddy.
Shishan tilted his head, non-committal. $10 million is a large sum of money anywhere. This is especially true for police officers who earn a few $1,000s a month, which means that in order to swallow such a large sum of money, in addition to a certain background, a considerable number of people are needed to help each other.
However, if a gang wants to take action, there must be a leader. Solving this person can solve more than half of the problem. Bessel Axe, second-grade detective of the serious crime team.
After looking at the photo in his hand, Shishan got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Soon, footsteps came from inside, and a woman opened the door.
She was slightly stunned when she saw Shishan and said, Benny? Shishan shrugged, is Bessel in? I have something very important to talk to him about. Can't you put your work down for a while? It's dinner time now.
The woman complained a little, then turned her head and shouted, Honey, Benny is looking for you. Coming soon, a man's voice came from inside.
The woman tilted her head slightly and said insincerely, "Do you want to come in and talk?" "No need, it's better outside." "Suit yourself." The woman turned around and went back, and a man brushed past her and walked out. "Benny? What are you doing here? How many times have I told you not to come to my house? It's easy to get exposed." Bessel gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, and looked back inside. He seemed very afraid of being heard by his family. "Sorry, I wouldn't come to you if it wasn't a serious matter. Let's talk in the car, I need to show you something." Bessel rolled his eyes. "Can't we talk about it tomorrow? God, today is my wedding anniversary. Do you know how much effort I put into preparing this dinner? Lisa's parents are also here." Bessel. Shishan interrupted him and said seriously, "Something happened." Bessel looked at Shishan's eyes, and then compromised, "Okay, I can only give you 10 minutes at most." "That's enough." Shishan smiled and led Bessel into a white Toyota. Closing the passenger door, Bessel was slightly stunned and said, "This is Andy's car, how is it in your hands?" Shishan slowly fastened his seatbelt and replied faintly, "Because I also invited Andy." Bessel looked back and saw two familiar faces unconscious in the back seat. "Andy? Benny?" Bessel was horrified and desperately tried to draw his gun. Shishan chopped him on the neck with a hand knife, his eyes rolled over, and he passed out directly. The police pistol that had just been drawn fell to the ground, and bullets scattered all over the place. "The last one is here, let's get started." Taking out a syringe of anesthetic, he stuck it into Bessel's thigh. Then Shishan slightly twitched his face and pulled off a thin piece of silicone. "I didn't expect this thing to be quite useful, but the facial expressions are a bit stiff. Maybe I should go back and flip through the magic book and improve it a bit." Starting the car, it quickly disappeared into the night. A few minutes later, the woman came out and looked around, her face suddenly turned black. She turned around and slammed the door shut. Shishan drove the car slowly into a warehouse. Pulling down the rolling door, he turned on the Diaodong hanging lamp. Then he moved the three men out separately and placed them on chairs that had been prepared in advance. Shishan tapped his throat, and his voice became exactly the same as Bessel's. "The $10 million diamond is in my hands, want to talk about it?" The other side was silent for a few seconds, and the background music quickly became smaller. It seemed that he had found a quiet place. "What do you want?" "Nothing. It's just that I find it a little funny to see you guys bothering a bar owner like headless flies. To be honest, I thought highly of you before. I thought you would contact me quickly after I got the diamond. I didn't expect that you still haven't found out who the real opponent is." "Ha, Jamaican gang, you guys are really interesting." Shishan's tone was frivolous and arrogant, acting like a conceited maniac who specializes in seeking excitement. Sure enough, the other party exploded in anger. "Listen, if you want to play, then we will accompany you to the end. We will find you and chop off your fingers one by one, and you will cry and beg to die quickly." "Oh? Is that so? If you were really as powerful as you said, there wouldn't be this phone call," Shishan sarcastically said, and then quickly hung up the phone. It is conceivable that the other side will definitely be furious and then track the location of this phone. With the ability of the gang, it is estimated that they will lock down this warehouse within 30 minutes, and then a large group of people will raid it. After pondering for a moment, Shishan walked to the corner of the warehouse and opened a box. Inside were all police commando equipment, pure black, including police uniforms, bulletproof vests, helmets, explosion-proof glasses, tactical vests, walkie-talkies, and main weapons. 2 Remington shotguns, 1 sniper rifle, 2 M4 machine guns, 3 submachine guns, 2 carbine rifles, and 10 1911 pistols. It just so happened to be the firepower equipment of a commando squad. These things were all provided by Tom. In order to get rid of the Jamaican gang's entanglement, he turned out his entire fortune. After looking at the equipment, Shishan took out a small box from his body. After opening it, there were 10 short strands of Tomi's hair inside. Taking out the hair, he mobilized the liquid energy in his body and waved his hand to throw it out. Immediately after, he saw 10 strands of hair crackling like popcorn, one after another unfolding into huge hairballs, falling to the ground and bouncing twice,
and then reorganizing into a tiny torso.
The torso swelled like a balloon, and in just a dozen seconds, a new Tomy was perfectly generated.
10 Tomys lay in a neat row, opening their eyes one after another. Before Chi-Shan could let them speak, he quickly cast puppet manipulation, controlling the Tomys in front of him.
Put on your clothes first, and put on your tactical masks.
After simply instructing them, Chi-Shan turned back to fiddle with the 3 unlucky guys. Taking out the 3 people's weapons, he loaded them, and then fired 2 shots at the warehouse door, and then stuffed the pistols back into the 3 people's hands. Looking at the watch, according to normal circumstances, the anesthetic will be ineffective in about 30 minutes, the timing is just right. Turning around, 10 Tomys were all dressed neatly. Although their whole bodies were wrapped in equipment, and their faces were also covered by tactical masks and tactical glasses, you could still tell they were women from their slender figures. But it doesn't matter, it's just an ambush taking advantage of the night, and there's no need for a frontal battle. Giving a hand gesture, the Tomys dispersed and hid, and the corners of Chi-Shan's mouth curled up slightly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the prey to come to the door. Time passed slowly, and the hour hand had just moved past 6 when a sudden, screeching sound of brakes erupted. 3 SUVs with exaggerated designs charged into the warehouse district, and a dozen or so black men wielding weapons jumped out. The leader was dressed in a pure white suit, standing out conspicuously in the darkness. They looked around, quickly locking onto the only warehouse with lights on, a white Toyota sedan parked in front, still running. The man in the white suit gave a look, and the group of men cautiously approached with their weapons raised. Suddenly, a phone rang, putting everyone on high alert. The man in the white suit answered the phone, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Who is it?" "Andre, I must admit, you do possess some ability, managing to locate me within 30 minutes. The man in the white suit gestured, and his men looked around, searching for potential enemies.
"You don't seem surprised?" The man in the white suit surveyed the surroundings, saying, "You deliberately lured me here, why?"
"To resolve matters once and for all." As soon as he finished speaking, several beams of light suddenly illuminated the area, completely exposing the group of black men in the white light.
Next to the massive searchlights, several dark figures could be vaguely seen. Then, someone shouted loudly, "NCPD! You are surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately and surrender. Drop your weapons, hands in the air. Kneel on the ground, let us see your hands."
The shouts, mixed with the faint sound of police sirens, created a sense of being ambushed from all sides. The black men panicked instantly, wanting to turn around, get in their cars, and break out of the encirclement. But before they could open the car doors, the white Toyota suddenly charged forward.
"Quick, open fire!"
The man in the white suit shouted, and the black men immediately opened fire, bullets pouring onto the white Toyota as if they were free. The windshield was shattered instantly, but it didn't stop the car. The Toyota crashed into the last SUV as if its driver didn't care about his life, and then exploded violently. With a deafening roar, flames shot into the sky, and debris flew in all directions.
The black men hastily lay down on the ground.
At that moment, the surrounding SWAT team charged in, guns pointed at the back of the black men's heads.
The warnings from afar continued to shout loudly. "Lie on the ground, drop your weapons, hands up high. NCPD. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately and surrender."
Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the black men gave up struggling, and the SWAT team pinned them to the ground, tying their hands with zip ties. Outside of the immediate scene, Chi-Shan struggled out of the Toyota, which had been blown to smithereens. He glanced at the clothes on his body, good, without the slightest damage, only a bit of a smoky smell that hadn't dissipated yet. Walking over slowly, he took out a silicone mask of his uncle and applied it to his face, a faint fluorescent light emanating from his fingertips, and with a gentle touch, his face transformed into Bethel's.
He walked up to the man in the white suit and squatted down. "Andre, it's a pleasure to meet you." "So, it's you."
The man in the white suit struggled to look up, 2 SWAT officers holding him down firmly.
The man in the white suit chuckled, "Is that so? Do you think our lawyers are just there to eat rice? If it's just illegal possession of weapons, as long as we push out a scapegoat, the accomplices will get a maximum of 3 months. You wait, Bethel. We'll let you know that those 10 million aren't so easy to take. Threatening me? Empty threats are meaningless.
Shishan snorted disdainfully, and in front of the man in the white suit, he took out his phone and called the police. I am Bethel Arkwright, currently engaged in combat with a group of thugs in possession of illegal firearms. I need backup.
Then he reported the address.
Shishan gestured, and immediately a SWAT officer took out something and stuffed it into the black men's mouths, then put black hoods on them. Then they were pressed back to the ground, their hands and feet tied together, presenting a posture of being bound at all four limbs. After that, Shishan hung up the phone and threw it aside. The searchlights above were turned off, and the surrounding police sirens also disappeared at the same time. At the guardhouse, a Jiangfu dressed as a SWAT officer pushed open the door and walked out, putting the USB drive in his pocket. Behind him were two unconscious security guards. Then several Jiangfu carried two large boxes out of the warehouse and put them in the trunk of the SUV. Finally, Shishan led 10 Jiangfu in 3 SUVs and drove away.
A few minutes later, police sirens sounded in the distance.
Inside the warehouse, the 3 unconscious men suddenly woke up, their fingers moving subconsciously, and then they heard the sound of gunfire.
Ah! A scream, someone was accidentally injured.
The men reacted for a moment, then hurriedly stood up and looked around.
Where is this? What happened? Oh God, I'm injured, call an ambulance quickly. Bethel said vigilantly, Andy, quickly help Benny, let's leave immediately, it's not safe here. Oh, damn, what the hell happened? Hurry, we don't have time.
The sound of police sirens in the distance was getting closer and closer, and Bethel was instinctively a little flustered. The 3 men supported each other and slowly walked out of the warehouse, but they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A row of a dozen people wearing black hoods were crawling on the ground, and a car was burning next to them.
Damn it, what's going on?
Bethel cautiously looked around and slowly moved over, grabbing one of the black hoods and pulling it off.
Andre?
The man in the white suit's eyes were about to burst into flames, and he howled.
Bethel and his companions exchanged glances, clearly feeling something was wrong.
Benny suddenly picked up a phone from the ground, looked at it, and said, Bethel, it's your phone. As soon as Bethel took it, 5 or 6 police cars suddenly rushed in, and then a large number of police officers swarmed out, quickly forming an attack formation. Then there were shouts one after another, drop your weapons, lie on the ground. The 3 men dropped their guns and shouted, we are from the Major Crimes Unit, here are our credentials.
Soon, a police officer came over to check, and then the tense atmosphere dissipated.
A large number of police officers came over to conduct a crime scene investigation and follow-up processing work. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 3 men looked at each other.
What exactly is going on?
Watching the scene on the screen, Shishan's lips curled into a smile, and he tossed the iPad aside. With that, this matter was considered satisfactorily resolved. Bethel and the others would receive credit for capturing the Jamaican gang, perhaps even getting a promotion and some commendations. But they would also become targets of the Jamaican gang. They would think Bethel and his men took the diamonds. And the backers behind the corrupt police group, though somewhat suspicious, would ultimately accept this conclusion. The best outcome would be to exclude Bethel and his men from their circle and abandon this black-eat-black operation. The worst, of course, would be to force the 3 to hand over the diamonds. If that were the case, both sides would focus on the 3.
Tom's suspicion would naturally be eliminated.
Shishan left many traces, and if the police were serious, they would find some clues. However, this circumstantial evidence could only prove that Bethel and his men had problems. More importantly, Bethel and his men had no idea who was targeting them. No matter which side wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't involve Tom.
For Shishan, this incident was considered a complete success.
Recalling the entire process of the operation, Shishan was quite satisfied.
It's just that Tomi's single-soldier combat power is too weak.
Even with a gun in hand, she was almost struggled free by the black men several times. He still needs to continue experimenting to find ways to enhance Tomi's combat effectiveness. As the 3 cars drove onto the cross-sea bridge with the traffic flow, suddenly the ground shook, and a car suddenly flew over, heavily smashing into Shishan's vehicle.
Bang! With a loud noise, Shishan's SUV was completely flattened. The two Tomies in the car were instantly shot in the head.
And Shishan's head penetrated 2 layers of iron, appearing inside another car. Just one look, and he knew that the 2 people in this car wouldn't survive. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Shishan was a little speechless. This is the downside of living in the DC or Marvel world, you never know when danger will fall from the sky. With such a big incident, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Whether it was Tomi's identical face or the police equipment in the car, neither could be exposed to the public. Fortunately, Shishan had made preparations beforehand.
Wagging his finger, the regenerating body of Tomi next to him trembled slightly, quickly withering and turning into a handful of ashes.
Strands of energy returned to Shishan's body, forming a golden energy storage again. Afterward, Shishan tore a hole in the chassis and crawled out from below. He had to be careful at this time. If he was photographed by the media, he would probably become a new celebrity. Maybe some busybody would give him a nickname, like Car-Tearing Man or something. Thinking of the scene of himself becoming the headline of major news outlets, Shishan couldn't help but shudder.
Better to lie low, honestly.
Fortunately, before leaving, the weapons and equipment on Tomi were all put into 2 boxes and left on his body, only wearing a SWAT uniform. Crawling out from under the chassis of the car behind, he glanced around. Sure enough, many people had already gotten out of their cars and were craning their necks to look at the sky.
Shishan glanced at it. Well, an old acquaintance, Supergirl. Then he looked at the SUV behind, rear-ended, the front of the car was dented. On the contrary, the third SUV was still intact. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, he opened the trunk of the second SUV and put the 2 boxes into the back seat of the third SUV. Afterward, Shishan opened the driver's door of the third SUV, threw a SWAT uniform on the passenger seat, and then sat down. Looking at the road conditions, there was a car accident ahead, and sure enough, a string of cars was blocked behind. Looking at the opposite lane again, it was also blocked in the front, just in a vacant state. Shishan didn't hesitate, stepped on the accelerator, knocked down the divider, rushed into the opposite lane, and swerved back in the direction he came from. Shishan wasn't interested in Supergirl's battle. He still had to hurry back to do experiments. The goal was to create obedient Bu, and he was only halfway there. He hasn't learned all the black magic above yet. The moment he rushed off the bridge, he brushed past a familiar figure. Shishan slammed on the brakes, and with a screeching sound, the car skidded sideways for more than 10 meters before stopping. Turning his head to look back, he confirmed again. It really is Hisoka. In the dim light of the street lamp, it was Hisoka's familiar back. Glancing at Supergirl flying in the distance, Shishan thought to himself, is he going to challenge her? That's really Hisoka's personality. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of confronting him head-on. Hisoka just likes to challenge, although his personality is a bit perverted, but it is not impossible to communicate. Besides, this guy is almost impossible to kill. In the manga, after he was killed, he still forcibly resurrected with strong mental power, which is simply against the sky, isn't it? The good mission is just to drive him away from the Earth. Shishan squeezed his eyebrows, maybe he should find a spaceship to try. Shaking his head, he started the car again and left. Supergirl versus Hisoka, this battle tonight is going to be lively. On the sea, 2 helicopters kept circling, and the spotlights always hit Supergirl. Judging from the paintings on the helicopter, there is no doubt that they are 2 news media. At the same time, the TV was broadcasting this scene. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. The host's solemn expression was tinged with a little surprise. News from the front. Supergirl is wantonly destroying the cross-sea bridge. So far, more than 10 cars have exploded. People are frightened and fleeing, and the scene is chaotic. This is really unbelievable. In our impression, Supergirl is a superhero. Like Superman, she helps people. But today, what did we see? Supergirl is actually destroying things. What happened to her? Is this the true nature of aliens? At this time, the picture shook, and Supergirl actually fell from the sky. Oh God, what did we see? Someone stopped Supergirl? Finally, the camera zoomed in, and Hisoka's strange and handsome face appeared on the TV.
His fiery red hair, pale and exaggerated makeup, and a strange smile on the corner of his mouth all gave people a sense of inexplicable chill. At this time, he was standing on the roof of a car, holding a playing card between the index and middle fingers of his right hand.
Not far away, Supergirl was slowly getting up from a pile of rubble.
The two sides made eye contact without communicating.
Supergirl unhesitatingly emitted a scorching gaze that directly penetrated Hisoka's chest. However, in the next instant, Hisoka gradually dissipated like a phantom.
Appearing behind Supergirl like a ghost, he stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the top of Supergirl's head, smashing her down again. On the bridge, Hisoka stood on the roof of a car, a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
Is this the extent of the so-called Supergirl? Or is it that Hisoka appeared behind Supergirl, grabbing her hair with his right hand and slamming the newly risen Supergirl back to the ground? I'm not worth your full strength? Thump! Supergirl's face smashed directly into the concrete, sending gravel flying. Supergirl was enraged, abruptly swinging her fist backward. Hisoka lightly moved back a foot, just enough to dodge the fist.
Taking advantage of the momentum, Supergirl flew up, her eyes burning with heat vision that pierced directly through Hisoka's chest.
Hisoka's illusion gradually disappeared, and an unscathed figure appeared on the roof of another car not far away. Is it this again? How boring.
The heat vision continuously chased after him, Hisoka continuously flashing, leaving behind trails of illusions. The vision struck the ground, plowing out ravines, while also slicing through a large number of cars, splitting them in two. Hisoka stood on top of a bus, touching his chin with his right hand, a strange arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. As expected, astonishing physical qualities, strength and speed are commendable, and even has the cheating attack method of heat vision. The defense is equally amazing, seemingly born so powerful, truly a beautiful yet unripe fruit. Hisoka narrowed his eyes, unable to resist licking his lips. Supergirl was taciturn, her eyes fixed on Hisoka, seemingly searching for his weakness. Hisoka casually stood there, seemingly looking forward to being attacked. Not coming to attack? What are you hesitating about? Hisoka flipped his hand, a deck of playing cards appearing in his palm, slightly bending as the cards were ejected one by one. Drawn by a certain force, the playing cards drew a moon-shaped arc above, obediently landing in his other palm.
Seemingly provoked by Hisoka's attitude, Supergirl suddenly charged over. Hisoka easily turned around, instantly disappearing.
Supergirl couldn't stop her momentum, smashing the bus into a complete wreck with a single punch.
Hisoka appeared in mid-air, eerily hovering. A hint of doubt in his eyes, he said, "Why is there always a sense of disharmony?
You seem to only have speed and strength, but don't know how to use it, like a brute who hasn't received training. But that shouldn't be, according to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, you should have rich combat experience."
Strange, what exactly is wrong?
Supergirl remains silent, emitting a heat vision.
Hisoka only slightly tilted his head, letting the vision pass by, his body not moving in the slightest.
The vision bombarded the bridge pier, instantly melting through a horizontal beam.
Bang! Suddenly losing its support, the other side of the steel pillar couldn't withstand the enormous pressure and instantly twisted.
The upper part deformed, the right side of the beam collapsed, and several pillars broke one after another, falling down with a crackling sound.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Heavy objects crashed to the ground, directly flattening the vehicles on the ground. The onlookers were panicked, screaming, and running away in all directions. Hisoka slightly raised his head, glancing at the deformed bridge pillar above, then looked at Supergirl again.
So that's how it is.
The smile on Hisoka's face gradually cooled down, and the playing cards in his hand transitioned even faster. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme shows that you are a superhero with the responsibility of saving the public. But just now, clearly several people died tragically, yet you were indifferent.
Then the question arises, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme or you, one of them must be wrong.
Judging from the reactions of the surrounding people, it is obvious that you are the one who was wrong. Then can I assume that you are actually not Supergirl? Hisoka suddenly flicked out a playing card, the edge of the card radiating a faint white light, disappearing from sight like lightning, but just a bad imposter. Supergirl groaned, slamming onto the ground with a thud. On her towering chest, a playing card was embedded halfway, a blood-stained spada fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, like a sharp blade. Supergirl clutched her chest and got up, her expression resolute. She endured the pain and pulled out the playing card, drops of blood splattering on the ground. Hisoka floated over gently, slowly landing.
Is it a fake body, or a bad imitator? Hisoka tilted his head. Interesting, you don't seem to have any extra emotion showing. Your aura is both calm and numb, as if someone has tampered with you. Have you lost your own thinking? No, it should be that your thinking is restricted. Who exactly are you?
Supergirl spoke for the first time, her voice unusually cold.
Oh my! How rude, I actually forgot to introduce myself.
Hisoka put his left hand in front and his right hand behind, bowing slightly with a strange smile. My name is Hisoka, I am a magician. I originally came tonight to find Supergirl, but I didn't expect to have found the wrong target. If it doesn't matter, a mere imposter actually has such strong physical qualities, which makes me even more look forward to the real Supergirl. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression full of longing, muttering, I really hope she will be a worthy and deadly enemy. Supergirl stared at him coldly, without saying a word.
Hisoka smiled and said, although there are some mistakes, it doesn't matter.
Although you are very strong, I predict that tonight you will end in my hands. Supergirl leaned forward and threw a punch. Hisoka, contrary to his usual behavior, did not dodge, but raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Supergirl suddenly felt a strong pulling force behind her, instantly dragging her back to the original place. This lady, you don't seem to believe in my predictive abilities, so let me prove it to you.
Hisoka reached behind him and took out a handkerchief, pinching the two corners to show Supergirl the front and back.
Then he suddenly threw the handkerchief out, instantly turning into 13 playing cards, fluttering and scattering on the ground.
As if specially placed, each one was face up.
There are 13 cards here, from A to 13, all are hearts. You can choose any number you like, and then secretly remember it in your heart.
Supergirl was a little dazed. Why did the fight suddenly turn into a magic trick?
Hisoka's expression was cheerful. He stretched out one hand, making gestures while speaking.
Have you chosen? Then add 4 to that number, then multiply by 2, subtract 6, then divide by 2, and then subtract your number. What will the result be equal to?
Now not only Supergirl, but even the surrounding people who boldly stayed to watch, as well as the news reporters hovering in the air, were a little dazed.
But I knew the answer you calculated from the beginning.
That is, Hisoka flashed in front of Supergirl, a playing card in his hand moving with lightning speed, stabbing into the wound on her chest once more.
Put.
Supergirl's body stiffened abruptly, and she fell backward to the ground. Hisoka turned slightly, pointing his right index finger to his lips, smiling, I told you the answer from the very beginning.
Bang!
Supergirl's body crashed onto the ground, the majority of a black ace of spades card buried in her chest, with only a corner remaining visible. The ace of spades symbol was continuously submerged by fresh blood, like a demon soaking in blood.
The bolder onlookers around them were shocked. So it was an ace.
Hisoka looked around, gave a generous bow, and turned to leave. Just then, a figure streaked across the sky, carrying a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme, and landed heavily in front of Hisoka. Seeing this familiar figure before him, Hisoka was slightly surprised, then smiled with satisfaction.
Oh my, tonight is truly a delightful evening. I'm honored to meet the real Supergirl.
The person who arrived was Supergirl. Her brows were furrowed. She first looked around at the ruinous environment, and then her eyes landed on the Supergirl lying in a pool of blood. Then she suddenly flew up, quickly rushed to the side of Supergirl, briefly checked her, and directly picked her up. The situation is very serious, her heart has been pierced.
Which direction is the ambulance?
But before she could take off, several playing cards shot from behind her. Supergirl dodged. The playing cards stuck into the ground like flying knives.
good speed, and a more rational way of using your power. As expected, you are Supergirl. Supergirl gritted her teeth and said, Magician Hisoka, don't delay me from saving someone. The heart is damaged, and excessive blood loss could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme to death at any time. For a mere imposter to die at my, Hisoka's, hands, is an honor for her lifetime. Hisoka's eyes widened slightly, his expression serious. Do you know what you're doing? You are depriving a warrior of their final honor. Turning a hero who died on the battlefield into a pitiful wretch dying in bed. That's just sophistry. Replying with that, Supergirl tried to take off again. This time, however, Hisoka wore a strange smile and suddenly appeared in front of her. Her path blocked, Supergirl subconsciously slowed down. Prophecy magic. I prophesy that you will be deeply loved by this land, making it difficult to leave your original place. Hisoka snapped his fingers, and Supergirl suddenly felt a huge force pulling around her, as if something sticky was tugging at her. Hisoka! Supergirl gritted her teeth, recalling the scene from a few minutes ago. Just now, she was still at home with her sister, huddled on the sofa eating ice cream, anxiously anticipating her date with her boss's son tomorrow. Unexpectedly, she turned on the TV and found that the news channel was broadcasting a battle between herself and a strange person. She was clearly at home, so why was Supergirl appearing on the bridge? She was stunned at the time. She even thought that another Kryptonian had appeared on Earth. However, before she could figure it out, the situation of Supergirl in the news took a sharp turn for the worse, with a playing card stabbed into her heart by that strange person named Hisoka. Her sister pushed her hard, and she finally reacted. She quickly changed her clothes and flew to the bridge battlefield, just to save Supergirl's life. For Kara, Krypton was a destroyed planet, and Kryptonians were a dying breed. Every additional member of their race would make her happy for a long time. As long as there was a 1% chance that this fake Supergirl was a Kryptonian, she would save her without hesitation. She thought that the other party would stop her, but she didn't expect this magician named Hisoka to be so difficult to deal with. Even now, she still didn't understand what kind of power the other party was using. Supergirl was secretly distressed, but she didn't know that someone was already grinding their teeth at this time. Rhodes Group, Chairman's office. Max smashed the monitor with a fierce punch. Looking at Hisoka's enlarged head, he couldn't wait to chop off his head with a knife. The fake Supergirl was specially made by him. He used the technology of the Rhodes Group to fuse Supergirl's DNA with a special element from Red Tornado's severed hand into this woman. Finally, after a full-body plastic surgery, the woman was transformed into Supergirl from the inside out. It was to use the fake Supergirl to ruin the real Supergirl's reputation and make the general public wary of Supergirl's existence. This was also the reason why Max had always targeted Supergirl and even Superman. He could never believe that an alien with such immense power would be so friendly to people from a strange galaxy. He even suspected that Supergirl and Superman were working together to carry out a huge conspiracy. They were putting on the appearance of superheroes just to invade Earth more quickly. Therefore, he wanted to remind the general public to be vigilant against Supergirl. This plan was originally perfect. Max even wrote a 30-page action plan for this sabotage operation. He didn't expect that the fake Supergirl would be killed by a magician named Hisoka, who appeared out of nowhere, on her first appearance. What a doggone shame. It was like a robber who wanted to impersonate a police officer to rob a bank, but who knew that as soon as he entered the bank, before he could pull out his gun, he was killed by another group of robbers who mistook him for a police officer. Wouldn't you say that's unfair? And there's no place to complain. Max's more than 3 months of effort were wasted, including a massive amount of funds and energy, which were directly washed away. And he couldn't tell anyone, he could only swallow his teeth and blood. Hisoka! Max clenched his fists and shouted Hisoka's name through gritted teeth. He was going crazy with hatred. At the bridge, Hisoka stood on top of a car, his expression very happy. After several attempts, Supergirl finally flew up. The brute force of a Kryptonian was indeed not something that Hisoka's bungee gum could restrain. Hisoka's ability lies in its unexpectedness, and its strength and toughness cannot compete with powerful forces.
When Supergirl sent the fake Supergirl to the ambulance, the fake Supergirl had already lost her heartbeat completely due to excessive blood loss.
The DEO Special Operations Team rushed to the scene and quickly set up a defensive line.
And they took the fake Supergirl away.
Director John and Alex also arrived at the scene, ready to assist Supergirl in capturing this strange person in front of them at any time. Faced with strong enemies all around, Hisoka was extremely happy.
Although he couldn't understand what kind of weapons the other party was holding, he could vaguely feel the danger. This feeling of being on the verge of death made him unable to stop.
I completely don't understand what he's thinking. He's clearly surrounded, why isn't he running?
Alex stared at Hisoka, who was standing on the roof of the car, playing with the poker cards in his hand, her brow furrowed.
Director John's face was as dark as water. He's waiting. Waiting for what?
Waiting for us to attack, or for Supergirl to go back and fight him.
Director John said with a solemn expression, "This is a reckless madman, similar to an adrenaline addict." I don't understand his abilities. Could it be powerful penetrating power?
There is no doubt that the fake Supergirl's physical fitness is infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Supergirl's steel body.
Not to mention playing cards, even hammering nails with a sledgehammer may not be able to drive them in.
But the other party's playing cards were inserted without any obstruction, almost splitting the heart in half.
DEO's medical experts have repeatedly stated that the fake Supergirl's injuries may be beyond recovery. Supergirl was both sad and angry.
If Alex hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed up and fought Hisoka desperately.
She really regarded the fake Supergirl as a Kryptonian. Has the site been cleaned up? Director John asked in a deep voice.
Most of the passers-by have been evacuated, and all the injured have been sent to the hospital. The Water Special Operations Team is already in place, and the entire bridge is under our control. As he said that, Alex looked up at the two helicopters in the sky and frowned slightly. The news media is still communicating, and the other party is still unwilling to give up this interview.
Warn them again.
Notify the Bureau to send people to the media headquarters to handle the follow-up matters, and seal off the news no matter how the next battle goes.
Alex was slightly surprised. Director, do you suspect that the magician Hisoka is an alien?
It's very possible. Director John said, my mental power cannot affect him, and the other party clearly has special abilities.
Alex nodded, understanding in her heart. After the White Martian incident, the senior officials in the Bureau had a certain understanding of Director John's true identity.
Knowing the basic abilities of the Martian Manhunter, hearing him say this, Alex raised the danger level of Hisoka by another level.
Alex said decisively, I think I should call Mike, he might know something. Director John nodded.
In fact, he didn't have much hope, because Hisoka looked more like a human being in every way.
Supergirl took a step forward. I'll hold him back to prevent him from escaping. Be careful.
Supergirl stomped her foot and suddenly rushed into the sky. On the other side, Hisoka raised his head slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth when he saw Supergirl approaching.
Supergirl looked very alert and said, Surrender, you are already surrounded. Don't say such naive things, you know that for people like you and me, numbers have never been a problem.
Hisoka raised his hand and gently wiped it, and the playing cards floating in the air flew back to his palm like swallows returning to their nests.
Let's fight. I hope the real Supergirl won't disappoint me. You've been waiting for me for so long just to fight me? Supergirl was a little incredulous. Aren't you too?
A strange smile appeared on the corner of Hisoka's mouth, and he said, for people like you and me, fighting is an indispensable spiritual food. You also enjoy the feeling of being on the line between life and death, otherwise you wouldn't come out to be a superhero. Nonsense, I'm here to help people, please, don't lie to yourself at this time.
You just can't control your fighting desire.
You yearn for danger, like to dance on the tip of a knife, and by the way, enjoy the cheers of the audience. Hisoka stretched out his index finger, pointed at himself, and then pointed at Supergirl.
Same as me, I am a magician on the stage, and you are a princess at a costume ball.
Supergirl shook her head vigorously and shouted, No, you're talking nonsense, I'm completely different from you, I never kill people. I don't kill people. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Hisoka's expression was serious. I'm just eliminating unqualified toys.
Supergirl was incredulous. Toys? You treat us all as toys, you madman.
No, not you, but you.
Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression slightly greedy. I really want to destroy you now, but I can't, you still have room to grow. You are completely different from that counterfeit. She is like a zombie, but you are real and fresh.
Oh.
Hisoka sighed in a lyrical tone, another green little apple, it really makes me crave and rejoice.
Supergirl said angrily, you are a madman, I will never let you harm people outside, surrender to me.
Before she finished speaking, Supergirl rushed over. Hisoka floated lightly in the air, as if there was a thread pulling him from behind, scurrying around quickly and erratically.
Supergirl is fast, but not as flexible as Hisoka. Flying in the air is like shooting mosquitoes with a cannon, unable to catch them no matter how hard you try.
Supergirl gritted her teeth, her spirit tense. Hisoka, however, was leisurely and contented, even patting the poker cards in his hand from time to time, popping out 2 or 3 cards, hitting Supergirl, and then being bounced away.
You have a body of strength, but you don't know how to use it at all. Rushing around is like Euvigen.
In the distance, Alex was a little anxious because the other party was too flexible and Supergirl couldn't hit the other party at all despite her strength. She quickly suggested to Director John next to her, "Sir, request fire suppression." Director John pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Alex hurriedly gave the order to the rear, "Listen to my order, target the magician Hisoka, fire at full strength, fire."
Bang 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 bang, ammunition shot into the air like a rainstorm, and the metal storm swept Supergirl and Hisoka into it. Supergirl has a steel body, and ammunition can't do anything to her.
When bullets hit her body, they only splashed a few sparks and had no effect. Hisoka's side was even more fantastic. Obviously, his body was riddled with holes, but the next moment he disappeared like a phantom, reappeared in another position, and then was riddled with holes again, disappearing again, and so on. Fire support had no effect, but instead caused Supergirl to completely lose her target.
"Cease fire."
Alex raised her hand, and the fire behind her stopped immediately. At this moment, a team member grabbed a satellite phone and ran over, reporting, "Sir, the special advisor's phone has been connected."
Alex grabbed it. "Mike, we need your help."
When the call connected, Chi-Shan had just returned home, put away the 2 boxes of ammunition, and hadn't even had time to take a sip of water. Sitting in the living room, he took a glass, poured himself a drink, and while holding the phone, rummaged in the refrigerator for ice.
"Alex, what's up?"
Chi-Shan weighed the pros and cons in a flash, and said, "I do know." "Great, it's not convenient to communicate over the phone, you quickly come to the temporary base on the Cross-Sea Bridge, Director John needs your detailed information."
"Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes at most." "You only have 5 minutes." Alex threw down a sentence and hung up the phone with a snap.
Chi-Shan shrugged and threw the phone aside. He took a round piece of old ice from the chiller, put it in the glass, shook the glass, and took a light sip. Initially, Chi-Shan was inclined to conceal Hisoka's information.
Because the mission was not to kill Hisoka, but to drive Hisoka away from Earth.
In this Earth plane number 38, there are more aliens than cockroaches. As long as you look carefully, getting a spaceship is not too difficult. As long as he finds an excuse to contact Hisoka and take him on a spaceship to leave Earth, this mission should be considered complete.
The reason why he said he knew Hisoka's information just now was more out of long-term consideration.
The invasion of the boss will not stop. In the early stage, before Chi-Shan's own power is established, he will definitely need to borrow the power of the DEO. In order to complete the task, it is very important that the DEO is obedient. Just like the previous Haydn mission, the other party cut off Haydn's head, but did not kill him, causing Chi-Shan's third boss invasion mission to remain incomplete. Chi-Shan also cannot grasp what kind of boss will invade in the future. From a probabilistic point of view, there will inevitably be some strange and special bosses. For the selfish government agencies, they will probably not let go of the opportunity to study the abilities of these bosses.
This is very likely to conflict with Chi-Shan's mission.
In order to make them more obedient in the future, they should be taught a lesson to some extent.
Shortening the boss invasion time might be a good excuse.
Sitting quietly in the hall, he kept calculating his words in his mind. After the wine in his hand was finished, 5 minutes had passed. The phone rang as expected. Shishan pressed it off without even looking. He grabbed the coat next to him, picked up the car keys and walked out the door. Shishan sighed slightly in his heart. He is also a busy life, he can't get rest even at night. Tomi is indeed a blessed life, even if Shishan suppressed most of her malice. She still lives like a young lady. When Shishan came back just now, she was doing her daily routine beauty sauna in the bathroom, and she also added rose essential oil, filling the whole room with fragrance. If he didn't know Tomi too well, he would have pinned her on the bed and spanked her. Being so arrogant in front of him, how could that be allowed? Driving the car slowly on the road, it took about 10 minutes to reach the destination. Alex had already waited impatiently, and before Shishan's car stopped, she pulled open the car door and dragged Shishan down. Director John quickly surrounded him and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the information of the magician Hisoka?" Shishan shrugged, "A little bit." "Say it." Director John said concisely. Shishan smacked his lips, looked around, and glanced at Supergirl shooting mosquitoes with a cannon in the distance, and said, "Are you just going to let me say it like this? No routine ice cream? Speak quickly." Alex glared. She was really a little anxious. Hisoka has been playing with Supergirl, and based on the record of killing the fake Supergirl just now, several DEO behavior analysts believe that the other party may have the ability to kill Supergirl. This makes Alex, who is worried about her sister's safety, how can she not be anxious? "Remember, you owe me a big bucket of ice cream, this time it has to be vanilla flavored." "I'll give you 2 buckets, speak quickly." "Okay." Shishan tilted his head and said, "The magician Hisoka, also a dangerous person from the anti-space, he was born on a hunter planet, uses an ability called Nen, and is a member of the 13-person spider troupe. He is wanted by more than 50 countries on the hunter planet, and the danger level is above S." After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Shishan didn't continue to speak, Alex was slightly stunned and said, "That's it?" "That's it, what else is there to say? What about his experience, country of birth, and the abilities he uses? What special moves does he have? You should say them all. Just like before." Shishan shook his head very simply, "I don't know. The magician Hisoka is also a mysterious figure in the anti-space. Basically, those who know his details are all dead. It's already pretty good that I can know so much, okay?" Director John thought for a moment and asked, "Explain the Spider Troupe." The Spider Troupe, a notorious gang of robbers, also known as the Phantom Troupe. Shishan smiled slightly and explained lightly, "Wanted by the vast majority of countries, the danger is max. There are 13 people in total, and the other 12 people besides the leader have equal status. Although their abilities are different, their combat power and danger are similar. The magician Hisoka is just one of them. He is the troop numbered 4, one of the feet called the Spider. So, there are 12 more dangerous people like Hisoka?" Director John's face turned dark. Shishan raised his eyebrows. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Most of the Spider Troupe don't advocate collective action. Except when there are special tasks, they all play their own games at other times. Hisoka's appearance here is probably just an accident." Alex said angrily, "Still an accident? If the Spider Troupe..." Alex was about to speak, but Director John raised his hand to interrupt him, and said with a solemn expression, "What do you mean by accident?" The corner of Shishan's mouth raised a hint of sarcasm. Haydn's head, "You still have it, right?" The pupils of the two shrank. "No need to hide it, Hisoka appeared so quickly, it must be because he found the coordinates." Shishan said lightly, "Listen to my advice, use the incinerator as soon as possible to incinerate all of Haydn's body tissues, otherwise you will find that anti-space characters will appear faster and faster, and more. Supergirl stood on the lamppost, panting. Without the yellow sun's energy replenishment at night, the continuous output made her somewhat tired. After the last duel with Haydn, coupled with Hisoka's fighting style this time, Supergirl began to reflect on her own combat methods. Although Haydn and Hisoka cannot be completely classified into one category, they can generally be classified as agility-based. Compared to them, she had more strength but lacked skill, making the fight somewhat unsightly.
Supergirl covered her ears and whispered, "Is it ready yet?"
Wen's voice came from her ear. "Don't worry, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme is almost collected. In another minute at most, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme model will be out.
My physical strength is being consumed too quickly."
"I know, wait a little longer, just a little longer." Supergirl glanced at Hisoka, seeing him still leisurely fiddling with playing cards, seemingly with no intention of launching an attack.
"Whoa.
Almost ready, just a few more seconds." Then his voice paused, and he continued, "Okay, the model is out. According to computer analysis, the opponent may be using an invisible rope to assist his movement while manipulating the playing cards. You said just now that you inexplicably changed direction, which is very likely because the opponent applied this invisible rope to you."
Supergirl suddenly understood. "I see, is there any way to crack it?"
The other party replied very simply, "No."
Supergirl was immediately shocked. "What?"
"Please, I'm not on the scene, I'm just listening to your narration.
Besides, you have X-ray vision."
"Oh right. Supergirl suddenly realized. Immediately afterwards, she directly used her X-ray vision, and the scene that appeared in front of her suddenly shocked Supergirl. The originally empty and vast bridge was now covered with a web-like network crisscrossing in the sky. The whole thing was pink. The spider web was stuck everywhere, on the streetlights, on the cars, and even on the boats of the Water Special Forces team. Looking down at herself, Supergirl was stunned. Her body was connected to more than a dozen pink ropes in different positions. She reached out to touch it, and unsurprisingly, it passed right through.
Hisoka keenly noticed Supergirl's movements, and his expression became joyful. "Finally discovered it? Not bad." Supergirl looked up and asked, "What is this?" Hisoka didn't hide anything and said, "Bungee gum, it possesses the properties of both rubber and gum."
Supergirl tried to remove the nin ability attached to her body, but found it had no effect.
Hisoka smiled and said, "This is nin, a very peculiar life energy."
Supergirl bit her lip, at a loss. One on the other side of the earpiece was almost instantly scared out of his wits. He fidgeted, at a loss. Supergirl didn't know what to say. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The other party was obviously a pervert, and threats were completely meaningless to him. And she couldn't beat him, so she didn't know what to do. Hisoka looked at Supergirl and suddenly smiled. "Just kidding, why are you so nervous?" He suddenly stretched lazily, his eyes shot in the direction of Director John, and he pointed to his brow. "Your ability is very interesting, you have been trying to enter my mind. It's just that the intensity is a bit weak. I hope you can bring me a surprise next time we meet." Saying that, Hisoka pointed his finger at Supergirl again. "Of course, that also includes you." Supergirl gritted her teeth and said, "You murderer, don't think you can run away."
"Murderer?
Don't say such extreme things, I just cleaned up a defective toy." "But you are different, you are a rare delicacy." Hisoka stared at Supergirl, his desire almost overflowing. Supergirl's whole body was trembling, like a toad being stared at by a snake. Although she couldn't see it, she could still feel the endless malice from the other side, like a tidal wave. Can't be impulsive, the delicacy must be saved for last." Hisoka comforted himself in a dreamlike voice, and the overflowing malice gradually subsided. "How rude of me, then allow me to perform a final disappearing act to apologize." Hisoka stretched out his left hand, with a spade stuck in his palm. He put his hands together, rubbed them slightly, and then shook them outwards. The spade turned into a white cloth the size of a tablecloth.
"Supergirl, oh no, Miss Kara." Hisoka smiled and threw the white cloth into the air.
The white cloth suddenly shattered in the air, turning into a massive amount of playing cards pouring down. The playing cards swept across Hisoka's body like a waterfall, and Hisoka disappeared instantly, leaving only a voice echoing faintly in the air. Grow up faster, unripe little apple, I hope you will be ripe next time we meet." The playing cards fluttered and fell all over the bridge. With the enemy retreating on their own, Supergirl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the heart that had been hanging gradually relaxed. Fighting Hisoka was like working an extra month of night shifts, leaving Supergirl extremely physically and mentally exhausted. Her body softened, and she was actually a little unsteady. Alex ran over and grabbed her, calling out worriedly, "Kara?" Supergirl forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted." She paused and said, "Tell John, he's been exposed. Hisoka is also targeting him. And when, he's not safe now." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Alex asked, "What's wrong with one?" He collected phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme through me, established a mathematical model, and helped me discover Hisoka's ability. Alex was a little surprised. Oh, a rare pleasant surprise. Supergirl forced a smile. Alex helped her walk back. Director John and Chi-Shan came up to them and asked with their eyes. Alex shook his head, indicating that Supergirl was not injured. Director John nodded and said, "Ms. Danvers, our guess was correct. The magician Hisoka also comes from the anti-space." Supergirl opened her mouth and said, "He just said his ability was called Bungee Gum, I heard it." Director John interrupted Supergirl, then turned his gaze to Chi-Shan, and said somewhat seriously, "Mike, I think there is some information you haven't told us. I think we should talk." Chi-Shan looked up at the sky, and after a long while, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "Okay, it's time." DEO Headquarters Conference Room. The high-level executives sat around the table, and everyone, including Supergirl and Win, who had been urgently brought in, stared at Chi-Shan. Chi-Shan, on the other hand, was leisurely scooping spoonfuls of ice cream from a tub. "What do you want to know?" Director John said seriously, "First of all, who exactly are you? Why do you know so much unknown information?" Chi-Shan's lips curled into a faint smile. "Actually, there's no point in saying it. Even if I tell the truth, you won't believe it." Director John stared at Chi-Shan and said, "Try me." "Well," Chi-Shan shrugged, saying somewhat casually, "Actually, I gave you hints before, but you didn't pay attention to them." The crowd exchanged glances. "I belong to an organization called the Black Order, and I hold a position similar to a librarian, called Bookman. You can call me Book Immortal." Chi-Shan pointed to Supergirl and said, "If it weren't for the unpredictable changes in modern times, you wouldn't know about the existence of the Black Order even after another 7,000 years. The crowd exchanged glances, understanding in their hearts. Supergirl couldn't help but say, "What does this have to do with me? I've always been doing good deeds." "No one denies that you are doing good deeds. I'm just saying that your existence has broken the balance." Chi-Shan said lightly, "It's like the yin and yang fish of Tai Chi, they are connected end to end, complementing and counteracting each other. There is both black and white. Just like this world, there is darkness where there is light. Although it is embarrassing to admit, we must admit that evil and darkness are also part of humanity. And you, or rather the existence of you foreign superheroes, has broken this balance. It's like adding another color between the black and white of the Tai Chi yin and yang fish. Whether it's pink leaning towards white, or dark purple leaning towards black, it is undeniable that it disrupts the balance of the yin and yang fish. And it is precisely because of this that the unbalanced Earth has attracted the attention of the anti-space, and inexplicable monsters are appearing one after another." Chi-Shan waited for a few seconds, seeing that everyone was silently digesting his words, and then said, "I don't know if you have noticed that before Supergirl officially became Supergirl, there were no strange anti-space monsters in the world." Everyone looked at each other. Thinking about the time when King Piccolo appeared, and then thinking about the time when Supergirl started appearing, their faces changed slightly. Could there really be a connection between them? Alex hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with Kara. She's just doing the right thing, just like Superman." Wynn immediately said, "That's right, Superman appeared first. According to your theory, anti-space monsters should have appeared long ago." Director John said in a deep voice, "I think so too." "That's right, Martian Manhunter has been active on Earth for over 50 years. According to Chi-Shan's theory, anti-space monsters would have occupied half the Earth long ago." Chi-Shan said calmly, "Any system has its stability. Don't talk about yin and yang fish that can automatically circulate, even a whole pan of pure white paint, adding a drop of colored pigment to it. To make the color even, it takes a certain amount of time for it to penetrate and mix. Shishan pointed to Director John. Actually, we noticed your existence as early as 50 years ago. It's just that you were obviously frightened by the U.S. government's pursuit, and you were on the run for 50 years. Later, by chance, you replaced the identity of the Real John and became the director of the DEO. You didn't use your abilities. Therefore, you can be regarded as a drop of colored pigment that is condensed but not dispersed, and will not affect the whole.
What about Superman? Alex asked.
Shishan answered irrelevantly. When bacteria enter the human body, the first reaction is naturally the immune system. Similarly, the Earth also has its own immune system.
Don't you think that since Superman appeared, the probability of superpowered events happening on Earth has been increasing exponentially?
Shishan stuck the spoon in the ice cream and concluded, Earth is exhausted for Superman, and the appearance of Supergirl has become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Supergirl looked at her sister innocently and lowered her head somewhat aggrievedly.
Although the crowd didn't quite believe it, Shishan's theory could be confirmed from the side. This made people have to mutter in their hearts. The high-level executives frequently looked at Supergirl, wondering what they were thinking. Alex felt sorry for her sister and asked, then what should we do? Should we let Kara hide again? It's useless.
Shishan waved his hand. The white paint has already been dyed pink.
Even if you don't add any more pigment, it won't return to its original state.
That's right. Director John nodded. Facing a strong enemy, retreating is not the solution. The only way to solve the problem is to meet the challenge and defeat him.
He turned to Shishan and said, since you said that the Black Order has been fighting anti-space monsters, then why haven't we seen your people appear, whether it's King Piccolo, Haydn, or the current Hisoka? Shishan showed a half-smiling expression. Has it really never appeared?
Think about it carefully. A scene flashed in Alex's mind, and she blurted out, Crystal. Shishan nodded with a smile. Once she said this, everyone remembered the mysterious fortune-teller. Supergirl's eyes lit up. In that case, we can ask Crystal for help to find Hisoka's hiding place.
What if you find it? Can you beat him? Shishan said unceremoniously, don't blame me for being too blunt. Not only you, but even if you had Superman, I'm afraid you are no match for Hisoka.
Your compatibility is too poor. When he said this, Shishan really thought so. The Superman outside is not the Superman from the Man of Steel universe.
The Superman here is simply too weak.
After concocting a theory that left everyone thoroughly bewildered, Shishan slowly got to the main topic. He took out a pocket-sized book from his pocket. The others looked at Shishan with strange expressions.
What is this? Director John asked. This is the answer. Survival Chinese 300?
Win said with a strange expression. Shishan didn't reply, directly unfolding the book, unfolding it, and unfolding it again. This book was very peculiar. Each time it was unfolded, it would automatically become thicker, unfolding a total of 6 times. The original pocketbook had become a huge ancient book half a meter long and 3 centimeters thick.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
This book had obvious historical traces, and it was unknown what kind of leather it was made of. It looked very rough, but it was actually very soft. Thick ropes bound the spine, and several lines of unknown characters were written on the front, exuding a mysterious aura.
Alex asked, what is this? Shishan shrugged, the answer you want.
Shishan opened the ancient book, and everyone craned their necks to look, but they found that it was all blank paper, without a single character. Everyone's eyes were a little strange. Looking at the writing format, it looked like someone had written it by hand.
Director John asked, what is this book?
Shishan smiled without saying a word.
Director John nodded repeatedly and stopped asking.
Everyone leaned over to look at the characters above.
Supergirl exclaimed, it's Piccolo's information. Director John concentrated and looked, and sure enough, it was written about Piccolo's information.
Not only did it have what Shishan had described, but also Supergirl's battle with Piccolo, the destruction caused by Piccolo, and the birth of the second-generation demon, all were recorded in detail. Looking further down, there was detailed information about Haydn, as well as the course of the battle. At the very bottom was Hisoka's. Below, there was not only a detailed explanation of Hisoka's origin and abilities, but also simple information about the 13 members of the Spider Troupe. Director John raised his head and said unceremoniously, "We need to requisition this book." "Ha!" Shishan sneered, reaching out his hand, "If you can do it, be my guest." Saying that, Shishan even took a step back, away from the conference table. Then, everyone watched as the characters on the book gradually disappeared, returning to the state of a wordless heavenly book. Supergirl tentatively placed her palm on the page, and the book suddenly shook, closing itself like a mimosa. Bang! As the pages closed, the huge book placed on the conference table disappeared into thin air. Everyone was shocked, turning their gazes to Shishan. Shishan revealed a mocking smile, showing both hands back and forth, and then took out a pocketbook from his pocket. Written on the spine, Survival Chinese 300. Without a doubt, it was the same one from before. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Shishan chuckled, "No matter how naive you are, there has to be a limit. As a book immortal of the Black Order, guarding books is my job. If outsiders could easily take books from my hands, my Black Order would have been destroyed 7,000 years ago." Director John was silent. Everyone exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Before, when they heard Shishan's theory, everyone was still doubtful, but now seeing the wonders of this book, they finally vaguely believed in the existence of the Black Order. Shishan stepped forward and unfolded the Survival Chinese 300 again. He glanced at Director John next to him and said meaningfully, "Don't underestimate the civilization on Earth. We have been glorious from 10,000 years ago until now, and we must have our own unique advantages." Shishan unfolded the ancient book for the second time, revealing the characters from before again. This book records the 700-year history of the Black Order. Nearly 100 people have handled it, written in 35 languages, and sealed by the saint. Without permission, outsiders can absolutely not see the contents of the book. Saying this, Shishan glanced at Director John. "Want to requisition it? You're really overthinking it." Director John froze for a few seconds, then lowered his head slightly. "Sorry, I assumed too much." Shishan waved his hand, acting very magnanimous. With this matter passed over, the atmosphere in the conference room improved a lot. Everyone scrambled to watch. After a while, Win raised a question. "Why doesn't it write about Hisoka's weaknesses here?" Shishan looked at him strangely. "Hisoka isn't a monster, where would he have any weaknesses? Hisoka is a master of tactics, battle-hardened, and ruthless. His personality itself is fickle and capricious, and he likes to lie in battle, using lies to mislead the enemy's misjudgment. Moreover, he has a morbid pursuit of life and death battles. I think Miss Danvers has already experienced this." Supergirl recalled the battle scenes from before, nodding with lingering fear. If Hisoka hadn't been afraid of not being able to resist the urge to kill himself, he suddenly withdrew and retreated. She would have had a hard time getting away unscathed tonight. "Actually, I have a suggestion." Everyone looked at Shishan, and Shishan said, "Hisoka's nin ability has fickle changes and will give a certain bonus to physical fitness. Moreover, through tonight's battle, we already know that the opponent is very agile. If the battlefield is chosen in an open area, it will give the opponent more space to dodge, which is very unfavorable to Supergirl's battle. Conversely, what if we limit the battlefield to a small space?" Win said, "You mean a secret room?" Shishan shook his head. "A secret room alone is not enough, unless it is a space deep underground, so that the opponent cannot break the walls to escape. Conversely, underground spaces are not easy to find, and space is also an unavoidable place." Shishan looked at Director John and said, "You are the director of the DEO, and you are a Martian yourself. You shouldn't be lacking spaceships, right?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "That's right, spaceships. The space is small, with almost no space to dodge. Outside is outer space, and no one would be foolish enough to break open the hull. Moreover, even if the battle is unfavorable, Supergirl can actively destroy the hull, turning the battle space into a vacuum, making the terrain more favorable to herself.
With Supergirl's flight speed, holding her breath is enough to fly back to the atmosphere from outer space. Everyone looked at Director John.
He hesitated for a while before nodding. My spaceship is parked in the warehouse on Green Willow Avenue.
Alex clapped his hands. Great, then our only problem now is, how do we lure Hisoka onto the spaceship?
Shishan smiled. Perhaps I have a way to try. In front of the L Group's 5-star hotel, a sky blue vintage convertible slowly pulled up to the entrance.
Director John, in the driver's seat, glanced at Shishan in the passenger seat and asked, "Are you sure he's hiding here?"
You have to trust Crystal's abilities. Just now, Shishan had made a random phone call and then falsely claimed to have received information from Crystal. Then, he directly brought Director John, Supergirl, and Alex to the hotel.
All right, Director John said, turning his head. Miss Danvers, do you know how to use my spaceship yet?
Supergirl said helplessly, please, you've already asked 3 times.
Alex chuckled.
I think he's just reluctant to part with his precious baby.
Moreover, Hisoka is a seasoned veteran and a master of tactics. He is very sensitive to sight. I suggest you two leave here as soon as possible. Alex was a little worried. But Director John nodded. Hisoka easily gave up a great situation before. He probably doesn't want to take Miss Danvers' life right now. Besides, we have no choice, do we? Alex nodded helplessly.
Kara, be careful.
Don't worry, I'm not a little girl. Shishan turned and walked into the hotel, passed through the lobby, and got into the elevator. He slightly sensed Hisoka's location and tentatively pressed the button for the 15th floor.
As the elevator slowly ascended, Shishan corrected himself and pressed the 17th floor, then the 18th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Shishan walked out, sensed the surroundings, turned right, and headed towards a suite at the end of the corridor.
Knock, knock, knock.
He straightened his tailcoat and adjusted his expression to a stern demeanor.
Click.
The door opened, and to Shishan's surprise, it wasn't Hisoka who opened the door, but a woman with a somewhat familiar face. Unable to recall where he had seen her before, Shishan didn't think too much about it. Following the plan, he revealed a slight smile and softly asked, "Does Mr. Hisoka phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here? My lady has a note she would like to give him." The woman raised her eyebrows slightly and then called out, "Hisoka, someone's looking for you."
Oh, that's quite a surprise.
A familiar voice echoed from inside the room, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps.
The door swung open, and Hisoka's figure appeared before Shishan.
He was clearly a little surprised, but a faint, strange smile played on his lips. Coupled with his pale makeup, it gave people a creepy feeling at first glance.
"Mr. Hisoka, it's an honor to meet you."
Shishan slightly bowed, took out a note, and handed it over.
Hisoka took it, glanced at Shishan, and didn't pay much attention. He opened the note, glanced at it, and his pupils instantly constricted. Hisoka hurriedly asked, "Who is the lady you speak of?" "No one in this world should know that name. My lady is downstairs and is very much looking forward to meeting Mr. Hisoka again."
"Oh?"
Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly. "Things are getting more and more interesting. Let's go. Please follow me."
Shishan gestured and turned to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way.
Hisoka was clearly greatly intrigued by the words on the note.
Without even saying goodbye to the woman in the room, he directly followed Shishan. The woman only glanced at them, and there was no surprise on her face. Shishan led Hisoka all the way out of the hotel. The moment he saw Supergirl, Hisoka was slightly stunned, and then he happily laughed. He slowly walked over, stood 3 feet away, tilted his head slightly, and said, "What a surprise, it's you.
It seems this person is really important to you."
Just a mere name was enough to lure you down.
Supergirl didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly.
She nodded her head and said, "Get in, I'll take you to a place.
We might have some things to talk about."
Hisoka felt a faint warning sign in his heart, and this vague sense of danger made him faintly excited. He glanced at the vintage convertible in front of him, and without hesitation, he sat down.
I'm very curious, how do you know the name Krallo Lucifer? No one in this world should know it. Supergirl's expression was calm. It's useless to say more. You will naturally know when we get there.
Then she pulled the gear lever, and the vintage convertible suddenly transformed. The four wheels left the ground and simultaneously activated, horizontally forming ion engines. In the blink of an eye, the engines spewed out four blue flames, and the oddly shaped spaceship suddenly soared into the sky. It instantly turned into a shooting star and disappeared. At the same time, a string of smoky text suddenly appeared before Chi-Shan's eyes.
Mission complete. Fourth boss Hisoka has been successfully driven out of Earth's range. Reward issued, Nin ability, texture surprise.
Then the smoky text naturally dissipated. In the next instant, a handkerchief appeared out of thin air and floated onto Chi-Shan's head.
Chi-Shan took it down.
The moment he saw the handkerchief, a massive amount of information suddenly flooded his mind.
So that's it, this is texture surprise?
He covered the handkerchief on the back of his left hand and gently stroked it with his right hand. The handkerchief instantly disappeared, and a spider tattoo suddenly appeared on the back of his left hand. Ferocious and arrogant, the number 4 was embroidered on the spider's body.
It was Hisoka, the troop's number. He shook his left hand again, and the tattoo disappeared. A handkerchief gradually emerged from nothing on the skin.
Chi-Shan grabbed it in his hand, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips.
Nin, it really is magical. Chi-Shan not only obtained this one Nin skill,
but he also gained a complete set of Nin knowledge, from how to stimulate Nin ability at the beginning, to the methods of cultivation and control. How to develop one's own Nin ability, and a part of the experience of using Nin ability to fight. This is definitely a precious reward. Judging from the diversity and development of Nin ability, it is definitely no less than BBD's Dark Magic book. This time, I made a big profit. Just then, smoky text appeared in front of him again. Mission complete. Third boss Haydn has been successfully killed. Reward issued, 3 Tomo ring. Then the smoky text dissipated. Chi-Shan was slightly stunned, and then a big smile appeared on his face. It really is a double blessing. It seems that Director John believed his nonsense. No. He just hoped that doing so would really slow down the speed of the anti-space invasion. But no matter what, he would never have thought that he was the biggest beneficiary. At this time, a meteor flashed in the sky. The spaceship from just now reappeared in front of Chi-Shan, landed, and the transformed vintage convertible turned back again. Looking at Chi-Shan, Supergirl scratched her head somewhat inexplicably and said, You might not believe it, but as soon as we left Earth's range, Hisoka disappeared. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Chi-Shan revealed an obscure smile. DEO headquarters. Director John, who was in the lobby directing the overall situation, suddenly received a phone call. The person on the other end was the head of the forensic department, who spoke hesitantly. Director, do you remember your order to destroy item A0169 just now? What's the problem? Director John asked, puzzled. No, there were no unexpected events during the destruction process, except that an accompanying item, numbered as 016901, also turned to ashes at the same time. Faced with these useless subordinates, he really wanted to burst into a torrent of abuse, but there were more important things at hand, and he really didn't have the time to deal with him. Hearing the director's calm acceptance, the person on the other end of the phone clearly breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly agreed, and then hung up the phone. In fact, after Piccolo appeared and Chi-Shan first proposed the concept of anti-space, the DEO established a special response team. Frisia's head was the only trophy they captured from the two incidents. According to the ideas of the higher-ups in the Bureau, they would never let go without thoroughly researching it. However, Chi-Shan's repeated warnings and the appearance of Shisua made Director John dare not take any more risks. After issuing the order to act against him, he immediately secretly issued the order to destroy special items. He thought that destroying the head would yield some gains from the remaining odds and ends, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Then, could it be that the second-generation demon that Superman has been unable to find will also direct her? The technician's report interrupted Director John's thoughts.
He looked up slightly. What's the matter?
The technician said with a strange expression, we just received a report from Supergirl that Shisuwa Director John frowned.
What's wrong with Shisuwa? Shisuwa suddenly disappeared. What? Director John stood up abruptly. The technician nodded.
Director John frowned, pinched the bridge of his nose, and remained silent for a long time before saying, call Miss Danvers and Alex back, I need a detailed report of the incident. Also, ask the technical team to compile a video of the surveillance satellite, I want to check it myself.
Okay, Director.
In fact, Shishan didn't have any good solutions for Shisuwa phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Using force to suppress might be a threat to others, but to Shisuwa, it's a reward. He's a man who's willing to manipulate the phantom troop for the sake of a battle. He has rich combat experience, unique nin abilities, and a strong obsession with fighting against the strong. Even if he dies, he can be resurrected through obsession. Therefore, there are only two ways to drive him away from Earth.
Besides deception, there's only waiting.
Waiting for Shisuwa to lose interest in the heroes on Earth and go to the universe or a parallel space.
However, the time spent on the second method cannot be estimated.
Relatively speaking, the first method is much less costly. In fact, Shishan was already mentally prepared for the first failure, because the opponent was, after all, the fickle and exceptionally calm Shisuwa. He didn't expect that the name Kelualu Luxalu would have such a great attraction to Shisuwa.
Or is it that honest people are exceptionally persuasive when they lie?
Shishan stared at Supergirl's face intently.
Supergirl was slightly uncomfortable. What's wrong? No. I'm just wondering why Shisuwa suddenly disappeared.
Shishan waved his hand, concealing his thoughts.
Oh.
By the way, the Bureau notified us that Ranjen wants us to go back for a meeting.
Shishan stretched lazily, turned around and said, I'm not going, I don't know anything at all. Besides, if I waste a day, I still have things to do at home. Help me tell John.
After speaking, he didn't wait for Supergirl to answer, turned around, got into the car, and drove away.
Okay.
Supergirl was slightly stunned, she didn't expect Shishan to run away so decisively. With the mission completed, Shishan felt relaxed all over. Moreover, there were still rewards waiting for him, so he had no time to waste talking nonsense with the black-faced director. He bought a case of beer by the roadside and drove straight back to the villa. Just as he turned into the lane, Shishan saw that the villa's gate was wide open.
Shishan was a little puzzled. What's going on?
He slowly drove the car into the courtyard, pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked towards the villa carrying the beer. The door was actually ajar, and it opened with a push. Moreover, the entrance was a bit messy, with 7 or 8 muddy footprints on the previously snow-white doormat. Looking up at the floor, a series of messy footprints extended into the living room. Shishan's mind raced, and he had some guesses in his mind. He unhurriedly took off his shoes, took out slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on, before walking into the living room with the beer. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, he saw Aunt Sophie trapped on the sofa. She had obviously heard the noise, and was struggling violently at this time, making a whimpering sound in her mouth to attract attention. Seeing Shishan walk in, she immediately shouted even louder. Shishan walked over, tore off the cloth strip from her mouth, and asked, Sophie, what happened? It's terrible, sir, Miss Tomi has been kidnapped. They said they want you to raise $5 million within 24 hours to redeem her, otherwise they'll kill her. The corners of Shishan's mouth twitched. These people, they won't die if they don't court death, why kidnap Tomi of all people? They didn't accumulate virtue in their previous lives, so they're courting death in this life. Shishan cut the restraints on her hands and feet and asked, where did the robbers come from? Aunt Sophie was still a little frightened, covering her chest and said, they were brought by the beautician. I saw that she was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the leader of the robbers, they are likely to be boyfriend and girlfriend. God, Miss Tomi is really unlucky, she hired a beautician who turned out to be a robber.
Oh, right.
There are also 2 hourly workers trapped in the workroom upstairs, sir, please go and save them quickly.
Shishan calmly stood up.
You go, there are scissors in the kitchen.
I'll call the police. Don't call the police. Aunt Sophie said nervously, the kidnappers threatened that if we call the police, they will kill her immediately. Oh? It doesn't matter, just kill her. Shishan took out his cell phone indifferently, and just as he dialed a number, Aunt Sophie suddenly jumped up, snatched the phone, and shouted, "You don't understand at all, they will kill her, Miss Tomi will die." "Don't worry, she won't." Shishan looked at Aunt Sophie and said, "You've seen their faces, and they didn't kill you, which means these people are just rookies." Saying that, Shishan shook his head amusingly. "They asked for $5 million right away. I'm afraid they didn't even do a background check. Do I have that much money?" Ridiculous. Aunt Sophie was a little dumbfounded. But sir, we also need to save Miss Tomi." Shishan snatched back the phone, tilted his head to look at Aunt Sophie, and suddenly smiled. "Okay, you're right. Then let's not call the police for now. First, release those two unlucky guys upstairs. I still have some work to deal with here. Oh, right, tonight I want to eat tanjin rice, the one I told you about last time. Have you learned how to make it?" Aunt Sophie nodded blankly. "Okay, after you make it, put it in the warming cabinet for me. I'll come out to eat after I finish my work." After speaking, Shishan picked up the beer and turned to walk towards the basement. "But sir, the kidnappers." Shishan stopped for a moment, turned around and said, "Oh, right, the house is a bit messy. If those two unlucky guys upstairs are willing to earn some extra money, remember to have them clean it up before they leave." Shishan took out his wallet, took out a small portion of the cash inside, and threw it on the cabinet. Then he walked straight to the basement door, opened it, and walked in. Bang! "Sir! The kidnappers! Damn it!" Aunt Sophie cursed in a low voice, tidied up her clothes, then went to the kitchen, took a pair of scissors, and went up the stairs to the second floor. In the basement, Shishan first put the beer in the refrigerator, then took out a bottle, opened it, sat on the sofa, and slowly drank it. Now that he had nin ability, the primary task was to develop his own nin ability. As for Tomi? Ha! It was certain that there was something wrong with Aunt Sophie. The difference was whether she was with the kidnappers or wanted to take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits. Actually, she was not bad, it's just that she didn't have enough experience and made a few classic rookie mistakes. First, the marks on her body were not serious. Only her hands and feet were tied, and her mouth was gagged. She was not tied to the sofa. The kitchen was not far from the living room. Even if she hopped over, it would not take a few minutes. Whether it was a knife or scissors, everything was available. It was too easy to untie herself. There was no need to wait for Shishan to come back. Second, she was too concerned about the issue of calling the police. Shishan was the one being blackmailed. He had already stated that he didn't care about Tomi's life or death. Just kidding, that's Tomi. Not killing her with her own hands already meant that Aunt Sophie had good endurance. Clearly, Sophie was nervous that their operation would fail and they would gain nothing. Perhaps, there were also warnings from her accomplices. Something like, "If this fails, we'll kill you too." As for being seen, it was just a trivial matter. Now that technology is so advanced, special effects makeup is everywhere. Just put some silicone on your face, and even ghosts won't recognize who you are. However, Aunt Sophie obviously didn't think of this. She probably still thought that this was the only clue she had revealed. Shaking his head, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind, he concentrated on recalling knowledge about nin abilities. Nin, a unique and high-level energy formed by fusing life energy with mental power. It is divided into 6 major systems, which form the basis of the vast and varied world of nin abilities. Opening his palm, a film appeared between his 5 fingers, with shimmering light. This is the light and thin lie. In Hisoka's hands, it can change any surface into his favorite pattern. And it has extremely high concealment, even nin ability masters find it difficult to detect. Just like the spider tattoo on his body, or the prophecy poem rewritten with his ability. Slowly clenching his fist, the refined ability was gradually absorbed by the body and transformed into golden energy. Shishan closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Because of absolute defense, the basic applications of nin abilities are somewhat lacking in Qi Shan's case. Skills such as Ken and Ko, which use none to give the body powerful defense, are completely useless. Skills such as Ryu and Shu, which allow nin abilities to flow quickly on the body surface, also lose their effectiveness due to the domineering transformation ability of the golden energy. On the contrary, skills that emit nin, such as En and In, are twice as effective with half the effort. Even though there wasn't much golden energy in his body, after Qi Shan tentatively used En once, he was shocked to find that the detection radius had reached 100 meters. It should be known that Silva Zoldik's En only has a diameter of 300 meters. He is a famous assassin from the Zoldyck family. He is an existence that can exchange moves with the leader. By analogy, Hisoka's En radius should be about the same. So, did I directly obtain a part of Hisoka's ability? Qi Shan stroked his chin and thought. The way the golden energy grows in his body is very special. It must be an attack against him to be transformed efficiently. The conversion rate of ordinary electricity is so low that it is appalling. Because of absolute defense, Qi Shan doesn't have too high requirements for golden energy, as long as he can perform black magic. Now that he has obtained nin abilities, it seems that he needs to absorb some attacks in a targeted manner in the future. So, should I change my fighting style? Will I not be hiding in the back from now on? Qi Shan calculated the cards in his hand, and it didn't seem to be a big problem. Then, let's see who the next invading boss is, and then make plans. Standing up, he took a cup from the cabinet, poured some water, took out the prepared leaves from his pocket, and threw them into the cup. Then, Qi Shan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the water cup with both hands, slightly concentrating, and a trace of nin ability was stimulated. Why hasn't anything changed? Qi Shan was a little strange, then seemed to remember something and slapped his thigh, picked up the water cup and gently sipped it. So sweet, the taste has really changed. Qi Shan scratched his head. So, I'm a transmuter? Information about transmuters flashed in his mind. Transmuter characteristics, fickle, lies all the time. Qi Shan was a little dumbfounded. No way, I'm known as a honest and reliable young man, how could I be a transmuter? He tasted it again, still sweet. Qi Shan scratched his cheek, and a picture suddenly flashed in his mind of himself talking about gossip and eating young fish in the DO conference room. No! These are just tactics, how can they be considered lies? Sure enough, I'm still being implicated by Hisoka's nin ability. Qi Shan found a reasonable explanation, and his heart suddenly felt much better. Transmuter it is then, next I should conceive my nin ability. Qi Shan got up and poured the water into the pool. Suddenly, he heard a ding. Qi Shan turned around and saw a ring falling into the pool. He picked it up, glanced at it slightly, and nodded. It really is the ring of the 3 platforms, the reward for the Haydn mission. Just now there was clearly nothing in the water divination cup, but it could pour out a ring. That's really strange. Putting the ring on my finger, a strange sensation flooded my mind. Qi Shan subconsciously formed a hand seal, and a shadow suddenly gathered and took shape beside him. Qi Shan felt a unique sensation, as if he had suddenly gained another pair of eyes. He could clearly see his own body forming the hand seal. Looking down at himself, he realized that his main consciousness had indeed transferred to the shadow. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit unnerved. To be alone in a private space, and then suddenly have a naked man pop out, no matter how strong your heart is, you can't help but feel your hair stand on end. The white Zetsu lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. Qi Shan bent down to examine it and, unsurprisingly, found no heartbeat. Its entire body, including its eyeballs, was made of wood, hard and stiff. As he had guessed before. Perhaps because it wasn't connected to the white Zetsu's main body, the newly formed spore clone was merely a simple puppet, without any consciousness. The ring only has 3 abilities. I've already tried the first 2, now let's try the third. The third is the famous transformation technique. Back then, Haydn almost drove Supergirl and the entire DEO crazy with this technique. If Qi Shan hadn't helped them find Haydn's true location, they would probably still be in a state of utter chaos. He formed a hand seal and uttered a low shout. Transformation technique. The white Zetsu lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes,
and then its entire body rapidly transformed, instantly turning into Qishan's likeness. Not only was its appearance identical, but its clothing and attire were also the same. He had controlled puppet Qishan's many times, but this was his first time with a clone. Mentally, Qishan felt like he had opened two game accounts simultaneously. The two were not connected and could do their own things independently. The him formed by the transformation technique seemed to be completely identical to the original body, except for the lack of absolute defense. The golden energy within his body seemed to have an extra opening, allowing him to choose how much to input into the clone. It was like a small pool beneath a reservoir, a particularly interesting sensation. Tentatively moving his body, he then pointed at a beer and said softly, "Magic trick."
The beer was grabbed by an invisible hand and slowly flew towards the clone.
He turned and grabbed it, taking a swig of beer. The sense of taste is shared, and it seems that magic can be used normally. Magic trick is a small magic that Qishan has compiled from the magic books he has been reading these days.
Currently, it only has an effect similar to the mage hand.
The magic books also describe other effects, including animating objects for a limited time, changing the shape, temperature, or color of objects. If he could fully understand this magic, he could conjure music out of thin air, create small whirlwinds, and even change the taste of food. In short, it is a very practical little magic. It has strong practical applications in life, but its disadvantage is that it has no offensive power at all. Qishan also uses this magic when cleaning the basement. Releasing the hand seal, he cut off the energy supply. The clone lasted for about 15 seconds before gradually turning into a pile of ash. Qishan reached out and grabbed the dust, forming it into a black ball and throwing it into the trash can.
It's a one-time use. That's a flaw. By the way, can I use Tomi?
An idea popped into Qishan's mind, and he formed a hand seal. Sure enough, he clearly felt 2 points of light in his mind, which seemed to be ready to connect at any time. After a slight identification, one was in the southeast, which should be the first Tomi, and the other was in the north, which was relatively closer. He recalled the city map in his mind, and it seemed that the location was in the warehouse district. Qishan was a little speechless. All kidnappers are the same, and the locations they choose are similar, whether it's a basement, a deserted unfinished building complex, or a warehouse district.
There's never any novelty.
Qishan shook his head and put his hand down.
Tomi's body can be used completely, perhaps because of complete control. There is no need to apply a charm beforehand. This makes it a lot easier for Qishan. Moreover, with Tomi's regenerative ability, there is a great hope that it can be used repeatedly. If that's the case, Qishan stroked his chin, his eyes rolling. Looking down at the ring on his hand, Qishan's heart stirred, and the ring softened and deformed, and then was gradually absorbed into his body. This is a very peculiar white energy, which is rare in that it can stand on an equal footing with the golden energy and is not forcibly absorbed. Qishan thought about absorbing it, and the golden energy took the initiative to absorb and transform it. Until it was completely transformed, a little bit was converted back.
Then, Qishan guided the white energy to his index and middle fingers, and sure enough, 2 identical rings slowly appeared. Sensing it, there was only one lantern body technique left in the ring.
Interesting. So, the white Zetsu and the transformation technique have been completely absorbed by me?
He stretched out a finger and slightly mobilized the golden energy.
Sure enough, a spore appeared on his fingertip, and as Qishan withdrew the energy, the spore gradually shrank and disappeared. I see.
Qishan completely understood, so this is what the so-called reward is all about. Just like Hisoka's light and flimsy disguise, which brought Qishan the knowledge of nin ability from the system. The 3 platforms ring also gave Qishan the method of manufacturing and using it. If there is a need in the future, Qishan can also make rings and distribute them to his subordinates, authorizing the use of the lantern body technique or the transformation technique.
This is the power of the system's reward. No matter how powerful the ring is, it is just a tool.
Qishan is more concerned about the structure of nin ability, which can make up for his lack of attack power. In fact, Qishan has always been a little embarrassed, bearing absolute defense. He is born to be a top MT. Unfortunately, he only has defensive power, but does not have the corresponding physical fitness. He can't run fast, he can't jump high, and his attack power is only a little higher than ordinary people. Not to mention, comparing with Supergirl and Superman, even a random super-powered human is probably inferior. If this is on the battlefield, he can only be a shield.
Am I the protagonist or not? Is it necessary to be so low? Now it's good, as long as the Nen ability is developed well, the attack power will be instantly filled. The shortcomings disappear, and in the future, he will not be afraid of anyone in a frontal confrontation. As long as his agility can keep up, and his attacks can hit the enemy, with the advantage of his absolute defense, even a world-destroying Demon King can be slowly grinded to death. Perhaps the next boss, I can face him head-on and show off the protagonist's power. Shi-Shan touched his chin, thinking of the scene of himself sweeping across the battlefield, invincible, and he chuckled. String after a good while, Shi-Shan pulled his thoughts back and refocused on developing his Nun ability. He took out a piece of paper, divided it into 4 equal parts, and prepared to use the quadrant analysis method to consider his own strengths and weaknesses, and then develop a Nun ability tailored to himself. First, the advantage, absolute defense, ranks first.
Then there's the ability to absorb attacks, as well as Tomi, the art of image transference, and lightness of a false image.
Finally, there's the ability to sense intrusions into the boss's location.
The disadvantage is naturally insufficient attack power and substandard physical strength. After writing these down, Shi-Shan paused for a moment and added a few large characters to the advantages.
Bibidai's dark magic.
He almost forgot about this. This is a golden finger specially obtained by using the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Thinking of magic, he naturally thought of the spellcasting medium he had made before, that revolver. He smoothly pulled the pistol out from under his ribs and looked at it repeatedly. Looking at the advantages and disadvantages on the paper and feeling the revolver in his hand, an idea faintly emerged in Shi-Shan's mind. Perhaps it could be like this. Ring ring ring. Shi-Shan frowned, answered the phone and roared, "Who is it?" Perhaps because his tone was too harsh, the other party was taken aback, and after a few seconds, said, "Miss Tomi is in our hands, give you 24 hours to prepare $5 million, otherwise we will know, get lost." Then he directly hung up the phone and threw the phone aside. His eyes continued to stare at the note in his hand, recalling his train of thought just now. On the other end of the phone, a black man held the phone with a confused look.
A bald man next to him asked, "What's wrong?"
"What did he say?" The black man said, "He said no, get lost." The bald man suddenly widened his eyes and looked back at Tomi, who was trapped in an iron chair in the corner.
That's right, she was kidnapped. Shouldn't the other party be panicking and anxious at this time? Why is it different from what is shown in the movies? The bald man thought for a while. "Well, didn't you make it clear just now? Why don't you make another call?" The black man scratched his head, picked up the phone again and dialed out. A few seconds later, he hung up the phone, his eyes a little dull. The other party has turned off the phone. The two looked at each other. 10 seconds later, the two shouted out at the same time. "Damn, there are people like this. She doesn't care about this woman's life at all. It's over, the other party will definitely not pay, all for nothing." The black man turned his head and angrily scolded, "Look at the man you found, scum, utter scum, you abandoned you without hesitation when you heard about $5 million. You are simply an animal." The bald man roared, "Bastard, what I hate most in my life are scumbags who cheat women. All the good women in the world are ruined by this bunch of bastards. After this job is done, I will definitely go back and give him a shot." "Me too." The woman had a good figure, wearing a checkered dress, a big sun hat on her head, and sunglasses covering half of her face. Coupled with her tan skin, she had a different kind of charm. The man was a white man, tall and well-proportioned, wearing a light brown suit, floral-pointed leather shoes, a square face with blonde hair, and a scar on his brow, which added a bit of murderous aura to his already resolute face. The woman took off her sunglasses, looked at Tomi, who was tightly bound in the corner, and said, "How is it? What did the other party say? Did they make any small moves?" The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The woman frowned. "What's wrong with you? Did the other party call the police?" "No." "Did they ask to talk to the hostage?" "Neither." The woman's eyebrows stood on end,
and her voice turned sharp. Then what exactly is going on?
Can't you two speak properly?
Seeing that the woman was about to get angry, the man in the suit quickly stopped her.
Linda, don't worry. Getting angry won't solve any problems, and it looks like it's not good news, right?
The black man nodded quickly. The other party refused to pay.
The woman asked, how did they refuse? Did they hesitate for a long time, weigh the pros and cons before refusing, or did they refuse directly?
The other party didn't even finish listening to what I had to say, and told me to get lost. When saying this, the black man felt a little aggrieved. I, Old Black, am also a figure on the streets. Usually when I enter the police station, the police have to be polite, for fear that I will cause trouble. Now I was scolded for no reason for making a phone call, and I can't even talk back.
Where can I reason?
The man in the suit was surprised. That shouldn't be.
This woman named Tomi is very beautiful. I heard from the inside that the male owner is also very young.
Being so young and owning a seaside villa and driving a limited edition Porsche, he should be a rich second generation with a family business.
Could it be that we are asking for too much for $5 million US?
Saying that, the man in the suit looked at the woman.
The woman said annoyedly, how would I know? It's also my first time doing something like this, okay?
Oh, it's so annoying, forget it. Since they are not giving money, just kill her. Anyway, we went out and got another one back. I don't believe that this one won't give money. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
The bald man and the black man looked back at Tomi and swallowed implicitly.
The two looked at each other, and the black man said, is it a bit of a pity to kill such a beautiful woman directly? Why don't we let her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a little longer? The bald man nodded vigorously, and looked back at Tomi in the corner from time to time. Whether it was intentional or not, the ropes binding Tomi highlighted her exquisite body even more. The places that should be big are big, the places that should be small are small, the curves are amazing, the skin is shiny, plus her long, dark and shiny hair. And being tied up there, unable to move, pitiful, are all stimulating the beastly desires in the depths of the two people's hearts.
What do you want to do? You two lowly maggots, you are actually setting your minds on women again.
How many times have I told you, we absolutely don't do this kind of thing? The woman seemed to have been stepped on her tail, and bared her teeth and claws as if she wanted to eat someone. The man in the suit quickly stopped her and comforted her. All right, don't be angry, I'm watching them, they won't do this kind of thing. You two, don't just stand there stupidly, quickly take the woman in the shopping cart out and tie her up as well.
Call her family later.
While talking, the man in the suit winked at the two. The bald man and the black man looked at each other and didn't answer back. They stepped forward, uncovered the plastic film on the shopping cart, and hugged the woman curled up inside. After a brief look, both of their eyes lit up. This woman seems to be of the brown race, with long, smooth blonde hair and delicate features. She is dressed very casually, just jeans and a white shirt, but combined with her figure, it reveals amazing beauty. It's like an elf who walked out of a fairy tale. The black man sucked in a breath of cold air. Did you kidnap Snow White?
Idiot, look closely, it's just makeup.
The woman rolled her eyes. We overheard her phone call, she seems to be a celebrity, there should be some unexpected gains.
As for this one. The woman looked at Tomi. Contact the inside, find out what's going on.
What are you still standing there for?
Move.
After being yelled at, the two woke up as if from a dream and busied themselves. On the other side, Aunt Sophie stood at the basement door with a tray and tentatively knocked.
Unsurprisingly, there was no answer. She twisted the handle and slowly opened the door a crack.
Just as she was about to look inside, a voice suddenly appeared in her ear.
Have I not said, do not enter the basement?
She just went on a trip, no need to worry. The so-called kidnapping is just a prank. Now put down the apple pie in your hand, go to the kitchen to prepare tonight's dinner, and don't disturb me again.
If I find you trying to enter the basement again. Sophie, believe me, you don't want to know the consequences.
Shan's voice was calm, as if stating a trivial fact. Aunt Sophie looked at the tray in her hand, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She was extremely panicked inside.
What's going on?
I have clearly checked the room many times, there are no monitoring devices at all. Why does he know that I am holding an apple pie? And why am I so panicked? It's clearly not the first time.
Could it be because his voice is too calm? What does going on a trip mean?
I just told him a few hours ago that Miss Tomi was kidnapped.
Does he not want to spend money, or does he really disregard life?
Standing at the basement door for more than a minute, Aunt Sophie gave up the plan to try again, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, closed the basement door that had just been opened a crack, and then went back to the kitchen with the tray. She looked around warily, then turned on the faucet, and under the cover of the rushing water, took out a disposable phone and dialed.
Boss, it's me.
The other party is completely unmoved. It's not a trick, it's a complete lack of reaction. They neither called the police nor prepared cash, and have been locking themselves in the basement, not knowing what they are doing.
Do you know what?
A minute ago, he told me in a very calm tone that Miss Tomi went on a trip. But clearly a few hours ago, he personally saw the kidnapping scene.
This is definitely a cold-blooded person.
Boss, although it's embarrassing to say this, he really scared me. While speaking, Aunt Sophie wiped the cold sweat from her palms on her apron, her eyes still somewhat frightened. Although she didn't know why, from just now, she had a feeling of palpitations. Boss, I'm applying to withdraw, but okay, in order not to arouse his suspicion, I'll stay a few more days.
But boss, I really can't take it anymore. Okay, I understand.
Aunt Sophie hung up the phone, clenched her fists, stood by the sink, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and tried to calm herself down. On the other side, the woman hung up the phone, her brow furrowed.
The man in the suit asked, "What's wrong?" "The prey isn't biting."
The woman's eyes were full of confusion. "Those people said that the other party is so calm that they don't seem like a normal person, like not calling the police, or preparing money, or even directly denying the fact that they were kidnapped, saying that the target went on a trip. And I don't know why, the inside line is frightened, and wants to deal with it now." I comforted her a little, and told her to stay a few more days to prevent the police from retaliating later.
The man in the suit spread his hands. "So, this target is considered ruined?" "Currently, it is."
In the corner, Snow White slowly woke up. Perhaps shocked by her beauty, the bald man and the black man didn't tie her up much. They only slightly tied her hands and feet to the chair, and there were no ropes on her body.
Snow White was obviously not an ordinary girl.
After discovering that she had been kidnapped, she didn't scream like ordinary girls, but calmly observed her surroundings. When she saw the girl who was also tied up opposite, with her mouth and eyes tied up, her eyes only paused slightly. When she saw the 4 blatant kidnappers who were not wearing head covers, her pupils shrank. She slightly observed the environment, then slightly lowered her head, letting her smooth blonde hair cover her pretty face. The bald man and the black man had been paying attention to Snow White. Perhaps it was their aesthetic, or perhaps it was Tomi's inherent magic. The two of them only had violence and greed towards Tomi, but a trace of love and pity towards Snow White.
So as soon as she moved, the two immediately noticed.
The bald man smiled and stepped forward, reaching out to lift her blonde hair, looking at her delicate pretty face, and said, "Oh, look what we found, a lost kitten."
"Still a blonde kitten, want to go home?" Snow White said, "What do you want?" "Money, of course money. 5 million in cash. As soon as the money is in hand, we will let you go home immediately." Snow White looked the two up and down.
The two were there, looking at her, with hideous smiles on their faces. After staring at each other for more than a minute, the bald man and the black man were the first to be defeated, and shouted somewhat angrily, "What exactly are you looking at?"
"Looking at how stupid you are. Don't you do background checks before you kidnap someone?" The two looked at each other, suspicious. What the hell? Did we kidnap the wrong person again?
The woman and the man in the suit also turned their attention over, but didn't speak. Snow White's eyes were calm. "I grew up in a single-parent family. My mother just passed away 3 months ago, leaving me with a water factory that is about to go bankrupt. I worked hard for 3 months and just paid off the bank loan. When there were only $4 left in the company's account, you kidnapped me and asked for $5 million US. Snow White raised her head slightly, looking at the woman faintly and said, "Are you stupid?" The woman's face flushed red, and she said somewhat angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I will believe your words? When you were in the supermarket, you were clearly discussing an advertising contract, and the remuneration alone was millions. How dare you say that you have no money?" Snow White looked at her like an idiot. That was an agreement signed between the company and an advertising company 3 years ago. The agreement was to shoot 12 commercials lasting 15 seconds in 3 years, changing once every quarter. Each shoot requires a production fee of $100,000. If I breach the contract, I need to compensate the advertising company $1 million. I finally managed to get the bank to work and loaned another $100,000 to pay the production fee. But the other party called and said that the celebrity's salary needs to be paid separately. But I have no money left. In order to get this commercial out smoothly, I can only go into battle myself. So today I spent 3 hours putting on this makeup and was going to buy some food at the supermarket and go to the advertising company.
I didn't expect. Snow White raised her eyebrows slightly. I think the advertising company may have 2 reactions now.
First, they think I breached the contract and directly file a lawsuit, asking me to pay millions of US dollars.
Second, they have already discovered my disappearance and reported it to the police. I don't know which one you are willing to believe. The 4 kidnappers were dumbfounded. Now things were really bad. They had gone through so much trouble to kidnap 2 targets. One didn't have a single penny and even owed the advertising company $1 million in compensation. The other was even worse, completely unconcerned with the target's life or death. Forget asking for money, they didn't even acknowledge that their target had been kidnapped. The 4 gathered together, their faces filled with worry. In this day and age, business was getting harder and harder. Could the global economic crisis have already affected the kidnapping industry? What do we do now? Kill these 2 and find another target? The man in the suit asked. No way. If the blonde chick wasn't lying, we might have already attracted the police's attention. If we kill someone now, the difficulty of escaping will increase exponentially. The woman was also gnashing her teeth in frustration. Besides, our main goal is money, okay? We haven't gotten the money yet, so where are we going to get the money to run away? The black man and the bald man exchanged glances, tentatively saying, "How about we sell them both? They're both beautiful women, one Eastern and one Western. Selling them as a bundle might get us more money." The woman scoffed, "Oh really? How much can we sell them for? $50,000 or $100,000? Besides, those people aren't easy to deal with." The black-haired chick aside, the blonde chick is a hot potato right now. If the other party takes her and attracts a bunch of cops, our names will probably be on their hit list within 48 hours. The black man and the bald man were immediately dumbfounded. The man in the suit waved his hand. "Don't be too pessimistic, that's just her side of the story. We need to verify it. You two, start monitoring the police channels now and see if we can get some useful information. The 2 of us will take a trip to the advertising company, kidnap the company's boss." The woman interrupted the man in the suit, waved her fist, and said fiercely, "I refuse to believe that an ancient profession that has been passed down for more than 20 years won't be profitable." After speaking, she turned around and left. The man in the suit shrugged and waved, following after her. The black man and the bald man exchanged glances, both with some apprehension in their eyes. Moreover, the government had obtained a lot of alien technology, and although the police force wasn't equipped with lethal weapons, of course, under the subtle influence, various equipment was also being rapidly updated and upgraded. In addition, super companies in the market would occasionally come up with some black technology, making the scope of activities for the underground forces smaller and smaller. The requirements for individual soldier quality were also getting higher and higher. This was no longer the era where you could just grab a gun and rob someone. If you wanted to complete a robbery, you had to know how to gather team members, how to collect information, and how to accurately estimate the target's assets. You had to know the bank's operating model, the tax bureau's large fund flow limit, how to avoid risks, and even how to launder money. You had to investigate the surrounding terrain, design several contingency plans in advance, prepare escape tools, understand the police's reaction speed, and prepare a set or several sets of suitable weapons.
After completing all of these things today, you still had to go to church to pray, asking God to bless that various superheroes wouldn't suddenly appear. Even so, you still had to guard against the target suddenly going crazy, or having a retired special agent father. Even if the operation went smoothly and you got the cash in hand, you still had to know how to disguise yourself as an innocent person, sweeping away all traces. Not only to prevent police pursuit or retaliation from the target's relatives and friends, but more importantly, to guard against colleagues backstabbing you. This line of work was really hard. The two men sat there, lamenting their fate.
Snow White glanced at Tommy and said, "Hey, why did you tie her up like that?"
The bald man glanced at her, ignoring her. Snow White continued, "Being tied up like that will make her uncomfortable."
"As a man, can't you be a little more gentlemanly?" The black man said, "Miss, this is none of your business. You should be glad that you weren't tied up like that."
Snow White looked at the other party and suddenly smiled.
"What's your name?" The black man was slightly stunned. "What, are you planning to date me now?" "Just a name." "You've already seen our faces, can't you give me a name?" "A fake one is fine too, just for convenience." The black man shook his head. "Louis, his name is Rex." "Alright Louis, your goal is just money, right?"
Snow White winked slyly and said, "Actually, I didn't tell you all the information just now."
The bald man asked, "What do you mean?"
Snow White tilted her head. "I mean, although there are only $4 left in my company account, I still have a credit card. It was a top-tier credit card that I specifically had someone get for me, and it can overdraft $50,000.
The black man's eyes lit up and he stood up.
"Don't rush, I don't have it with me, but I have a good memory. I remember the card number very clearly."
"What do you want to say?" Snow White looked at Tommy. "What do you say to doing a little business? Untie us a little bit, and then give us some food and water, and you can get $50,000. $25,000 per person in exchange for some food and a slightly more comfortable environment. How about it?"
The bald man shouted, "That's impossible." Snow White's eyes were earnest. "Listen, although I don't understand you, I can tell from your conversation just now.
You failed to kidnap twice in a row.
Not only me, but you won't get any money from recite phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme," she pointed to Tommy. "I have to say that your choice of leader is a waste. She can't bring you money, but instead brings a lot of trouble. I can be sure that the advertising company has already called the police, and you don't have much time left.
So why not get a little more money for yourself? It might come in handy at some point."
Snow White stared intently at the two men's eyes.
The two men exchanged glances, silently communicating.
A few seconds later, the black man said, "We only have some hamburgers and Coke." Snow White shrugged, "That's enough, as long as it fills my stomach." The bald man stepped forward and released Snow White's hands. "We'll only release your hands, and we'll add an extra rope to your feet later.
We'll be watching you, don't try anything."
The black man came over with a paper bag and placed it on the table, then turned to untie Tommy. After being tied up for several hours, the pitiful Tommy finally saw the light of day again. It's just that her expression was too calm, without any emotional fluctuations, as if the woman who had been tied up for several hours just now wasn't herself. Tommy slightly moved her wrists, glanced around the environment, her eyes directly swept past Snow White, staring at the black man and the bald man. Seeing Tommy's face, a trace of heat flashed in the black man's eyes, then he looked at Snow White and said, "Card number?"
Snow White ignored him and asked Tommy, "Are you alright?" Tommy nodded, not speaking.
Then Snow White turned her head and recited a string of numbers. The bald man hurriedly wrote it down next to her, pulling the black man away, seemingly preparing to verify it immediately.
"Catherine Britz, what should I call you?"
After the two men walked away, Snow White whispered,
"Just call me Tommy." Tommy said with a faint expression.
"Listen Tommy, don't be afraid, I promise we'll be alright," Catherine tried to comfort Tommy.
"Afraid? Why be afraid?" Tommy asked in surprise. Catherine was stunned for a moment. Because we were kidnapped?"
Then she shook her head and said, "Never mind, anyway, don't say too much later, just watch my actions.
By the way, are you hungry? There are hamburgers here."
Tomi didn't even glance at it, slightly raising her chin, revealing her smooth neck. I never ate that kind of thing.
After that, Tomi looked at the black man and said in a commanding tone, "You." "Yes, you.
Go buy me hand-pinched sushi, 100-piece seafood deluxe version. Less wasabi, but bring enough miso, I like that taste."
The black man was stunned, pointing at his nose. "Mimi? That's right. It's you. What are you looking at? Hurry up and buy it."
Her attitude was bossy, as if she were training a slave.
Who knew that the black man, who should have been angry, had a dazed look in his eyes, and actually stomped his foot and turned to walk out.
The bald man was stunned, and hurriedly ran up 2 steps to stop him.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
"The boss told us to guard here." Before he could finish speaking, Tomi's voice came again.
"You. Yes, you.
You go buy sake, the highest grade Japanese sake.
I remember there's a winery on Qingchuan Street that sells it.
Hurry up and come back, and remember to ask the store for 2 authentic sake cups. Without authentic cups, drinking sake doesn't taste right."
The bald man turned his head angrily. "Dare to order me around, who do you think you are?"
Before he could finish speaking, his eyes had been dazed.
Tomi sneered, unmoved by the bald man's angry expression. "I am Tomi. Hurry up and buy me sake. I said hurry up."
The bald man bit his teeth tightly, staring with wide eyes, his face flushed red but unable to say a word. He gasped like a cow for a long time, stomped his foot fiercely, and followed him out.
Catherine was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that these 2 men were the legendary super masochists? Were they not comfortable unless they were scolded? Then why did I bother playing tricks and spending money just now? I should have just opened my mouth and scolded them.
While she was in a daze, Tomi had already untied the ropes on her feet with some dissatisfaction. Her fair skin on her ankles had red marks, but Tomi didn't care. Wearing high heels, she walked around the warehouse twice, and actually sat down on a sofa, comfortably crossing her legs and closing her eyes. Catherine suddenly reacted, quickly untied the ropes on her legs, looked left and right, and grabbed a wrench and ran out.
"What are you doing? Why don't you run?" Tomi opened her eyes, slightly puzzled. "My dinner hasn't arrived yet, why should I leave?"
Catherine patted her forehead, her expression slightly collapsed.
God, there are actually people like this.
There was no time, so Catherine didn't explain much, stepped forward and grabbed Tomi and turned to run. An hour later, the black man and the bald man got out of the taxi with their arms full of things, walking back to the warehouse with resentment in their stomachs. They were stunned as soon as they reached the door. The warehouse door was wide open, and everything inside was there, except for the 2 women.
Damn, they ran away.
Only now did the 2 men suddenly realize what they had just done.
Just then, the woman and the man in the suit walked in with light steps. They were clearly in a good mood. As soon as they saw the backs of the 2 men, the woman announced loudly, "Hey guys, good news. The advertising company didn't call the police, but chose to sue that blonde chick. We haven't been exposed to the police yet." "Wait, what are you holding? Where did they all come from? Where are those 2 chicks?" The black man and the bald man mechanically turned their heads, their faces somewhat distorted. The man in the suit widened his eyes. "Run away? How could you let that happen?" The woman instantly exploded and roared, "You 2 were guarding here, and you still let the targets escape. Did you grow up eating shit? You're worse than useless. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here, the police will be here any minute." The black man and the bald man shivered, as if waking up from a dream. They hurriedly threw away the bags in their hands and ran out of the warehouse quickly. "Phones, throw away all the phones," the man in the suit reminded loudly. The 4 people ran to the car in a trot. After a burst of engine roar, they quickly disappeared. The warehouse quickly became quiet, with a pile of phones scattered at the door. Suddenly, one of them rang loudly, the harsh ringtone echoing in the empty warehouse, exuding a strange gloom. On the other side, Aunt Sophie tightly clenched the phone, listening to the busy tone inside, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. She hurriedly hung up the phone, tried several times before putting the phone in her apron. She hurriedly answered, What's the matter, Miss Tommy?
Then she trotted into the living room.
In the living room, Tommy and Catherine were sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating snacks.
Tommy looked up and said calmly, "Sophie, I want to eat Boston red wine steak tonight, ribeye, and cough cake. Also, see if there's any champagne in the cellar, bring a bottle over."
"Okay, Miss Tommy."
Aunt Sophie agreed, peeking at Tommy's calm face, and then at Catherine, who was speechless on the opposite side.
After hesitating for a moment, she still asked, "Miss Tommy, should we call the police?"
"Why call the police? But you were just kidnapped a few hours ago."
Tommy turned to look at Aunt Sophie, and then indifferently uttered a word, "Oh." Aunt Sophie felt like she was going crazy. What does "oh" mean? Is it to call the police, or not to call the police? Did you really understand my question just now? Perhaps seeing Aunt Sophie's somewhat collapsed expression, Catherine said helplessly, "Sophie, right?
Give up, Tommy simply doesn't have the concept of calling the police. Besides, after we escaped, the other party must have run away. We don't have any evidence, the police will at most take a statement, they won't waste police force searching everywhere."
"Don't worry, go prepare dinner first." Aunt Sophie nodded, "Okay, thank you for your explanation, Just call me Catherine." Catherine smiled. "Okay, Catherine." Aunt Sophie turned and left. Catherine stared at her back and whispered, "Tommy, your cook has a problem." "Oh."
Tommy looked indifferent, opened a fashion magazine, looked at a red long dress, and her eyes lit up slightly. Catherine patted her forehead and fell helplessly on the sofa. "You really have big nerves, you have no sense of danger at all. I really wonder how you grew up so big. By the way, is it really okay for me to stay here? Does your family have anyone else? There's also Chi-shan." Catherine's face was speechless. "Don't say the name, I mean, what's your relationship with him?" Tommy tilted her head. "Relationship? Controller." Catherine smiled bitterly. "Forget it, it's my fault, I shouldn't have asked that." "Okay, is this man related to you by blood?" "Completely controller, should be considered a blood relationship." Tommy nodded repeatedly. "Is he an elder or a younger generation?" Tommy shook her head. "Same parents?" Tommy shook her head. "Got it, half-brother." Catherine nodded knowingly, looked around, and asked, "Is this your property?" Tommy shook her head. "Understood. Should be a half-brother." Catherine touched her chin, her eyes lit up slightly. "Looks quite rich, maybe I can." "His name is Chi-shan, right?" "What does he do?" "Don't know." Tommy said confidently. "When will he come back? Will he agree to me staying here?" "He's always in the basement." Tommy answered the first half of the sentence, ignoring the second half. Catherine thought she didn't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and explained, "I'm having a little trouble, and I can't go home for the time being." Actually, those words I said to the kidnappers just now weren't completely lies, just slightly modified in the details. Catherine spread her hands and said, "That $1 million compensation is real, and I really don't have that much money. The other party has been forcing me to sign the actor terms and preventing my water factory from going bankrupt. If I hadn't suddenly been kidnapped, the contract would have been signed already. But this incident is both a crisis and an opportunity. As long as I am in a kidnapped state, the contract side has a legitimate excuse to delay, and it only takes half a month for the water factory to complete the bankruptcy procedure. As long as the water factory goes bankrupt, the debt relationship will naturally be frozen. I will be out of this quagmire, so, although I'm a little embarrassed, I still ask to stay here for half a month. I will gradually pay you back all the expenses, okay?" Tommy nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Catherine patted her forehead and said weakly, "Really, why did I explain so much to you? You obviously wouldn't object." Catherine lay back down, hugged a full box of popcorn, and watched the TV program while eating. "I'd better wait for the person in charge to come out and discuss it with him. Hopefully he will be as easy to talk to as Tommy. Should be." A trace of confidence appeared in Catherine's eyes. With her figure and appearance, could she not deal with a man? This wait lasted a full week.
Aunt Sophie went from initial panic to resigned calmness. She had thought about running away, but every time she was about to put her plan into action, Catherine would appear before her as expected. That smiling, beautiful face filled Aunt Sophie with deep resentment. And during this week, Catherine also gradually changed from initial anticipation to curiosity. This Chi-Shan was truly strange. Then, it would be taken inside at some unknown time, and the used dishes would be returned to their original place at a time when no one was paying attention. Catherine staked out the area several times, but she never saw the basement door open. This made her curious, and she also developed a competitive spirit. She would come over to take a look every now and then, seemingly wanting to analyze Chi-Shan's personality through the opening and closing patterns of the door. Tomi, on the other hand, was very calm. Every day, she would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme eat delicious food or shop online. She spent money like water, and Catherine never saw her frown over her spending. This made Catherine secretly click her tongue in amazement, and at the same time, it strengthened her conviction. Catherine made 2 phone calls in the past 2 days, tricking 2 different taxis into going to the warehouse. Both received feedback that the kidnappers were gone, which reassured her a lot. Moreover, she discovered that Aunt Sophie seemed to be secretly making phone calls every day, but they never seemed to connect. Catherine thought about it and made some guesses. Although she wasn't sure, it still reassured her a lot. Moreover, the villa's defense alarm was still very advanced, and the community security was also very professional, making it much safer than her own home. Therefore, her worries about the robbers gradually subsided. Chi-Shan, who was holed up in the basement developing his nen abilities, had no idea that there was an extra guest in the house, and that she had been living there for a week. In fact, Chi-Shan, who was immersed in his work, didn't even notice the passage of time. He subconsciously ignored the smoke-like text that appeared at 12 o'clock every day. In short, whenever he felt hungry, he would use a magical trick to open the basement door, and there would always be a temperature-controlled box outside the door. It wasn't until the early hours of this day that the smoke-like text suddenly changed, and Chi-Shan suddenly woke up. Invasion begins. 5th boss, Saria Ubiquitous has arrived. Then the smoke-like text changed. Mission: find and expel the 5th boss, Saria Ubiquitous, forcing her to leave Earth's range. After completing the mission, you will receive a special reward. Then the smoke-like text gradually disappeared. Chi-Shan was stunned for a moment, and the first thought that came to his mind was, who is this boss? I'm not familiar with her at all. The next thought was, it's expulsion again instead of killing. Could it be that this guy is as difficult to deal with as Hisoka? The third thought that popped up was, who are we going to trick this time? Then, Chi-Shan sensed it slightly and found that the boss was 4 kilometers away in his 9 o'clock direction. So he didn't care much and continued to focus his attention on the workbench in front of him. In front of him was a pink object, similar to a slime. It was just a little smaller. A normal slime should be similar in size to a bowling ball, but this one was only slightly larger than a baseball, slumped on the workbench in a semicircular shape. If there was a monitor in front of it, more than 90% of people would mistake this thing for a mouse. And it was this mouse-like object that was the non-ability carrier that Chi-Shan had tentatively condensed after many experiments. He stretched out a finger and poked the slime. Very elastic. The feel is similar to the 2 fleshy lumps on a woman's chest. Or maybe even more elastic. After spending several days, he finally constructed the initial carrier. Next, he would make detailed modifications and build it up. Although it was a bit cumbersome, it wouldn't consume so much energy. Maybe it would be completed in another day or 2. Late at night, in a remote and narrow alley, a girl wearing a light green military uniform and skirt suddenly appeared. Brown ponytail, snow-white stockings, and green combat boots covering her entire calf, the whole person looked heroic and valiant. It's just that the 2 iron arms on her arms seemed a little out of place. The girl's big eyes were a little confused, and she curiously looked around, scratching her head. Where is this? I remember, didn't I die together with the night raid scum? Woof! A familiar bark came from her feet. The girl looked down and said in surprise, Koro, you're here too? A small white dog at her feet shook its short tail, with a flattering expression on its face.
The girl picked up the puppy and rubbed her cheek against it, making a comfortable groan.
Thank you, Koro. You've always been with me.
1 second she was still thanking, and the next second the girl casually threw the dog on the ground, smashing its head down, without any concern. She put her hand on her forehead and looked at the sky, somewhat troubled, completely unfamiliar starry sky.
It seems we have come to another world, Koro. What should we do?
At this time, we should find a hotel to stay in, but we don't have any money.
Koro got up unscathed and continued to wag its tail. Just then, 2 drunkards staggered past the alley entrance.
The 2 accidentally looked up and saw the girl, and their eyes instantly shone brightly.
Slurring drunkenly, they said, "Eh?
There's a girl.
The girl is pretty. The dog is also good, I like it. Then I'll take the girl. I'll take the dog."
With a few words, the 2 drunkards chuckled and surrounded them.
"Little sister, are you lost? Or are you homeless? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I'll take you home."
As he spoke, he reached out to lightly touch the girl's face. The other person's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab Koro with both hands.
Koro's cute appearance instantly changed.
Its triangular eyes stood upside down, its eyes glowed red, and its mouth opened to reveal a row of jagged fangs. It made a low growl, its claws scratching the ground forcefully, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. The girl was caught off guard and touched on the face. Her expression instantly turned from sunny to cloudy, and her face twisted. She stared at the person in front of her, her teeth chattering.
Scum! There are always such evil and incurable scum everywhere. Unforgivable.
Her right hand formed a knife with her fingers, instantly piercing the other person's throat.
Put!
Pulling out the iron hand, blood splattered, the man's eyes widened in horror, his hands tightly clutching his throat, but blood still gushed out in large streams. The strength in his body was quickly taken away, and he convulsed and fell to the ground. The other person was stunned for a moment. Koro's dog had suddenly swelled, and it bit off both of his hands in one bite, swallowing them into its stomach.
Ah!
A shrill scream cut through the sky, and the man turned around and fled for his life in a panic.
Koro returned to its original state, wagging its tail and looking at the girl, drooling at the corpse next to it. Want to eat it? Not now.
He might have gold coins on him, I'll search first.
Okay, Koro, you can eat it.
Koro panted excitedly twice, its head suddenly swelling to the size of a truck head, and it swallowed the corpse in one bite. In a dimly lit alleyway, a drunkard fled in a panic, stumbling and crawling, utterly disheveled.
Tap. Tap. Tap.
The night was deep, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The unhurried footsteps behind him and the drunkard's terrified panting amplified endlessly, creating an atmosphere of terror. The drunkard desperately fled for his life, and as he turned a corner, he tripped head over heels. A towering, robust figure appeared before him.
Prisoner 2212, reveal your true form.
The voice was low and hoarse, carrying immense pressure. In the dim light, the drunkard could only make out a general outline, but he was instantly terrified to the point of losing his soul. He cried out and turned to run. He didn't even care about the danger he had been trying to escape just moments before. The figure calmly drew out a short, stick-like object and threw it with a flick of the wrist. The short stick unfolded in the air, extending a steel cable crackling with electricity, which accurately bound the drunkard's calf.
Bang!
The drunkard fell heavily to the ground, his cheek scraping against the surface, leaving several bloody streaks and a few drops of green liquid.
No! No! Let me go! Please let me go!
The drunkard's face was filled with terror. Seeing the figure approaching, he seemed to see a terrifying nightmare. He curled up into a ball, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Reveal your true form.
The hoarse voice repeated.
Okay, okay. Let me go. I beg you.
The drunkard's body curled up slightly, and his figure began to change. He swelled up all around, his ears grew longer, his mouth grew larger, and his limbs shortened by a third. In appearance, he looked like a large, humanoid dog. He lay on the ground, constantly begging. The figure remained unmoved. Without making any discernible action, his helmet quickly retracted, revealing a stern and cold white face. He stared coldly at the humanoid dog and said icily, "Prisoner 2212, guilty of ingredient theft and murder, sentenced to 220 years in prison. Now, for escaping prison, you are sentenced to death. Final judgment, no appeal, execution immediately." He slowly raised his right hand, and the armor on his arm rapidly transformed, quickly forming a blue glowing axe. Then he raised his right hand and swung it down fiercely. With a whoosh, blood splattered, and the dog's head went flying. The corpse twitched twice and then became still. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps was still approaching, but he didn't care even though he clearly heard it. He retracted the axe and raised his left arm to open a light screen. He tapped it a couple of times. On the light screen, a picture of a large dog wearing a prisoner's uniform was marked with the words "executed." A pair of large eyes stared intently at his face, her face filled with unbelievable joy.
"Master, is it really you? That's great, it really is you. Have you been resurrected too? Thank heaven."
The girl jumped up and down excitedly, then suddenly pounced on him. He was slightly stunned, and then a girl was in his arms. "I am not." Before he could finish his sentence, a momentary look of confusion appeared on his face. Neither of them noticed that in the sky above, a smoky font quietly appeared. "Invasion boss identity acquisition complete." Mental force influence spread, then it directly dissipated into nothing. He paused slightly, then a smile appeared on his face.
"I'm sorry, you may have mistaken me for someone else."
The girl hurriedly raised her head and said, "How could I mistake you?
You are my master. Have you forgotten the night raid?
It was those bastards who killed you and me." He looked slightly dazed, then shook his head.
"Miss, I don't understand what you're saying."
"I am the warden of Rosberg prison.
You can call me Dre Aper." The girl looked at him seriously and nodded in understanding. "Master's memory is fragmented? But it's really amazing. Even so, you still don't forget to carry out justice?"
"As expected of my master." "Since you are now a prison warden." She suddenly took a step back, raised her hand in a salute, and said seriously, "Seria ubiquitous. Formerly belonging to the Imperial Capital Guard, now applying for a transfer to prison warden to execute escaped prisoners." Dre Aper was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "Although I don't know where you came from, I acknowledge your righteous heart. Welcome, Warden Ubiquitous." The girl smiled happily. "Sariu." "Oh, right, this is Koro." Dre Aper looked at Koro, who was being held by the girl, and nodded. "Welcome, Sariu." Saria nodded vigorously, but just as she was about to speak, her stomach let out a rumbling sound. Her face flushed slightly.
Dre Aper smiled. "Are you hungry?" "I'm a little hungry too.
I know a pizzeria nearby that's open 24 hours, and it tastes very good."
"Would you like to try it?"
Okay. The girl said happily, "As expected, master is the best."
"Don't you think so, Koro?"
"Woof." The little white dog looked blank.
"Wait a moment, I need to clean up the prisoner's head."
Dre Aper took out a small box from his body, placed it on the ground, and gently pressed it. The small box instantly inflated and enlarged, forming an object similar to a thermal container. Then Dre Aper reached out and put the dog's head on the ground into it and closed the lid.
"Okay, let's go."
"Woof woof?" The little white dog whined twice, and Saria was slightly stunned. "Are you saying that this is one of those two people just now?" The little white dog nodded. Saria looked down and asked, "Master, do you still need this body?"
No."
"Then I'll use it to feed Koro." The little white dog wagged its tail excitedly. As soon as Saria's voice fell, the dog's head instantly expanded and swallowed the corpse on the ground in one bite. Dre Aper only felt a blur before his eyes, and then the corpse on the ground disappeared, replaced by drops of saliva. He gave Koro a strange look, then looked at the girl who was smiling happily. His stomach was full of complaints, but he didn't know where to start, so he was directly stunned there.
What did I just see? A huge dog's head? Is that this little white dog? Where on earth did she come from?
"Master, hurry up, I'm starving, Saria urged.
Alright, come with me.
Draper came back to his senses and led Saria away slowly, with Koro following excitedly behind them, their footsteps gradually fading away.
The alley returned to silence, leaving only 2 patches of blood. No one knew that these 2 patches of blood represented 2 completely disappeared people.
The dim lights flickered, adding an eerie atmosphere to the alley with only the green blood left on the ground.
DEO headquarters was a scene of bustling activity.
Director John walked to the center of the control hall and cleared his throat. Everyone. Everyone turned their attention to him, pausing the tasks at hand. Everyone, as you know, last night's capture operation officially failed. The reason is that another person suddenly appeared during the capture process and kidnapped our target. Director John raised his hand, and a photo was projected onto the large screen behind him. In the photo, a person in full black armor was extending one hand forward, emitting a blue light wave.
This is an image extracted from the law enforcement recorder.
We currently do not know this person's name and have temporarily designated him as the Black Armor Man. Director John paused for a moment, then continued. The Black Armor Man's battle armor has a very high technological content, with obvious traces of alien technology, but we cannot rule out the possibility that he is an Earthling. Based on the information collected from the law enforcement recordings, the behavioral analysis report provides a conjecture. Combined with the list of missing persons that the action team collected during their investigation today, we can basically confirm a fact.
The Black Armor Man has been kidnapping aliens.
That's right, last night was not the first time. Alex stepped forward and said, from the list of missing aliens, we found that these aliens were all prisoners who escaped from Fort Roz, and their numbers are consecutive. In other words, the Black Armor Man is capturing people according to the list. Therefore, we now need to collect the locations of all escaped prisoners from Fort Roz. Director John waited for a few seconds, then said, if there are no questions, get to work.
Everyone saluted in unison and then automatically dispersed.
Alex put away his tablet and said, we should be able to confirm the location of the Black Armor Man's next target soon, but our firepower may not be able to do anything to him.
Where is Supergirl? Director John asked. She.
Alex's expression changed slightly, and he paused before saying, she is attending her aunt's funeral.
Just 2 days ago, Supergirl's evil aunt came to cause trouble again and was accidentally killed by Alex. Moreover, Alex had not dared to tell Supergirl the truth and instead blamed Director John.
So, recently, Supergirl's relationship with Director John has been somewhat strained.
Director John was silent for a moment.
Call the satellite to closely monitor Supergirl's location. I have a hunch that the Kryptonians will not let this go. In the following days, Sai Lee's mood was very good. Whether it was being with Little Bai again, seeing her master again, or coming to a prosperous and clean world, Sai Lee was very excited. Although her master's appearance had changed somewhat, and his memory was a little blurry, Sai Lee knew that he was her master. Because no matter how he changed, his hatred of evil was still the same as before. These days, Sai Lee lived in Dreyberg's home, familiarizing herself with this new world while helping her master eliminate evil. The days were very fulfilling. And with Sai Lee's help, the efficiency of capturing and executing criminals had increased several times. The number of Dreyberg's completed plans increased linearly.
In contrast, the DEO was preparing to be overwhelmed.
They had mobilized massive resources to find the locations of the escaped prisoners to the greatest extent, but they continued to receive news of the escaped prisoners disappearing. In just a few days, 30 or 40 aliens had disappeared, which greatly shocked the entire DEO. In an office building, an office worker carrying a briefcase and wearing a cheap suit walked out slowly. Dreyberg descended from the sky in full black armor, looking at the target indifferently.
Prisoner 2245, reveal your true form.
As soon as he saw Dreyberg's appearance, the office worker panicked instantly, threw away his briefcase, and ran away. Dreyberg stood still. Then, a beast's roar came from the opposite side, followed by the office worker flying back like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the ground and tumbling 5 or 6 times before stopping. His whole body was covered in bloodstains, like a rag doll.
Put.
The office worker opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to say, please.
I haven't done anything wrong, I was wronged.
Dreyberg said indifferently, as long as you have been tainted by sin, you are our target for elimination.
Justice will never allow blasphemy. That's right, justice will never allow blasphemy.
The girl's clear voice repeated this sentence, and then she slowly revealed her figure from the other side.
Little Bai was dragged behind by a rope, his innocent face without a trace of ferocity.
But when the office workers saw Little Bai, he couldn't help but shiver, and his body subconsciously curled up.
He was terrified. Master, can we execute him now?
Of course. Just as Sai Li's face showed a happy smile, before she could speak, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. A red cape fluttered, and Supergirl appeared. She confronted Dreyberg, blocking the office worker on the ground behind her.
She sized up the black armor on his body and said, "Who exactly are you?"
Dreyberg seemed a little surprised and said in a hoarse voice, "Kara Zor-El, what do you want?"
"You know me?"
Supergirl was slightly surprised.
"The daughter of Judge Alara Zor-El, Supergirl of National City, famous and well-known."
"But even so, it's not a reason for you to change the subject."
"Answer me, blocking me, what do you want to do?"
"I'm going to arrest you."
Supergirl said, "The recent serial disappearances of aliens, did you do it?"
"Where are they?"
"Kara Zor-El."
"You belong to the Kryptonian commoners and have no right to interfere with law enforcement procedures. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave here and not delay my execution of the criminal," Dreyberg said indifferently.
"What? You executed them?"
"I've said it before, you have no right to interfere with the law enforcement process. I warn you again to leave, otherwise I will execute you as well for obstructing the execution of justice."
Supergirl curled her lips in disdain. "Oh? Is that your reason for killing people indiscriminately?"
Just as she was about to make an attack, she heard a howl behind her. Immediately following was a scream that was cut off abruptly. Supergirl quickly turned her head and saw that the little girl she hadn't paid attention to just now had somehow walked behind her. The little white dog next to her had swelled into a monster as tall as a person, with a ferocious face and a large mouth full of intertwined fangs stained with large patches of blood. Supergirl was shocked and looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and angrily said, "What did you do to him?" Sai Li lowered her head slightly, her face somewhat distorted, and her whole body exuded a manic aura. Her eyes were fixed on Supergirl, and her teeth were chattering.
"Obstructing the execution of justice is a sin, and sin needs to be eliminated.
Whether it's this world or the last, there will always be people who obstruct justice." Saria lowered her head slightly, her eyes completely shrouded in shadow, and gritted her teeth. "Those tainted by evil are unforgivable."
"Koro, Unit 9.
As soon as she finished speaking, the little white dog leaped up, its body swelling in size, and swallowed Saria's right hand into its mouth. Supergirl was shocked. "Wait!" Koro spat out Saria's right hand. Dreyblatt and Supergirl noticed simultaneously that she had something extra on her right hand. Immediately, their nerves tightened. Supergirl even shifted slightly, changing from solely guarding against Dreyblatt to guarding against both of them.
Dreyblatt's eyelids also twitched rapidly. Although he didn't know what this little girl opposite him was going to do, he couldn't mistake this dangerous aura. Saria at this moment, Saria had already entered justice execution mode, deaf to all outside noise. Her master, whom she had been clinging to 2 minutes ago, was now discarded like worn-out shoes. Unit 9. Urban Justice Detector. On Saria's right arm, there was a detector similar to a Dragon Ball radar. Green light surrounded it, with only a dozen red dots flashing, 2 of which were particularly dazzling. Confirmed, there are no large numbers of ordinary people nearby.
Saria revealed a crazy smile, her eyes glowing red, staring intently at Supergirl.
"You are just as evil as Night Raid. Tonight, Koro and I will annihilate you and inflict the hammer of justice."
"Koro!"
"Woof!"
The little white dog pounced fiercely. This time, it was even more ferocious, swallowing Saria's entire upper body and spitting out several obviously heavy firepower weapons.
10 King's Judgment.
Unit 2, Unit 7, Unit 8, Combined Skill Annihilation Armed Destruction Cannon. Unit 2, Flying Guillotine Launcher, 24 small missiles. Unit 7, Justice Mountain Cannon, a main tank cannon with astonishing power. Unit 8, Equality Torpedo, 12 Amphibious Torpedoes. Saria stared intently at Supergirl. Evil, you will have nowhere to escape. Seeing her exaggerated appearance, Supergirl panicked a little. Wait, we are in the city center, you don't want to do this here. Those who obstruct the execution of justice are tainted by evil. Evil people are unforgivable. There is no need for questions, repent in the flames of hell. Saria stretched her arms forward, and the heavy weapons on her body made a series of light clicking sounds. Then she raised her hideous smiling face and roared, "Justice, fire!" A large amount of smoke erupted behind her, followed by countless flashes of fire. A dozen missiles drew arcs in the air and headed straight for Supergirl. Damn it! Supergirl cursed and quickly ascended. The homing missiles relentlessly followed behind. Supergirl made continuous evasive maneuvers in the air, avoiding the missiles from hitting buildings and avoiding phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range explosions. Smoke and dust covered the entire street, and the pungent smell of gunpowder made it difficult to breathe. The little white dog stood aside holding the detector. Saria glanced at it, still alive? Damn it! What a difficult villain, fire! Bang 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 bang. The launchers on her body erupted with roars, and trails of smoke shot out from behind. A massive number of missiles spewed out, and amphibious torpedoes screamed as they soared into the sky, heading straight for Supergirl. The smell of gunpowder became even stronger. Drayblatt was stunned and stood there for a full dozen seconds. He took a step forward, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Then he stomped his feet, and his whole body soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. Saria had long forgotten about her master. At this time, her mind was full of the idea of eliminating Supergirl. Massive missiles spewed out frantically, and the amount of ammunition fired was comparable to an entire artillery company. Explosions occurred one after another around Supergirl, making her unable to control her balance, and her figure became more and more embarrassed. At this time, the communicator rang, and Alex's voice came from her ear. "Kara, what happened?" It's Supergirl punched a torpedo aside, and it exploded with a bang, and she was blasted out more than 10 meters by the impact. What did you say? I'm a little busy now and don't have time to talk. Alex, I need support. Understood. The communication was quickly cut off. On the ground, Saria, seeing that she couldn't take down Supergirl for a long time, her delicate face had become distorted with anger. Damn it, you can actually fly? She glanced at the detector. Are there no ordinary people nearby? Very good. Then she stretched out her right arm, and the huge main tank cannon roared. A huge shell, dozens of centimeters long, spewed out and hit the bottom of a building directly in front of her. Boom! In a world-destroying explosion, floors 1 to 3 of the building were blasted out with a huge hole. The main load-bearing system was destroyed, and only the walls on both sides were barely supporting it. After standing still for 2 seconds, the walls on both sides shattered with a crack, and the entire building fell backward. Bang! The huge building collapsed. The building behind it, large pieces of floor slabs splashed, the ground shook wildly, and the glass on the entire street shattered, like a natural disaster. Aren't you coming down yet? TCH. Saria shook her shoulders, threw away the heavy weapons that had emptied her ammunition, and whispered, Koro, Unit 6. Woof! The little white dog's big head expanded to the size of a truck and bit Saria's head in one bite. Then it opened its mouth backward, and along with the saliva, Saria pulled out a huge object similar to a rocket. Unit 6, transformed into a ballistic missile, a giant missile. 3-stage acceleration, up to 12 meters long. Supergirl had been paying attention to Saria's movements, and she was also taken aback when she suddenly threw out such a behemoth. She hurriedly made a sharp turn in the air, the remaining 5 or 6 torpedo missiles behind her, and rushed towards Saria. This big thing is obviously different from the previous petty troubles. If it is detonated in the city center, the consequences will be disastrous. Saria showed a hideous smile. As I expected, you really came? She touched the giant missile with her right hand, and the thruster at the rear of the missile ignited instantly. A large amount of white smoke enveloped the vicinity like a thick fog, and the missile suddenly took off. You scum who obstruct justice, you who are enemies of justice, you will never have a chance to win, die. Supergirl braked urgently and turned around to run. The huge missile followed closely, and the green paint exuded a terrifying aura in the night.
Alex! Supergirl shouted. F-23 will arrive on the scene in 15 seconds, hold on. Alex said in the communicator. In fact, she was also anxious. From the satellite monitoring screen, she could clearly see that this office area was about to become ruins. The explosion and gunpowder density were frighteningly high. Looking at the missile constantly approaching behind her, Supergirl could only accelerate again and rush to a high altitude. On the edge of the city, 2 fighter jets rapidly approached. The radar quickly locked onto the city's explosion point, then locked onto the giant missile as the primary target. With a launch command, the 24 guided missiles carried by the fighter jets were launched simultaneously, a chaotic dance of snakes, targeting the giant missile from all directions. Supergirl, seeing the reinforcements arrive, felt a sense of relief and suddenly turned to charge in the opposite direction, narrowly avoiding the missile at the last moment. Then, twisting around, she gathered all her strength and unleashed her heat vision, striking the missile's tail thruster. Subsequently, the 24 guided missiles successively collided with the giant missile. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the sky, the smoke and clouds obscuring the sun, enveloping half the city. Starlight-like sparks, carrying a large amount of debris, fell rustling down, the pungent smell of gunpowder sweeping across the city. Although Supergirl's descent speed was very fast, she was still hit by the shockwave, losing her balance and crashing into a corner of a building like a rag doll, before slamming into the 5th floor of another building. Koro. Number 4, Number 1.
Koro took a big bite, and Saryu's right hand transformed into a giant drill, gently vibrating. The drill turned into an iron claw and shot out, directly piercing the wall of the building, pulling Saryu into the air. Her other hand transformed into a giant iron ball with a diameter of 1 meter, covered with cone-shaped spikes, a terrifying sight.
Number 1, Righteous Qin Guang Ball, a giant iron ball, a heavy hammer blow. Number 4, Righteous 5 Senses Whip, a flying rope.
Koro's short legs quickly paddled, cracking the ground as it swiftly flew up, expanding several times in size in the air, smashing through the 5th floor wall like a siege hammer and crashing inside. Saryu followed closely behind, her right hand, marked with a large number 1, smashed towards Koro without hesitation. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Koro suddenly shrunk, actually allowing the iron ball to strike, and a loud bang was heard. Then, a series of sounds of walls being smashed echoed, and a figure smashed through the floors and flew out from the other side. Supergirl, having used her powers in succession, was nearing her energy limit, having been hit by the shockwave earlier, and now directly struck. She was actually forced to cough up blood. She spun through the 5th floor, smashing through the 3rd floor wall on the other side, crashing through the floor and being thrown out of the 2nd floor window on the other side of the building, landing on the street.
The cars parked downstairs were smashed into pancakes, like tin toys.
Supergirl lay on top, her left arm twisted beyond recognition, obviously fractured. She coughed, blood spurting from the corner of her mouth. Just then, the wall on the 5th floor of the building exploded, and Saryu burst out from the surrounding flying rubble, landing nimbly on the ground. She glanced at Supergirl, and her mood immediately became cheerful. Evil can never defeat justice. It is only because of your existence that the evil of this world is spread. As long as all evil is killed, the world will be perfect. Saryu jumped to Supergirl's side, and Supergirl finally tried to get up, a red light flashing in her eyes, but her heat vision ultimately failed to activate. Her body's energy had been exhausted. At this moment, she was just an ordinary person. No, believe me, you've just gone astray. You're not a bad person, you don't have to kill me. Supergirl struggled to persuade her, her eyes full of sincerity.
Ha! Saryu smiled mockingly. Is this your last will? How unique. Koro. Number 3.
Woof. Saryu's eyes turned red, panting heavily, her smile twisted as she said, "Good, this feeling of punishing evil is really good."
Justice execution.
Supergirl struggled to say something, but Saryu didn't listen and directly swung the sword down.
Clang.
A crisp sound of metal clashing. Saria paused, tilting her head slightly. Not far in front, a green figure appeared, holding a uniquely shaped spear in his hand, the muzzle faintly emitting green smoke. "Put down your weapon and surrender," the man shouted sharply. Hearing the familiar voice, Supergirl breathed a sigh of relief, then struggled to say, "John, be careful. She has many weapons on her." The newcomer was none other than the Martian Manhunter. At this moment, he had revealed his true form, green skin, black battlesuit and cape, adding a bit of sharpness in the dim night. "There is another one? Obstructing justice is evil. Evildoers must be eliminated. Koro!" Saria shouted softly, and Koro pounced forward, its body rapidly expanding, its head transforming into the size of a truck head, its entire body changing from white to muscular pink, its huge fangs expanding, each one at least 30 centimeters long. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a cute creature into a monster. John was taken aback and fired continuously. Bullets rained down, blasting holes in the monster's body, their power quite substantial. The monster didn't react at all, its speed undiminished, its ferocious mouth directly biting down. John hurriedly retreated. Crack! The monster's mouth closed, and the two cars in front of it were bitten in half like biscuits. John continued to shoot, and the monster continued to pounce and bite, the two of them stalemating. Koro! Arms! Bang! Koro's two short arms, like a penguin's, instantly expanded into giant muscular arms. The hands crossed in front, then smashed towards John like a storm. Bang bang bang! Continuous roars erupted, each sound representing the ground exploding, revealing a pit 1 meter long and half a meter deep. Although John tried his best to resist, he was still caught off guard and hit by a punch, his entire body flying into the sky like a meteor. Saria didn't pay much attention and once again raised the Song Emperor blade, bringing it down head-on. Her body suddenly stiffened, and the bones throughout her body were making soft cracking sounds. Saria roared in anger, "You're really persistent, can't you just immediately die, you evil things?" John floated in the air, tightly closing his eyes, his right index finger pressed against his brow, the veins on his face bulging, obviously using all his strength. He used his telepathic ability to forcibly seize control of Saria's body. However, Saria's body had been modified by Dr. Stylish and could no longer be completely called human, therefore, John was unable to completely control Saria's mind and could only settle for controlling her body. Saria struggled with all her might, the two of them stalemating. She gritted her teeth, squeezing out a few ferocious words, "Damn it, Koro, execute." Koro suddenly darted out, its head instantly expanding, its huge canine teeth biting towards Supergirl. Supergirl used all her strength to roll and dodge, but was still a step too slow. With a crack, a scream pierced the sky. Koro bit off Supergirl's left arm and half of a car. Danvers! John was shocked. In his shock, Saria violently broke free from his control, and the Song Emperor blade, which had been hanging in mid-air, smashed down again. Bang! A long crack appeared in the ground. Damn it! Missing the strike, Saria glared upwards, directly seeing a man dressed the same as Supergirl, floating in the air, holding the missing left arm and the unconscious Supergirl. It was Superman. There is another one? Humph. Just what I wanted. The more evildoers gather, the better. Koro! Use your trump card. Koro suddenly expanded into a giant, its body changing from white to muscular pink, then to the brown of coagulated blood. It was huge, its limbs on the ground, its shoulder height reaching 5 stories. In the instant of expansion, it enveloped Saria below, and finally opened its mouth wide, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Invisible energy gathered in the dog's mouth, compressed and burst out, like a shockwave, blasting towards the sky. Chaotic and powerful storms swept around, lashing the surrounding buildings like sharp whips, causing large chunks of rubble to fly, and shattering glass. Cars were swept into the air like paper toys, then torn to shreds. Superman held Kara tightly, barely maintaining his position in the air. The huge sound wave swept away, and Saria burst out, her right arm transformed into a giant drill, smashing towards Superman in the air with a ferocious smile. Number 5. Righteous Yama Gun. Superman's eyes narrowed, and 2 beams of heat vision shot straight down.
Saria raised her hand to block with the Yama gun, shouting, "Fire!" A flash of fire erupted, and the drill, resisting Superman's heat vision, spun and shot into the sky. Although the attack was phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme, Superman didn't dare to linger and retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, the drill suddenly exploded. The impact of the huge fireball swept through the air, knocking both of them away. Several helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky, their Gatling guns firing wildly, the bullets flowing like a metal storm towards Saryu. Koro rushed forward again, expanding its body into a meat shield, but was kicked away by the Martian manhunter who suddenly appeared on the side. Koro's huge body rolled, smashing the foundation of a building. As the building collapsed with a roar, Koro shrank again and disappeared. The metal storm swept over Saria's body, and large flakes of flesh splattered. "You bastards!" Saria's eyes were about to crack, her mouth wide open, and a gun barrel suddenly extended from her mouth, firing 3 shots in succession. After the muffled gunshots, 3 helicopters in the sky suddenly exploded, fire soaring into the sky, and debris falling. "Damn it, damn it, damn it! Can't you just immediately die, you damned evil people?" Saria shouted, unable to help but cough, blood spurting from her mouth, her body softening and collapsing to the ground. The tightly stretched muscles could no longer lock the bullet holes, and her light green military uniform was instantly stained red with blood. The Martian manhunter reappeared in the air, shouting from afar, "You have been seriously injured, surrender. We will give you humanitarian treatment." Superman, with a solemn expression, held the unconscious Supergirl, and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly is she?" The Martian manhunter shook his head, slightly bitter. He didn't know how to answer, because he didn't know phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. "Surrender? A dignified former Imperial Guard member, the current Rosberg prison guard. How could I possibly bow to evil?" "Koro?" Saria lowered her head slightly, seeing Koro struggling to crawl towards her not far away. "You are also unable to fight anymore?" The Martian manhunter shouted, "Stop struggling, you have lost." "Ha ha ha." Saria's mouth bled, her eyes sharp. "Lost? What a joke, justice will never lose, no matter what, evil must be eliminated." Crack. 10 Kings Judgment, Final Form, 5 Paths Reincarnation Furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The world was instantly silenced, and a massive explosion erupted in the city center, flames soaring into the sky, seemingly igniting the horizon. In the darkness of night, a colossal mushroom cloud, laced with flames, ascended, painting the entire sky the color of hellish magma. The sky and earth trembled in unison, waves constantly crashing on the sea surface, rising higher and higher. Large numbers of fish were stunned by the shockwave, their white bellies floating to the surface. In the city, countless people lost their hearing at the same moment, and before they could even comprehend what had happened, they were engulfed by the ensuing flames. Nexino City became a toy made of stacked paper in that instant, countless buildings flying away with the shockwave, then torn to pieces. The city, built over decades, was destroyed in a single moment. The enormous roar reverberated for dozens of miles, felt by people in 5 or 6 nearby cities simultaneously. Several tens of minutes later, as the flames gradually dissipated and the shockwave subsided, a new silence descended. In the very center of the city, a crater appeared, roughly 1 kilometer in diameter and 200 meters deep. The surrounding ground was cracked and fractured, with large amounts of seawater seeping into the bottom of the crater. Nearby streets were filled with skyscrapers torn to shreds like paper, scattered with debris and massive stone blocks. In the sky, the expanding shockwave cleansed the starry sky, tearing apart any clouds that dared to linger. 2 figures floated silently at an altitude of 20,000 meters. They looked down at the devastated city beneath their feet, both silent. After a long while, Superman finally said in a hoarse voice, "What exactly is going on? Who exactly is she?" Martian Manhunter said dryly, "Let's wake Miss Danvers first." The two remained floating in silence for a while longer, then turned and flew towards the edge of the city. They didn't know what Kara had done, but they couldn't bring themselves to regard Sai Lu as an evildoer. All they wanted to do now was to find out what exactly was going on. The DEO headquarters was located in a military base outside the city. Although it was also affected, it wasn't as terrible as the city center. When the two flew to the headquarters, it was in complete chaos. Alex, with blood flowing from her head, shouted loudly, "Logistics department, quickly restore the equipment operation. We can't lose the connection to the satellite signal. Medical department, quickly treat the wounded and ensure that our technicians can return to their posts as soon as possible. Technical department, analyze the impact level of this explosion, and contact the nearby military, tell them to send people over quickly, or the city will be in chaos. Communications department, quickly contact the mayor's office. If there is no answer, continue to contact higher authorities. We need to know the exact rescue plan." As she spoke, a string of sparks shot out from the ceiling of the control room, and two pieces of ceiling tile, sandwiching a fluorescent lamp, smashed to the ground with a bang. Alex didn't even blink, obviously used to it. Logistics department, quickly get someone to clear out a usable area. Also, whoever got through to the director, quickly take the call. A group of people were running around at her command. Although everyone's face was slightly panicked, they were suppressed by Alex's calmness, and there was no chaos. Looking at Alex's calm command, Martian Manhunter felt a little relieved. He immediately turned back into Director John and revealed himself. Someone saw him at first glance and exclaimed, "Director? Superman?" Everyone looked up together, their eyes showing joy. Alex hurried over, and she saw Supergirl in Superman's arms at a glance, and said in surprise, "Kara is injured? Medical department, quickly prepare for surgery." Clark. What exactly is going on? You swore you would protect Kara. Superman said bitterly, "I'm sorry, I was one step too late." What did you say? Alex was furious, grabbed Superman's collar and roared, "I sent you a message 10 minutes ago, you had enough time to get there, okay, Alex, there's nothing Superman could do. He was saving a plane that crashed." Director John persuaded. It's a plane again. Alex stomped her feet in anger, but didn't know what to say. Superman lowered his head, "I'm sorry, I know it's my fault, but Kara needs surgery now. I'll settle the score with you later." Alex glared, threw Kara over with a flick of her hand, and turned to put her on the hospital bed pushed by the medical department. Subsequently, several doctors and nurses rushed into the operating room quickly. Supergirl had to have surgery immediately, she had already lost too much blood. Her left arm was almost completely severed, leaving only a little good flesh on her shoulder, and amputation was necessary. Superman sat in the chair with a sad expression, silently. Kara was his only relative, and he understood Alex's anger. Director John took a deep breath, forced himself to cheer up and took over the command, preparing to implement the post-disaster relief plan. No matter what caused this incident, or who should be held responsible, it had to be postponed. The most important thing now was disaster relief. The Five Paths reincarnation furnace, perhaps because it used dangerous species materials, coupled with Dr. Fashion's technology, the combination of the two resulted in an incredible explosive power. The city center was completely destroyed. The area directly exploded, plus the area ravaged by the shockwave, almost covered the entire city. It's like a circle was cut out in the center of a piece of toast, leaving only a few intact corners, and most of the city was destroyed. Anyone could guess that the death toll this time would break the sky. Moreover, with this explosion, the sea absorbed too much energy, and a huge tsunami was likely to follow. More importantly, it was foreseeable that Nexino City would be a chaotic area for the next few months. It will definitely attract a group of outlaws, even alien outlaws, which is the most troublesome thing. Director John could only temporarily put aside the political earthquakes and the possible intervention of the military. Just when the whole city was suffering and everyone was panicking and in chaos. Shishan, who inexplicably received the task completion notification, scratched his head and pushed open the door of the basement. Looking at the apocalyptic wasteland-style villa in front of him, he blinked and fell into contemplation. Mission complete. Fifth boss, Saria Ubiquitous, has been successfully expelled. Reward issued, Biotype Taigu 100-arm giant core appearance customizable. Shishan, who had just completed the final step of setting his Nin ability, suddenly found a red ball the size of a ping-pong ball in his palm. Shishan was stunned for a moment, and when he wanted to confirm it again, the smoky font disappeared directly.
Immediately afterward, a roar came from overhead, the ground trembled, and the world seemed to be collapsing as if it were the end of the world. The walls of the basement made cracking sounds, followed by the exposure of one crack after another. All the furniture was jumping, cabinets overturned, and books flew into the air. All electronic products were self-destructing, bursting out a series of sparks before the screens went black. Then Shishan was thrown up by the ground and slammed heavily into the ceiling. He looked back at the basement that had become ruins, and then glanced at the basement door standing firmly on the stairs. Slightly speechless, he stepped up the pitted stairs. From the pile of rubble, a small white cute creature wriggled and crawled out. It shook its body, shaking off the gravel from its fur. Its big eyes saw Shishan, and it happily cried out, suddenly jumping up and lying on Shishan's head. Shishan took it down, looked at it for a moment, and helplessly covered his forehead. Didn't you say the appearance was customizable? How did it become this kind of thing on its own initiative? Wah! The little thing cried out, broke free from Shishan's hand, and lay back on Shishan's head. It seemed to regard Shishan's hair as its nest, especially liking it, patting it as it lay in the very center. This little thing was transformed from the red ball just now. Because it happened suddenly, Shishan forgot his invulnerability and subconsciously used his nun ability. Then the nun ability was absorbed by the little red ball, and then the entire floor slab smashed directly on Shishan's face. Shishan didn't even know what image flashed through his mind, and the little red ball was fixed in shape, regenerating into a biological taigu. So, what I wanted most in my heart was actually Totoro? Shishan walked upstairs while trying hard to recall. Maybe it was, that was probably more than 20 years ago. What I want now is a babe, okay. It would be nice if you transformed into a petite and soft loli, but it's actually Totoro. Shaking his head, he weakly pushed open the basement door. It is not known what material this door is made of, the entire house has collapsed, and it is still here standing guard. Outside is a wasteland landscape. The villa collapsed without any surprise, and as far as the eye could see, there was not a single intact place. Shishan's gaze swept towards the garage, and the corner of his eye twitched. Great, another one is scrapped. Could it be that my 5 elements are lacking a car? Why is it that none of the cars under my care die a natural death, but all die unnatural deaths? Just then, 2 girls emerged from the huge swimming pool in the yard. One with black hair and one with blonde hair, both drenched. Crystalline water droplets slid across their delicate skin, slid past their bikinis and fell to the ground, very eye-catching. The black-haired girl's expression was very calm. She climbed out of the swimming pool and even had the leisure to pull out a large towel from the ruins, unhurriedly drying her hair. The blonde girl was much worse, her expression was frightened. Like a startled rabbit, she looked around, seemingly ready to jump back into the pool at any time. Shishan understood that they had escaped the disaster by hiding in the swimming pool. That's not right, wasn't Tomi kidnapped? How could she appear here, and who is this babe? Hee, nice figure. He drooled in his heart, but his expression became even more serious. He glanced at the 2 girls and said indifferently, "You're back?" Tomi nodded. Who is she? Tomi pondered for a moment, turned her head to look at Catherine, and a faint look of inquiry flowed in her eyes. Catherine said with a face full of helplessness, "Haven't I told you my name? How did you forget again?" Forget it. Catherine Britz, Tomi's friend, currently staying at your house. I mean, before. Shishan glanced at the ruined villa and shrugged. Tomi can actually make friends? That's really surprising. She's a very nice person, just not good at expressing herself. Catherine smiled and said, "You must be her brother Shishan, can I call you Mike?" Brother? Shishan was slightly stunned and glanced at Tomi's calm expression. What is she up to? Also, where did you see that she's a nice person? This look is invincible. Of course. Then Mike, can you hand me the towel next to you? To be honest, it's really a bit cold. Shishan handed the large towel at his feet to Catherine and said, "No matter what, congratulations on surviving." Catherine forced a smile, "Thank you, I hope we'll be so lucky in the future." In fact, Catherine's heart was also pounding.
It was really too thrilling. This explosion came without warning.
If she and Tommy hadn't bought a swimsuit and couldn't wait to try it on, I'm afraid the two of them would have been smashed into the floor like Aunt Sophie.
Thinking of Sophie, Catherine came back to her senses. Mike, call the police quickly, Sophie is still in the ruins.
Sean said indifferently, I'll talk about it after I find the phone. He glanced at the two of them and turned around and said, You can't wear this, wait for me, I remember putting 2 coats here. He walked back to the basement door and gestured to take clothes behind the door. Seeing the door panel blocking Catherine's sight, a strand of Tommy's hair in his palm rapidly expanded, exploding into a ball, and then the strands of hair automatically stretched and weaved, forming a thick woolen coat in the blink of an eye. Then, Sean reached out and tore it in half. The coat automatically repaired itself, quickly turning into 2 pieces. Sean carried them out. You guys put them on first, it looks like this place is not suitable to stay for long, let's leave here first. He threw the coats to the two of them.
Thank you. Catherine couldn't wait to put it on, and her complexion immediately improved a bit.
Tommy frowned slightly, somewhat disgusted.
Sean pointed to the southeast, that one over there died.
He was referring to the first Tommy. The street where the bond company was located was in the range of the explosion's shockwave, and the entire street, along with the land, was blown into the sky and torn into pieces.
The first Tommy naturally did not escape unscathed. Hearing this news, Tommy actually showed a happy smile and happily put on the coat.
Sean rolled his eyes and glanced at Catherine.
A nice person?
I'll go find a car, let's leave here first.
The city looks severely destroyed.
Walking along the roadside, all I can see is ruins. The cars parked on the street are in terrible condition, with very few spared. They are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme pierced by large rocks or simply flattened, and many are stained with blood. Sean led the two women for a while before finding a row of buses in a relatively open parking lot that had not been affected.
Let's take this one.
Without even asking for the opinions of the two women, Sean pushed open the car door and was about to get in. The dragon cat, which had been quietly acting as a mascot on his head, suddenly jumped up, its mouth instantly expanding 20 or 30 times, and swallowed the bus in front of it in one gulp. Sean missed a step and staggered.
The dragon cat quickly shrunk back down and landed lightly on the ground.
It turned around, its small eyes looking innocently at Sean.
Sean's eyes widened even more than its, Dragon cat, what are you doing? That's our important means of transportation. Wah wah.
The dragon cat stretched out its 2 short little hands, gesturing twice in the air, then lay on the ground, arching its back.
Catherine's eyes lit up. Is it called a dragon cat? So cute. What is it doing?
I wish I knew, and Sean turned to look at Catherine.
Shaking his head, he turned to the dragon cat. What exactly do you want to say? Wah wah.
The dragon cat lay on the ground, rolled over in place, and its entire body swelled up like a balloon, turning into a giant cat nearly 3 meters tall. Then, it shook its body, and many window-like holes appeared on both sides.
Wah wah.
The dragon cat cried out again, and one of the holes suddenly enlarged, revealing soft seats similar to fur inside.
Sean's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, Dragon cat bus? He was now a little suspicious of what he was thinking in his mind just now. He even imagined a dragon cat bus. Could it be that the last invasion boss was actually disguised by a dragon cat?
Just as he was thinking wildly, Catherine beside him screamed and rushed onto the dragon cat bus, shouting wah wah. Hey, you! Before he could finish speaking, Catherine stuck her head out of the window and waved vigorously for Tommy to come up as well. Seeing her excited expression, Sean quickly dismissed the idea of persuading her. Okay, a dragon cat bus is not bad, it's quite suitable for the current terrain. Indeed, the city is full of ruins, not much better than after an earthquake, and the roads are all blocked. Even if there were cars, they wouldn't be able to go far. The dragon cat bus is different, although it is a knockoff, it is still a biological type taigu. Even if it can't run in the sky above the forest, it's no problem to walk through piles of rocks.
Wah wah.
The dragon cat turned its head and looked at Sean.
Okay, I'll go up too.
Walking onto the dragon cat bus, the hole behind him quickly shrunk to the size of a window. He casually found a soft seat and sat down.
The transportation problem is solved.
Now we need a place to stay. Although I have an apartment in International City, after just looking, it seems that even International City is gone, so Chi-shan shrugged.
Do you have any suggestions?
Catherine climbed up from the fluffy, warm fur, looked at the ruined city, and then looked at the passers-by behind a few villas who had luckily escaped and were crawling out asking for help. She suddenly smiled. Coincidentally, I do know a good place, in the suburbs outside the city. The journey is a bit far.
Chi-shan nodded. That's best. The center of the explosion is obviously in the city.
The suburbs shouldn't be too affected.
Location? Catherine gave an address. Chi-shan nodded, patted the fluffy soft seat and said, "You should be able to sense the information I transmit to you, right?
Go to this place."
Wah wah!
The dragon cat cried out twice, and a big smile appeared on its huge cat face, and it ran on all fours. The road was rugged, with abandoned vehicles, piles of rubble, and frequent appearances of aliens taking advantage of the chaos.
Ordinary cars would definitely have difficulty moving, but the dragon cat bus didn't care about the terrain.
It ran swiftly and smoothly, with a nimble body and gentle steps, as agile as a real cat. The few people sitting in the carriage could only feel a slight shaking, as if they were sitting in a real bus. There was a faint phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme at the window holes, but it was not strong, giving people a refreshing feeling of a breeze blowing on their faces. The dragon cat was very fast, almost traveling in a straight line, and plus the place where Chi-shan lived was originally far away from the city center.
It only took about 20 minutes to drive out of the city area. The environment also changed from high-rise buildings to classic American pastoral communities.
Moreover, along the way, there were more survivors on the road.
The dragon cat ran past blatantly, but the survivors looked as if they couldn't see anything.
Chi-shan pondered slightly and had some guesses. The core of the biological type Taigu absorbed Chi-shan's nin ability and transformed into a small dragon cat. Obviously, it not only absorbed energy, but also absorbed the characteristics of it. Chi-shan's nin ability came from Hisoka's light and fickle texture. Although Chi-shan redeveloped his nin and nin abilities based on complete nin ability knowledge. However, the attribute of light and fickle texture has always existed in nin abilities. The dragon cat, which absorbed this ability, can also use this ability, and naturally can be invisible. Of course, it is only visually invisible. If someone accidentally bumps into the dragon cat bus, they will also feel the soft and elastic texture.
However, that's enough.
To be honest, Chi-shan has no interest in being a hero. Except for a few acquaintances, other people are just NPCs in Chi-shan's eyes.
Invisibility makes it easier to move.
Catherine's performance was a bit of a surprise to Chi-shan. She actually treated the ruins outside the window as scenery, looking as relaxed as if she were on an outing, with a very relaxed expression. Seeing the survivors who had escaped death, although there was a trace of pity in her eyes, she never asked Chi-shan to stop to help. This made Chi-shan satisfied, but also aroused a hint of curiosity. You must know that in his impression, more than 80% of white people would say a few words on the surface when they saw this kind of situation, no matter what their true thoughts were. To show that they are a warm-hearted and helpful person. Just like the characters who are bound to die in every horror movie.
But Catherine didn't do that. A little interesting.
Chi-shan touched his chin and became more interested in this beautiful woman. After leaving the suburbs and running along the interstate highway for about 30 minutes, the dragon cat bus stopped in front of a detached factory building. Chi-shan glanced at Brit's drinking water plant.
Oh ho! It's her industry. We're here, dragon cat, please open the door.
The dragon cat enlarged the window into a door, and Catherine pulled Tomi and jumped down. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blew by, and Catherine shivered a few times. Although she was wearing a thick coat, she was still wearing her long legs. It was more than 2 o'clock in the morning, the coldest time of the day, so it was no wonder that a normal person like her was shivering.
The water plant was not actually very large.
Through the fence, you could see that there was only one large factory building inside, and in front was a large yard with a dozen forklifts and several trucks parked. The security room was lit with dim lights, and an old movie was playing on a small TV. The gray-haired security guard was nestled in a chair, snoring louder than the TV.
Catherine went forward and knocked on the window.
Shishan put his hands in his pockets and walked down the Dragon Cat bus. The Dragon Cat rolled over in place and quickly shrank to its original appearance, then pounced and landed on Shishan's head.
Once again acting as a cute thing.
Shishan reached out and touched it. Its body was soft, its fur was very smooth, and it felt very good.
I didn't expect you little thing to be quite useful. Wah wah! The Dragon Cat cried out softly twice, seeming very happy.
Shishan touched his chin, lost in thought.
What are the abilities of the biological type Taigu? I remember it seems to be regeneration and a 4-dimensional stomach.
I didn't pay much attention to the transformation ability before, but I didn't expect it to actually come in handy, so I can study it.
The so-called 4-dimensional stomach does not mean that the Dragon Cat's stomach is infinitely large.
Rather, it means that the Dragon Cat has more than 2 stomachs, only one of which is actually used to digest food, and the others are connected to a 4-dimensional space.
How many Dragon Cats there are specifically still needs to be studied. This is also the reason why Serio can carry the 10 Kings adjudication around.
These weapons are all heavy weapons. If it weren't for the 100-armed giant Koro, I'm afraid Serio would be like Urza from Fairy Tail, having to bring a car of luggage every time she went out.
Catherine knocked on the window for a long time before finally waking up the elderly security guard.
The two talked for a few words, and the other party obviously recognized Catherine's identity, and then opened the door. Catherine explained a few words, ignoring the confused security guard, and directly led Shishan and the two directly in. Seeming to see Shishan's doubts, Catherine took the initiative to explain, "This is actually my family's industry. My dad created it, but after he passed away a few years ago, the water plant's efficiency has not been good. And because of some old debts, the water plant's books are not very good looking, and the bank has been urging us to repay the loan. Starting last month, I was going through bankruptcy proceedings, so there are actually no workers in the water plant anymore. Old Paul is the last one left." Catherine led the two around the factory building and into a 2-story steel structure building behind. Catherine entered the password, pushed the door open, and turned on the switch, and the room suddenly lit up.
"Just sit wherever you want. Although it's simple here, it has everything you need. Just look for what you need yourself, you should be able to find it." Then, Catherine pulled Tommy and turned around and went upstairs.
"We're going upstairs to take a shower and change clothes."
"Don't come up."
Shishan shrugged, looked around, and sat directly on the sofa.
The area here is indeed not very large.
Entering the door is the living room, connected to the dining room. Immediately visible are a TV, sofa, coffee table, and a dining table, all of which are quite old, somewhat like products from the 90s. To the left is a wooden staircase, which can be used to ascend to the second floor. To the right is a door with the word bedroom written on it. Shishan only glanced at it and had no interest in going in. Directly opposite the entrance is a narrow corridor, behind which should be the kitchen and bathroom. There is also a back door, but it is now tightly closed, and it is unknown what is in the backyard. Shishan roughly estimated that the area is about 60 square meters, and the upstairs and downstairs together are 120 square meters. Perhaps it is because an extra bedroom was partitioned off that it seems a bit small. But it is enough as a temporary residence. Shishan found the remote control in the debris under the coffee table and casually turned on the TV. As expected, all major TV stations were urgently reporting on this disaster event. Everyone spoke with one voice: earthquake. It must be an earthquake. What explosion? No. It doesn't exist. Don't talk nonsense. An expert solemnly assessed the earthquake as a 7.6 magnitude and called on California to launch an earthquake relief plan as soon as possible. Watching the news talking nonsense, Shishan touched his chin, his thoughts drifting. Although it took some time before, Shishan finally remembered the character Sai Lu. He originally wanted Supergirl to be the vanguard, and then he would finish it off after his nin abilities were fully developed. Unexpectedly, this time Supergirl was too fierce and forced Sai-Lu to self-destruct without him even needing to take action. The 5 paths revolving furnace actually has such great power. Looking at the aerial photos in the news, Naxino City was indeed badly damaged. It can be said that the entire city is scrapped, but the level of destruction is different. The corners are relatively lucky, and any building that is a little stronger has survived. The city center was not so lucky, and several kilometers around became a mass of paste. The giant pit in the center is more conspicuous than the lice on a bald head. It seems that the TV station is not so obedient, and is always trying to reveal some key information. An earthquake shook out a meteorite crater? Only a fool would believe it. Although Chi-Shan didn't go online, he also knew that the internet must be full of rumors and different opinions at this time. Scolding the government is the tradition of the American people. Speaking of which, this time DEO didn't even call him. Could it be that they regarded Sai-Lu as an earthling? Just as he was thinking, footsteps came from upstairs. 2 girls walked down from upstairs, looking refreshed. Chi-Shan turned his head and his eyes widened. "You are quite wild, huh?" Tomi's expression was calm as she gently stroked her hair. Catherine's cheeks were slightly red, and she tugged at her skirt, saying, "I can't help it. The last time I came here to stay for a long time was 10 years ago. The style of adolescence is like this. What's the fuss about?" Even someone as calm as Chi-Shan was drooling a little, and he had the urge to spank them with a big stick. The 2 girls found a place to sit down. Catherine rummaged under the coffee table and actually found a few bags of snacks that hadn't expired. She threw a bag to Chi-Shan and put the rest next to her, obviously intending to keep them for herself. Chi-Shan picked up the snack and took a look. It was written in inexplicable italic English, and he couldn't even recognize it. But looking at the bulging packaging, it should be fried food similar to potato chips. Not interested, he threw it aside. Don't want to eat anything? Then do you want to drink water? Catherine took out a few bottles of water from under the coffee table and smiled. There's nothing else here, just a lot of water. This brand of water is produced by my family. It was popular in the market a few years ago. Chi-Shan picked it up and looked at it, and said, "So, your water factory produces mineral water? Also bottled water?" Catherine shrugged. "Actually, in recent years, we mainly produce bottled water, which is large barrels of water used by companies and enterprises. But now the sales volume is not good, the competition is too great, and the company's accounts are a mess, and there are banks causing trouble behind it. I also want to save the water factory, but the cost is too high. After calculating it several times, I felt it was not suitable, and finally applied for bankruptcy." Looking at the mineral water in front of him, Chi-Shan suddenly had an idea. First, Tomi is dead, which means the income is cut off. Maybe he should get another one. If you want to save the water factory, how much capital would you need? Catherine looked up. What do you mean? Chi-Shan looked at Catherine. Nothing, I just suddenly realized that selling water seems to be a good business. You want to invest? Chi-Shan spread his hands. That depends on your offer. Catherine looked at Chi-Shan for a few seconds and said, "Listen, Mike, although you and Tomi saved me, I will still be angry if you joke about this." Chi-Shan waved his hand. "Stop talking nonsense, just quote a price." Catherine pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Actually, the water factory's problems are just some bad debts and bank loans. $5 million can clear up the troublesome things that are holding us back. If you want to develop the water factory and revive the brand, you will need another $5 million. $10 million? Chi-Shan calmly flicked his fingers and said, "If I invest $10 million, how many shares will you give me?" Catherine shook her head. "Don't be kidding, I'm about to go bankrupt here. Even if you only spend $500,000, you can buy the water factory from me. Don't change the subject. How many shares will $10 million give me?" Chi-Shan paused, and then added, "Don't participate in management, you can hold the shares on my behalf. I will only send people to check the accounts regularly and wait for dividends." Catherine hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. "It's really hard to say, 10 million is too much. If you follow the normal asset ratio, you can directly occupy 90% of the shares.
But after all, this is the company created by my father, and I always feel a little uncomfortable if you take it away like this. But if you ask me to add investment, I don't have that much money. Chishan frowned. Why so much nonsense? How about this? I'll give you 10% according to the asset ratio, and I'll give you another 10% and ask you to be fully responsible for the company's development. In addition, I will put another 29% into the equity incentive pool, and you can give all the shares you hold to the company's senior management at your discretion. This is equivalent to me only holding 51%. If you distribute it like this, will you do it? Catherine stared wide-eyed. I'm worth 10%? 1 million? After all, you have run a water factory and have certain management experience. I really need such a talent. And Chishan smiled at the corner of his mouth. You are very brave, which is very rare. Catherine rolled her eyes at him, knowing that he was referring to her performance when she saw Totoro just now. That's not impossible. Chishan slapped the coffee table, then it settled. I'll give you 2 days to deal with the loose ends, and we'll sign the contract here on the afternoon of the third day. Is there any problem? No. Catherine said happily, if you can really bring 10 million. Okay. Chishan stood up abruptly and walked straight out. Catherine was startled. What are you going to do? Chishan shook his neck. Go to disaster relief, or where will I get you 10 million? Then he waved his hand directly, pushed the door open and strode away. Bang! The door closed automatically. Catherine hugged a bag of potato chips and was stunned for a while, then turned her head and asked, Has he always been like this? Tommy said indifferently, Maybe. I want to rest, prepare a bedroom for me. I want Spanish velvet pillows and Turkish blankets. Catherine was speechless. She pulled Tommy up, turned off the TV casually, and coaxed her like a child. Okay, you go to bed first, and I'll go to Spain to find you pillows. After saying that, Catherine couldn't help but chuckle. These two siblings are really interesting. The younger sister is stunned and cute, and the older brother also has a strange personality. How can business be negotiated like this? If there really is 10 million, it would be more than enough to build 3 or 5 water factories, which is nothing more than a bottling production line and a filtration system. At most, some money will be spent on the sales channels, but with the bank as a guarantee, the actual expenses are not large. But if Chishan does it like this, at least half of the funds will be thrown into the water. But looking at him, he doesn't care at all, but is more concerned about himself. I'm worth 1 million. He. Could it be that he? Catherine suddenly thought of Chishan's eyes just now, and smiled. Outside, the Totoro bus set off again. This time there was only Chishan as a passenger, and Totoro had obviously shrunk a few sizes. But the movements are still agile and the speed is still very fast. On the recliner specially transformed inside the bus, Chishan was leisurely, his body swaying gently up and down, and his head swaying accordingly, looking very comfortable. From the pictures on the TV just now, Chishan noticed that several banks had been destroyed. Chishan had even been to one of them and knew that they had a complete underground vault. This level of shockwave can only destroy the buildings above ground, and the underground vault is absolutely safe. It's not dawn yet, and the rescue team hasn't entered the scene yet, so it should be a good harvest to grab a wave first. In this way, $10 million is no longer a problem. In fact, Chishan can also take out this money now, but it is just more troublesome. The diamonds that old Tom gave him last time are still in Chishan's hands, and their value is definitely over $10 million. But it takes time to turn diamonds into cash, and besides, there is money everywhere now. Chishan is really not interested in waiting. Didn't the great ancestors say that self-reliance leads to abundance? We must follow the teachings of the great man. Totoro jumped lightly, bringing up gusts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme in the air, and quickly approached the center of Nexino City. The Totoro pulled its large head back from underground, returning to its original size. Chishan asked, swallowed it whole? The Totoro nodded. Excellent, that means all 4 vaults are in our possession. He glanced at the sky. The horizon was faintly white, and Venus was frighteningly bright. In another hour at most, it would be dawn. Then our mission is complete. Retreat! Wah wah! The Totoro cried out twice, rolled over on the spot, and its form suddenly expanded, transforming once again into a miniature Totoro bus.
Chishan climbed aboard, comfortably reclining on the easy chair.
The Totoro leaped nimbly, swiftly departing the crime scene.
On the ground, a massive crater was strikingly conspicuous.
Beside it, the central bank's signboard lay askew, a huge crack almost splitting it in two, presenting a miserable sight.
500 meters away, on the narrow rooftop of a 3-story building that had luckily avoided complete collapse, 2 figures stood facing each other. There were no lights around, only pitch darkness, yet it had no effect on the 2 figures.
A man and a woman.
The woman's attire was bizarre, a skin-tight suit of solid blue, even her skin was blue, and her red hair was tied into a strange hairstyle. At the very center of her forehead, 3 red beads formed an inverted triangle.
Bewitching and eerie.
The man was relatively normal, except his expression was too stern, making him seem somewhat rigid. He wore a standard Kryptonian battlesuit, with a small device slung across his shoulder, emitting a faint blue light. The woman curiously gazed in the direction Chishan had left.
Fascinating.
My mind contains the basic information of all life forms in 37 star systems.
Yet, on Earth, I still occasionally encounter new races. This truly is a magical place. I wonder if you share the same sentiment, Nan?
Nan, one of the Kryptonians who escaped from Fort Raz, took over as leader after Alex killed Kara Zor-El. He had been carrying on his deceased wife's legacy, attempting to initiate the Great Purge on Earth. He should have remained hidden in the shadows, but perhaps the sudden massive explosion drew him out. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who had been drawn here.
Why suddenly reveal yourself?
If you were hidden, you should have stayed hidden.
Brainiac 8, Nan said blandly. Ha, forget that foolish name. I've renamed myself Indigo.
Whatever you call yourself, it doesn't change your cowardly nature. When my wife was alive, you would never have dared to show yourself. Now that she has just passed away, you've jumped out.
What exactly do you want to do?
Nan's voice was deep.
Oh, poor Nan, even in death, can you not escape her control?
I can see that you are still pushing the Great Purge plan.
Don't you think that plan is utterly stupid?
Indigo's lips curled up, a hint of mockery in her eyes.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Nothing much, just want to prove to you how ridiculous her so-called plan of coexisting with humans really is. Indigo waved her hand, raising her voice. Look, this is the nature of humans.
They are heading towards destruction on their own.
Why should we stop them?
You should know that no matter which world, hunters cannot coexist with prey.
Nan slightly raised his eyes. What have you done?
Don't be nervous, I just gave them a little push. Before long, hell will descend, and only Kryptonians and I will survive. This will be our planet.
Nan narrowed his eyes, saying nothing.
Indigo seemed somewhat excited.
She picked up her phone and casually dialed a number.
Then, see you after the apocalypse.
Indigo narrowed her eyes, her entire being transforming into tiny blue particles, flying into the phone like quicksand and disappearing.
DEO headquarters.
The control room was a hive of activity, everyone working hard to provide disaster relief. Director Henshaw stared intently at the large screen, reconfirming the progress of resource allocation. Suddenly, all the display screens flickered, and then jumped to the same image. A blonde woman sat sideways on a sofa, smiling as she said, "Hello, John Johns. I heard that Supergirl was seriously injured, and I came specifically to offer my condolences."
How is she doing?
This is an independent satellite communication channel, using an encrypted signal.
Intrusion without permission is a very unfriendly act. The woman in the image looked somewhat surprised, raising a small hand to cover her mouth, saying, "It's encrypted?" "I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Perhaps the encryption level is just too low."
Alex walked over and whispered something to Director Henshaw.
Director Henshaw narrowed his eyes. Brainiac 8, right?
The most unique criminal in Fort Raz.
What exactly do you want to do? You discovered my identity so quickly, quite impressive. However, I recently gave myself a new name, Indigo. Don't change the subject. Indigo smiled, nothing much, just want to destroy Earth.
Her casual statement of her purpose caused everyone in the monitoring hall to not react, and after a full 6 or 7 seconds, the hall suddenly fell silent.
All eyes focused on her. Indigo chuckled, "What, did I scare the little children?" Director Henshaw's gaze sharpened. "Indigo, don't play tricks. National City has attracted the nation's attention, and the earthquake disaster relief plan has been launched. National Guard troops will enter the city center within 2 hours. Whatever you want to do, stop it immediately, or you will definitely regret it." Indigo quietly looked at him for a while, then suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. The esteemed director of the DEO, turns out you're just this kind of stuff." Indigo shook her head. "I originally wanted to play with Supergirl, but since she's injured and absent, I'll have to cut the entertainment program and go straight to the point." "You want to save National City?"
Heh, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme my lips, don't dream about it.
Subsequently, all the electronic equipment in the control room exploded one after another.
Exposed currents and sparks flew everywhere, and many people were electrocuted on the spot, instantly falling to the ground in convulsing. Director Henshaw's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Alex, notify Superman, and call the logistics and medical departments over here.
There's no extra time, we need to restore communications as soon as possible."
Alex was also furious. It was already the busiest time, and now aliens were causing trouble again. And they were clamoring to destroy the world. What's more, Kara was still missing, which made Alex even more worried.
But even so, she was first and foremost an agent.
She bit her lip, suppressed the distractions in her mind, and quickly ran out of the control room.
"Sir, emergency communication.
The nuclear missile silos at the Pemberton Fortress secret base have all opened suddenly.
All control programs are ineffective.
The ignition sequence has entered the 30-second countdown phase." The sudden report hit Director John like a hammer, making him see stars. He held onto the chair and said, "That's impossible.
It's isolated from the world and there are no external signals. It's impossible to be hacked."
The technician reported, "Because of our previous report, the military sent General Marcel to garrison Pemberton Fortress, Trojan Horse."
Director John's eyes widened.
At this moment, Alex ran over quickly and shouted, "Good news!
Superman is already on his way to Pemberton Fortress." Director John breathed a sigh of relief and clenched his fists.
With Superman's speed, he should make it in time. We also need to prepare for the worst.
Dial the emergency red line and connect to the Pentagon. We need the backdoor access password for the nuclear missiles.
Notify the National Guard, activate the defense network, and prepare to shoot down the nuclear missiles at any time.
Sir, follow orders. Director John said sternly, "This is an emergency. We can't take any chances. Gather computer scientists."
"I don't care how they do it, they must establish a preliminary defense network as soon as possible."
Alex said, "I understand.
I'll take care of it right away."
Just as the DEO and Superman were cooperating to resolve the sudden nuclear crisis,
Shan had already leisurely returned to the water plant. At this time, it was already dawn, and the clouds in the eastern sky were fiery red, a clear sign that the sun was about to rise. Although the morning glow was beautiful, Shan didn't pay much attention to it. He directly had the Totoro spit out the 4 vaults, each occupying about 20 square meters, lined up in front of the 2-story building. He stepped forward and knocked on the thick vault door.
"It really is sturdy enough.
Fortunately, mine ability has already been developed, otherwise, if I wanted to open it, I would have to grab another professional back." Shan shook his head, his right hand clenched in the air, and a silver-white python revolver gradually emerged from nothing. Just as he was about to shoot, a head suddenly poked out from the second floor, followed by Catherine shouting, "Oh my God, what am I seeing?"
I cough. Shan couldn't catch his breath and almost choked to death. He coughed a few times before turning around and angrily said, "Couldn't you have made a sound beforehand? Scaring people can kill them." Catherine scratched her head embarrassedly and said repeatedly, sorry, I was so busy looking at the vault that I didn't notice you at all. Shan was too lazy to pay attention to her and raised his gun again. Wait, you want to open the vault, right? What do you want now? Shan said unhappily. He secretly gritted his teeth. You little vixen, if I didn't see that you were curvy, fair-skinned, and beautiful, I would have shot you already. Catherine shouted, wait for me, 20 seconds at most. I also want to open the vault. I've been playing games for more than 10 years, and I haven't opened such a big treasure chest before. Shan, then he heard footsteps on the stairs, and the front door was opened, and Catherine appeared in front of him wearing a nightgown and negligee. Shan's eyes widened a circle, and he swallowed subtly. Catherine was very excited, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the 4 vaults, touching each one back and forth before running back to Shan and repeatedly urging, open it quickly, open it. Slightly calming his mind, Shan raised the gun for the 3rd time, with a slightly bitter smile on his face. Tell me, what are you doing running down here? You can look at it as much as you want after I open the vault. Now you've broken into mine inability range, adding a little bit of restraint for no reason. Catherine was a little confused. What do you mean? Shan shook his head and said, it can be regarded as a limitation of my ability. As long as I use an ability in battle, I must explain the rules of the game to the opponent and bystanders to show fairness. Seeing that she was still a little dazed, Shan didn't explain in detail, and said lightly, forget it, let's just treat it as the first attempt at the ability. My ability is called bullet magic. Guns, very ordinary, are just weapons used to launch ammunition, divided into 3 types, pistols, machine guns, and sniper rifles. And the 3 types are divided into light and heavy. That is to say, I have 6 different weapons. The one I'm using now is a heavy pistol, codenamed Python. Shan showed Catherine the silver-white revolver in his hand, and then said, guns are just the basics. My ability is mainly concentrated on bullets. Currently, the ability is only in its initial stage, and there are only a few very simple types. First, devouring bullets, mainly used to replenish bullets. Second, white zetsu bullets, which explode into wood after hitting the human body. Third, magic bullets. Currently, other bullets are still under development except for strengthening bullets and hypnotic bullets. Fourth, material bullets. This type of bullet is more abundant. As long as it is a substance, whether it is water, metal, or stone, it can be used by me. This cloud of pink liquid seemed to be alive, flowing into the non-existent gaps along the door, then emitting light as a whole, and then rapidly shrinking. Finally, it turned into an ordinary bullet and fell to the ground. At this time, the vault's circular door had disappeared, and the heavily guarded vault had lifted her skirt, unable to resist the entry and exit of thugs. Ignoring Catherine's dazed eyes, he fired 3 more shots in succession. As the doors of the other 3 vaults turned into bullets, Shan flicked his left hand, and an invisible nin line was attached to the bullets. With a slight hook of his finger, the 4 bullets flew back to Shan's palm at high speed. He picked up one and looked at it carefully. The pink bullet represents devouring bullets, and it is no different from ordinary bullets, except that the tail is engraved with the pattern of the vault door. It seems that this should be marked. Shan thought for a while, threw the bullet into the air, and called out, Totoro. Totoro opened its big mouth and swallowed the 4 bullets into its stomach. Shan put down his arm, and the python revolver in his hand disappeared directly. He turned to look at Catherine and said, aren't you going to open the treasure chest? What are you still doing standing there? Then he walked directly into the first vault. Catherine suddenly reacted, shouted, and hurriedly followed. As night approached, Shan and Catherine finally managed to gather the contents of the 4 vaults. Due to the limited time, they were only able to perform a simple categorization. The first category was cash, which could be used directly without much hassle. The second category consisted of securities or jewelry, which could be converted into cash but required a process. The third category was stocks or company share contracts, which were essentially useless. The fourth category was miscellaneous items, including all sorts of strange things. They even found a box full of nude photos. There were also many dark videotapes or simply small camcorders.
By the end, Shishan was speechless. Although Tomi had many complaints about the environment, she couldn't cause any trouble under Chishan's suppression. She returned to her initial state from being a young lady. Tomi's figure reappeared in the kitchen. Don't underestimate her just because she's a powerful yokai. After all, she's a celebrity of the Yamano nation, and her middle school had specialized cooking courses, okay? The taste is quite good. However, apart from Chishan, probably no one would dare to eat it, fearing that they might accidentally ingest some hair and die inexplicably. Chishan once again shifted his focus to nun abilities. The magic bullet was still somewhat unworthy of its name, and he needed to continue researching black magic to replenish the types of ammunition. He couldn't just have enhanced hypnosis, could he? Satellite communication still had some advantages. No matter how chaotic New Nano City became, the television signal never broke. Chishan had been following the news, tracking real-time disaster relief reports. It was evident that the US was genuinely treating this incident as an earthquake and had sent troops to fully assist in the rescue. Many heavy machinery were in place, gradually clearing the city's main roads. As the clearing progressed, temporary relief camps were established, and many temporary stages were built to control public opinion through constant propaganda. Therefore, the entire world's reports were positive and uplifting, as if there were suddenly no bad people in the world. It was during these few days of leisure that Chishan had time to go online and discovered that the rocket launch failure a few days ago was actually a nuclear bomb incident caused by aliens. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chishan understood what was going on. So, Indigo has been defeated? Only a thought flashed through his mind before Chishan dismissed it. Anyway, the villainous aliens will ultimately not escape failure, no matter how much they struggle or how many efforts they make. Supergirl will save the Earth at the last moment. This is their destiny, unchangeable. Let me handle Supergirl. In this heated atmosphere, Chishan finally ushered in the dawn of the 7th day after the explosion. As the minute and hour hands overlapped, the smoky letters appeared as scheduled. Invasion begins. The 6th boss, ancient species Pokemon Jigglypuff, has arrived. Mission: find and capture the 6th boss, ancient species Pokemon Jigglypuff. A special reward will be given upon completion of the mission. Then the smoky letters gradually dissipated. Chishan suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Jigglypuff? The one that sings? It's also here to join the fun? And at this time?" Chishan glanced at the television screen with some sympathy. The screen was broadcasting the grand occasion of the Disaster Relief Gala. Starting 3 days ago, the propaganda department had been building a grand stage to prepare for tonight's charity disaster relief gala. The announced time was tonight, starting at 10 o'clock, and the venue was packed with people. It was currently the most lively time. Encountering Jigglypuff while holding a gala, isn't that just asking for bad luck? The organizers must have lacked virtue in their previous life. Chishan patted his forehead, picked up his coat, and walked out the door. It seemed that he had to resolve this matter himself. In New Nano City, on a cleared space next to the main road, over 1,000 people were gathered, shouting wildly. Lights flickered on the stage, with singing and dancing. Singers took turns performing, and the continuous stream of exciting programs made the atmosphere very lively. At this moment, a round body suddenly emerged from the back of an engineering vehicle. It was chubby, with round eyes and short limbs. A tuft of pink hair stood between a pair of pointed cat ears. Standing there, it was a good meter tall, with a spherical body and a pink color, with faint patterns on its back. Clearly, it was the ancient species Pokemon Jigglypuff. Its big eyes were full of curiosity, staring at the distant stage for a while, and then suddenly jumped a few times in place, seeming very happy. Then, it took a deep breath, and its already round and chubby body suddenly swelled up another circle. Its 2 short legs exerted a slight force, and its entire body floated slowly into the sky like a balloon, and then slowly fell again. It twisted its body in the air, controlling the direction of its fall. In full view of the public, it floated and landed in the center of the stage. At this time, the previous program had just ended, the singer had left the stage, and the host was just about to come up to announce the next program when a round pink balloon floated down from the air. The host was slightly stunned and then joked,
thank you all for the gift." The audience burst into laughter. The host didn't care and thought it was a balloon toy blown onto the stage from somewhere, and was about to step forward to pick it up. Unexpectedly, the balloon toy suddenly waved its short arms and pushed him over. The host was very surprised, but the audience laughed even louder. Jigglypuff looked very cute, and the audience thought it was a surprise from the production team. Just like the mascot characters they used to have. The audience laughed, and Jigglypuff was also very happy. It waved its short arms, reached behind it, and magically took out a large bell. This bell didn't look conspicuous in Jigglypuff's hands, but in reality, it was more than 30 centimeters long. It was made entirely of bronze, with mysterious patterns engraved on it. Jigglypuff bowed slightly, slowly closed its eyes, and then held the big bell to its mouth. Now, the audience understood that it was going to sing. Filled with curiosity, they gradually quieted down. Jigglypuff took a deep breath, and then a melodious voice resounded through the sky. Bo barobo bori bo bori bo boo bo 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 bully boo bully boo. The sound was deep and light, ethereal and pleasant, as if floating in the clouds, yet echoing back from the distant horizon. The scene instantly fell silent, and everyone felt a sense of comfort from the inside out, their minds involuntarily captivated. Their eyes slowly closed, not wanting anything, their whole being seemingly falling onto a cloud. Plop! Plop! Following the successive sounds of falling, came a chorus of snores. When Jigglypuff finished singing a short verse and opened its big eyes, it saw nearly 1,000 people lying sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly. Ugh! Jigglypuff was angry, so angry that its body swelled up. It jumped straight off the stage, pulled out its marker, and began to scribble all over everyone's faces. But National City was in trouble. Jigglypuff's song floated over the entire city, and within minutes, everyone within the city limits, whether alien or human, collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. Even the DEO headquarters, which was constantly monitoring the disaster relief progress and alien movements in the city, was unusually quiet. All personnel were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme slumped or lying down, snoring in unison. In the conference room, all the executives were asleep on their desks, Director John snoring the loudest, almost drooling. In the medical ward, Supergirl, who had just undergone limb regeneration surgery and was still lying in bed, was also sleeping soundly. Superman next to her was also sprawled on the sofa. He was still holding an unpeeled apple in his hand, unaware that the paring knife had fallen to the ground. In the detention cells at the rear, even the prisoners in the soundproof cells were asleep on the ground. Since the day the DEO was formed, it had never been so quiet. I knew it would be like this. Shishan appeared at the entrance of the conference room, shook his head helplessly at the scene before him, and disappeared like an image. Art of the Mirage Body. Having come here so many times, Shishan would naturally leave some backup plans. The reason he came to check was still out of hope, wanting to find some help. He didn't expect even Superman to fall. My Jigglypuff is mighty indeed. At this time, Shishan's main body had already arrived at the concert venue, looking at Jigglypuff, who had chubby cheeks and was scribbling on everyone's faces with a red marker, feeling slightly helpless. Jigglypuff's song was indeed incredibly powerful. Totoro had only run halfway before collapsing to the ground and falling asleep. Shishan had no choice but to pick up Totoro and stuff it into his pocket, then switch to a motorcycle that someone had left here, and rush over quickly. The scenes he saw along the way greatly surprised Shishan. He had already tried to overestimate Jigglypuff's power, but he still underestimated it. The distance from Jigglypuff's location to the DEO headquarters in the suburbs was over 30 kilometers. With this as the radius, the coverage area was nearly 100 square kilometers. A veritable map-wide attack. Even Shishan felt comfortable all over in the surrounding song. If he hadn't been constantly drawing in golden energy from his ears to eliminate the hypnotic magic of Jigglypuff's song, Shishan would probably be the same as the Imperial Arm Totoro. Shishan had only stood for a moment when Jigglypuff noticed him. Perhaps seeing that there was still one person who hadn't fallen asleep, Jigglypuff was very happy and hopped over. When it got closer to Shishan, it realized that the Jigglypuff in front of it was so huge. It was nearly 2 meters tall and had a spherical physique.
Standing in front of Qishan, it was quite imposing. Its big eyes stared at Qishan, waving the marker up and down, looking impatient.
What do you want?
Qishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought it through when he came. He would just open fire directly and keep attacking until Jigglypuff was defeated. But seeing Jigglypuff's cute appearance, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Jigglypuff waved the marker, seemingly urging him. Qishan thought for a moment, bent down and tore off the shirt of an unlucky guy at his feet, and held it out to Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff waved the marker and signed its name with great satisfaction. It even wrote it in cursive, quite professional. After signing, Jigglypuff even reached out and patted Qishan's shoulder, seemingly saying, "Please continue to support me in the future." Qishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and reached out to shake Jigglypuff's short hand.
"Sorry," he said in his mouth, his left hand slowly raised, and the python revolver appeared in his hand, firing directly without warning. Bang!
A bullet shot out of the barrel, a red light flashed, and it rapidly expanded into a golden vault door more than 2 meters high, slamming heavily into Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff was instantly knocked back more than 10 meters, bounced twice on the ground, and then stood firm. It stared at Qishan, its chubby round face instantly flushed red, obviously very angry at being ambushed. Qishan was also a little embarrassed, hesitated slightly, and did not continue to attack. It suddenly jumped up, waving its short hands and rushing over. Qishan only felt a blur in front of him, and then his vision was filled with pink, followed by the crackling sound of slaps in his ears. Large amounts of golden energy emerged from his cheeks and were absorbed into Qishan's body.
This is a slap attack? He almost forgot that Jigglypuff had this move.
Qishan stood firm, his right hand clenching in the void, and another revolver appeared in his hand. This gun was all black, slightly slender in style, with a slightly longer barrel. Unlike the weight of the python, this pistol gave people a feeling of sharpness.
Codename Black Snake, Rapid Fire Revolver.
Qishan pulled the trigger with his right hand, the wheel of the pistol rotated rapidly, and sparks burst out from the muzzle continuously. The sound bursting in his ears was similar to that of a Gatling machine gun.
360 bullets were fired in an instant.
These bullets were all white, and they grew in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme as they left the barrel, and in the blink of an eye, they grew into wooden spears, forming a dense formation and smashing towards Jigglypuff.
White Zetsu bullet, Type 1, wooden spear.
At the same time, the python in his left hand fired. A pitch-black bullet shot out, rapidly turning into a cloud of black smoke, hiding behind the white Zetsu bullet, like an assassin waiting for an opportunity to strike. Magic bullet, control. Faced with a large number of sharp wooden cone attacks, Jigglypuff was in pain, and tears welled up in its eyes. Before it could counterattack again, the magic bullet followed closely, and the black smoke instantly wrapped Jigglypuff.
Then the smoke vibrated up and down, as if alive, and entered Jigglypuff's ears.
Jigglypuff suddenly swelled up, its body spun around, it opened its small mouth, and actually spat out the black smoke again. Like a balloon leaking air, a large amount of air spewed out. Jigglypuff's size also shrank rapidly, and then its eyes rolled around in circles like mosquito coils before falling heavily to the ground.
It was exhausted.
Qishan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jigglypuff is not a high defense type, otherwise this battle would have been difficult. He shook his head, raised his hand and fired a shot, and the liquid of the devouring bullet enveloped Jigglypuff. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ordinary bullet. As the bullet fell to the ground, it made a soft sound. Smoky letters appeared in front of Qishan. He looked at his watch, and only 2 hours had passed. This should be the fastest completion of a mission in history. Mission complete. The 6th boss, the ancient species Pokemon Jigglypuff, has been successfully captured.
Reward, Jigglypuff Talisman. Jigglypuff Talisman, a talisman condensed with the power of Jigglypuff.
When activated, it can release the Jigglypuff song.
Afterward, the smoky text dissipated.
The bullet that fell on the ground gradually turned into dust, slowly condensing into a talisman in the air, gently falling into Qishan's palm. He pressed his thumb on the Jigglypuff pattern, raised his right hand, and an invisible sound wave spread out. You could clearly sense waves of sound in the air, but strangely, there was no sound at all.
Is this vibration? It doesn't quite feel right.
Shishan thought for a moment and turned the sound wave back towards himself. As the wave vibrated, a familiar sound rang in Shishan's ears.
Bo-borobo boribo boribo. Yes, the voice was tender, completely different from the deep voice of the giant Jigglypuff.
It truly was the power of Jigglypuff.
And it can be focused. This is much more convenient.
Shishan was thoughtful. The essence of sound is air vibration, and it seems that vibration isn't limited to just sound. He thought of the vibe from the Flash.
Perhaps it's time to explore Earth 1?
Satisfied, Shishan put away the Jigglypuff talisman, grabbed the Totoro from his pocket, shook it twice, and dropped it on the ground. With a splat, the Totoro was flattened into a white pancake, then slowly returned to its original shape.
How long are you going to sleep? Wake up!
The Totoro yawned, sat up, shook its little head, and looked at Shishan with a puzzled expression.
You have the nerve to ask? Didn't you fall asleep halfway? The problem is solved. Quickly turn into the Totoro bus and let's retreat. Wah wah!
The Totoro chirped softly, rolled on the spot, and transformed into a small Totoro bus, carrying Shishan away quickly.
The night was silent, and everyone in the city slept soundly.
It wasn't until the night grew deeper and the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme woke the first person that everyone woke up one after another. They were both baffled and amused, looking at the graffiti on each other's faces and bursting into laughter.
One person's laughter quickly infected everyone, and the laughter shook the sky.
The host went on stage again, and the gala mysteriously resumed.
Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Half an hour later, the National Army quickly took over the stage, and a large number of experts integrated and took over all the recordings. In the next hour, a large number of propaganda agencies received orders from the propaganda department, requiring them to cooperate in announcing a piece of news. 30 minutes later, all news stations and news portals uniformly pushed a news item. The title was, "Warmly Celebrate the Complete Success of the New Nano City Charity Disaster Relief Gala." At the same time, the giant Jigglypuff was quickly defined as a special mascot for the gala, symbolizing peace and tranquility.
Subsequently, celebrity revelations one after another, in just a few hours, pushed the disaster relief gala down the trending search list. The incident of the audience collectively falling asleep at the scene was simply dropped. After all, this is the DC world. The nerves of the common people are not too thick. It's just that the city was destroyed and then suddenly hypnotized. It's nothing big. In the following days, the public opinion surprisingly entered a strange period of calm. In the city center, the disaster relief and debris removal work was nearing completion. The reason it was so swift was that, in addition to using alien technology to crush the rubble and garbage blocking the road, Supergirl's involvement also played a crucial role.
That's right, it's Supergirl.
After nearly a week of recuperation, she finally reappeared. The post-disaster city was even more chaotic than before, and there were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme villains taking advantage of the situation. Supergirl's frequency of dispatch during this period was more than twice as high as usual. Although Shishan received the news, he didn't take it to heart. These days, in addition to continuing to study the Black Magic book, he was also studying the use of the Jigglypuff talisman.
The Jigglypuff talisman is indeed related to vibration.
After constantly increasing its vibration frequency and concentrating the radiation on one point, it did indeed cause vibrations in space. It's just that this vibration is very unstable and irregular, and there is still no progress in the task of finding the coordinates of Earth 1. However, Shishan was not in a hurry because he knew that soon, the Flash would accidentally break into this Earth and establish a strong friendship with Supergirl. A few more days passed, and Catherine suddenly arrived in front of Shishan in a very imposing manner in a helicopter. As soon as they met, Catherine pounced on him.
Ha ha ha. I'm back. I've taken care of everything, Mike. As long as you sign, it's effective immediately.
Catherine hugged Shishan, and before he could speak, she dragged him into the house and decisively produced 5 or 6 documents, asking Shishan to sign. Take a look, they're all written according to your wishes, without any changes. But I have money now, so you don't need to pay so much, just 5 million is enough,
and I'll pay the rest. Of course, the shares are still 9 for you and 1 for me. I won't go back on my word on this, don't worry. Catherine said a few words, and without waiting for Chishan to answer, she rushed upstairs in a flurry. She brought a lot of things she wanted to give to Tomi. Chishan shook his head. How did these two get together? Amazing. After briefly browsing the documents, they were the same as what Catherine said. He raised his eyebrows and signed directly. In the evening, Catherine paid 3 times the price to order a super takeout from a town 30 kilometers away, ordering a standard Spanish barbecue. The 3 of them sat at the dining table, eating and talking about future plans. Catherine beamed. This earthquake is an opportunity. I plan to donate $50,000 worth of mineral water to the new Nano City Fire Department and the National Army before the water plant opens, in order to establish the brand's reputation. As soon as the TV station broadcasts it, I will immediately release the previous advertisement. Take advantage of the heat to hype it up, and I guarantee it will soar. I don't care about the advertisement, change the trademark, use this. Chishan put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, took a piece of white paper from the side, and casually outlined a cursive M character. Catherine stretched her neck to take a look and said with disgust, "It's so ugly." What's wrong with being ugly? It just needs to be useful. After saying this lightly, Chishan took another Spanish tortilla, opened his mouth wide and took a bite. Not bad. Spanish barbecue emphasizes large pieces of meat and heavy spices. The taste smells good, but when you eat it, you always feel that the taste of the spices covers the original taste of the meat. It's still more refreshing to eat with tortillas. Seeing Chishan insist, Catherine shrugged and didn't say anything more. Tomi didn't even look at it. She was enjoying the rare feast. These past 2 days, Chishan has been forcing her to cook, and she's already having a bit of existential problems. Don't look at her always expressionless, she might be planning to leave Catherine behind to act as a servant. In the city center, construction vehicles were pushing earth and sand to bury a massive crater. Suddenly, a space wormhole appeared, and a yellow lightning bolt shot out, rushing straight out of National City before anyone could react. These days, Supergirl was working overtime. Just as she finished stuffing a group of looters into a dumpster, she caught a glimpse of a lightning bolt flashing by. She immediately shot into the sky, following it without hesitation. The lightning bolt quickly noticed Supergirl and, after testing a few directions, stopped in a deserted area. Supergirl landed, frowning slightly as she looked at the strange man hidden in a tight-fitting suit. What planet are you from? Why are you so fast? What planet? Earth. The man was clearly dumbfounded by Supergirl's question. It's normal for me to be fast. Why can you keep up with me? Who are you? Supergirl was also a bit confused. I'm Supergirl. Who are you? The man was obviously surprised. Supergirl scratched her head, unsure how to explain. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. You don't know me? That's strange. Who are you? I'm the Flash, the man in the tight suit said proudly. Supergirl blinked her big eyes and said, Who? The Flash widened his eyes in disbelief. You don't know me? I'm a superhero. Supergirl spread her hands. Should I know you? What about Green Arrow? Supergirl shook her head. Black Canary? She continued to shake her head. Firestorm, Atom, Zoom, the Flash rattled off a series of names, but Supergirl had never heard of any of them. Oh, God. The Flash gave up in frustration, shaking his head. He took off his cowl, revealing his face, and said, Okay, Supergirl, it's nice to meet you. My name is Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man alive. I think I came to the wrong Earth. I might need your help. Supergirl opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Back at the Supergirl team's temporary office, Supergirl gave the Flash a cup of coffee and asked, You said you're from another Earth. What exactly do you mean? Earth is Earth. There's only one Earth in the entire universe. Where did a second one come from? The Flash frantically typed on the computer, looking slightly distraught. This is a strange Earth. It's completely different from my Earth.
Although there's also a central city, there's no STAR labs. No Cisco Ramon, no Harrison Wells, no Caitlin Snow.
I'm in trouble now. No one can help me get home.
The Flash was scratching his head when the door opened and the gentle James walked in. They both paused, asking, "Who are you?"
Hello, my name is Barry Allen, the Flash introduced himself with a shrug. Supergirl seemed excited and quickly introduced them. This is Win, this is James.
Hey, guys, guess what?
Barry Allen is from another universe. Win's eyes lit up. Cool. So the multiverse theory is real. The Flash nodded. Yeah, that's right. It's already been proven.
Supergirl said excitedly, "Awesome, he's actually from another universe, and I'm from another planet."
This is so interesting. Wait, what do you mean by on this Earth? Is there another Earth? James obviously grasped the key point.
The Flash scratched his head, pushed over a whiteboard, and explained the concept of the multiverse and parallel Earths to everyone in detail. Although everyone seemed to understand, they accepted the concept that there was more than one Earth. The Flash's very existence was a super concept. Whether it was his abilities or where he came from, it was a powerful attraction for Supergirl and her friends. The few people became friends within just a few words and eventually went out to eat together. And before that, Supergirl had promised to help the Flash get home. The yellow lightning bolt appearing in the city was captured by a helicopter overhead and quickly made its way onto major news outlets. This was also the first time the Flash had appeared before the public on this Earth. Seeing the news, Sean narrowed his eyes slightly.
The Flash, you've come at the right time. Today is the last day of the countdown. I hope you can catch this surprise.
Sean put down his chopsticks and handed the empty bowl to the Tomy beside him.
This Tomy was different from the previous ones. This was made using Tomy cells, white Zetsu cells, and cells from dangerous species among Taigu.
The vibration of Jigglypuff's power was used to forcibly fuse them together, using the core structural concept of Boo's cells from black magic to forcibly maintain the three cells in a triangular shape, borrowing strength from each other, restraining each other, and becoming a whole. The new cells had the characteristics of the three cells, the cellular strength of dangerous species, the regenerative ability of Tomy's cells, and the information exchange of white Zetsu cells.
Absolutely powerful. Although, due to Tomy's cells, biological individuals would naturally grow into Tomy's appearance.
However, with the help of the lightweight false image to make up for the shortcomings, this was no longer a problem. The new Tomy had a strong physique, considerable combat power, and even had a part of white Zetsu's combat consciousness. Coupled with black magic hypnosis enhancement, even if her single soldier combat power was not as good as Supergirl's, she could still put up a fight. Once the numbers increased, forming an overwhelming advantage, they could definitely be put to great use. After so many days of research, there were finally some results. Tomy filled Shan's rice bowl and placed it in front of him. Shan glanced at her, pondered slightly, and said, "Perhaps they should be given a separate name."
What would be a good name? Viper Squad.
That doesn't seem quite right. Just as he was thinking, the phone rang suddenly. Shan picked it up and was a little surprised. It was Tom.
This kid didn't die?
Answering the phone, Tom's voice came over.
Mike? It's me.
What's up?
I'm just calling to ask.
It's great that you weren't affected.
Thanks, I guess I was lucky, since I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a bit far away. How are you?
I went to the location of the bar, and it's been razed to the ground. I called both of your phones, and no one answered. I thought Tom seemed a little emotional. I've been hiding in the basement. I was just dug out by the rescue workers yesterday. Fortunately, I had the bar here, so I didn't starve to death, but Lori Shan was silent.
Although they couldn't be considered friends, since they were acquaintances, he couldn't help but feel a little different after receiving such news. Is there anything I can help with? Come to the funeral. In 3 days. Hanging up the phone, Shan was speechless. In the last minute before midnight, Shan was fully prepared. Dressed in the black uniform of the Order, a dark cyan, British-style trench coat, Shishan looked dashing and imposing.
Behind him stood 2 rows of black-clad figures dressed in the same manner, each holding a whip in their right hand and wearing a mask. Just standing there, they exuded an aura of grim determination. This time, fully prepared, Shishan was full of confidence. As the minute hand ticked over the last mark, the smoke-like text appeared as expected.
Invasion initiated. 7th boss, Ulquiorra Cipher has arrived. Mission, find and drive him out of Earth's range.
Special rewards will be granted upon completion of the mission. Warning, this mission is extremely dangerous.
The host should prioritize self-preservation above all else. Subsequently, the smoke-like text dissipated. Alright, I've located the opponent's position. Let's go, cough, cough, cough.
Shishan couldn't catch his breath and almost choked on his saliva, staggering and nearly falling over.
What's going on?
Ulquiorra Cipher, the 4th Espada?
Are you kidding me? This difficulty leap is too much. Why don't you just give me Yawatch? Shishan's eyes widened as he couldn't help but roar.
A cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blue passed, and everything around was silent. Looking back, from the 2nd floor of the small building, melodious music was coming from Tomi's room. Without a doubt, she was enjoying a concert program. Shishan's expression stiffened, and he raised his right hand, saying, "Pass down my order."
Dismissed. The 2 rows of black-clad figures behind him flickered and vanished instantly.
Shishan looked up at the direction of Naxino City, scratching his face. I should probably assess the situation first before making any plans. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A strong pressure came from above, as if gravity had suddenly doubled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rumbling sound of the ground grew louder, and Shishan could clearly feel the surging pressure coming from the center of Naxino City. Strands of golden energy appeared from between his eyebrows, converging into his body. Shishan's expression turned serious, and he clenched his fist.
In the end, he turned around and walked back to his room.
No more excuses, I'll just follow my heart. I'll play it safe for now, and look for another opportunity to rush in. In Naxino City, the rescue team was working late into the night, with a large number of engineering vehicles roaring as they cleared the debris and rubble on the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground trembled crazily, and the alarms of the rescue teams everywhere sounded rapidly. The staff was slightly flustered, but they were quickly suppressed by the team leaders, and they retreated in batches toward the open space. Red emergency lights flashed everywhere, and several experts dressed in professional attire ran out, holding a device similar to a loudspeaker in their hands, probing everywhere, and constantly checking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme changes on their tablets.
Something's wrong, the source of the tremor is actually in the air, what's going on?
The experts shouted, their faces filled with disbelief. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
The DEO headquarters shook violently, and the personnel on duty rushed to the command center. Director John was already waiting there.
A technician reported, "Sir, the source of the tremor is in a special location, right above Naxino City. The spatial vibration waves are very strong, and it emits an invisible pressure.
The monitored values are astonishing."
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone swayed for a while, barely grabbing onto something to steady themselves, their faces slightly panicked. Everyone felt as if the ground was about to jump up, unable to maintain their balance at all, and they all staggered and fell.
The high-tech equipment in the command center burst into sparks in large swathes.
The sounds of metal twisting and breaking echoed one after another. In the next instant, a large amount of equipment collapsed and shattered. Almost in the blink of an eye, the place turned into ruins. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of dust was left in the air, and the ceiling was popping, with numerous cracks connected like spider webs.
Small stones fell like raindrops, seemingly threatening to collapse at any moment.
Director John decisively smashed the fire alarm, and all personnel evacuated according to procedure. He grabbed Alex and shouted, "Notify Kara and Clark, I have a very bad feeling."
Alex shouted, "Me too."
She was just an ordinary person, and the strong spiritual pressure made her feel indescribably uncomfortable.
"Contact Mike, we might need him." Alex nodded vigorously. Rewinding time to 12:00 a.m., a spatial vibration wave appeared without warning above Nexino City.
Subsequently, a dazzling white light, like a sharp sword, smashed into the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boulders flew, dust billowed, and endless smoke swept into the sky, gradually forming a mushroom cloud.
A strong shockwave swept in all directions, and many heavy vehicles were thrown like toys.
The giant pit that had just been half filled by engineering vehicles tripled in size in an instant, forming an exaggerated crater once again. Perhaps because of the previous rescue operation, this time it was rare that there was no water seepage. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man at the bottom of the crater. Dressed in white, like a cloak or a formal dress, with pure white pants and skirt, a head of black, choppy hair, pale skin, and green eyes, with 2 dark green tear marks on his cheeks. A zanpakuto with a light green pattern, echoing the color of his eyes, was at his waist. The left half of his head had a half-white bone helmet, with small horns extending obliquely towards the sky. Within the slightly pulled-down collar, a hollow hole the size of a bowl was embedded between his collarbones. The whole person exuded an aura of coldness and death, like a demon that devoured souls at all times.
He looked calm and glanced around indifferently. The real world? No, it seems slightly different.
A large number of souls are floating in the air, their strength is very weak, but I don't sense the existence of hollows.
So, I have come to another place?
He took out his right hand from his trouser pocket, a point of green light appeared on his fingertip, and he directly touched the space. The space made a sharp cry, struggling to tear open a gap up and down, revealing the darkness inside. I can't sense the existence of Hueco Mundo at all, nor the aura of Soul Society. However, there are clearly more spaces on the other side, more than one. A strange place. The young man's voice was calm, and there was no ripple in his eyes. He retracted his right hand, and the forcibly opened space closed fiercely. The strength was so strong that the space was distorted for a moment.
Spatial attributes are sensitive, opening a garganta only requires 13 of the power? And I can't feel the existence of erasure at all. He looked up at the sky and slowly extended his right hand. The shattered souls are really an eyesore. Well, I'll collect some for future needs. A powerful suction force appeared between the index and middle fingers. The tattered souls floating in the air rushed towards it like moths to a flame, forming a transparent glass ball from nothing. The glass ball shimmered with iridescent light, gradually solidifying as it continuously absorbed the invisible souls. The air throughout the city was stirred, creating strong winds. People who had just climbed up, thinking the earthquake was over, were knocked off their feet again by the strong winds from another direction. 10 seconds later, all the tattered souls in the sky above the city were compressed in the young man's hand. Looks not bad.
The young man said expressionlessly, raised his hand and threw the glass ball into his mouth, his upper and lower teeth closed together.
Crack. But it's still as disgusting as ever. Spit.
The young man turned his head and spat out the dregs, put his right hand back into his pocket, and sensed it slightly.
The improvement is minimal?
Then there's no need to absorb their souls. My God, this meteorite crater is at least 3 times larger.
This meteorite must be very big, but why can't I find it? Has anyone found it? There's nothing below. Too strange, there's something weird.
There was a commotion in the crowd, and a lot of shouts echoed in the air. They wanted to know what exactly had fallen down. The young man faced them indifferently, looking at humans like a group of ants. Just then, 3 figures flying in the air rapidly descended in front of the young man.
It was Supergirl, Superman, and Martian Manhunter. As soon as she landed, Supergirl looked around, but didn't see anyone. Strange, there's no one here? Superman's face also showed some doubt, but his eyes were more cautious.
He always felt that there was a cold gaze watching him.
Be careful, something's wrong. Martian Manhunter's eyes flashed red, quickly locking onto the young man's location. He was shocked and then shouted sharply, "Who's there? Is there someone there?" Supergirl and Superman hurriedly made a defensive action. The young man's pale green eyes looked at Martian Manhunter and said in a calm tone, "Oh? You can see me?"
That's really surprising.
Martian Manhunter said warily, show yourself, now. Show myself? What makes you think I'm hiding myself? This is just my most normal form. Not being able to see me only proves that you are useless wastes without spiritual pressure. The young man's tone was calm, and facing the hostility of the three, his hands were still in his pockets, without making the slightest defensive action. Superman's eyes brightened slightly, and he said in a low voice, Kara, use both your X-ray vision and telescopic vision. Supergirl nodded, then her eyes lit up, quickly locking her gaze on the young man. So he's here, what strange clothes? Martian Manhunter warned, did you do this here? Why did you destroy the rescue team? If you're referring to the slight fluctuations caused by my arrival, then the answer should be yes. The young man raised his eyes slightly and said indifferently, however, I don't seem to have a reason to answer your question. I now suspect you of deliberately disrupting the disaster relief operation. Please come with us. Martian Manhunter gritted his teeth. The young man opposite him didn't move from beginning to end, and his tone of voice never changed, but Martian Manhunter's nerves were constantly screaming, and his mental abilities were constantly producing illusions, frantically reminding the master of the danger of the young man opposite him. But even so, he couldn't let the young man act arbitrarily outside. Refuse. The weak have no right to give orders. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Martian Manhunter suddenly rushed forward and punched him. Bang! The fist hit the young man's chest directly, but it didn't have any effect, and even the clothes didn't wrinkle. His pale green eyes looked at him, his face without any expression, and without any blocking or counterattack. The more Martian Manhunter fought, the colder his heart became, and by the end of the attack, his blood was almost cold. Useless, completely ineffective. He backed away, panting slightly, his eyes full of fear. Superman and Supergirl were a little dumbfounded. You must know that Martian Manhunter's combat power is similar to theirs. If his attack is ineffective, it means that the two of them are also powerless. Moreover, the other party has never fought back, making them seem like they are the unreasonable ones. Martian Manhunter said, why don't you fight back? Why should I fight back? The young man said indifferently, do you need to be on guard even against the harassment of an ant? If you feel a little annoyed, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? The young man took his right hand out of his pocket and gently pointed his index finger. Zero. A green light appeared, and a deep black ball suddenly appeared at the tip of his index finger. Not good, dodge quickly. Superman's pupils shrank, and he suddenly hugged Martian Manhunter and took off. The small ball suddenly exploded, turning into a deep green laser beam that smashed towards Martian Manhunter's position. Buzz. A strong buzzing sound, a beam of light with a diameter of more than 5 meters flashed past. A deep gully appeared on the ground, extending from in front of the young man to the end of the line of sight. A tunnel with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared on the meteorite crater wall, bottomless. All the positions that the green laser had passed through were crystalline like colored glaze, emitting wisps of heat. This is? The pupils of the three people hovering in the air shrank to the size of a needle tip, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. The young man slowly withdrew his hand, glanced at the three of them, and didn't seem to have any interest in pursuing them. Bang! His figure flashed and appeared on the edge of the meteorite crater like a flicker. Almost instantly, the eyes of the nearby humans turned white, and they collapsed to the ground one after another. Just getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme caused their souls to collapse? It seems that even in this world, most people are useless wastes without spiritual pressure. Faced with a large number of silently dead bodies, the young man just gave a faint comment, and then made a sound of breaking through the air, rolled up a faint smoke, and disappeared directly. When Superman and the three of them hurriedly landed, the young man was already nowhere to be seen. Supergirl quickly checked the unconscious humans and said, "It's bad, they're all dead." What did he just do? I'm afraid he didn't do anything. Superman shook his head slowly, he just passed by, but humans can't bear the power on him. Just getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme caused their souls to collapse. Martian Manhunter gritted his teeth, damn it, we just let him run away like that. Superman smiled wryly. It's not running away. Haven't you seen it yet?
He just treated us as flies and waved his hand. He didn't take us seriously at all. The three looked at each other and felt that something big was about to happen.
Ulquiorra Cipher, the Espada's number 4, a Vastalord-class hollow who has undergone resurrection, possesses terrifying combat power.
He is inherently cold and detached, possesses amazing swordsmanship, and can transform more than twice.
Each transformation results in an exponential increase in his combat power.
In the temporary conference room at DEO headquarters, Shishan enlarged the magic book, using it as a large screen for explanation.
Displayed on the pages of the magic book were Ulquiorra Cipher's figure and some basic information.
All DEO department heads were listening attentively, including Superman, Supergirl, James, and Wynn. Almost all of the good guys were present, each with a solemn expression. So, he really is a monster from another dimension.
What exactly is a hollow? Why can't we see him? Director John asked seriously.
His previous combat failure, where he couldn't defeat the opponent even without them retaliating, somewhat bruised the ego of the Martian Manhunter, who was confident in his combat abilities.
However, he was more concerned about the safety of Earth.
They had already sent drones to explore the tunnel and were shocked to discover that it was a full 2 kilometers deep. It was this fact that convinced everyone of Director John's explanation.
A hollow is a concept on the soul level.
It's somewhat similar to a demon, but not exactly the same. Shishan thought for a moment and explained, on the planets where hollows exist, there is no heaven or hell, but rather the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Similar to heaven and hell, the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are also opposing forces. After a person dies, if their soul is intact and hasn't suffered severe damage, it will be guided to the Soul Society. They will gain a new life there until their soul's lifespan ends and dissipates into spirit particles, or they unlock new potential and become Soul Reapers.
Soul Reapers, everyone exclaimed in surprise.
Shishan waved his hand. Not the Grim Reaper, you understand.
It's just a profession.
Although they also have the responsibility of guiding souls to the Soul Society, their main job is to eliminate hollows and maintain the safety of the real world.
So, Soul Reapers and hollows are mortal enemies? Like angels and demons? Supergirl asked. Although not entirely accurate, that's essentially the idea.
Shishan closed the magic book, quickly put it away, and said, there's no need to delve too deeply into the exploration of Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society. You only need to understand its form of existence and remember that this enemy is very powerful.
However, there is good news.
Since Ulquiorra belongs to the highest level of hollow, the density of spiritual particles around him has already surpassed the concept of the soul. That is to say, ordinary physical attacks, if strong enough, can still harm him. I believe Director John has already experienced this firsthand. As he spoke, Shishan gave Director John a smile. Director John's face darkened, and he snorted from his nose without saying a word.
Superman asked, is there any way to heal ordinary people whose souls have collapsed? Mr. Superman, the very question you're asking is wrong.
If a soul has collapsed, the person is already dead. There's no question of healing, Shishan said, spreading his hands.
But I know what you want to say.
Shishan interrupted him and said, but give up, it's useless.
Ulquiorra is a monster on the soul level.
This power of his is called Ryatsu, which can be understood as a kind of pressure on the soul level.
The souls of ordinary people are fragile and cannot withstand even a trace of it. Even people with stronger souls can only hold out for a while when they encounter Ulquiorra.
It's like a frog being stared at by a snake. No matter how hard you try, your body and even your eyes can't move an inch. You can only wait for your soul to dissipate completely.
Silence fell in the hall. Alex said, Mike, this person is too dangerous.
We need to find him as soon as possible. Shishan nodded, you don't have to worry about that.
This time, the Black Order will no longer stand idly by.
Our North American branch will send a team to participate in this battle.
Crystal is among them, and of course, I will also participate.
Director John nodded, although it's inappropriate to say so, I still have to say, thank you for the support. Because of the special nature of this enemy, the special forces are clearly useless. The only combat power that can be mobilized is Superman, Supergirl, and himself. With the participation of the professional Black Order, the chances of winning will greatly increase. This is a good thing for the DEO. Director John even had other thoughts in his mind. Regardless of its stance, the Black Order's possession of armed forces cannot be changed. As long as it possesses armed forces, it is a threat to today's society. And facing increasingly terrifying enemies, the DEO's ordinary special forces are becoming increasingly powerless. Therefore, whether it is to control the Black Order or to enhance the DEO's combat capabilities, cooperating with the Black Order is a wise decision. Wynn said annoyedly, "If we had known that such a difficult enemy would appear tonight, we should have had the Flash stay for another day." The Flash? Is that the person who appeared in the newspaper today? Director John asked. That's right. He comes from another universe and is a superhero with super speed. Supergirl explained, then added, "However, I don't think even if the Flash stayed, there would be much he could do. He only has super speed, and his soul level should be about the same as ours." James said, "It's always good to have one more person to help. Is there any way to contact him?" Director John asked in a deep voice. Supergirl and Wynn exchanged glances and shrugged together. Shishan narrowed his eyes slightly. So he's already gone back. His speed is really fast. Superman stood up and said, "Everyone, cheer up a bit. Problems will always be solved. John, you'd better delay the rescue team for a while and not let them enter the city in the short term. Contact the military and see if they can provide assistance. Find an excuse to evacuate the citizens. Even if we can't evacuate, we must implement infectious disease management measures and have everyone stay at home and not wander around the streets." Mike? May I call you that? Shishan nodded indifferently. Superman continued, "Mike, although I'm not very clear about what kind of organization the Black Order is, judging from everyone's expressions, it should be on the side of justice. I hope you can find the target's location as soon as possible. We don't have any extra time to waste." Just then, someone rushed in, panicked, and shouted, "Director, something terrible has happened. Fort Lauderdale has been destroyed." What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. The surveillance satellites have already transmitted the images, take a look. Then he tapped the tablet twice, and a scene of smoke and dust immediately appeared on the large screen that had been temporarily set up behind. The technical department has confirmed that this is a mushroom cloud produced after a high-power explosion. The dust density and radiation concentration cannot be determined from the image alone, but after scanning and comparing it with the mushroom cloud produced by a nuclear explosion, we found that the energy of this explosion is equivalent to the man swallowed, his face pale. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range detonation of a nuclear warhead with a yield of over 500 tons. Silence fell in the conference room. Director John suddenly turned his head, his face distorted, his eyes glowing red. Mike, find him. Immediately. Okay, I need to make a call, 1 minute at most. Shishan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, without any nonsense, and immediately turned and walked out. He was already deformed, and didn't bother to argue with him. He sensed it slightly and found that Ulquiora's location was above the exploded city. Shishan swallowed. As expected of Little Yu, his actions are ruthless. However, given Ulquiora's personality, shouldn't he be indifferent to humans? Why would he suddenly start killing? Although Fort Lauderdale is a small port city, its population is still around 300,000. What does Little Yu want to do? Without time to think, Shishan took out his phone and randomly dialed a number, without saying a word, just held it to his ear for a few seconds and hung up. Turning back to the conference room, facing everyone's gazes, Shishan nodded, "I've found him, Ulquiora is in Fort Lauderdale." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shishan's expression changed. Because he had just sensed that Little Yu's position had changed. He was flashing towards the nearby city of Parkland at rocket speed. Could it be that he still wants to? Before Shishan could decide whether to tell others about Little Yu's change in position, Superman and Supergirl had already jumped up and disappeared into the conference room like the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Director John was a step slower and shouted, "Mike, notify your people to get into position as soon as possible, especially Crystal. Alex, notify the logistics department to prepare special mechs, and give priority to any requirements Mike has."
"Sir, I want to go too," Alex said. "No. This enemy is too dangerous, follow orders. Including you, all personnel must not approach the battlefield. I appoint you as headquarters commander, responsible for central command, controlling communication, and notifying us of any news at any time." Alex hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Director John patted her on the shoulder, his figure suddenly transformed into Martian Manhunter mode, his body glowing red, and he disappeared through the ceiling. Above Fort Lauderdale, Ulquiorra stood quietly. The surrounding smoke billowed, so thick that it completely obscured vision. However, within a radius of 20 meters around Ulquiorra, there was not a single speck of dust flying. It was as if there was an invisible protective film, blocking all the dust and smoke. In his right palm, a transparent glass ball was slowly rotating. The glass ball was filled with colorful light, constantly changing, like a rare treasure. Souls flew in from all directions, throwing themselves into the glass ball like moths to a flame, turning into pure spiritual particles. The intensity is too weak. If I want to build a space similar to Hueco Mundo, I would probably have to destroy 10,000 cities of this scale. Would that require 300 million people? The soul density is shockingly low. Ulquiorra expressionlessly retracted his right hand, and the glass ball in his palm quietly disappeared. 10,000 cities doesn't matter, there seem to be surprisingly many humans in this world, the raw materials are abundant. Ulquiorra slightly raised his head. That direction? There are probably a few 100,000 along the way, and there is a large city ahead, with probably more than 1 million? Not bad. Director John was furious, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "Mike!" Shi Shan's voice came from the communicator. "I've already found the target's location, he's heading to Parkland, you need to hurry." "Got it." The others replied and immediately rushed towards Parkland. After flying for only a few tens of seconds, they heard a landslide-like roar coming from ahead. Immediately afterwards, a huge mushroom cloud slowly formed in the air. Superman's eyes turned red, and he shouted, "No!" Then he suddenly accelerated and rushed up. Supergirl and Director John quickly accelerated to follow. At this time, Shi Shan's voice came again. The other party didn't stop, and rushed directly towards South Bay Town. "We suspect his target may be Orlando. Supergirl, we need to intercept him in advance." Director John shouted and made a rising gesture. Supergirl nodded and rushed diagonally upwards. At this time, the three of them already understood that the target's speed was not inferior to theirs at all, and could even be said to be far higher than theirs. Because the other party didn't even notice that they were chasing, he definitely hadn't used his full strength. This was their sadness, but also their little bit of luck. Because only the target's own carelessness allowed them to catch a trace of a flaw. Communicating with Superman, the others quickly changed their strategy and headed straight for Orlando. In the DEO conference room, the satellite monitoring screen was playing, and the entire hall was silent. On the map on the left computer screen, several cities were marked with skull labels, representing complete destruction. Actually, not to mention them, even Shi Shan was shocked. He originally thought that the bosses who had emerged before were already very powerful, able to stir up the entire city and make the DEO search all over the place. He didn't expect that compared to Little U, they were not even worth mentioning. This guy is here to destroy the world. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and the lights overhead flickered. Another aftershock had spread over. Then, the large screen emitted a beeping alarm, and a mushroom cloud appeared over another city. On the computer screen on the left, a city was simultaneously marked with a skull label. Alex walked in with a solemn expression and pulled Shi Shan. "Your people have arrived and are ready to depart. We have prepared the latest stealth transport plane for you, which uses alien technology's rocket propulsion technology and can reach a maximum speed of 5 times the speed of sound." It should be able to catch up. Shishan didn't waste any words, nodded, then let's go. In the sky, 4 figures faced off. Ulquiorra stood quietly in the air, indifferently watching the 3 figures before him. Unlike Ulquiorra's calmness, Supergirl and her companions were enraged.
They had finally stopped Ulquiorra, but the price was the destruction of all the villages and towns north of Parkland and south of Orlando. The number of casualties was too horrific for them to even imagine.
Ulquiorra cipher. Martian Manhunter roared through gritted teeth. Supergirl and Superman didn't even speak, directly unleashing their heat vision.
Ulquiorra blocked it with the back of his hand, deflecting the heat vision like a pinball.
His pale green eyes looked towards Martian Manhunter. You actually know my name? But I don't remember ever giving you my name.
He paused, as if waiting for an explanation.
Supergirl and Superman remained silent. Not going to speak? Then forget it, it's irrelevant anyway. The 3 of you are blocking my path again. What do you intend to do? You dare to ask? Don't you know what you've done? Martian Manhunter angrily retorted. Ulquiorra glanced at Supergirl, then said to Martian Manhunter, you seem very angry, why? No matter how you look at it, these humans below aren't your kin, so why the anger? You killed people. And you still ask me why?
Martian Manhunter was so agitated he wanted to attack. Superman stopped him, solemnly saying, may I ask, why are you slaughtering humans?
It's simply a necessity.
The spiritual particle density in this world is too low, almost undetectable, like how humans feel uncomfortable when the air is too thin. Therefore, I need to create a space similar to Hueco Mundo, which requires a large number of souls to convert into spiritual particles.
You bastard! Just because you're uncomfortable, you're going to kill so many people?
Like the white Martian hunters, you are a naturally evil race, go die. Images of his own race being slaughtered flashed through Martian Manhunter's mind, and he exploded.
He flashed forward, punching towards Ulquiorra. Bang!
Ulquiorra simply waved his arm, his hand brushing Martian Manhunter's cheek, and a loud sonic boom erupted, sending Martian Manhunter flying away like a missile. Supergirl was shocked and hurriedly chased after him.
Superman became even more vigilant, preventing Ulquiorra from pursuing. Ulquiorra calmly watched him, gently retracting his arm and saying indifferently, hard to understand, how he can so naturally say things he can't do. Then, after a pause, he added, aren't you going to attack? Superman shook his head, I don't want to fight you, I just need you to stay here and not move. You also want to save humans?
Although your appearance is the same as humans, your spiritual pressure is completely different. You shouldn't be human. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme.
I don't understand, why do 3 outsiders interfere in human affairs? But forget it, since you're blocking my path again, that means you're enemies, might as well eliminate you. Superman's nerves instantly tightened, firing 2 beams of heat vision, which Ulquiorra calmly blocked with his right palm. That move again? Utterly boring. Ulquiorra's left hand was in his pocket, his right hand extended forward, appearing relaxed and indifferent.
At this moment, Supergirl flew back, firing 2 beams of heat vision at the same point without a word.
Ulquiorra's expression didn't change, seemingly not feeling anything. After a dozen seconds of stalemate, the heat vision was exhausted, and Supergirl was slightly out of breath. How's John? Superman asked.
He suffered a severe head injury and passed out. Supergirl replied through gritted teeth. Superman was shocked, his expression becoming even more solemn.
At this moment, he finally admitted that Ulquiorra was the strongest existence among all his enemies.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause / phoneme combat was completely countered, his speed was extremely fast, and his every move could easily exceed the speed of sound.
His strength was immeasurable, just a casual blow almost blew Martian Manhunter's head off.
Heat vision was even more ineffective. Then the only move left to use was one. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions, and simultaneously exhaled freezing breath.
The cold air swept towards Ulquiorra like a whirlwind, and a large amount of ice rapidly grew, sealing Ulquiorra inside. Success! Supergirl cheered. Quick! Contact.
Before Superman could finish his sentence, the 3-meter-tall iceberg in front of him cracked open.
As a large amount of ice crystals fell, Ulquiorra's calm face was revealed. Is this your full power?
I even had some expectations for you, but it turns out you're just superficial trash. Ulquiorra's white robe fluttered in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, his upper body unwavering. He extended his right index finger towards Superman, and a green energy ball appeared.
How disappointing. Zero.
With a hum, a pillar of green energy suddenly erupted from Ulquiorra's fingertip, instantly engulfing Superman and Supergirl and shooting into the distance.
A few seconds later, the city of Orlando, about 30 kilometers ahead, suddenly exploded.
The green energy was earth-shattering, enveloping the entire city.
Boom!
Rumble, rumble, rumble. A mushroom cloud gradually formed, the ground vibrated violently, and the shockwave swept horizontally, almost clearing the buildings on the ground. A fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme swept past. Ulquiorra's pale green eyes looked around. Superman and Supergirl were nowhere to be seen.
Turned to ashes? Boring.
He turned his palm upwards, and a glittering glass bead appeared out of thin air. Then a tornado appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The glass bead changed its light, and sucked the entire tornado clean like a long whale sucking water. Then the glass bead flickered twice, becoming more solid.
Not bad. Then next is that direction. Ulquiorra's body leaned forward slightly, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared with a bang.
A few minutes later, a stealth transport plane appeared on the horizon. It circled in the air for a while, then landed on a vacant lot. A small team of people rushed down, found Martian Manhunter with his face blown open in a hidden place, and carried him onto the plane.
Shi-Shan sat in the rear cabin, saw the Martian Manhunter's miserable state, couldn't help but grin, and said, "The director has successfully retrieved him. Didn't see Superman and Supergirl. Ulquiorra has left again, heading towards Duval County."
In the communicator, Alex's exclamation came, "Damn it!
How could you let him get away?"
Just as Shi-Shan was about to reply, he saw the battered Superman carrying the unconscious Supergirl slowly descending. As soon as he touched the ground, he staggered and almost fell.
It was obvious that Superman was exhausted.
Both of them were tattered, covered in wounds, and there was even a streak of blood on Superman's forehead. Shi-Shan was a little surprised, made a gesture, and someone immediately stepped forward to help. Superman shook his head. "He's too strong, we can't fight him head-on, we need to think of another way." Shi-Shan nodded and said to the communicator, "Alex, I think you need to come over."
An hour later, at the temporary camp set up in the Orlando ruins. Inside the tent, Alex and the others were silent. Superman ultimately couldn't hold on and fainted before Alex arrived.
Although they protected themselves in Wang Su's flash, both of them were also overexerted. Martian Manhunter's situation was even worse. He suffered a heavy blow to the head. His semicircular canals were shattered, and it would take at least 24 hours to fully recover. Therefore, they couldn't count on them for the time being. This wasn't the worst part. They had just received the latest report, and after hearing it, everyone was speechless.
Ulquiorra's speed was astonishing. He could truly destroy cities and annihilate armies with a flick of his finger.
In less than an hour, over 70 cities, including Dorawa, Richmond, Columbus, Cincinnati, and Blacksburg, had been destroyed, and preliminary estimates put the death toll at over 20 million. Such a massive event had the government in an uproar. Alex had reported the entire situation to Washington as early as when Lauderdale was destroyed. The president's office directly ordered the Pentagon to mobilize dozens of spaceships. But before they could even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the target, they were turned into fireworks by a single zero.
Monitoring satellites, scanners, every technological means had been exhausted, yet they still couldn't detect the enemy's location. They couldn't even see the enemy at all.
Therefore, the DO, who had fought Ulquiorra, became the only hope. The president personally made a video call, promising to provide the greatest possible support and demanding that the opponent be subdued as quickly as possible. The United States couldn't afford to lose phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. The commotion caused by Ulquiorra's zero was too great, and the public could no longer be kept in the dark. If not handled properly, it could easily cause national panic, and then things would get really out of hand.
Sir, the expert group's analysis report has arrived. A staff member suddenly announced.
Alex said with a grim face, "Get straight to the results."
The expert group found no residue whatsoever. Which means the energy they're using can't even be observed? Damn it!
This is the worst possible situation.
Alex cursed under his breath and asked, "The target's location?"
Fuyumi, disguised as a crystal next to him, replied calmly, "Currently in Raleigh, heading towards Washington." Shishan and his group were very conspicuous in the tent.
They wore uniforms and masks.
The 20-odd people stood in the back without moving or speaking, radiating an extraordinary aura. Alex said anxiously, "We have to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable if the target reaches Washington."
Mike, say something. I'm begging you.
Everyone looked at Shishan with hope in their eyes. Now, the Black Order expert, who claimed to have been continuously fighting anti-space creatures for 7,000 years, had become their only lifeline. Shishan also felt that it was about time, pondered slightly, and slowly said, "There is a way, but it will be very difficult to accomplish."
What way? Tell us quickly. Alex asked anxiously. Do you remember how Zyso disappeared last time when we fought him? Alex was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Are you saying that as long as we drive Alquiora out of Earth's range, he will be expelled by some mysterious force and return to anti-space?
Shishan nodded, "That's right.
I said before that invading anti-space is by no means easy. They need the coordinates to match the location of the crossing.
Just like Zyso last time, the matching coordinates were on Earth, so he disappeared as soon as he left Earth's range.
The same is true for Alquiora."
Alex slammed the table, "That's right, this is a feasible method, as long as we lure him. It's not that simple." Shishan shattered her fantasy, saying, "We already know from Superman that Alquiora's goal is to establish Hueco Mundo. What he needs is a massive number of souls, hence the city slaughtering actions. With a personality so calm as to be almost cold-blooded, he will never be lured by irrelevant things." Alex froze and said, "That's true, and our spaceships can't even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, let alone anything else.
So, we have to change our approach." Shishan said. What do you mean?
Shishan didn't answer Alex's question but turned to Win, who had been temporarily brought in.
Win. Do you remember the parallel space theory that your Flash friend told you about? Win immediately understood. You want to kick him to another Earth? That's right. Alquiora is targeting our Earth, not other Earths.
As long as we kick him into a space-time vortex, it will be equivalent to changing the coordinates. And then Shishan made a gesture of a soap bubble disappearing.
Win's eyes lit up and said, "That's indeed a good idea, but the Flash has already gone back, so how can we open a space vortex?" "That's up to you." "Me?"
Win pointed to his nose in surprise.
"That's right."
Shishan nodded, "You have the technology, and you know the theory, plus the DO's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme and equipment. What reason do you have for not being able to open a space vortex?"
Win was a little dumbfounded. "If possible, it's best to turn the activation device into a bomb." Shishan shrugged. Alex directly made the decision. "I now order. All DEO personnel will assist Win as the top priority." "Win. You are now our only hope." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone answered in unison.
Win was infinitely flustered. I. Shishan patted Win on the shoulder and chuckled, "Don't panic, I'll help you. The Black Order still has some good stuff, take this." As he spoke, Shishan placed the Jigglypuff rune in Win's hand.
Win was stunned. "What is this? Do you remember the city-wide sleepwalking incident a few days ago? This is Big Jigglypuff's power?" He accurately said the name, which surprised Shishan. "How do you know it's called Big Jigglypuff?" "It told me."
Win touched the Jigglypuff rune in his palm, a smile appearing on his face.
"It seems you already know its effects. So, do you have any ideas?" Shishan smiled. "You know what?
Win closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes and nodded seriously. I have an idea. This disaster came suddenly and was full of unpredictable changes. From the moment Ulquiorra descended to the destruction of dozens of cities in a single state, only a little over 5 hours had passed.
As of now, it's not even dawn yet.
Aftershocks continued incessantly, and the government's order to block the news was forced to be cancelled after only a few hours. The reason being, mushroom cloud videos online had already exploded in popularity. Rumors of nuclear war spread like wildfire, coupled with the aftershocks throughout the night. Even an idiot would know something was wrong. People in several states near Florida and Georgia constantly heard huge roars and even saw mushroom clouds in the distance. The upper echelons of Washington, D.C. began an emergency evacuation and dispersed into the suburban wilderness several hours ago. Even the upper class of New York was spreading rumors of an alien invasion, which indeed caused a commotion. With such a big commotion in the United States, other countries in the world received the news in less than an hour. However, surveillance satellites did not find any traces of the enemy, and they did not even monitor the appearance of missiles, which made them somewhat unclear about what exactly happened. Nevertheless, they remained on high alert. A large number of contingency plans were executed, key department personnel were dragged out of their beds to attend meetings, combat readiness orders were issued, and all military regions immediately switched to a wartime system, waiting for central commands at any time.
On the DEO side, the connection with the president's office had not been disconnected.
Since a dozen minutes ago, transport planes had been constantly landing in the square, and top scientists temporarily drawn from all over the country were continuously being dispatched here to join Win's laboratory on the front lines. In order to save time, the high-tech components that Win specifically requested were even directly loaded into missiles and launched at Mach 12.
The moment the missile landed really startled a lot of people. All personnel were very nervous, and frontline battle reports were constantly being reported. Almost every few minutes, a city was destroyed. The mushroom cloud on the surveillance satellite was like a whip, lashing their faces fiercely.
Shishan sat aside with his people, saying nothing. He had been thinking about one thing.
Ulquiorra himself represents nothingness. After hearing the conversation between Superman and little Ulquiorra about building Hueco Mundo, Shishan knew what he was thinking.
He just wanted to find another comfortable place to bury himself. Shishan sighed slightly in his heart. Just then, Win rushed out of the laboratory and shouted, "It's done!
It's done!"
He rushed all the way to Shishan and slammed the box on the table. Without waiting for Shishan to ask, he said in a series of words, "Based on the theory proposed by a professor, I extracted and stored the energy in the pouting runes through alien technology. I transformed this energy to a certain extent, compressed it, and made it into this small hand grenade. Due to time constraints, we only made 8, and the frequency of the fluctuations cannot be guaranteed, but it is definitely a space-time vortex."
Shishan picked up a ping-pong ball-sized hand grenade and said, "That is to say, each time it is opened, the opposite side is not the same space?"
"That's right. But it can be adjusted, but it will take a lot of time."
"What is the range after the explosion?"
"Theoretically, it can directly support a space-time vortex with a diameter of 15 meters, and the duration is only about 3 seconds.
Win swallowed nervously and asked, "Is this okay?"
"It meets my expectations, but whether it will work depends on Superman and the others." After saying that, Shishan put down the thing and turned to look at Superman next to him. During this waiting period, Superman's face was the most unsightly. He had confronted Ulquiorra, and the experience of a crushing defeat in an instant made him somewhat pessimistic. More importantly, Kara is still unconscious, and even with the yellow sun lamp, it will take more than 6 hours to fully recover. As for the Martian Manhunter, needless to say, the flower blooming on his face has not completely healed yet. So this time, the only one he can rely on is himself.
Superman took the box and asked, "How do I use this thing?"
"Just pinch it hard, and then throw it out, but what you need to pay attention to is that we have done our best to delay it for only 2 seconds, pay attention to the distance when throwing." Win suddenly took out 2 pink spheres and said, "By the way, there is also this thing.
This is a nanodetector taken from the California Federal Laboratory. We have made some changes and loaded an alien algorithm. It can automatically detect air information and capture humanoid targets.
According to your previous description, we have already entered Ulquiora's basic phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme, with an error of 15% up and down. After you detonate this thing, the nanodetector will instantly cover a radius of 300 meters and automatically lock Ulquiora's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme. In this way, we can lock Ulquiora's specific location. Superman also took it and nodded. Thank you, I will use it properly. I hope it can help. If we can really lock Ulquiora's location, the missile defense network can be activated, and even space-based weapons can attack, which will be great news for us, Win said seriously. Then it's not too late, I'll leave immediately. Superman turned around and was about to leave. Wait. I'll go with you. I can also see Ulquiora, and I will bring a spaceship combat team to assist. The main gun has good power, and if it can be used, it will be of great help, Shishan said. At this time, Superman naturally couldn't refuse, and there was no time to delay. A dozen seconds later, Superman soared into the sky. Immediately after, in less than a minute, an entire spaceship combat team soared into the sky and followed closely behind. Through the two failures of Superman and his team, and its power to destroy cities at will, DO's analysts unanimously determined that Ulquiora is already a War Fortress-level combat power. To compete with it, at least the battleship's main gun must be activated. Fortunately, aliens have emerged endlessly over the years, leaving Americans with a lot of good stuff. The spaceship combat team pulled out this time are all under the jurisdiction of Area 51, a ghost force that will not exist on the files, and the firepower is definitely at a cheating level. The Congress is really anxious to pull out all the old stuff. In the sky above a ruined city, Ulquiora stood silently. He stretched out his right hand, his pale green eyes fixed on the multicolored, shimmering glass bead in his palm, and said softly, unexpectedly, the speed of soul growth is so rapid. The calculations were greatly off. Could it be that among the people I just killed, there were many individuals with powerful spiritual pressure? He didn't know how many aliens he had unintentionally slaughtered. Forget it, all in all, it's a good thing. He retracted his right hand, the glass bead disappearing without a sound, then slightly tilted his head. You also surprised me somewhat, taking a Zero head on and remaining unscathed. And you're clearly just a piece of trash without any spiritual pressure. Ulquiora slowly turned around, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme blowing past his white robe, the hem fluttering. Standing sideways, he looked at Superman behind him with one eye. He had appeared there at some point, floating silently in the air, staring intently at Ulquiora. Strange man, since you've already escaped with your life, why come back to die? You wouldn't understand. Superman clearly wasn't planning on saying anything to Ulquiora, directly unleashing a blast of freezing breath. Ulquiora glanced at him indifferently, his spiritual pressure surging. A tremendous pressure appeared out of nowhere, the air vibrated, the space itself was screaming, and Superman could clearly hear the ground rumbling. The freezing breath that had just formed disintegrated under this pressure, scattering into the air in pieces. Superman threw out two pink spheres, which exploded with two bang sounds, and a massive amount of nanoprobes filled the space. In that instant, DEO locked onto Ulquiora's position. A boring trick. Ulquiora said expressionlessly, his spiritual pressure erupting. Turbulent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme pressure swept in all directions, instantly blowing away all the nearby nanoprobes. Superman took the opportunity to retreat several hundred meters away. Just then, the anti-air missiles arrived with a roar, plunging into the center. Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out one after another, the air vibrating, a heat wave rushing forward, and flames soaring into the sky. A large number of fireballs mixed with smoke, layer upon layer, forming a cloud of black and red gunpowder in the air. A squadron of spaceships appeared on the horizon. Shishan simply sensed it for a moment, and immediately roared, "Coordinate FB, H-39, 56, fire all main guns." In the next instant, more than a dozen lasers fired, hitting the same spot and causing a huge explosion. Superman quickly threw out a few small balls. The plan went smoothly, and it looked like it was about to succeed. Everyone on the other spaceships cheered, but Shishan revealed a bitter smile.
should I say, as expected of Alquiora? It's completely useless.
Before he finished speaking, the center of the explosion suddenly burst open with a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, directly extinguishing the remaining heat. The small balls were directly blown away, detonating several spatial vortexes in the distance. From within the smoke, a figure walked out step by step. His expression was calm, his steps were steady, and if it weren't for a trace of char on his snow-white clothes, everyone would have thought that what had been hit just now was an illusion. However, seeing him walk out unscathed, they were also filled with disbelief.
Alquiora looked calmly ahead, and said indifferently, "So that's it, you wanted to determine my position first and then concentrate your fire? A very good idea, but too weak."
For the first time, he gripped the hilt of his sword.
Swish!
Lightning drew out Zanpakuto, and a huge green blade of energy slashed out rapidly. On more than a dozen spaceships, the light of protective force fields lit up at the same time, neutralizing this huge blade of energy.
Superman had just breathed a sigh of relief.
Alquiora slightly raised his head, his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared next to a spaceship, extending his left index finger, and said coldly, "Lanza del Relampago." A pillar of energy, almost pitch black, appeared out of nowhere, suddenly expanding to a diameter of more than 10 meters, instantly sweeping across all the spaceships.
Boom boom boom, flames erupted, and wreckage fell.
The warships that Congress had placed high hopes on were so easily destroyed. In front of the monitoring satellite, many people slammed the table and stood up, unable to believe what they were seeing.
Superman's anger surged, and he rushed up quickly. Bang!
The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Alquiora disappeared in a flash, directly teleporting to his right side. Superman was horrified, and just as his neck turned, he saw Alquiora flick his left hand.
He was instantly sent flying like a cannonball.
Crashing diagonally into the ground, the earth and rocks shattered inch by inch, and smoke and dust rose more than 10 meters high.
Then Alquiora added another zero.
The thick green beam of light crashed down again, piercing through Superman's landing point, directly melting a bottomless hole in the ground. Alquiora slowly turned around, flicking his long sword in his right hand, and the sharp airflow cut across the ground, blowing away an entire block of the surface.
Boom! The surface cracked inch by inch, and endless dust floated in the air, obscuring the area within a kilometer. Slowly sheathing his sword, Alquiora said indifferently, "Let's end it here."
"If you can still move like this, then hurry up and escape from here."
"If you can't move, then just die there. Your path ends here."
Just as Alquiora was about to leave, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him.
"So that's how it is? I should have thought of it earlier. Even Superman and Supergirl are kneeling, how could mere warships be taken seriously by Alquiora?"
From a slowly falling wreckage of a spaceship emitting black smoke, a figure slowly flew out. Wearing a black trench coat, with the same eastern face, he was in the air surrounded by smoke. The background was the dust and sand flying all over the sky. This person was Chi-Shan. From the beginning of Alquiora's actions to solving everyone, it took no more than a second. Not to mention satellite monitoring, even Chi-Shan, who had been staring at him, hadn't seen his movements clearly. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and his seat exploded, followed by a rumbling sound on the ground. When Chi-Shan flew out of the warship, he was the only one left on the scene.
Having taken a Lanza del Relampago head-on, but someone was unscathed, Alquiora was obviously more interested, and said calmly, "Do you also want to be my enemy?"
"Sort of." Chi-Shan sighed helplessly, took out 2 round grenades from his body, and said, "From the very beginning, when you gave me 2 grenades, I should have known what you were planning, but seeing that you lent me a pair of Kryptonian magnetic flight boots, I didn't say anything.
I didn't expect you to be so useless." "Superman."
Chi-Shan put his hand to his forehead.
"This generation of Superman is really not good. Could it be that the Superman of the Supergirl universe is just a bystander? The only one who can save the world is Supergirl, and now that Supergirl is kneeling, can Superman only pounce?"
Although he was teasing like this in his heart, Chi-Shan actually understood that it wasn't that they weren't working hard, it was because Alquiora was too much of a rule breaker. Regardless of his state of existence or the power he used, in this Earth 38, where aliens are the main enemy and there are no gods or demons, he can be said to be a bug-level existence.
Bronze challenging the king is purely looking for death.
Shishan shook his head. It seems that this time, I have to take action. Shishan stretched out his hands, and 2 revolvers appeared in his hands. Looking at Ulquiorra, who was standing in the air with a blank expression, Shishan said, according to the rules, I should introduce my abilities first. But after the last trial, I realized it was a bit silly to do so, so I made some slight changes. Now, I only need to say the names of the guns. Then, he raised his left hand, Viper. Shishan smiled calmly, the gun muzzles pointing towards the opposite side, please advise.
Ulquiorra calmly looked at Shishan, his eyes without a trace of fluctuation.
Oh? This sentence caught Ulquiorra's attention, and he slightly tilted his head to look indifferently at Shishan.
Interesting, I've been a little confused since just now. Since they have some understanding of me, why would they come up here to die? It seems the reason lies with you. You didn't reveal all the information. Shishan raised an eyebrow slightly, you guessed that so easily?
Ulquiorra placed his right hand on the sword hilt and slowly drew it out. Although I don't mind, the leakage of information is always a hidden danger.
Since we happen to meet, I might as well eliminate it.
Shishan smiled and said, what a surprise, I didn't expect you to draw your sword from the beginning.
Should I say I'm honored? Don't misunderstand, I just think it's faster this way.
After all, a lot of time has already been wasted, and it doesn't mean I recognize you as an opponent.
Ulquiorra said calmly. You're really bold.
Shishan narrowed his eyes and pulled the triggers of both guns simultaneously.
Bang! Bang!
2 shots were fired, 1 bullet pink and 1 black, turning into 2 rotating energy balls rushing towards Ulquiorra.
Swish!
A flash of sword light, the energy balls split into 2, disappearing into the distance.
Ulquiorra flashed, appearing directly beside Shishan, and slashed down. Clang!
Green spiritual pressure erupted instantly, the blade pressed tightly against Shishan's neck, the surrounding air exploding, as if even space was screaming.
Ulquiorra had a change of expression for the first time.
He raised his eyebrows slightly, sheathing his Zanpakuto and then slashing again. All that could be heard was a series of clanging sounds, white light dazzling, the sword energy like a storm vortex, raging within a radius of several dozen feet around him. The chaotic phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades intertwined with the green spiritual pressure, obscuring the vision. After being slashed countless times, Shishan finally reacted.
Ulquiorra's figure flickered, frequently appearing even in a small space, as if 7 or 8 people were besieging Shishan alone.
Unable to distinguish with his eyes, he simply stopped using them, firing directly in the direction where he sensed Ulquiorra.
Bang 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 bang!
Gunshots rang out incessantly, a large number of pink bullets shot out, turning into pink liquid, devouring the spiritual pressure around Ulquiorra.
A wave of sword energy exploded, the airflow scattered. Ulquiorra withdrew, the tip of his sword pointing diagonally downwards. So tough. No wonder you dare to stand in front of me. Is it he arrow? No. You're not a hollow, but a human, interesting. Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was slightly surprised.
Shishan didn't have time to speak, hooked his left index finger, and a large number of pink bullets were recovered into his palm. At a rough glance, there were 20 or 30 of them. Taking one and looking at the base, a small point of green spiritual pressure was inlaid.
As expected, he got it.
At this moment, a large amount of golden energy suddenly burst out from his body, pouring into his body frantically, even into his lower legs.
If it weren't for the special nature of his defense, he would probably have been cut into pieces by Ulquiorra in an instant.
At this time, the massive golden energy in Shishan's body surged, and he even had a slight illusion that, with just another wave like this, the golden energy in his body could directly level up. However, it could already be converted into spiritual pressure. Sensing the energy surging, Shishan calmly raised his right hand and directly pulled the trigger.
Bang!
A green light flashed in the revolver's cylinder. Then a green bullet left the barrel, instantly turning into a small green laser, rushing straight towards Ulquiorra. The sword light flashed.
The green laser was split into two, disappearing into the sky. Ulquiorra's calm tone was slightly altered. Zero? And it's my spiritual pressure attribute? So that's how it is, you can absorb my spiritual pressure and turn it into an attack, similar to Neliel 2 Oderschwank's ability? Shishan chuckled, who knows?
Before he finished speaking, the gun muzzle burst out with sparks again. Bang 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 bang, the dual guns fired continuously, a large number of bullets turning into small zeros in the air, like an arrow formation, overwhelming the sky, the visual effect extremely exaggerated.
Ulquiorra moved freely, the dense attacks not causing him any trouble. Instead, the wasteland not far away exploded one after another.
Smoke and dust soared into the sky, almost engulfing the clouds. One person's attack power was not strong, his mobility was insufficient, but he had a hard tortoise shell. The other person's power and agility were both maxed out, but he couldn't do anything to the other person. This battle between the two people, rather than being a fight between the two, was more like Ulquiorra's one-sided siege. Once again, a knife struck Shishan's brow, the airwaves swept through, Ulquiorra withdrew and retreated. The two re-established their distance, and Shishan also put down the hotgun barrel. Ulquiorra said lightly, not bad ability, somewhat similar to number one's infinite hollowing, but the power is too small, even if it hits, it's useless.
Then why not try?
Shishan said with a smile.
A boring move.
Ulquiorra flicked his Zanpakuto, the sword light flying out and cutting a 1 kilometer long knife mark on the ground shaking, smoke and dust rising. Your ability is indeed a bit troublesome, but that's all.
Since you can absorb spiritual pressure, then let you absorb enough. Crack. The Zanpakuto aimed at Shishan, Ulquiorra said calmly, enclose, Murcielago. Without warning, black clouds erupted from around Ulquiorra's feet, instantly blotting out the sky.
Beneath the oppressive black clouds, it was like an eclipse, a scene of gloom everywhere, and a dismal green rain began to fall, the raindrops large and dense, falling straight down.
The raindrops struck Shishan's body, and wisps of golden energy were continuously generated.
Shishan narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with horror. The impact of each raindrop was no less than being hit by a truck. He had only stood in the rain for a short while, and his energy had already increased a lot. This was just a natural change in the weather caused by the resurrection, not even an attack. The horror of Ulquiorra was evident. The torrential rain only lasted for a moment before dissipating completely, the dark clouds seeming to transform into a backdrop, staining the blue sky and white clouds pitch black. In the sky, the sun had unknowingly turned into a huge crescent moon. An eerie white light pierced through Ulquiorra's body, casting a long, terrifying shadow on the ground. Governments around the world were in chaos, and all monitoring methods, including those of DEO, were cut off. The screen was covered by a black cloud, the pitch-black cloud swirling slowly in a round shape in the sky, with faint glimmers of green light visible, making it extremely bizarre. The communication devices Shishan was wearing also failed at the same time. Although he couldn't sense it, he could clearly see it. His vision was clearly very clear, but the surroundings had already been eroded by pitch-black spiritual energy. It was as if another pitch-black space had been forcibly embedded within the space, completely isolated from the outside world. Shishan looked up, Ulquiorra standing in the clouds, looking down from above. At this moment, the calm and indifferent youth had transformed into another image. His short stature had been stretched slightly, making him appear even more slender. Half of his helmet had grown into a complete one, covering his half-long black hair. His pale green eyes were even more profound, so green that it was unsettling, and the two thin tear streaks were strangely thickened, like undried ink marks. The most conspicuous thing was the wings behind him, which blotted out the sky, with a wingspan of 5 meters, the beast horns at the joints sharp, like demon wings magnified several times. In addition to his ultimate Demon King appearance, Shishan also sensitively noticed that the ground had silently sunk several meters. The ground, which had been battered and broken by the two of them just now, had now been forcibly compacted. This is caused by the natural release of spiritual pressure? Ulquiorra calmly stared at Shishan and slowly said, "Don't waver, get into position, tense your nerves, don't have a moment's relaxation." Shishan couldn't help but swallow, his hand holding the gun tightened. Although he already knew he had absolute defense, he still couldn't help but feel a little flustered in the face of Ulquiorra's attitude of regarding all living beings as ants. A ball of green light burst out from Ulquiorra's right hand, instantly condensing into the shape of a long spear. Without the slightest warning, he suddenly appeared in front of Chi-Shan. Chi-Shan only felt a blur before his eyes, and just as he saw Ulquiorra's figure, his vision was obscured by the green light. Boom! The ground shook, and a ball of green energy exploded, instantly sweeping across several kilometers. Ulquiorra's figure appeared a dozen meters behind Chi-Shan. He stood sideways, holding the thunder spear in his right hand, his eyes staring straight ahead. He praised indifferently, "Amazing defense, is this level also ineffective?" His pale green eyes turned to Chi-Shan's direction. "No, it's not like defense. Even the strongest steel skin wouldn't be able to remain motionless after receiving this blow. Moreover, your standing position hasn't changed from the very beginning. /0, Thunder Spear, the three attack strengths have an exponential difference, but it can't be reflected on you at all." It's like Ulquiorra tilted his head slightly and said in a declarative tone, "The attack power has been completely absorbed." Chi-Shan straightened his body and turned to face Ulquiorra. "Impressive, you saw through it so easily? Unexpectedly straightforward, aren't you going to do some misleading?" Ulquiorra asked calmly. Chi-Shan said, "There's no need. The surrounding space has already been eroded by your spiritual energy. Every inch of change in the entire space can't escape your senses. Judging by combat experience, how could I be a match for the Espada? At this time, pretending to be strong will only bring a useless fluke." "I see, a wise judgment. Then Thunder Spear." Ulquiorra's figure flashed, and the Thunder Spear in his hand disappeared. As if teleporting and tearing through space, the Thunder Spear appeared in front of Chi-Shan's chest, and then exploded with a bang. Space rumbled, and the spiritual energy lightball expanded wantonly. The entire space was shaking. Rumble rumble, the explosion sounded loudly and continued for a moment before slowly dissipating. Chi-Shan's figure leaked out of the smoke and dust, unharmed. Ulquiorra said calmly, "As expected, it's ineffective. Is it an absolute defense attribute in exchange for sacrificing combat power?" "No, your combat experience is as immature as a child, no different from ordinary garbage, even inferior to the three people before." "Interesting. I'm starting to become interested in you. Hey, what's your name?" Chi-Shan gritted his teeth and poured a large amount of golden energy into his body. From the beginning of the confrontation with Ulquiorra, it hasn't even been more than 10 minutes, and the energy in his body has grown to the point where it can hardly be contained. This time, the energy was almost squeezed in, the viscosity of the liquid energy greatly increased, and crystal particles were faintly appearing in the core position. Although Chi-Shan didn't know what this thing was, he vaguely felt that it was very important. Moreover, as these crystal particles became more and more numerous, the feeling became stronger and stronger. Hearing Ulquiorra ask, Chi-Shan was slightly surprised. "To have Ulquiorra ask for my name, I am extremely honored. My name is Chi-Shan, a nameless pawn in the Black Order." Even at this time, he didn't forget to promote the name of his organization. Although this organization has only been a name from Chi-Shan's mouth until now, it can't even be considered an empty shell. Who told the entire Black Order to only have Chi-Shan, and Chi-Shan didn't care much. As for Tomi and the manufactured Viper Squad, let's not mention things that are completely useless. Black Order? A strange name. Ulquiorra said lightly, suddenly casting his gaze on Chi-Shan's gun. "Not attacking? Using the strange weapon in your hand? The amount of spiritual energy that disappeared twice is enough for you to release a more powerful attack." Ulquiorra's right hand lifted slightly, and a ball of green light burst out from his palm again, turning into a new thunder spear. Chi-Shan was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. "As expected, you even saw through this? Then good. As you wish." Chi-Shan flicked the Gatling gun in his hand upwards, and a hazy pink light enveloped the gun, rapidly lengthening and deforming it. The pink light circled twice in the air before Chi-Shan grabbed it. The light shattered, revealing a heavy sniper rifle, 2 meters long with a unique design. Chi-Shan flicked his right hand and set up the heavy sniper. The golden energy within his body was mobilized, and some crystalline particles instantly condensed into the shape of a bullet, appearing in the gun chamber.
Bang! The trigger was pulled, and a gunshot rang out.
A bullet, completely different from ordinary bullets, emitting a faint golden light, burst out. Shishan only felt his eyes blur, and Ulquiorra seemed to have been hit by a locomotive, flying away.
Shishan was stunned, eh?
The moment he fired, Shishan noticed the difference.
Before, when mobilizing the energy within his body, it was always converted into other forms of energy for use. For example, the Nin ability used to open the vault before.
Or the white Zetsus would release ability used when capturing Big Fatty Ding, which was wood-style chakra. Then there was the spirit pressure converted after absorbing the Raisher attribute. But this time, he directly used golden energy, and it was in a solid crystalline form. When solid crystals appeared in his body, Shishan had a faint premonition.
Now, he subconsciously filled it into a bullet and fired it.
He didn't expect it to produce a different effect. The bullet's speed was extremely fast, completely exceeding the limits of vision. Shishan could only rely on his natural sensitivity to golden energy to sense the situation around the bullet in an instant.
The crystalline bullet was ordinary, no different from ordinary bullets. As soon as it left the chamber, it instantly appeared in front of Ulquiorra's brow.
It seemed to directly pierce through space.
Ulquiorra was visibly surprised.
His eyes didn't even have time to react before the thunder spear in his hand instinctively blocked.
Bang!
The bullets collided, and the thunder spear in his hand instantly became dozens of times heavier.
Ulquiorra was caught off guard and was sent flying.
The attack worked, and Shishan himself was stunned. This was the first time he had used this gun since he conceived the concept of the heavy sniper. He didn't expect it to produce such an effect when paired with crystalline bullets. Just as he was about to press the attack, Ulquiorra stopped in mid-air after flying a certain distance. He flicked the thunder spear downwards, and the crystalline bullet suddenly shattered.
It shattered into tiny crystals as if it had exhausted its energy, and then disappeared.
At the same time, the thunder spear shattered with a crack sound. Ulquiorra slightly raised his right hand, and white smoke rose from his palm after the friction. Some small wounds quickly healed under the cover of the white smoke. It's truly surprising that you have such attack power.
Ulquiorra's light green eyes shifted slightly. Is this your power? Different from spirit pressure, yet able to contend with it. A crystalline body of pure energy? Or a special substance? Shishan raised the heavy sniper again. Don't understand? Then have another shot. Bang!
A golden light flashed, and Ulquiorra waved his right hand downwards, directly shattering the crystalline bullet.
Crack!
He had another thunder spear in his hand at some point. It was now covered in cracks and looked like it was about to break. A green light flashed in Ulquiorra's hand, and the thunder spear was quickly repaired.
I see, a crystalline body? Interesting. But in the end, it's just at the level of humans. The energy concentration level is comparable to a black zero. So, at the same level, can you defend against a black zero? Ulquiorra extended the index finger of his left hand, and a black energy ball gathered at his fingertip.
The black ball rotated rapidly, and the surrounding Raisher gathered and compressed rapidly, as if swept by a tornado, changing from green to black, and then entered the black ball like a whale sucking water, trembling slightly before erupting directly. The black waterfall suddenly erupted, and the torrent of energy rushed down, instantly submerging Shishan.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground exploded, and the green light didn't even have time to spread before being covered by the subsequent black spirit pressure.
The double explosion almost swept through the entire space.
The ground rumbled violently, jumping up and down. The army station 10 kilometers outside the space only felt a shaking of the earth and a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme sweeping over them, instantly blowing many people away. Tents shook a few times and went straight into the sky. Military vehicles and tanks swayed constantly, and even the ground cracked, with slabs of earth tilting up.
It seemed as if it was going to take the ground and the tanks into the sky.
Strangely, under these circumstances, humans clearly felt a downward pressure. Their hands and feet were weak and powerless, and they even experienced bouts of suffocation.
Oh God, what's happening? Explosion, another big explosion. Could it be an earthquake? Help! Under repeated urging, the U.S. representative finally couldn't resist and handed the proposal over to the president's staff.
Before this, a group of people in Congress had been jumping up and down demanding the use of high-yield nuclear weapons, but the president had always rejected them on the grounds that he couldn't find a target. Now, a black area had appeared on the ground, almost marking the enemy's position for them. As long as there was a position to lock onto, the remaining question was how much yield of nuclear weapons to project. Faced with Ulquiorra's frenzied slaughter, politicians had a legitimate reason to use high-yield weapons.
That was enough for them.
This time, an anomaly appeared outside, and it was clear that there were changes inside. Closed vision, malfunctioning detectors, and malfunctioning communicators forced everyone to only imagine.
And the consequence of imagining was that the more they thought, the more afraid they became. Although the DEO had been emphasizing that they had personnel engaged in combat with the enemy. But for politicians, these were not even questions.
In addition, the intelligence that Superman and his two companions had been seriously injured and retreated made them fearless.
Congress quickly passed the proposal, and the president couldn't stop it.
A few minutes later, at a secret military base in Kansas, a nuclear missile silo quietly opened. With a burst of thick white smoke, an intercontinental missile about 10 meters long quickly ascended. In the distance, two of the latest stealth fighters loomed, with 16 air-to-ground missiles fully loaded on the ammunition racks.
This was their backup plan.
If the intercontinental missile failed to launch, the stealth fighters would directly carry out the bombing mission. This mission concerned world security, with the lives of billions of people hanging in the balance, and no mistakes were allowed. Inside the erasure space, the black spirit pressure disappeared, and smoke billowed on the ground.
Shishan held the heavy sniper, fully alert.
Inside the energy core within his body, crystalline bodies were growing like petals. After the golden energy crystallized, it seemed to have crossed a level, no longer as difficult as when it was first born. When the granular energy crystals were swarmed by the golden energy, they spontaneously transformed into seeds and began to grow again. At the same time, Shishan's efficiency in absorbing energy also greatly increased. Shishan directly took a black flash head-on, and a massive amount of energy was absorbed into his body, turning into blossoming crystalline flowers. The previously slightly viscous liquid energy now exhibited a water-like texture. Similarly, tremendous changes also occurred within his body's internal space. Above the golden water surface, several crystalline flowers bloomed faintly, their surroundings shimmering with a pale golden light. The surrounding darkness was dotted with stars, and droplets of energy would occasionally gather and fall, creating ripples. The scene was particularly reminiscent of a lotus pond after the rain. And the energy that was previously stored directly within his body had now spontaneously generated a separate space. Although connected to his body, it was not one with it.
Shishan's expression was strange. What's going on now? Did I get an extra battery? Bang!
Ulquiorra suddenly appeared in front of him, his hand, like a claw after resurrection, directly clamped down on Shishan's head.
Still unharmed? Then how about this? Before he could finish speaking, Ulquiorra suddenly pressed down.
Shishan didn't even have time to cry out before his entire body shot into the ground like an arrow.
Bang! Dust flew up, and a deep pit appeared in the ground. Ulquiorra was slightly surprised. Oh? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range attacks are effective?
After a few seconds, a green light flashed, and the ground exploded open as Shishan flew out crookedly. The magnetic flight boots beneath his feet burst out a ball of fire, then sent Shishan crashing headfirst into the ground.
Pooey, pooey.
Spitting out the sand in his mouth, Shishan got up and looked up at Ulquiorra standing in the air, also a little confused.
What's going on? Did absolute defense fail? That's not right, he wasn't injured. Could it be that the throwing motion was gentle? Like riding in a car?
Not having time to think more, Shishan reached out and made a gesture of shouldering a gun, and a heavy sniper rifle suddenly appeared.
After slightly aiming, he fired 2 shots in a row. Bang! Bang! Ulquiorra flashed and disappeared, appearing directly in front of Shishan. He said indifferently, "Too slow, a pointless attack. Even if your abilities are somewhat peculiar, that's not a reason for you to ignore the difference in strength." Ciro Oscuras. A Ciro Oscuras suddenly shot out from his index finger, engulfing Shishan. Boom boom boom. The ground shook, and a huge Ciro Oscuras with a diameter of more than 10 meters plowed a huge gully in the ground. However, Ulquiorra ignored these things, instead staring at Shishan and saying, "I see, that distance doesn't work. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme?" Bang! Ulquiorra's figure suddenly appeared behind him, dodging the gunshot again. "Clearly, having witnessed the difference in strength between you and me, why do you still resist? Are you as stubbornly determined to defeat me as Ichigo Kurosaki? Or are you simply taking a chance?" Shishan shrugged. "People always have to have dreams, what if they come true?" Bang! Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he fired 2 more shots. This time, Ulquiorra didn't move at all. One of his wings suddenly flicked out, instantly deflecting the 2 crystalline bullets, sending them flying who knows where. Dreams? Nonsense! Ulquiorra said indifferently, "Boring human, you've wasted too much of my time." As he spoke, his feet moved without phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Shishan widened his eyes, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, a black aura soared into the sky, enveloping Ulquiorra like a cocoon amidst the green light. A moment later, the black mist dissipated, and Ulquiorra reappeared before his eyes amidst the soaring green light. Except this time, his form had changed again. The well-fitting Las Noches uniform had disappeared, replaced by a new demon-like form. Resurrección Segunda Etapa. Among the Espada, only I can achieve the second stage of release. Fortunately for you, besides Ichigo Kurosaki, you are the second person to see it. Ulquiorra stretched out his right hand, and a thunder spear materialized. Green light flashed, and Shishan's pupils shrank. "This is..." Ulquiorra said calmly, "Is it curiosity? Or surprise? If you want to praise it, there's no need. After Resurrección Segunda Etapa, my power will increase significantly, and my control over the Thunder Spear will also improve, so its power will naturally be different." Shishan frowned. The shape of the Thunder Spear had indeed changed greatly. If it was just an ordinary javelin before, now it had a bit of the feel of a Zhangba serpent spear. It's been upgraded. Now the tip was covered in flames, making it look even more terrifying in combination with Ulquiorra's demon form. "Not a bad expression, then please die here." Ulquiorra placed his left hand in front, held the thunder spear in his right hand behind him, bowed slightly, and stared at Shishan intently. Suddenly, his figure shook, and the thunder spear shot out. Shishan had been waiting for this moment. When Ulquiorra was speaking, he had already used his telekinesis to turn the space bomb into a heavy sniper bullet and loaded it directly. Therefore, as soon as Ulquiorra bowed, Shishan did not hesitate to pounce forward and fire. Bang! The bullet sprayed out, and the thunder spear came head-on. The attacks of both sides crossed in the air, whistling away. Shishan dodged in advance, and the thunder spear almost grazed his forehead. Ulquiorra was caught off guard and was hit in the shoulder, instantly blasting open a space-time vortex. However, he was still an Espada, with rich combat experience. He had already activated Sonido the moment he discovered the bullet. However, it was still a step too late. His arm was cut off at the root and fell into the space-time vortex. When the space-time vortex disappeared, the thunder spear also exploded outside the space, the ground shaking and the space trembling. Dozens of seconds later, as the space calmed down, Ulquiorra then slowly opened his mouth and said, "So you have this move too? There's no need. Spatial confinement is nothing to an Arrancar. Even the empty and silent alien space can only trap me for a moment at most. As for this..." Before he could finish speaking, his severed arm had already completely regenerated. "Since you know my name, you should know that a severed arm is of no consequence to me. Knowing is knowing, but you always have to try it yourself." Shishan shrugged, pulled the bolt, and loaded the second space-time vortex bullet. He thought to himself, he's so fast, I only have one last chance. Alquiora said calmly, is that so? You haven't given up hope yet? Then, let me let you taste true despair. Resurrección tercera etapa. Boom 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 boom.
Black aura suddenly erupted, covering the sky and sun, and the heavy pressure was like a substance. The spiritual pressure had suddenly transformed into another substance at this moment.
It was no longer just vast and heavy pressure. Shan couldn't even tell whether this was spiritual pressure or matter. It was as if the air had turned into an ocean. Shan's eyeballs were about to pop out. Damn! Someone's cheating!
The black energy exploded, and the sky was as clear as if it had been washed, clear and transparent. The surrounding area didn't change much, except that Alquiora's form changed from 2 wings to 4, and with every move, massive amounts of spiritual particles fell from his wings, surrounded by green light.
The most noticeable thing should be the Hogyoku embedded in the hollow hole in his chest.
It shimmered with colorful light, reflecting brilliance.
This is.
Shan's eyes were staring straight ahead, his throat was dry, and his lips trembled without saying the words. That term was too frightening.
Alquiora frowned slightly, looking down at the Hogyoku on his chest.
For Zero simultaneously shot out, 2 of which destroyed the missile, and the other 2 drilled into the clouds and shot in different directions.
Then, 3 explosions were heard, accompanied by fire, and some wreckage fragments fell.
The nuclear bomb attack they had high hopes for was scrapped just like that.
Alquiora didn't even bother to look up.
He stretched out a finger and pointed, and the space gradually rippled, with a large number of thunder spears condensing above his head, and in the blink of an eye, they were ready to be launched like 10,000 arrows.
Go!
Alquiora pressed his index finger down, and the thunder spear arrow formation in the sky suddenly launched. With the momentum to destroy everything, it bombarded towards Shan.
Shan blinked and took a deep breath. Boom 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 boom. Let's rewind time by 1 minute.
After Alquiora uttered the words Resurrección Segunda Etapa, the spiritual particle space originally embedded in a corner of the world suddenly exploded.
Like a black tide, it instantly enveloped the entire globe.
People who were in the daytime were surprised to find that in just a few seconds, the sky had turned black without any warning. The sun, which had been hanging in the sky, disappeared without a trace, replaced by a crescent moon, huge and pale.
So pale that it made people uneasy. After curiosity, people felt uneasy.
Because within this dark space, there was always a faint pressure that made people feel uncomfortable and unable to breathe. It was a fear from the bottom of the heart.
The media instantly exploded, searching for answers everywhere like wasps.
Governments around the world were also in a state of anxiety, and they launched temporary control plans one after another to find the superheroes of various countries to help.
This is a DC characteristic.
The government is always a drag, and saving the world has always been the job of superheroes. The upper echelons were even more panicked, and the council's phone was about to explode. A large number of hidden warships appeared one after another, hovering over various strategic locations to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the fire. The American region was a disaster area.
Alquiora's spiritual pressure erupted, and the nearest station army bore the brunt.
However, this time, there was no explosion.
The moment the black cloud enveloped them, their souls were taken away.
The garrison was silent, with a pile of corpses lying in disarray. It could be seen that they were still busy before they died.
They were not the only ones.
Everyone within 100 kilometers of the battlefield died silently. The only good news was that the spiritual particle space enveloped the entire Earth, and interstellar communication was finally restored.
DEO was in a state of busy activity.
Alex crossed her arms and looked serious. A person ran over and reported, "Director, the satellite signal has been restored, and we have reconnected the video signal."
"Stop talking nonsense, connect it."
The large screen quickly showed the monitoring satellite image. What came into view was a sky-covering green color.
Alex's lips trembled. Where are the experts? Where are the experts we invited? Quickly tell me what exactly happened.
A technician smiled bitterly. Head director, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme analysis has been in progress. Our monitors reached their peak 15 minutes ago and are completely unable to measure the other party's energy level. However, according to speculation, it is likely to have exceeded the equivalent of 500 tons of nuclear explosions.
God!
Before he could finish speaking, he saw on the big screen that the green arrow array flashed a green light, followed by a huge explosion connecting the sky and the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of seconds later, the shockwave came. The entire ground seemed to be jumping. People skillfully lay on the ground, leaning the nearby bunkers against their bodies to prevent being hit by something. This was not the first time. Since the battle began, there had been violent shocks almost every minute or so, but this time it was the strongest. Alex almost thought she was at sea, experiencing the worst storm in history. She braced herself and looked at the computer next to her.
That was their only hope. At this moment, a person stumbled, rolled, and crawled over, and said loudly, "Director, the President is on the line, requesting the activation of the Guardian Defense Line." Then what are we waiting for? It requires Director John's key authorization, but the director is still in a coma from serious injuries. WTF? Who is the second authorized person? You. The man said loudly, throwing over a tablet computer with a palm print detector glowing blue. Alex didn't say a word and slapped her palm on it.
At the same time, hundreds of secret military bases across the country were activated simultaneously, and a large number of warships took off one after another, heading towards their respective mission points.
Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering explosion enveloped Qishan.
In addition to the wildly growing crystal lotus in his body, Qishan's biggest feeling was difficulty breathing. To be precise, it should be that he couldn't breathe at all. His vision was full of white, and he couldn't tell whether it was spiritual particles or fire. After calming down slightly, he rested the heavy sniper rifle on the ground, and the Viper revolver appeared in his hand again. After sensing slightly, he fired directly. The bullet left the chamber and instantly exploded into a zero, blasting out. The huge beam of light instantly pierced through the explosion area and hit Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra didn't move. He shook his wings and shattered the zero in front of him. His pale green eyes stared at the front, where a person was slowly walking out of the smoke. "I have to say, your ability makes me somewhat admire you. Whether it is for hollows or soul reapers, spiritual pressure is everything, and ability is only an auxiliary. But in you, I see a subversive result."
Rules? Interesting. Actually, I'm also quite curious. You can clearly see that if you want to get rid of me, you can just leave. Why are you willing to be dragged here by me? Qishan really wanted to know. A battle is a battle. Once a battle begins, you must do everything to eliminate the enemy. This is the Hollow's law of survival. When you retreat, you perish.
Ulquiorra said calmly, then slowly walked to Qishan and pointed his fingertip at Qishan's chest, and the green light flickered.
It's over.
Qishan looked at Ulquiorra, who was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand, and was filled with emotion.
Yes, it's over. After dragging it on for so long, I still didn't escape this disaster. Perhaps from the beginning, I already knew that wanting to retreat completely from you was an absurd idea. Crack.
In Qishan's palm, a ball of red light was revealed. The space-time vortex suddenly exploded.
Ulquiorra's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but Qishan grabbed his arm. "Let's go together." Qishan smiled brightly. The spatial vortex collapsed, and the two disappeared.
The smoke and dust splashed by the explosion gradually settled, the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme howled, and the spiritual particle space was silent. The instant they entered the spatial turbulence, Ulquiorra's black flash at his fingertip exploded, sending Qishan shooting out like a cannonball. He didn't even have time to say a word before being swept into the spatial turbulence. Ulquiorra stood there steadily, unaffected by the spatial turbulence. He tilted his head slightly, noticing the black wings already beginning to turn into sand.
Rules, huh? Interesting.
He took the Hogyoku from his chest and said calmly, as expected, still a little short.
Is this the result again?
How nostalgic as the last word left his mouth, Ulquiorra suddenly scattered, turning into a large amount of black sand dust, instantly disappearing into the spatial turbulence. At the same time, a line of smoky text suddenly appeared before Chishan, who was feeling nauseous from being spun around. Even though the world was spinning, the smoky text seemed to be embedded in his vision, its position remaining constant.
Chishan was overjoyed, finally finding a point of reference, and quickly focused his attention on it. Mission complete. 7th boss, Ulquiorra Cipher, has been expelled.
Reward issued, Racier Technology from Hueco Mundo. Racier Technology, the technological power developed by the Soul Society over thousands of years, later stolen by Aizen, and a technological system built by fusing hollow spiritual pressure characteristics. Then, the smoky text dissipated.
Chishan paled in shock. Hey, big brother, don't dissipate.
Hold on a little longer. Before he could finish speaking, Chishan felt himself crash into a blob of jelly, and then he was spat out with a pop sound, landing heavily on the ground. Before he could even look up, he heard the booming sounds of gunfire. Besides the occasional sound of objects falling from the sky, there were also sounds of crowds running away in panic in the distance.
What the hell is going on?
Chishan struggled to get up, and just as he was about to see where he was, a small airship crashed down on his head, instantly smashing him into the sewer.
Damn it!
Seeing that things were not good, Chishan hurriedly pulled out his revolver and fired a shot.
Bang!
A huge vault suddenly appeared, cutting off the flow of water in the sewer. Chishan also landed on the vault with a thud. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chishan turned over and looked up.
Above was an oval-shaped opening, with an arched piece of metal pressing against the outside.
Seeing the shape of the chassis, Chishan was slightly stunned.
Why do I feel a strange sense of familiarity? Smoky text suddenly appeared.
Second world discovered host has completed 7 missions. Conditions met, system upgrade. Due to the increase in the number of worlds, the spatial capacity has been increased. From now on, world invasion bosses will arrive in groups. World deployment, based on the host's coordinates. Then the smoky text changed. System upgrade, the host can exchange one reward for one of the following 3 items. Dr. Gero, the father of the androids, the evil scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. Ark, a small space created by the Millennium Earl using special technology, the headquarters of the Noah family. Chalice of Life, a treasure that can grant people eternal life. Fill it with clean water and drink it to gain eternal youth. Can I exchange for all 3? Chishan rubbed his hands and asked softly. The system remained calm as an old dog, completely ignoring Chishan. A portion of the smoky text disappeared, leaving only the 3 options.
Looks like it's not possible. Chishan wasn't too disappointed, this was to be expected. The system is so shrewd, how could it let you take advantage? If you can only exchange for one, then you can only exchange for one. However, compared to the randomly given mission rewards, these 3 items are clearly a level higher. Not to mention anything else, just the Chalice of Life alone could stir up countless bloody storms. Chishan's eyes flickered as he began to think carefully. He's still young, not an old man in his 70s or 80s who can't move. The matter of immortality can be delayed, there's no rush. Anyway, the missions are continuous, maybe he can obtain similar items sometime. The Ark is obviously a good thing too. With this thing, he can truly have a base, and he doesn't need to hide in the basement to study magic like before. Moreover, the Ark's transmission range can cover the entire Earth. Where do you want to go? Just a thought is enough. If he has it, he can advance or retreat when dealing with departments like DEO in the future. However, after the battle with Ulquiorra, the biggest weakness has been completely exposed: insufficient attack power. The helpers he cobbled together are completely useless. Speaking of which, he really needs an expert. However, Dr. Gero's personality. Chishan clicked his tongue, hoping the system could solve it. I'll choose the first one. Then, Chishan reached out and clicked on Dr. Gero's option. The first line of smoky text flashed. Then the smoky text changed again. Tomi Bibidai's Dark Magic Book 3 Terrace Ring Nin Ability,
Texture Surprise Taigu, 100-arm giant Jigglypuff Charm Erasure Technology. So the reward this time is Erasure Technology. This is a rare good thing.
Seeing the reward list, Shishan realized that Ulquiorra had given him such a thing.
As these 4 words flashed through his mind, massive amounts of information flashed before Shishan's eyes like a revolving lantern. This feeling was a bit like flipping through a book randomly. Although you can see that there are words on each page, you can't see what the words say. If you want to see clearly, you must stop and study carefully. Shishan touched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. In this case, it seems that this harvest is indeed not small. There was no need to hesitate, he directly pointed his finger at the 3-terrace ring. The 3-terrace ring flashed slightly, and then the smoky text dissipated. Shishan felt a little itchy in his throat and opened his mouth to spit out a wisp of white smoke. The white smoke formed the 3-terrace ring in the air, but it dissipated again in the next instant. A wisp of white smoke swirled in the air, becoming larger and larger, and more dense, like a white snake coiling around a pillar. The white smoke paused slightly, then scattered and disappeared. Replaced by an old man with long white hair and a white beard, wearing a round black hat. This old man was not tall. The front of his hat was a red bow tie, and the sides of the bow tie were printed with the white letter R. He wore a striped yellow shirt, a black vest, and baggy pants. His eyes were sharp, exuding a gloomy aura. Anyway, he didn't look like a good person at all. As soon as the old man appeared, he saw Shishan at first glance. He nodded slightly and said, "Leader." Seeing that he was not abnormal, Shishan breathed a sigh of relief. He had just fought Ulquiorra to the point of exhaustion and had no interest in fighting another battle. Fortunately, the system was reliable, and the person it sent could be used directly. Looking at Dr. Gero's old face, he felt inexplicably relieved. Shishan raised a smiling face. "Dr. Gero, you finally arrived." Clang! The airship blocking the cave entrance was kicked open, and Shishan and Dr. Grohe jumped out one after another. Shishan raised his eyes to survey the surroundings, and the smoky atmosphere in front of him made him frown slightly. Where did we run to? Why is it so chaotic? The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the sound of explosions was very dense. A group of people hurried past Shishan and the others, looking flustered, glancing back from time to time, as if they were avoiding someone. Shishan glanced at them and was about to grab someone to ask when 7 or 8 aliens suddenly jumped down from the air and started shooting. Blue lasers hit the ground, splashing out small, rocky craters. Before Shishan could figure it out, several lasers hit in front of Shishan's toes. Gravel splashed, hitting his face. Coming from afar, and not even letting me catch my breath. Shishan was expressionless and fired a shot like lightning, and 36 wooden spears instantly appeared in the air, pinning all the aliens to the ground. He took them out with one blow, which surprised Shishan a little. He didn't expect these aliens to be just for show, their health bars were so short. Dr. Grohe took 2 steps forward, picked up the exaggerated-looking gun, fiddled with it slightly, and a hint of disdain appeared in the corner of his eye. "Leader, these are just very basic laser weapons with very low energy levels. However, the parts are somewhat useful, and I would like to collect some." Shishan nodded, but did not reply. His attention had already been attracted by the big hole in the air. Seeing that familiar spacegate, the endless stream of aliens pouring out, and the Empire State Building in sight. A word instantly jumped into Shishan's mind. The Avengers. Shishan was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure. Time travel, what's so unusual about that? He could even travel to DC in a daze just by sleeping soundly at home. Being caught in the space-time turbulence and running to the Marvel Universe is too reasonable, okay? The iconic behemoth Leviathan had not yet appeared, and Thor was not seen flying around in the sky. Obviously it was only the beginning stage of the invasion, and the battle was not too fierce. No wonder he could still see people running around just now. After slightly identifying the direction, he beckoned to Dr. Grohe, who was disassembling the equipment from the aliens, to leave. The Avengers would naturally take care of the monster fighting, and Shishan had no interest in participating. He must be exhausted, he just wanted to find a place to settle down. If he had time, he would talk to Dr. Grohe and discuss the launch of the android project. In fact, Shishan had mentioned it just now, and Dr. Grohe agreed very much. He had been tinkering with androids all his life, and his obsession had penetrated his heart. Even if he arrived in another dimension, Dr. Grovey wanted to create more powerful androids to kill Sun Wukong. Although the little old man didn't say it explicitly, Shishan could see it. However, Shishan didn't care about this. In this day and age, who doesn't have some selfishness, and only with selfish desires can there be motivation?
The two quickly walked across a street and turned into a small alley from the avenue.
Not far away, they saw a Native American beauty running out, looking flustered. Seeing Shishan and the others, she was pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Save!" Before she could finish a sentence, a big hand suddenly popped out from behind her and snatched her away. Vaguely, Shishan saw the figure of a black strongman. "Ha!" Shishan raised his eyebrows, his eyes rolled, and he smiled. "Dr. Grovey, we have a place to stay."
"Leader, do you want to save her?" "Don't rush, follow them and see. Also, the leader is too out of the picture, just call me boss." Shishan chuckled and quickly followed. Walking to the corner and looking inside, they saw a black SUV parked inside, and a bald man was stuffing the unconscious Native American beauty into the back seat. On the driver's side, another bald man was nervously looking around, obviously keeping watch. Shishan raised his right hand and fired 2 shots directly. With the sound of bangs, 2 black bullets directly entered the foreheads of the 2 bald men. Their heads tilted back, their bodies stiffened, and then they gradually straightened their bodies. A floral M pattern gradually appeared on their foreheads, and they looked at Shishan and bowed slightly. "Boss." "Magic bullet, black magic, hypnosis." "Stop talking nonsense, go back to your lair." Shishan walked over, pushed the woman inside, sat directly in the car, and Dr. Grovey sat on the other side. The 2 bald men didn't say anything, got in the car and drove onto the main road. Leaving the alley, the brief calm quickly disappeared, and aliens were flying everywhere overhead. The space gate in the sky had already begun to slowly spit out the behemoth Leviathan. Not far away, the police were gathering. Although they were a little flustered, they were still trying to establish a defense line. The streets were slightly chaotic, but much better than before. At this time, anyone with a brain wouldn't run around outside. Shishan originally thought that it would take some effort to return to their base in this situation. Unexpectedly, these 2 bald men were veterans of flying cars, stepping on the accelerator all the way, never slowing down. When they encountered vehicles blocking the road, they crashed directly into them, and from time to time they turned into small roads to take a shortcut or something. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they actually left the city center directly and turned into an abandoned repair shop. The car stopped, and 4 or 5 people walked out, black and white, all burly men with colorful patterns tattooed on their arms and chests, with fierce faces. Inside the car, the 2 bald men turned to look at Shishan, their faces a little ferocious. "Boss, do you want to kill them?" "Don't be so irritable. Whatever should be, just let it be, don't worry about me." The corners of Shishan's mouth turned up, and he stretched out his right hand and gently wiped it. Thin disguise. As the mind power covered, Shishan and Dr. Grovey disappeared from sight instantly. The 2 bald men acted according to orders, opened the back door after getting out of the car, carried the Native American beauty out, and turned their heads and smiled. "Look what we brought back." A Native American beauty, she can definitely be sold for a good price. A blonde white man said, "Stan, are you crazy? The aliens are invading and you still want to do business?" As he said this, several people scanned the car a few times. The government will naturally take care of the aliens, a hole is nothing. If the United States was so easy to attack, they wouldn't need to take action? We would have taken them down long ago. Several people laughed, and the bald man carried the beauty inside. When passing by, someone pinched her face and looked at her. "Okay, send her to the back. There happens to be an Arab fool who specifically wants Native American women, and the price is not low." The crowd chatted for a few words and turned to go back. Shishan got out of the car silently, the corners of his mouth raised in a hint of arc, and he raised his gun. Bang, 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 bang. A few minutes later, Shishan sat on the sofa in the back living room, with 8 strong men standing opposite him. Dr. Jarrow was fiddling with the removed components, having found a pile of tools in the auto repair shop, and was now hunched over the workbench, tinkering.
Shishan asked a few simple questions and discovered that these guys were all from the Scorpion Gang, making a living by trafficking people. They targeted foreigners working illegally, grabbing anyone with a decent appearance, regardless of gender. Once they had enough, they would resell them to the Vulture Gang at the port for money. Not good people, but just a small gang typical of America. They only had a dozen or so people in total, with 2 or 3 doing hard time, a few running errands outside, and the rest standing before Shishan. The boss was that blonde white guy. Tall and burly, with a face full of, he was Irish. This abandoned auto repair shop was his property, and the gang used it to manage their accounts and launder money. They were a low-level gang with no fixed business, forced to rely on illegal activities to earn money. Perhaps because they were few in number, they usually gathered at the auto repair shop. So, the back area was renovated to look somewhat presentable. Besides the living room and a few rooms, there was also a small wine cabinet in the recreation room. Next to it were a few game consoles and a pool table. Although a bit retro, it was quite clean. Shishan was quite satisfied with the environment. Shishan flicked his fingers and said, "De Guang, take the binoculars and check out the situation outside. If the spatial rift in the sky disappears, report back immediately. Air Guang, you and your men release all the girls you've kidnapped." "What era is this?" "Still doing such a low-class business, how embarrassing." "Oh, right, gather all the money you have and give me a number. I'll need it in a couple of days." The 2 bald men who had returned with Shishan in the car immediately nodded and left. Shishan then pointed to the boss and asked, "What did you say your name was just now?" The blonde white guy lowered his head and said, "Boss, my name is Wes." "Forget it, you'll be called Dubai." Shishan raised his hand to interrupt him, then pointed to another white guy next to him and said, "You'll be called Air Bai." Then he pointed to 2 black guys, "You 2 will be called De Hay and Air Hay." His finger then pointed to the last 2 people, "You 2, one covered in tattoos and the other with a ferocious face, will be called De Huai and Air Huai." Shishan stretched lazily, nestled on the sofa, and yawned. "Finally, I can rest for a while." Dr. Jero said, "Boss wants to collect resources through the underworld?" "That's the idea. The American black market is well developed. As long as you pay the price, you can get anything. But the most important thing is to collect information." "You can control everything if you grasp the information," Shishan said languidly. "That's a good idea." Dr. Jero nodded and said, "I created the Red Ribbon Army before, so I have some experience. If the boss needs it." "Alright, I'll leave it to you in a while, but the artificial human project can't be delayed." Dr. Jero's mustache twitched slightly. "Boss is joking. As long as the test subjects are in place and the materials and resources are available, artificial humans are no problem. That's for the best." At this moment, Dubai walked over and said that the room was ready. Shishan got up and walked inside. "I haven't slept all night, I'm going to catch up on some sleep. If anything happens, just tell them," he instructed before leaving. Dr. Jero pondered for a moment and then walked out. Shishan's butterfly effect didn't change the Avengers plot at all. The team members rampaged against the Chitauri, and finally closed the portal at the last moment. With Iron Man being sent into the portal by Jiang He, he fell from a high altitude, marking the official end of this invasion event. Even if people were fighting like crazy, it didn't affect the media's reports. After declaring the invaders were repelled, various interviews and news media made their appearances. How lively the public opinion was and how sensational the Avengers were had nothing to do with Shishan. He slept soundly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already pitch black outside. The 8 subordinates he had taken in earlier were nowhere to be seen, probably sent out by Dr. Jero to do something. There was no one outside. The workbench where the components had been placed was now piled with 40 or 50 boxes, filled with various parts. Dr. Jero noticed Shishan's appearance and simply nodded without saying anything. It was clear that he was busy with his work. Shishan didn't say anything. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. He went to the wine cabinet, took a bottle of tequila, found some ice cubes, put them in a glass, and turned to sit on the sofa. He poured half a glass of wine and fell into a daze.
He had slept very deeply, and when he woke up, his mind was filled with the battle scenes with Little Wu. This battle had left a deep impression on him and had been very beneficial. Shan even began to reflect on whether his previous attitude towards Deo had been too weak. Was it the limitation of habitual thinking or due to his fundamental personality? Regardless of which one, Shan wanted to try a different approach in the new plane. Perhaps this time, being a villain wouldn't be bad. He shook his head and flipped through the information on racial technology in his mind. As expected of a technology-based field, it involved all aspects, and the information was vast and detailed. If Shan had enough time, he might be able to rebuild Las Noches. Of course, that would have to wait until he had fully mastered racial technology. But now, with the information in his mind to refer to, it wasn't impossible for Shan to use it. Besides the method and a massive amount of racial, building a racial space actually requires racial crystals. Shan was slightly troubled. Where am I going to find that? That's a specialty of Soul Society, and wait. Shan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He flipped his palm, and an egg-sized crystal appeared in his hand. Ryuryoku surged from his body, flowing into the crystal. Subtle runes appeared on the surface of the crystal. Shan was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the energy crystal in my body could actually be used. This is a win-win. The crystal in his body continuously converted into a massive amount of Ryuryoku, pouring into the crystal in his hand. The runes continued to grow, quickly forming a complete pattern from the four corners to the center. Shan suddenly pressed his palm down and slammed it hard on the ground. With a muffled sound, a puff of white smoke rose, and a square wooden sliding door appeared on the ground. Shan opened it, glanced inside, and then turned back with a smile. Dr. Jero, we have a base. In Lingzi technology, there is a very mature space construction technology, which is essentially a barrier. Like Kasuke Urahara's underground space, and the space where the wizards hide, are similar things. Shan was still a little unskilled the first time he used it, and only expanded a space of more than 1,000 square meters, with a height of about 10 meters. The ground is relatively tidy, with a fake blue sky above, as well as natural light, and there is no problem with air exchange. Dr. Jero came down with Shan to take a look, and nodded to express his satisfaction. Although the place is small, it is enough as a temporary base. What about the 8 people? Shan asked. I sent them out to arrest people. Dr. Jero said indifferently, the laboratory needs equipment, funds, and assistance, and the most important thing is experimental subjects. When you were sleeping, boss, I simply assembled several laser weapons and asked them to arrest people according to the list. Arrest people? Arrest who? Shan widened his eyes. I searched the internet and selected several high-tech companies in New York. It just so happened that the war had just ended, so while everyone was exhausted, I brought the experimental equipment and the company's CEO together to make it easier for us to act. Shan twitched the corner of his mouth. That makes sense. As expected of Dr. Jero, his actions are clean and neat. Shan wanted to remind him that this plane is not simple. Putting aside everything else, the Avengers, who just won the Battle of New York, are definitely not far away. Going out to court death at this time is too risky. But on second thought, Dr. Jero is someone who dares to confront Sun Wukong head-on, and has been confronting him from the beginning to the end. Starting from Android 12, he frequently beats Sun Wukong and his gang to a pulp. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo being too strong, Dr. Jero would have rebuilt the Red Ribbon Army and dominated the Earth long ago. The Avengers are probably not even in his eyes. So he simply kept silent. It would be gratifying if this operation succeeds, but there would be no loss if it fails. At worst, he could find another gang and control some people. This is Greater New York, there is nothing else, but there are plenty of rats in the gutter. The two of them didn't stay below for long, they just turned around and came up. Dr. Jero, if everything goes well, how long will it take to make an artificial human? Shan asked. If the experimental equipment and experimental subjects are ready, the surgery will only take 12 hours. It's just that the materials needed to make the eternal energy furnace are very demanding.
I checked the material list of this world before, and there are no ready-made ones.
It will take time to modulate a special alloy.
Dr. Jarrow said, if I integrate these collected spare parts and redesign the drawings in a few days, Android 16 should be completed within 7 days.
Shishan's eyes lit up. Very good. 7 days is just enough. There is only one thing: the energy source of these alien weapons is very weak.
Even if dozens of them are combined, it is only enough for Android 16 to maintain combat status for 15 minutes, and it cannot fire shock waves.
15 minutes?
Shishan touched his chin. It's better than nothing. At this time, several strong men rushed in from outside, each holding an exaggerated weapon.
Doctor, we are back.
Then they saw 6 people wearing hoods and their hands tied behind their backs, staggering in.
Shishan was a little surprised and asked, was the operation smooth?
Very smooth, boss, there is no one on the street. Dahe grinned, carried the crocodile-like weapon on his shoulder, and said, it's just that there are more than a dozen people on the doctor's list. When we caught the second family, the police came. In order not to make things too big, we killed the police and came back.
The second family? Breaking into a house to rob people?
Only 2 families broke into the residence, and the remaining 4 were in the company, and were caught when we robbed the laboratory.
Dahe said. Where is the stuff? Dr. Jarrow asked. Here. Dabai took out a small box from his arms, raised his hand and threw it over.
Dr. Jarrow grabbed it, opened it and looked at the capsules inside, and nodded.
Shishan was taken aback. This is a space capsule? That's right. Can you make it, Doctor?
He was just subconsciously taken aback just now. After all, the name of the space capsule is too famous.
This is a Dragon Ball treasure that is as famous as Senzu beans.
Dr. Jarrow took the space capsule to the underground space.
Shishan tore off the hoods of several hostages, took a look, and didn't recognize them at all.
The hostages were panicked, tears and snot were flowing together, some were shivering, 2 were wailing, and 1 was closing his eyes tightly, for fear of seeing the appearance of the kidnappers.
Hey, it seems this one has experience. Shishan smiled in his heart and asked, who are these people?
Dabai said, they are all shareholders of AIM High-Tech Experimental Company, 2 are directors, and the remaining 4 are scientists.
Shishan was speechless. Is this considered wool, grabbing one end?
There is also AIM Company, the Villains Company, and Iron Man 3. He patted his forehead. Forget it, there is no point in thinking too much.
Boss.
Dabai handed over a bank card. Shishan was stunned for a moment, and then took it.
How much money is in it? Only about 200,000.
Shishan couldn't help but look up at him, and shook his head. It seems that Dr. Jarrow had already guessed it. No wonder he asked them to kidnap people. Shishan took out his pistol and aimed at the 6 hostages.
The hostages were immediately frightened and wanted to run away.
Before they could take a step, Shishan shot directly.
Bang 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 bang.
6 black bullets pierced into their brains, and the 6 people instantly fell to the ground, convulsing frantically as if they were addicted to drugs. More than 10 seconds later, their bodies suddenly stopped and they climbed up one by one.
Untie them,
Shishan ordered, and Dabai and the others went over to untie their ropes.
The 6 people stood in a row, bowing slightly. Boss.
Shishan waved his hand. All right, you go to the underground space to find Dr. Jarrow, and see what he has to say. Also, count all the funds you can mobilize and put them together, and give me an account.
You guys don't just stand there stupidly, go do what you need to do. The 8 people dispersed immediately.
Shishan stretched lazily, turned around, and walked out. The night was slightly cool, and the air was still filled with some smoke and dust. There were basically no pedestrians on the road, and large areas were dark. It seems that the war during the day did not seem big, but the destructiveness was really not small.
Experimental subjects?
Shishan shook his head and smiled. He brought it up twice in a row. It seems that Dr. Jarrow was very anxious.
Then let's go get some more people back.
A deserted alley, burning gasoline barrels, homeless people, and biker gangs. More than 200 people gathered in this corner, numbing themselves with alcohol and pills. The daytime battles were over, the streets were in ruins, the shops were damaged, and the law enforcement agencies were nearly paralyzed. Normal people were panicking, but the rats of the underworld were reveling. A huge speaker, over a meter high, stood there, and manic music echoed in the sky. Men and women huddled together, hugging, singing, dancing, drinking, playing cards, or shouting loudly. Beside the bonfire, there were even two people fighting, punches landing hard, blood splattering, and a circle of people around them cheering. Bang! The speaker exploded without warning, and the ear-piercing resonance made everyone cover their ears and bend over. The clamor was silenced in an instant. Shishan blew on the non-existent smoke on the muzzle of his gun and smiled maliciously. "Good evening, scum. I need your help with something." A dozen people immediately surrounded him. The leader of the group ruthlessly pressed the gun to Shishan's forehead and roared, "You're looking for death, kid." Shishan grinned hideously and headbutted him. The big man felt as if he had been hit by a train. Stars filled his eyes, a mouthful of teeth flew out, and he flew out like a sandbag, knocking over a burning gasoline barrel and falling to the ground with a crash. The others blinked and looked back blankly, not making a move for a moment. Shishan put on an amiable smile and said, "The aliens invaded during the day, and many people have already died. I don't think we need to trouble the goddess of death tonight, do you agree? So, let me get down to business first. I'm looking for your leader. Which one of you scumbags is the boss?" A gruff voice came from behind. "Why is the music off? The boss is having fun with some women, damn it. What are you all doing? Who is this bastard? Why is Rook on the ground? Did he do it? You bastard, kill him. Throw the body outside." 40 or 50 people roared, grabbed their weapons, and charged over. More than a dozen of them had guns and fired without hesitation. The gunshots crackled like beans, and bullets hit Shishan, falling to the ground. Shishan smiled maliciously and fired back without hesitation. Black bullets shot out one after another, and people kept falling in response. In the chaos, no one noticed that the people who had fallen earlier would twitch on the ground for a few seconds before quietly getting up and silently leaving the battle. In less than 2 minutes, the battle stopped imperceptibly. 40 or 50 people formed a circle on the periphery, coldly watching the 100 or so people in the center. The group in the middle held various weapons, some with stones, some with daggers, and even some with baseball bats. But none of them had guns. Even if they were all fools, they could tell that something was wrong. Someone was the first to throw their weapon on the ground, followed by the sound of weapons dropping one after another. He had messy hair, a large beard, wore jeans on his lower body, and the biker gang's uniform on his upper body, with a huge skull tattooed on his chest. The most eye-catching thing was the machete in his hand, and fresh blood could be seen in the light of the fire. As soon as he came out, he roared, "You bunch of idiots, you had to disturb my fun. If someone's causing trouble, can't you handle it? Just kill him." Shishan sneered, "Did I kill your whole family or dig up your ancestral grave? It was just shooting out a speaker. Why are you so hostile to me? I'm just here to talk business. You're so irrational, you don't seem like a gang leader. Could it be that you sent your mother to the former boss and climbed up through nepotism?" The burly man was immediately enraged. "What did you say? You yellow-skinned monkey, kill him, bang 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 bang." Before he could finish his words, several people behind him simultaneously raised their guns and shot him into a sieve. The sudden gunshots startled everyone. As the body fell to the ground with a thud, a circle of 40 or 50 people bowed slightly at the same time and shouted, "Boss." The smile on Shishan's face remained unchanged. "It seems that this big bear isn't very friendly, so I'd like to change someone to talk business with me. Your second in command is next to the body." A thin white man raised his hand and said tremblingly, "I'm the second leader of the biker gang. My name is Boney." A gurgling sound came from the ground. It was the sound of blood oozing out of the corpse. Shishan sized him up with the eyes of someone looking at a piglet and nodded, "You look much more pleasing to the eye. So, let's talk business. From today onwards, your biker gang will belong to me, and I will give you 2 million in activity funds every month. If you refuse, you will all die here." Boney's forehead was sweating. "The New York biker gang has about 300 people. I need to consult with others.
I don't have bang.
A bullet hit in front of his feet, sparks flying. Chishan walked up to him, grabbed his hair, and Boney screamed, his body twisting. Chishan used the muzzle of his gun to lift his chin, his cold eyes piercing into his pupils, and said coldly, listen, from today onwards, your biker gang belongs to me. If you don't agree, I'll just kill you. I think there are more than 100 people here who don't want to lose their lives.
But no buts. 2 million each month, plus 20 men. I'll give you a week to handle things. Is there a problem?
Chishan exerted a little force on his hand, and Boney immediately screamed loudly, saying repeatedly, no problem, no problem.
You should call me boss. No problem, boss, I promise. Boney shouted in panic. Very good.
Chishan raised his hand slightly, and immediately nearly 30 people ran out quickly and started their motorcycles.
The remaining 20 people quickly gathered behind Boney, their movements swift and silent. Boney looked at this scene, his eyes full of disbelief, and gritted his teeth, whispering, damn it, Lance, Sachs, have you guys gone crazy? The people behind him responded coldly, as if they hadn't heard. Chishan was too lazy to care, released his hand, turned around, and left. Remember, you only have 1 week. Boney gritted his teeth and said nothing.
The surroundings were silent as everyone watched Chishan straddle a motorcycle, taking a string of men and leaving quickly. They knew that after tonight, in the New York underworld, there would probably be another person with the codename Boss. In the following days, Chishan used the same method to find the Colombian gang, the Vietnamese gang, and the Irish gang, taking down 5 or 6 communities without bloodshed, directly and indirectly controlling more than 500 people. Afterwards, while ordering people to count all the assets, he sent cannon fodder experimental subjects to Dr. Jarrow, and also integrated the businesses of several gangs. Those that needed to be split were split, and those that needed to be merged were merged. After a few days, the general framework was considered to be set up. Although there was still some instability internally, it did not affect the overall situation. Catherine's water factory was in a busy state, with workers coming in and out, and the production line was running at full capacity, producing more than 1 million bottles of mineral water every day. Large trucks waiting to pick up goods lined up for a kilometer at the entrance. Forklifts went in and out, loading large pieces of mineral water onto the trucks. The trucks left as soon as they were full, without stopping at all. Even so, the line never seemed to get shorter. Since the new trademark was put on, sales have been soaring at rocket speed. Catherine had been running around in circles these days, having to worry about the factory's production, and also worrying about sales and restocking, finding distributors, finding transportation companies, and also taking care of government departments, which was exhausting. In fact, Catherine was also wondering, there were no less than 1,000 or 800 manufacturers making mineral water. This thing has no technical content, and there is nothing to dig into, it's just water. The advertisement had just been made, and hadn't even had time to be released, so how could sales be so popular? Not only her, but also the manufacturers who were also in the mineral water business were scratching their heads. They completely couldn't understand why, after so many years of market tranquility, a dark horse suddenly emerged. And it was so popular right from the start, which was completely illogical. But no matter how they thought about it, being popular was being popular. Catherine's water factory was revived in just half a month, and forcibly seized a piece of the market. In fact, this was all Chishan's doing. The letter M on the trademark was not just a simple pattern. It represents the hypnotic rune in BB Black magic. Even without magic power to drive it, it would subtly affect humans. In front of a row of mineral water and beverages to choose from, buyers usually fall into selective hesitation, and Chishan added a little suggestion at this time. The intensity was very light, and if the heart was firm, it would be easy to break free from this state. And people who don't care what brand to drink will be more inclined to buy this brand of water. This suggestion appears every time you choose, constantly superimposed, and gradually strengthened. The option that appears every time, even if it's just out of curiosity, you'll try it, right? Therefore, sales have been soaring these days. In the evening, Catherine dragged her tired body back to her residence. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a familiar figure sitting in the living room.
Catherine said in surprise. Tommy? You're back. Tommy nodded lightly, reaching out to stroke the little Totoro in her arms. The white little Totoro's ears were drooping, lying there motionless, seemingly in a bad mood. Catherine walked over and touched it. Little thing, why are you so listless? By the way, where have you been these days?
Several nearby states have experienced very serious earthquakes, and many cities have collapsed.
It's not an earthquake, it's man-made. Tommy said. Man-made? Are you talking about war? Have aliens invaded? Catherine asked.
Tommy thought for a while and nodded, almost, but it has been repelled.
Where's Mike? Didn't he come back with you?
Catherine said, her eyes flashing with excitement as she mentioned Shishan.
He's a genius, you know that?
He just casually designed a trademark, and it exploded sales.
Everyone loves this trademark to death.
Even people who see our products for the first time can't help but buy a bottle. Today, agents from Europe and Asia have come to me to talk about business. I think in a few months, our products will open up sales all over the world.
Do you know what this means?
We're going to get rich, Tommy, we're going to get rich.
Catherine jumped up and spun around excitedly. Tommy said calmly, is that so? That's good. Speaking of which, I'm a little hungry. Can you order something to eat?
I've been in DEO these past 2 days, and their food is simply inedible.
Catherine asked strangely, DEO?
What is that place?
Before Tommy could answer, the phone rang.
She glanced at it, directly pressed the hands-free button, and a voice immediately came out.
Crystal, we need you. Tommy curled her lips, this is DEO. Then said, not Crystal, it's Tommy.
Okay, Tommy, we need your help, to be precise, the help of the Black Order.
Rosebird used sonic control to hypnotize the entire population of National City. We need to find the location of the mastermind. Go find him. It has nothing to do with me. What do you mean? Can't you find him? And has Mike come back? I think you know the answer to that question better than I do.
Then Tommy hung up the phone directly.
Catherine was slightly stunned. Is this okay? Won't there be any trouble? I don't know. Tommy said confidently, can we go have dinner now? I want to open a bottle of Boston. Catherine smiled, okay, let's go open a bottle of Boston.
The two stood up and walked out, got into the car and rushed out of the compound.
A minute later, Supergirl descended from the sky, simply scanned with her X-ray vision, and held the communicator to her ear. Alex, there's no one here, do you want me to go look for them again?
It's too late, Kara, the hypnotized crowd in National City is starting to move.
You must start acting immediately. Supergirl took a breath, okay, I'll be right there. I just don't know what kind of anti-space monster will pop up after this incident. I should keep a low profile. And Mike.
No time to hesitate, Kara, the entire city is waiting for your rescue.
Wynn is still trying, you know the vibration of the space door is completely irregular, Stop talking. I'll be right there.
Supergirl soared into the sky, drew an arc and disappeared. In the basement, Dr. Jarrow was debugging the newly created Android 16. Its appearance was identical to the Android 16 in Shishan's memory, even the body proportions were almost the same.
Bang!
With a loud explosion, a corpse in front of Shishan was blown to pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere.
Failed again?
Shishan raised an eyebrow and commanded the pool of blurred flesh and blood in front of him, become clay. A yellow lightning bolt shot out from his fingertip, and the pool of flesh and blood instantly turned into a lump of clay. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the clay quickly gathered into a ball in Shishan's palm and was thrown into the nearby trash can. Inside the trash can, there were already 7 or 8 similar balls.
Next!
Shishan shouted, and a person immediately walked over from not far away and lay flat on the workbench.
Dr. Jarrow looked back and said, although I've seen it many times, I still find it amazing, boss. Is this black magic? That's right.
Lingzi light emerged from Shishan's hand, and he slapped the test subject's forehead, extracting his soul and quickly rubbing it into a pea-sized ball, throwing it aside. Then, he dispersed subtle Lingzi, permeating it into the flesh little by little. I don't know if you're aware, but after Cell's failure, Goku encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy called Majin Buu, a super Majin created by the great wizard Bibidi, who nearly wiped out the Dragon Ball warriors.
So, boss, you're doing what?
Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes slightly. Shishan nodded. Just like you think, Bibidi's magic book is in my hands. It contains the method of creating Majin Buu, but the conditions and methods are too harsh.
I've been experimenting, but there hasn't been a successful precedent yet. Dr. Gero nodded. Shishan looked at Android 16 and asked, why make an exact replica?
Dr. Gero was silent for a moment and said, actually, this appearance is based on my son. When I created him, I didn't want him to participate in battles, so I set him up with a kind personality. I didn't expect that this personality would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to his suicide. Shishan nodded slightly, realizing there was such an inside story. Suddenly, the test subject began to tremble, as if having epilepsy.
Veins bulged, and muscles constantly expanded and contracted, as if constantly compressing.
The bones throughout his body were screaming, making cracking sounds.
The whole person first suddenly swelled up by a circle, and then rapidly shrank.
The test subject was originally a pot-bellied strong man nearly 1.9 meters tall, over 40 years old, with a full beard. But after the change, he became a little boy 1.2 meters tall, his beard and everything else falling off all over the place. If it weren't for the same hair, Shishan would have thought he had changed into someone else. Looking at his tender face, he was at most only 10 years old. Shishan was dumbfounded.
What's going on?
Dr. Gero put down his work and quickly walked over. Is there a problem?
He suddenly became younger.
Shishan said. Dr. Gero took out a scanner and scanned the test subject twice, surprised. The body's density is actually 3 times that of an ordinary person. The body's condition is normal, the metabolism is fast, and the muscle fibers are intact. Dr. Gero turned around and said, Boss, congratulations.
No matter what the reason, your experiment has succeeded.
His body has been strengthened, and there is an extra type of particle in his homologous nerve cells and muscle cells. This is equivalent to a type of transforming cell that can replenish both nerve cells and muscle cells at the same time. Shishan nodded. Okay, I'll try it. He took the soul bean he had just made and stuffed it into the test subject's mouth.
The test subject's eyelids trembled, and then there was no more reaction.
Huh?
Shishan checked in confusion. Could it be that after the body is strengthened, the soul power is not enough to drive it?
Then Shishan took 6 or 7 more soul beans, and a flash of spiritual light appeared on his hand. A large number of impurities were extracted, leaving only pure and translucent Lingzi.
Then, he poured them all in.
The test subject's body trembled twice, and then he actually opened his mouth and coughed, spitting out the soul bean that was originally stuffed in. Shishan grabbed it, but before he could speak, the test subject opened his eyes and sat up. He looked around, then stared with his round eyes, curiously looking at Shishan. The pupils in his eyes were as clean and pure as a newborn baby.
Do you remember your name? Shishan asked. The test subject didn't answer and kept staring at Shishan. After a while, he giggled and laughed. This was even more like a baby. Don't move, let me check.
Shishan reached out and pressed on the top of his head, spiritual light flashing in his palm. Lingzi permeated into his body and turned around inside before being slowly withdrawn by Shishan. He said in surprise, "What a pure soul, the strength is great but there is not a trace of impurities, there is no trace of memory, isn't this just a baby?" Dr. Gero said, "This is good news, indicating that you have initially mastered the Lingzi strengthening technology. With such good materials, loading memories is too simple.
Give me a day and I can create an external nerve connection device."
Shishan waved his hand. His soul is 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary person.
Memory input is useless. Let me think about how the soul candy modifies memories.
Massive amounts of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme were flipping through his mind. Shishan checked it once, then grabbed the soul bean again, put his hands together, and closed his eyes. Lingzi light flashed on his arms, and the soul bean in his palm was slowly rotating, the light flickering faintly. After about a few minutes, Shishan opened his eyes and stuffed the soul bean, which was obviously a circle larger, into the test subject's mouth. The test subject's head tilted back, and his body suddenly froze, and after a full dozen seconds, he slowly straightened back. His eyes saw Shishan, and he lowered his head slightly. "Boss." Shishan nodded. "It seems to be working."
"Do you remember your name?" "Matthew Hayter."
"Irish."
"Very good. How old are you?"
"I'm 40-30, huh?"
The test subject covered his head in confusion. "How old am I?" "Do you remember anyone in your family?" He asked in surprise. "Do I still have family?" Shishan thought to himself, could it be that the memory is selectively missing? "Then what do you remember?" "I remember that you are my boss and I have to listen to your orders. I also remember how to shoot and how to fight. I vaguely remember being trained in the Irish Republican Youth Army. Speaking of which, boss, can you give me a gun? I miss that thing a bit." The test subject looked at Shishan, his eyes full of desire. Shishan was speechless. What's the situation? Obsessed with guns? Even if he has amnesia, the first thing he thinks of is a gun? Shishan said to Dr. Jero, "Test him." Dr. Jero nodded and said to the test subject, "Boy, come with me. Bench press 2. 5 tons. 100 meters in 1.73 seconds. Bone hardness exceeds 90 HRC, skin hardness exceeds 60 HRC, infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close / phoneme to nickel-based alloy. Internal energy exceeds 120 degrees, full combat time is 2 hours. All energy is sealed within the body and cannot be released. Maximum punch force 10 tons, maximum leg force 25 tons. Comprehensive combat evaluation 325. Dr. Jero held a tablet, simply repeating a few important phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals det data / phoneme points, his wrinkled old face faintly glowing. "Boss, his basic qualities have been greatly improved. If we use this as a basis to modify androids 17 and 18, their combat power will increase significantly." Dr. Jero's eyes lit up slightly. "It may even exceed Cell." "Oh?" Shishan looked at the experimental subject beside him, panting heavily, and nodded slightly, saying, "The idea is indeed good, but this kind of modification is not stable. You've also seen that the previous 7 or 8 people all exploded directly, and only he succeeded by accident. I still haven't figured out how it was done." Dr. Jero was slightly disappointed and said nothing more. Shishan turned his head to the experimental subject and said, "Although your physical fitness is good, unfortunately, your appearance is that of a child. Your name is Matthew, right?" "That's right, boss. From today onwards, you will be a cadre of the new Scorpion gang. Go up and pick some manpower. If you have any needs, go to Bonnie. From now on, the defense here will be entrusted to you." Matthew nodded, his little face expressionless, and said, "I understand, boss." At this moment, a subordinate quickly walked over and bowed slightly to Shishan. "Boss, someone from above has broken in." Shishan was surprised. "How many people? From which side?" "One person. A masked man in black." Shishan frowned. Although there are not many people on the surface, there are still double digits. Plus, the weapons and early warning system manufactured by Dr. Jero, even if the police want to attack, they would have to send at least a company. "Now you're telling me one person?" Sweat dripped from the subordinate's forehead, and he hurriedly explained, "He is very agile. As soon as he came in, he knocked out all the lights. Suddenly, we were plunged into darkness, and the brothers were caught off guard, came in and knocked out the lights." Shishan subconsciously thought of a Marvel character. His expression was a little strange. How could it be Daredevil? "I just took over a few gangs and haven't done anything. At this time, even if Mordo came to my door, it would be more reasonable than Daredevil appearing." "Is it just because this is New York?" Shishan shook his head and said to Matthew, "The person outside should be a tricky one. Go handle it."
On Matthew's childish face, a grim smile appeared. "Leave it to me, boss." After saying that, he turned to leave.
"Wait a minute." Matthew stopped and turned around. "Boss?" Shishan rolled his eyes. "Are you going out like that?"
His previous body was a big fat man. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 1.
9 meters tall.
After his body shrank, he could no longer wear his clothes. When cooperating with Dr. Jarrow for testing, he was only draped in a white lab sheet. Now his 2 calves and arms are still bare.
Matthew looked blank.
It seemed that he had forgotten this part of common sense. The soul modification aspect was off by a hair's breadth, 1,000 miles away.
Perhaps he should study it again.
Shishan shook his head. "Tell me, what kind of clothes do you want?"
"I'll just create one for you.
I want the Irish Volunteers uniform, with the rank of captain,"
Matthew said.
"No."
Shishan rolled his eyes. "How would I know what an Irish uniform looks like?"
"I'll give you a set of camouflage clothing, plus military boots and a belt." After saying that, without waiting for Matthew to answer, he put his hands together, and spirit particles surged out. Then, with a gentle shake downward, a one-piece camouflage suit children's size appeared in his hand. He casually threw it to Matthew, then flicked his hand again, and a pair of small military boots and a belt appeared again.
Matthew was overjoyed, hurriedly took the equipment, and put it on in a few strokes.
Unfortunately, his body was that of a child, without any muscles. The military uniform was still a one-piece, and even the black military boots were soft, making him look rather cute.
Even the controlled subordinates couldn't help but reveal a strange look in their eyes. Shishan burst out laughing.
"Speaking of which, this outfit of yours is really good. It would be even more impressive if you had a small gun."
Then, boss, I'll go first."
Go, ha ha ha." Matthew was laughed at and couldn't figure it out, but he didn't ask any more questions, bowed slightly, and turned to leave.
Time rewinded 15 minutes.
Daredevil was on the rooftop of a low building, looking towards the peaceful community ahead. He was dressed in black, with a black felt hat covering his nose, leaving only his mouth and chin exposed. He had been standing here for nearly 20 minutes, listening attentively. In the past few days, the post-disaster cleanup work in New York had gradually ended. Except for a few severely damaged buildings, other blocks had gradually returned to their original lives. The aliens came and brought destruction and slaughter, but also brought opportunities and high-tech weapons.
For the rats in the gutter, it was more like a carnival. All areas had been uneasy these past few days.
The Queens district was as chaotic as Brooklyn, Brooklyn was as chaotic as Hell's Kitchen, and Hell's Kitchen was as chaotic as real hell. All the gangs wanted to take advantage of the government's lack of attention to speed up shipments and make money. There were so many shootings every day that it was like setting off firecrackers, and robberies and injuries were commonplace. More than a dozen community hospitals were already overcrowded, mostly with members of various gangs, while the unlucky ones were in the minority.
Daredevil couldn't stand it anymore.
He had been frequently dispatched these past few days, constantly cracking down on active gangsters.
However, during this citywide commotion, a small area in Brooklyn was unusually quiet.
This area was not large, encompassing only 5 or 6 communities.
This should have been a good thing, at least it could reduce Daredevil's workload. But in Daredevil's view, this eerie calm itself represented abnormality.
Tonight, after breaking 3 ribs of a few robbers and throwing them into the trash can, he rushed to this community.
Daredevil had amazing hearing.
He could feel the subtle vibrations through the sound of footsteps, heartbeats, and even breathing, and judge whether a person was strong. He could also smell the scent of guns and blood through his sense of smell. Therefore, he quickly locked onto several gangs in the community. After thinking for a moment, he went straight to the abandoned auto repair shop in the center. He quietly lurked nearby, pricking up his ears to listen to the subtle sounds inside. However, this trick, which had always been effective, failed tonight. He could clearly sense 13 or 14 strong men inside, but there was no sound of conversation, no TV sound, no sound of eating, not even the sound of drinking, or even the smell of smoke.
There really is a problem. Daredevil leaped out. He wanted to find out. Bang, bang, bang. Several light sounds in succession. The few hanging lamps inside the auto repair shop were shattered simultaneously, the light dimmed, and a figure suddenly appeared in the room, the battle erupting without warning. The sudden appearance of an enemy greatly startled the few personnel on duty, and they hurriedly rushed forward. However, the light suddenly disappeared, and the crowd couldn't see anything in front of them, resulting in a chaotic situation where several people fell on their own. The figure was obviously unaffected, and instead, moved as if in its element, darting left and right, feinting east and attacking west. In the chaotic auto repair shop, it was as nimble as a swimming fish, and quickly knocked more than a dozen people to the ground. Daredevil grabbed one of them, slammed him against the wall, and asked in a deep voice, "Who is your boss? What exactly are you planning?" That person was expressionless, ignoring Daredevil's question, and directly threw a punch back. Daredevil retaliated with an elbow strike, causing the person to spit blood, with a distinct cracking sound coming from his ribs. Despite such a heavy blow, that person seemed to feel no pain, struggling to counterattack. Daredevil grabbed his neck, constantly applying force, and could clearly feel the other person suffocating little by little. However, the will to resist did not weaken in the slightest. Not only this person, but the dozen or so people he had just knocked down were now all getting up. They were like wooden puppets, silent, expressionless, and frantically charging towards Daredevil. Daredevil clearly felt that something was wrong, and roared, "Who exactly are you people?" Unsurprisingly, there was no response. They kept rushing forward, punching and kicking, even recklessly trying to hug him. Daredevil's counterattacks became increasingly heavy, each strike accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. However, whether he directly twisted a person's arm or broke a leg, he couldn't hear any screams, as if these people were corpses without pain. The more he fought, the colder he felt in his heart, and the angrier he became. Although he didn't know what exactly was happening, these people in front of him were clearly not right. This reminded him of a rumor he had heard before, weighing heavily on his mind. Just as these people were dragging their broken legs, preparing to charge again, a childish voice suddenly appeared inside the auto repair shop. "Stop it, all of you." Daredevil breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. At this time, he was still a rookie, without even his own costume. He was not the ruthless Daredevil who dared to kill in his later years. The current him had not yet crossed that line. Therefore, facing enemies that could not be defeated no matter how hard he fought, he felt extremely constrained and uncomfortable. He had even thought about temporarily retreating just now. Daredevil looked in one direction, warily asking, "Who are you?" The dozen or so people silently dispersed, and Matthew, wearing a military uniform, walked out slowly. He stared at Daredevil and said in a childish voice, "That's the question I should be asking you. What exactly do you want, breaking into a private residence in the middle of the night?" Daredevil was slightly stunned. "A child?" Matthew ignored his doubts, glanced at the dozen or so heavily injured people, and snorted, "More than a dozen people can't beat one person, a bunch of trash. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go to the hospital." "Is that so? You can try." Daredevil no longer dwelled on the other party's identity, concentrating his energy and remaining vigilant. The sounds coming from this child were clearly abnormal. His heart was like a heavy drum, and his blood like mercury. The vibrations of his body were very subtle, feeling like a high-density alloy. It was the first time Daredevil had heard such a sound. Matthew stopped talking nonsense, slowly raising his right fist. Then, with a tap of his toe, the ground cracked with a snap, and the whole person rushed towards Daredevil like a cannonball, his small fist slamming into his abdomen, directly turning Daredevil into a shrimp. He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out stomach acid, his intestines twisted in pain, his body instantly losing strength, hanging on Matthew's fist like a dead fish. "TCH. Is that all you've got?" A trace of disdain flashed across Matthew's face, and he kicked him horizontally. Clang, clang. Daredevil crashed into a shelf, heavily hitting a wrecked car, the entire car door denting inwards. Thud. His body slid down, falling to the ground. Cough. Blood surged upwards. Daredevil opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground like mud. Tap, tap, tap.
tap-soft footsteps gradually approached, Daredevil could even hear the sound of soft-soled rubber shoes contacting the ground. But the severe pain, dizziness, breathlessness, and weakness in his limbs made it impossible for him to move even a little after several attempts.
Daredevil knew that he was probably really done for this time.
Matthew approached, reaching out his small hand to pull off Daredevil's mask, grabbing his hair and lifting him up, looking him over slightly. He sneered in a childish voice, "Someone like you wants to cause trouble for the boss, how ignorant.
Now tell me, who are you? Why are you here? Who told you about this place?"
Blood flowed from the corner of Daredevil's mouth, his Adam's apple twitched, and he struggled to spit out a mouthful of blood. Matthew flashed an afterimage horizontally, dodging the blood before returning to his original position.
"All right, you've got guts. You're still thinking about resisting it this time. Why aren't you talking? Are you unable to speak?"
Matthew snorted, "Don't worry, we'll be able to find out your identity tomorrow morning.
We can always find someone who can make you talk."
Daredevil's body trembled, his mouth opened, a large amount of blood gushing out, unable to say a word. Matthew looked back, grabbed Daredevil's hair and dragged him outside, muttering, "I should report to the boss after settling him first." Walking out of the abandoned auto repair shop and finding a black SUV, Matthew hopped and opened the car door, throwing Daredevil into the back seat. Moving to the driver's side, he opened the door and sat down, found the key from the sun visor, and just as he inserted it, he suddenly froze. He looked at his small hands, then at his dangling little feet, his mouth twitching.
"Damn it, I can't even reach."
This suddenly discovered fact made his little face turn red. He slammed the steering wheel angrily, and the steering wheel cracked like an Oreo cookie. Matthew paused, silently pulled out the key, jumped out of the car, and turned back into the abandoned auto repair shop. He should report to the boss first.
"Boss, it's this kid."
Matthew brought Chi-Shan out and pointed to Daredevil, who was already unconscious in the back seat.
"It really is him. Chi-Shan had a bit of a headache."
Daredevil himself wasn't a big deal, at most he just had super hearing. His overall combat power wouldn't exceed 50. But this kid had some complicated connections. Leaving aside the defenders, who he might not have met yet. The true pure society was also troublesome. After all, he was Styx's disciple, and he had a past with Elektra, the Black Sky.
It seemed he even had some flirtatious interactions with Black Widow, Natasha.
If he was just killed like this, a lot of people would probably come looking for trouble. It's not that Chi-Shan was afraid of these superheroes, he just didn't want to expose himself for such a small matter.
Better to control him first. A hypnotic dart was ejected, and the letter M appeared on his brow.
Chi-Shan pondered for a moment, and the letter M gradually disappeared. Hiding the letter would weaken the hypnotic effect a lot, but Chi-Shan wasn't really trying to control Daredevil to do anything, just to make him behave.
Being a little weaker wouldn't matter.
Chi-Shan said, "Find a place to treat his injuries, and don't let him have contact with the outside world."
Matthew nodded. Chi-Shan looked at his watch, about 3 minutes left? That's right, today was the last day of the 7-day countdown. I wonder what kind of monster will appear this time.
Footsteps sounded, and Dr. Gero walked out with Android 16, who was already activated. Chi-Shan waved slightly, "Matthew, notify the men under your command that after midnight, the city may be a little turbulent.
No one is allowed to interfere. Don't act rashly before dawn."
"Understood, boss." Matthew directly dragged Daredevil out, held him over his head like a bundle of straw, squatted slightly, and jumped directly onto the roof, then disappeared into the night in a few steps.
Chi-Shan looked at Android 16 and asked, "Is the debugging complete?"
"The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme on paper is all correct, now it's just a matter of practical testing,"
Dr. Gero said. Chi-Shan nodded. He suddenly had a trace of anticipation for the invading boss.
In these days, besides researching spirit particle technology, Chi-Shan also had other achievements. After adjusting his Nen ability, Chi-Shan also wanted to find a target to practice and test his combat power. As the flames went out, the second hand passed the last small tick. The smoke font appeared as scheduled.
Invasion begins. 8th boss, Rise Kamashiro and Dragon have arrived. Task: find and kill the target. After completing the task, you can get a special reward hint. The invading boss has a strong hostility towards the host and will usually instinctively attack the host. Please be careful. As soon as the smoke font disappeared, Shishan didn't have time to figure out why there was suddenly more strong hostility. The ground suddenly trembled. Rumble, rumble, the earth rumbled, the ground shook, as if the earth dragon was turning over. The city, which had just been severely damaged during the day, once again let out a painful moan. The ground cracked, large buildings trembled, and the glass on the entire street was shattered almost at the same time, falling down like a waterfall. The construction team, who were still working late into the night, panicked all of a sudden, and they fled in all directions, looking for a place to hide. The human screams had just come out, and they directly dissipated in the roar of heaven and earth. Large swaths of lights disappeared, and the entire New York instantly fell into darkness. Crack, crack, crack. Boom. 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 Countless large holes exploded in the ground, and a large number of huge objects emitting red light soared into the sky, like evil dragons and giant pythons, and even more like centipedes, instantly entangling a large number of buildings. Boom, 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 the gas pipeline was torn apart, and a large amount of fire soared into the sky, almost sweeping across half of the city. In the earth-shattering vibration, these huge centipede monsters spread everywhere, rampaging, and skyscrapers were like paper in front of them. As long as they were bumped casually, they would shatter and collapse like biscuits. Boulders flew around, the ground collapsed, and houses in residential areas were destroyed in blocks. The end of the world came without warning, and the entire sky was dyed blood red by the towering giant centipedes. Overlooking from a high altitude, the entire New York was pitch black, leaving only dense red dots shining. A huge body smashed over. Shishan's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't mean to dodge at all. Android 16 suddenly took a step forward, shouted violently, and smashed out with his right fist. A burst of white smoke burst out from his wrist, and his fist flew directly out. The huge centipede body burst out a large amount of blood, but in the next second, it suddenly shrank and was as good as before. The fist exploded again, and a large hole exploded in the back of the centipede, and blood spurted out, dyeing the adjacent building blood red. Although the centipede's body regenerated rapidly, its direction was deviated and directly smashed a low building. The huge body grew extremely fast, like a python entwined around a high-rise building, tightly contracting and strangling the entire building into pieces. The ears were full of roars, and the vision was full of smoke and dust. The iron fist flew back around a circle. Android 16 stretched out his right hand and connected back. Dr. Gero said in a deep voice, "Boss, things are getting a little big. Iron Man is dispatched. Are you going to contact him?" "I only have arrangements." Shishan looked at the scene in front of him. A trace of wry smile flashed in his eyes. "Dr. Gero, this time I'm afraid there will be some trouble." "Does the boss know this monster?" "Yes, this is a special kind of biological cell, called Kagun, and its performance is very special." Shishan said, "If I remember correctly, this thing is very hard, and it is not afraid of fire, and it has a very strong regenerative ability. Physical attacks, even ordinary missiles, are useless, and are accompanied by toxins. People who are poisoned will become inhuman ghouls. The terrible thing is that this transformation is irreversible. The most troublesome thing is that it will automatically produce small monsters to attack humans everywhere, and once attacked, it will turn into toxins and self-destruct. This thing is called Dragon. It is a ghoul's biochemical weapon against humans." Dr. Gero snorted coldly. "Toxins are the most ineffective weapons for artificial humans. Can the regeneration ability be stronger than Cell?" "The boss doesn't have to worry, just increase the energy and completely destroy the cells." "That's the only way." Shishan nodded. Dr. Gero and Android 16 turned around and rushed in two different directions, and then they heard a series of explosions. The ground suddenly exploded, and another giant centipede rushed out, smashing fiercely towards Shishan. Shishan didn't move, not even blinking an eye. Bang! The monster crashed down, a large cloud of blood bursting from its body as it was split in two. The front half slammed heavily onto the ground, like a train falling from the sky, embedded in the earth. Even with frantic struggles, it couldn't escape for the time being. The other half, as if without sensation, merely swayed left and right before regenerating completely.
It brushed past Chi-Shan and crashed into the ruins of a collapsed building, almost flattening them.
Not far away, a figure rapidly ascended into the sky, launching a large number of small missiles at the centipede. Boom, boom, boom. Fires erupted, but the giant centipede remained unscathed.
The figure constantly launched various weapons, from small missiles to electromagnetic attacks to solid bullet attacks, but none had any effect.
After another futile attempt, he finally noticed Chi-Shan's figure and flew straight over. "Who are you? Do you know what's happening?" "Avengers, Iron Man,"
Chi-Shan said, looking at the familiar figure before him, enunciating each word clearly.
"That's right, it's me."
As he spoke, Iron Man turned and fired a laser, creating a small opening in the body of a giant centipede.
Before blood could even splatter out, the wound had already regenerated. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?"
Chi-Shan said calmly, "You're wasting your effort. The dragon is in its explosive growth phase. From now until sunrise, it won't stop growing."
"This thing is called a dragon? It's too ugly. Kid, what do you know? Tell me everything." Iron Man spoke while continuously firing attacks, trying to keep the centipedes away from the buildings. However, his hand cannon's power was completely insufficient, and the weapons on his suit couldn't do anything to it.
Chi-Shan was silent for a moment, his mind racing. He glanced at the giant tendrils constantly spreading out from underground, and a thought suddenly struck him. He slowly opened his mouth. During the day, the Chitauri invaded, and the prolonged opening of the space portal released a massive amount of energy, awakening the planet's consciousness.
The apocalypse is coming. It will continuously bring disasters until humanity is completely destroyed.
Chi-Shan stretched out his hands, slightly raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes shining, his tone calm and excited, full of emotion, like a cultist.
Iron Man couldn't help but ask, "What did you say? Did I hear correctly? Apocalypse?"
"That's right, like the Great Flood's world-ending apocalypse.
This world is already corrupted. Humanity's technological development has gone astray. The emergence of a large number of superhumans represents the regression of human civilization.
The Earth will be further harmed by humans, and it will retaliate.
Humanity will eventually be expelled." Chi-Shan replied calmly. "Who exactly are you? And who are those two people?" Iron Man had clearly noticed Dr. Gero and number 16. Their battle scenes were quite exaggerated.
One was a wild and violent attacker, covered in blood, like a tank, moving back and forth inside the giant centipede's body. He constantly unleashed shockwaves, directly destroying large sections of the centipede's body into ashes. The other was agile, his face old but calm and collected. He rarely made a move against the giant opponent, but when he did, he would completely destroy the entire centipede. Both of their battle scenes were very eye-catching. However, compared to the two fighting desperately, Chi-Shan, who was standing quietly in the sky with no expression on his face, attracted Iron Man's attention even more. Despite only exchanging a few words with Chi-Shan, Iron Man had actually scanned Chi-Shan hundreds of times. However, each time he found nothing, which made him somewhat unwilling. There were no special particle fluctuations, no air currents, nothing.
It was as if he was an ordinary person, standing calmly in the air. This was completely unreasonable. Of course, these giant monsters below were also his main targets for elimination. He was also quite unlucky. After the Battle of New York, Thor took Loki back to Asgard, along with the Tesseract. Although this thing had infinite energy, the sudden invasion of the Chitauri really scared the upper echelons, and they no longer dared to keep this thing on Earth. Captain America joined SHIELD and flew to Europe with Hawkeye and Natasha to carry out a mission. They had already been gone for 3 or 4 days. Dr. Banner had also just left yesterday to find a location for the Avengers headquarters. Only Iron Man's Stark Tower was still under construction, so he hadn't left New York. Who knew that he had just prepared to sleep today when Jarvis's alarm sounded?